Even in later, larger waves, the zombies were mostly regular conehead, buckethead, and football zombies. Although her memory of the details of Plants vs. Zombies was fuzzy, and Suisui knew there were many zombie types, there was no way the game would let them pass so easily, not even on the first level. So while firepower and sunlight were abundant, she stocked up on support plants. The game was truly devious. Aside from the initial rules, it gave no further hints. And Suisui had no idea what types of zombies might appear in the second round, so she could only prepare all the tools in advance just in case. Spikeweed was for vehicle-type zombies and had to be planted in the very front. Luckily, there was still an empty row in front of the walnuts, no need to clear space, perfectly fitting her earlier layout. Interestingly, spikeweed didn't need to be attached to a player and could be used directly. But after each use, spikeweed couldn't cool down on its own. A tool card was needed to get a new plant. Otherwise, Suisui would have covered the whole yard in spikeweed, then put max-level plants in the last 2 rows with slow debuffs, easy and efficient. But this also helped Suisui figure out how some support-type plants worked. Besides spikeweed, the pumpkin shell was also a support tool that didn't require a player to operate. As soon as the cooldown ended, you could just use it directly on a player. Blover and lettuce were for countering balloon zombies and aerial attacks. You didn't need too many, just enough to cover the threat. Cornpult was a new offensive plant, but how best to use it would have to be figured out through trial. The biggest difference between the player and zombie sides was that players couldn't afford to lose. If any plant got hurt, it meant a real person died. One careless mistake and the whole team could be wiped out. Just then, a shout came from the front line. "Damn, how did this guy just jump right over my head?" The walnut player watched in shock as a zombie with a pole appeared. Unlike the others, it didn't stop to gnaw on the walnut, but vaulted right over it onto the lawn behind. Luckily, the plants in the back had strong firepower and took out the pole vault zombie before it could do any damage. Still, the sudden change made everyone tense. 1 or 2 could be handled, but what if there were a lot of these zombies later on? No matter how strong the firepower, you couldn't guarantee you'd always stop them in time. Otherwise, what was the point of walnuts? And Suisui was momentarily stunned, looking up at the front lines. Pole vault zombies already? But she hadn't had time to upgrade the walnuts to tall nuts, so there was no way to block them. What now? She put down her cards and focused on the zombies at the front. Another zombie in a red jersey holding a pole slowly emerged from the back. The players in that lane were all on edge, afraid their firepower wouldn't be enough and that the zombie would get a bite in. These monsters looked so vicious. If they bit you, they'd take a chunk of flesh. Black mist was already seeping from Jianshi, ready to act, but Suisui stopped him. "These zombies will only get more common. Your skill has a cooldown. It's for emergencies, not for every problem." If they had to rely on her and Jianshi's skills every time, then in the later stages, when they couldn't cover everything, players would die. The pole vault zombie was already raising its pole. The walnut was desperate, firing so fast the guns were almost sparking, but still couldn't stop it. Just as the zombie's feet left the ground, Suisui, watching from the back, suddenly called out, "Grab that zombie's leg, pull him off the pole!" The number 2 walnut, focused on killing the zombie, reacted instinctively to her command. His body moved before his brain, and he grabbed the zombie's waistband. Then he yanked down hard. But the zombie's pole was sturdy, so instead of pulling the zombie off, he just ripped the zombie's pants. Rip. The pole vault zombie looked down, holding up his pants with one hand, and locked eyes with the walnut player. The walnut player gave an awkward laugh. "Sorry, let me try again." Then, right in front of the zombie, he grabbed its ankle and, using brute force, yanked the zombie off the pole and slammed it to the ground. The pole vault zombie failed to clear the walnut and died in a daze, never understanding what went wrong. This can't be right. With that last thought, it rolled off, joining the fallen. The frontline walnuts seemed to have discovered a new world, their confidence soaring. They weren't afraid of pole vault zombies anymore. Grabbing clothes, yanking pants, whatever worked. One walnut even fought a zombie for the pole, arguing as they wrestled, nearly coming to blows. In the end, the player's skills won out. He managed to snatch the pole from the zombie, who was so mad he rammed his head into the shield and killed himself. These players had no sense of fair play. Bullying zombies. Wasn't this a bit much? Aren't we all from the same roots? Why fight so hard? With the crisis temporarily resolved, Suisui relaxed and went back to studying formation upgrades. She decided to try out a corn pult. The corn pult's weapon was very different from before, a huge yellow catapult that took up an entire square and looked extremely powerful. But the best part was that the catapult was fully automatic and didn't need a player to operate. For the tired players, this was a godsend. Soon the plan for everyone to have a catapult was on the table. With catapults, it was like having a power source. Jianshi stared at the catapult for a long time, then started circling the yard, picking up useless boards and sticks. And Suisui curiously followed. "What are you doing?" "Building a fully automatic trigger device." "What?" And Suisui wasn't sure if she understood. Was it what she thought? The first prototype was quickly finished and handed to a sunflower in the front row. The front row sunflowers were still the grandpas and grandmas, and after a round of shooting they were exhausted. Without the backup from the corn pults, their firepower would have dropped. That's why Suisui had insisted on sorting out everyone's stamina from the start. Making the elderly do heavy labor for long periods wasn't wise. The so-called fully automatic trigger device was actually simple. A rack fixed to the front of the catapult, with a row of round holes just big enough to hold pea shooters. Then, a string tied the trigger of the pea shooter to the catapult's throwing arm. Every time the catapult fired and the arm returned to the slot, the string would tighten and pull the trigger, firing the pea shooter. Manual labor instantly became a technical job. The hardest part was just connecting the string. The grandpas and grandmas, though not strong, were great with their hands and quickly solved the string problem. Now they just had to stand by and maintain the machine. No more manual firing. The plant army had fully upgraded from the age of manual labor to the industrial era, while the zombies were still slogging away with brute force. When the first mini-boss appeared on the lawn, it was stunned by the scene before it. What was going on over there? This was supposed to be a battle between two armies, but they'd turned it into a mechanized assembly line. They weren't even playing the same game. The mini-boss was completely baffled by the situation in front of him. Logically, at this point, he should be rallying all the zombies to break through the player's weakest spot. But did these plants even have a weak spot? The mini-boss seriously doubted it. So he first sent a newspaper zombie to test the waters. This was the first time the newspaper zombie had appeared before the players. His unusual outfit and the newspaper in his hands immediately made the players wary. This guy was definitely up to something. What special ability would this zombie have? The plant team was on high alert. The newspaper zombie moved slowly, not even looking up as he walked, completely absorbed in his paper, seemingly harmless. Who knew what was so fascinating on that paper? When he finally got close and found his way blocked by a walnut, he slowly looked up, revealing a pale, stiff face. The walnut, gripping his twin guns, was tense and stared intently at this new zombie, ready for anything. The newspaper zombie rolled his pale eyes, then suddenly grinned slyly. "Huh?" The walnut player sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to react. A newspaper covered in black and white print flew straight at him, smacking him in the face and plunging his world into darkness. He couldn't see a thing. Damn, he'd actually been tricked by a brainless zombie. The walnut player started cursing up a storm. With the walnut out of the way, the newspaper zombie's speed instantly doubled, and he zipped past the walnut without hesitation. He could actually ignore the walnut's blocking effect. Damn, this zombie is sneaky. The sunflowers, shocked by the newspaper zombie's move, fired wildly, but the zombie was too fast. He was on them in a flash, forcing them to crush a chili pepper to save themselves. The walnut, finally tearing the paper off his face, found the newspaper zombie already gone and spat on the ground, cursing. These brainless things could actually play dirty. Now prepared, the walnuts ignored the newspaper zombie's tricks the next time. Before the zombie could attack, they snatched the newspaper and slapped it back on his face. If it's just face-smacking, who can't do that? Under Suisui's leadership, the players' fear of zombies had mostly faded, replaced by anger. Anger at being dragged into this game with nowhere to vent. With safety guaranteed, the front-row players even gave up their high-powered weapons. After smacking the zombie with a newspaper, they just started punching him in the face. Every punch landed with a satisfying crack, and even when their fists hit something hard, they didn't care. Their eyes were red, as if facing a mortal enemy, wishing they could switch places and tear the zombie apart themselves. They'd been living their lives, working hard, minding their own business. Why did they have to be dragged into this mess? Even their world had been forcibly changed, all because of these monsters. Only after beating the newspaper zombie to death did the players calm down a bit, giving him a final kick before throwing themselves back into the fight. Hiding in the shadows, the mini-boss was stunned by the players' brutality. He'd wanted to sneak to the back, but now he was having second thoughts. Just then, he received an order from the main boss. Break through the players' defenses and lead a horde of minions to attack their rear. The mini-boss bared his teeth, but had no choice but to obey, slinking forward with the other zombies. He looked ordinary, holding nothing strange, just another regular zombie, so the players didn't pay him any attention. He played dumb, shuffling along with the zombie crowd, not standing out at all, a perfect decoy. But no one noticed that this zombie always hid behind others, using them as shields. Whenever the zombie in front of him fell, he'd immediately shift position, looking for the next cover. Completely different from the other zombies. Closer, closer, the mini-boss thought. The final wave of the second round's zombie army slowly approached the front line, packed tightly together, blocking the walnut's view. The mini-boss lifted his foot, wincing as the spikeweed pricked his soul, then quietly ordered the zombies in front to move aside, squeezing through the walnuts. His odd behavior caught the attention of the walnuts on either side. They stared at him, not quite sure when this zombie had slipped through. The mini-boss grinned again, feeling smug. Idiots. He was a smart zombie. Why squeeze through the tough, nasty shield when there was a gap between two walnuts? After sneaking into the player's backline, the mini-boss didn't rush to attack the pumpkin-protected plants. Instead, he muttered a strange incantation, and suddenly, a dozen zombies appeared out of nowhere on the lawn behind the walnuts, and the number kept growing. Having completed his mission, the mini-boss slipped back through the walnuts and rejoined the zombie horde. Rule number 2 for survival: let someone else take the risks. The sudden appearance of a horde of zombies behind the walnuts caught the players off guard. Luckily, the front row plants were protected by pumpkin shells and couldn't be eaten right away. And Suisui and Jian reacted instantly. One froze all the zombies in place, the other summoned hellish chains to immobilize them. Jian wasn't fully familiar with Suisui's skills, but he had a good idea of what she could do. "New skill?" he asked, lowering his head and leaning closer so she could hear. Mentioning her new skill, Suisui perked up, her voice full of pride. "Isn't it awesome?" Like a kid asking for candy. Jian couldn't help but chuckle softly and praised, "Very impressive." Being complimented by her rival made Suisui a little giddy. Her devil tail even popped out from under her clothes, swaying in the air without her noticing. Jian paused, pretending to glance casually behind her, his fingers unconsciously twitching. He wanted to touch it, but he quickly snapped out of it, stopping himself from doing anything inappropriate. Even so, he could feel in Dad's murderous glare. Hidden among the sunflowers. And Dad, don't think I can't see what you're up to. The second wave of attacks ended abruptly amid all the chaos, and Suisui felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint the reason, so she shifted her focus to choosing plants for the third round and sorting through the items they'd collected from killing zombies in the first 2 rounds. There were lots of plants, but no hints. She could only guess. She figured she'd already picked enough support tools for now, so it was time to boost the players' firepower to handle the increasingly fierce zombie attacks. Torchwood was the obvious first choice for upping attack power. Torchwood defense 300, turns regular peas into fire peas, increasing damage to 40, turns snow peas into regular peas and creates a small fog around itself. It doubled the damage and even had a side effect. Next was watermelon, chosen simply because of its high damage. She guessed it would work like the corn pult with its own automatic turret. Watermelon, defense 300, attack 80. Deals splash damage of 26 to surrounding targets after hitting. Other than being expensive, it had no drawbacks. She also picked a Chomper, a single-target powerhouse. Chomper, defense 300, attack 40, can swallow any target in front of it, one at a time until digestion is complete. Tall Nut was for upgrading regular walnuts, boosting defense and preventing zombies from jumping over. Tall Nut, defense 8000. Large and tall prevents certain zombies from jumping over. With all the essentials chosen, the rest was just for backup. She casually picked a cherry bomb. Maybe she wouldn't need it, but it was good to have just in case. Cherry bomb, defense 300, attack 1800. When crushed, kills all zombies within a 1.5 tile radius. After picking new plants, Suisui took out the item cards. Not every zombie dropped an item, but after 2 rounds, they'd killed so many that even with a low drop rate, they'd built up a decent stash. Jianshi sat beside her, helping sort the items. Most were cooldown reduction cards, some for 10 seconds, some for 20, and the most ridiculous one only reduced cooldown by a single second, basically just filler. Then Suisui found a card with a golden sunflower on it. Sunflower upgrade card. Use on a target to upgrade a single sunflower into a twin sunflower. Costs 150 sun points. Upgrade sunflowers? And Suisui's eyes lit up and she quickly pulled out all the sunflower upgrade cards. There were only a few. Jianshi also picked up a green card. Repeater upgrade card. Use on a target to upgrade a repeater into a Gatling pea. Attack 20, defense 300, fires 4 peas at a time. Oh wow, another great find. They also found a card to upgrade watermelon pult into winter melon. Meanwhile, the players were using their break to modify and repair the auto-firing devices, busy and happy. The third wave of attacks was nothing like the first 2. Right from the start, hundreds of zombies appeared at once, the assault fierce and relentless. And Suisui calmly optimized their weapons and told Jianshi to keep an eye on the battlefield. She wasn't afraid of sheer numbers anymore. Her only worry was special zombies that could wipe them out in one go. The third wave's attack wasn't random anymore. It felt like someone was orchestrating things behind the scenes, making it more and more challenging. The zombie team started with a mix of regular conehead and buckethead zombies to probe the defenses, then sent in a swarm of newspaper zombies to overwhelm the front. With so many, the players couldn't cover everything, and sometimes a zombie would slip through. That's when the pole vault zombies showed up. Some walnuts had already been upgraded to tall nuts, so even if the pole vault zombies tried to jump, they couldn't get past. But at the start of the round, not all walnuts had been upgraded. 3 out of 6 were still regular, giving the pole vault zombies a chance. The special zombies started ignoring the tall nuts and piled up in front of the regular ones. The regular walnuts barely had time to recover from one newspaper zombie before another came at them, giving them a headache but no way out. The zombies just had the numbers, so wave after wave broke through the defenses and reached the back lines. Fortunately, the 4th row of sunflowers was already protected by pumpkin shells, so things weren't too dire. At that moment, Suisui suddenly dropped a cherry bomb in the 5th row. She'd been upgrading walnuts from left to right, so the 3 unupgraded ones were all on the far right of the 6th row, which meant the zombies that broke through were all clustered there. One cherry bomb and all the zombies, whether they'd crossed the line or not, were blown to bits. The zombie team's first assault had failed. As the lead players, Suisui and Jianshi could clearly sense that after this failed ambush, the zombies didn't just keep attacking as before. They quickly changed tactics. They exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Zombies weren't scary because they were fierce, but because they could think. Such coordinated attacks had to mean there was a leader zombie calling the shots. After the first wave failed, the zombies paused for a long time before launching a second attack. This time, Iron Gate zombies led the charge, followed by football zombies, then a mass of regular zombies, clearly trying to wear down the walnut's defenses before swarming in. But the plant's attack and defense were far stronger than the zombies expected. Even after the first 2 rows of high-defense zombies fell, the plant wall was still intact. And Suisui, do you think I'm just for show? With the attrition plan a bust, suddenly a swarm of balloon zombies floated in from the sky. Because they hadn't prepared any anti-air plants, the balloon zombies easily floated over the walnuts and hovered above the regular plants. The players panicked, afraid the zombies would drop down and bite them. Even with pumpkin shells for protection, there were just too many enemies. And Suisui looked up at the sky, then shouted toward the sunflower field, "Transform, Dad!" Jianshe. That code phrase sounded a little dumb. During the break, and Dad and An Suisui had already discussed the timing for using the blubber, 3-leaf clover, headgear. Sunflowers produce sunlight, and blubber's fan ability both rely on the headgear worn on the head. They can't be used at the same time. So, An Suisui and her dad came up with a secret code. When An Dad heard the code, he immediately stopped attacking, took off his sunflower hat and put on the blubber headgear. Just like that, a blubber was born. The balloon zombies came in grinning, but left just as quickly. A gentle breeze blew, and not a single leaf was left behind. The zombie boss, hidden in the shadows, had his smile freeze on his face. He was increasingly convinced that this plant army was unfathomable. Had he ever seen plants change costumes on the spot? He certainly hadn't. The 3rd wave failed. After observing the plant team's layout, the zombie boss thought for a moment, and at the start of the 4th wave, sent out a row of Zamboni sled zombies. Zamboni zombies could crush most plants, but they were afraid of spikeweed. As soon as their wheels rolled over a tile with spikeweed, the wheels would burst and the whole sled would be scrapped. The zombie boss knew this, so he didn't have the Zambonis charge straight in. Instead, he had them stop in front of the spikeweed and activate an extreme freezing effect. In an instant, the front lines were hit by a wave of intense cold, freezing a large section of the lawn. The frozen plants stopped attacking, and even manual intervention by players was useless. What do we do now? The players broke out in a cold sweat. This was no joke. The Zamboni assault was fierce. Even if they couldn't crush the other plants directly, they still neutralized more than half the plant's attacks. If An Suisui hadn't already compressed the plant army's firepower to the max, and if each grid's player couldn't rely on more than just a single plant's attack, they probably wouldn't have survived without using player skills. And Suisui quickly adjusted. The Zamboni's power ultimately came from their extreme low-temperature effect. Most plants were afraid of the cold, so it was normal for them to malfunction when frozen. She first used a jalapeno to clear a path down the middle, then planted a torchwood at the very front. Once the torchwood appeared, the surrounding ice lanes immediately began to melt. And Suisui kept going, quickly planting torchwoods in all 6 lanes, completely foiling the zombies' scheme and even boosting the plant army's overall attack power. The zombie boss, hiding in the shadows, was so angry he crushed a boulder in his hand. He hadn't expected the player leader to be so well prepared. It felt like they had everything. The zombie boss had no choice but to abandon his original plan and come up with a new one. Even though he had plenty of zombies, he still had to unlock new types and numbers wave by wave. Otherwise, if he'd sent the Zambonis to crush everything in the first round, the players would have been wiped out immediately. After thinking it over, the Zombie King finally had an idea. He sent the remaining zombies from the 4th wave to swarm forward, trying to drain the players' defenses or sunlight, then waited for the 5th wave to begin. And Suisui sensed the danger too, and when choosing plants, she made sure to collect every plant she hadn't picked yet. Potato mine, squash, cactus. She picked them all, just in case the zombie boss pulled out some new trick and she needed a specific counter. The 5th wave began. First up were the tankiest football zombies, followed by the tricky newspaper zombies. Football zombies led the charge, with newspaper zombies right behind, ready to slap newspapers on faces. Behind them came a horde of basic zombies. The newspaper zombies were truly devious. They realized they couldn't beat the more agile players one-on-one, so they stopped charging in solo. Now, they always appeared in groups, 4 or 5 zombies ganging up on a single walnut. Walnut number 3 was driven crazy by this. After getting a newspaper slapped on his face again, he didn't even bother to pull it off. He just punched out blindly. He didn't care who he hit. As long as it was an enemy, he'd get his revenge first. His luck wasn't great. He didn't hit the newspaper zombie he wanted. Even though he couldn't see, walnut number 3 clearly heard a crisp metallic clang. That sound could only come from hitting metal. Given the height and feel, it was probably a buckethead zombie. Walnut number 3 didn't think much of it. Annoyed, he tore the newspaper off his face and found himself staring at a strange-looking buckethead zombie. This buckethead zombie didn't move forward or bite the shield. Instead, he stared at walnut number 3 with a weird look. Walnut number 3 felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed and took a half-step back, trying to put some distance between them. The buckethead zombie, with his pale, swollen, dead fish eyes, showed no expression. Under walnut number 3's nervous gaze, the zombie slowly raised his hand and patted his own ear. Then he took off the bucket on his head and put it on walnut number 3's head. Bang! A hard fist hit the bucket, and the metallic echo inside rang out, making walnut number 3's head spin and his stomach churn. His head buzzed. Although this buckethead zombie's move didn't reduce Walnut's defense at all, walnut number 3 was left mentally scarred. He took off the bucket, collapsed to the ground, and gasped for breath. Even after a while, his head was still spinning. As for the buckethead zombie who'd taken off his bucket, he'd already been blown to pieces by the heavy firepower. He'd used his last moments just to let walnut number 3 know, "Don't mess with the buckethead zombie's buckets, it's really annoying." Walnut number 3, still shaken, crawled up and warned his teammates, "Whatever you do, don't hit those buckethead zombies' buckets. Those guys will go nuts. They don't care about anything else. They just want you to experience their pain." The zombie horde kept growing, and the zombie boss finally revealed his trump card. A zombie driving a catapult slowly stopped at the edge of the lawn, not moving forward, because right in front of him was the nemesis of vehicle zombies, Spikeweed. His cart was filled with basketballs, each one heavy and ready to launch. It was the catapult zombie. And Suisui had several players who'd prepared lettuce hats quickly swap out their sunflower headgear and transform into lettuce. Just as they were bracing for a barrage of basketballs from above, they realized the catapult zombie wasn't touching the balls at all. Instead, he grabbed a nearby zombie and loaded it onto the catapult. Bang! Whoosh! That zombie was launched straight into the center of the lawn. This zombie boss was really flexible. He'd even learned their modification tricks. As soon as the zombies were thrown through the air, they instantly triggered the lettuce hats. The lettuce hats spread their huge leaves, protecting all the plants within their 9-square grid. But zombies aren't like basketballs. They don't just bounce off obstacles. When the thrown zombies hit the lettuce leaves, they wobbled, then stood up and started walking toward the yard. "Oh, so you're going to bug out on me now?" And Suisui, the queen of exploiting bugs, was not having it. Jianshi quickly got up, and black chains whipped the zombies back. But more and more zombies were being tossed into the air, triggering all the lettuces on the lawn to open their leaves, covering every plant tightly. This also made it easier for zombies to walk along the leaves, so for now, they could only rely on Jianshi to whip any zombies off the leaves. "Think you're unbeatable, huh?" And Suisui was both anxious and annoyed, flipping through all her available cards. Jalapeno? No good. The catapults were out of range, so direct attacks wouldn't work. Same for cherry bombs. Spike Rock was the nemesis of catapult zombies, but those guys never rolled over the spikes, so that was useless too. Cactus could attack airborne zombies, but with so many, there was no way cacti alone could take them all out before they landed. Not enough firepower. Other plants either only attacked the ground or were purely support. The only other plant that could affect the sky, besides cactus, was Blover? And Suisui's eyes lit up in thought. Blover's main function was to blow away balloon zombies and clear fog. It was so powerful that just one could control the whole field. That's why Suisui hadn't wasted sun on it earlier. Right now, only her dad had a Blover hat. One blubber wasn't enough to threaten regular zombies, but what about 14? She had the idea, but before she could act, a new zombie type appeared. A zombie in a clown suit wobbled into view. And Suisui heard the alert, glanced up at the front line, and was instantly alarmed by the new arrival. She stared at the clown zombie's jack-in-the-box, her eyes full of panic. "Jianshe, don't let that clown zombie land, it explodes!" And not just any explosion, a defense-ignoring, instant-kill, apocalyptic blast. A true doomsday weapon. No ordinary player could survive it. Jianshe's head snapped up. The jack-in-the-box zombie was already on a catapult, speeding toward the lawn. He stopped holding back, and black mist instantly enveloped the field. A black chain shot into the air, wrapping around the flying jack-in-the-box zombie. The zombie's broken face twisted into a crazed grin. It had been doomed to explode from the start, never caring about its own life or death. But it hadn't expected to be caught mid-air, unable to touch anything. The jack-in-the-box zombie struggled, but when it couldn't break free, it simply opened the box in mid-air. "He's going to blow!" someone shouted. Thanks to Suisui's warning, Jianshe quickly hurled the soon-to-explode zombie back into the zombie horde. With a thunderous boom, the spot where the zombie landed became a blank patch. Every zombie in the blast radius was reduced to ash. This guy didn't care about friend or foe. Crisis averted, and Suisui breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to put her plan into action. If Jianshe's skill was ever on cooldown and another jack-in-the-box zombie showed up, they'd be doomed. The only thing slowing down her plant upgrades was cooldown time, but Suisui had a stockpile of cooldown cards so she could finish the setup in record time. The zombie boss didn't know this. When he saw the plants couldn't attack effectively, he was secretly delighted, thinking victory was in sight. He didn't believe that man could use his skill forever. Ah, brains, the tastiest food in the world. With the lettuce leaves blocking the view, all the plant team's actions were hidden in darkness. Since Jianshe's black chains could restrain the jack-in-the-box zombies, every time one opened its box, he'd toss it back into the zombie crowd, blowing up a huge chunk of their forces. So the zombie boss issued a new order. All jack-in-the-box zombies were to stay in the rear, with regular zombies leading the charge. He wanted to use regular zombies to exhaust Jianshe's skill, then send in the jack-in-the-box zombies once the skill was on cooldown. A real schemer. But Suisui wasn't about to let him have his way. She'd already planned for the skill cooldown problem, and 10 minutes later, the plant team's formation was finally complete. When the lettuces folded up their protective leaves, revealing a field of lush green blubber, the zombie boss thought the players had given up. But the next moment, something happened that left him stunned. 14 blubber all activated their skills at once. The previously quiet yard was suddenly swept by a howling gale, so strong even the plants themselves could barely stand it. If the game rules hadn't limited their movement, the players might have been blown into the sky. The zombies weren't so lucky. Zombies thrown into the air had no footing and couldn't resist the wind. As soon as they reached the plant side, they were blown right back. Even the zombies walking on the ground struggled to resist. Without something heavy to anchor them, regular zombies couldn't get anywhere near the frontline walnuts. Only the football zombies, Iron Gate zombies, and bobsled zombies, those heavyweights, were left on the front lines. "This wind is even stronger than I expected," Suisui said, very satisfied. "Strike while the iron's hot." With the zombie attack greatly weakened, Suisui quickly told the players to focus fire and take out the heavy zombies left on the front. These were the backbone of the zombie army. If they could wipe them out, the rest of the battle would be a breeze. A little boss hiding among the crowd hadn't expected the regular zombies to suddenly retreat, leaving him exposed among the scattered football zombies. Immediately, a barrage of attacks rained down on him, his health bar hanging over his head. He looked around in confusion, then pretended to be just another regular zombie, slowly backing away with the wind and blending back into the zombie horde. The zombie boss's furious roar echoed in his ears, but the little boss just scratched his ear, pretending not to hear, and casually grabbed a bucket from a nearby buckethead zombie, putting it on his own head. He was just a regular zombie, nothing more. He didn't hear anything, didn't do anything. After taking care of the main force of the zombie horde and eliminating any hidden dangers, the fifth wave of attacks was basically over. When the last zombie finally fell to the ground, the fifth wave was officially finished. The zombie boss kicked hard at the transparent barrier that was restraining it, its eyes coldly fixed on the direction of the plant team. No matter. This was only the first stage. As the first stage ended, all players simultaneously heard the game's announcement. Congratulations, players, for surviving the stage, daytime. You will now have 2 hours to rest. The next stage, night, will officially begin in 2 hours. Although there was a short break after each round of attacks, after 5 consecutive rounds of battle, every cell in the players' bodies was screaming for a strike. Once they collapsed to the ground, they simply couldn't get back up. At that moment, a brief wave of dizziness swept over them, and a white light flashed before their eyes. When the light faded, all the plants had returned to the small platform in front of the house. Only a bit of lush green grass remained, swaying gently in the breeze on the lawn. All the players had been restored to their original state. And Suisui was startled and quickly checked the items in her hands. Everything was still there, and the sunlight points she'd accumulated in the previous round hadn't disappeared either. Phew, thank goodness. That scared me to death. And Suisui clutched her startled little heart and collapsed to the ground, not caring about her image. This made Dad and Mom feel even more distressed. It was only their first time entering the game, and even with veteran players leading them, they'd already faced so many crises. Suisui had entered the game alone so many times before. She must have had to escape death every single time, right? And Dad rummaged through his pockets and finally found a still intact banana. Suisui, here, have a banana. And Suisui happily snuggled into her parents' arms. Jianshi lifted his eyelids, feeling that this scene was strangely familiar. As expected of father and daughter, some little habits were exactly the same. As the controllers of the game, Suisui and Jianshi were mainly mentally exhausted. Ordinary players who relied purely on physical strength had long since collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. At times like this, players who stood apart from the regular group were especially conspicuous. And Suisui held half a banana, looking conflicted. Should she eat it or not? If she didn't eat it, she'd be letting down her dad's loving intentions. But if she did eat it? And Suisui looked up at Libo, who was tense all over and looked extremely uncomfortable. In the end, she decided to put the banana aside for now and ask this uninvited player what he wanted. Libo was very nervous, extremely nervous. It wasn't because he was talking to Suisui, but because he could feel a faint, sharp gaze on him, full of killing intent. Even without turning around, he couldn't ignore it. He swallowed hard and, facing Suisui's question, quickly organized his words and laid out his purpose. Actually, I'm also a beta tester. This was completely unexpected. And Suisui pursed her lips, looking confused. But there are only 2 team leaders in this game. That was her and Jianshi. And Suisui was absolutely certain of this. So what did Libo mean by saying this? If her partner this time hadn't been Jianshi, she might have suspected the other collaborator because of Libo's words. Libo saw the look on Suisui's face and realized she'd misunderstood. He quickly waved his hands and explained everything. That's not what I mean. Of course I'm not a team leader. I didn't make it through the entire beta. I was eliminated in the 4th round. Libo was a player who had been eliminated. Hearing this, Suisui's expression grew serious. Even Jianshi, under Dad's wary gaze, thick-skinnedly moved closer. And Dad silently reminded himself several times to keep the bigger picture in mind, or he would have chased this brat away. This wasn't the first time Suisui had met a player who'd been eliminated, but it was the first time she'd actually communicated with one. And Suisui had always had a question: what exactly happened to players who were eliminated during the beta? Once Jianshi sat down, Libo no longer felt that prickling sense of danger. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and his stiff expression relaxed a bit. Jianshi also found a relatively clean spot and sat down on the ground. Then Libo began to recount his experience. Libo had entered the game for the first time on the same day as on Suisui. This had been mentioned before by Jianshi, Xiaoshuan, and other players who'd interacted with on Suisui. Everyone's entry into the game had started on that same day. In other words, the so-called extreme survival game had officially begun on that day. I failed to complete the mission in the fourth game. When the game announced I was eliminated, I immediately lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I was already back in my own room. Libo paused, as if recalling something, before continuing. During that time, I lost all memories of the game. It wasn't until the public release that those memories gradually resurfaced. So that's how it was? And Suisui felt that her questions hadn't been answered at all. In fact, she had even more now. After you regained your memories, was there anything different about you? That was all on Suisui asked. Libo thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Even the rewards I got during the beta weren't erased. Attribute points, game items, skills. I still have them all. As he spoke, Libo even demonstrated his unusual strength. Except for a few people with special professions, ordinary people couldn't possibly be this strong. But you came over during the break just to tell me this. And Suisui still found it hard to believe. Libo sneaked a glance at Jianshi, who happened to be looking at him. Libo instantly felt like he'd fallen into a bottomless abyss. That faintly oppressive aura around him forced Libo to swallow the question he'd been about to ask. Fidgeting with his fingers, Libo looked uneasy, and his voice grew even softer. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted you to know that I'm also a beta tester. If there's any hard or dirty work, just let me do it. I can handle it. Huh? And Suisui looked at him a few more times. Revealing his player identity just to take on more responsibility, she really hadn't expected that. In previous games, most players were wary and guarded, never saying a word more than necessary. This was the first time she'd seen someone voluntarily expose themselves. And Suisui's gaze toward Libo changed instantly. She relaxed her brows and, in a friendly gesture, patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, this game isn't as hard as you think. We'll definitely make it through safely. That faint gaze swept over again, and Libo felt as if the shoulder and Suisui had patted had been plunged into an icy pool, numb with cold in just a few seconds. He vaguely guessed something, quickly got up from the ground and looked serious. I've said everything I wanted to say. You team leaders take your time to rest. I'll be going now. Without waiting for Suisui's reply, he dashed off and disappeared. 2 hours later, the game switched to its second scene, night. The sun, hanging high in the sky, hurriedly disappeared, and a thick, inky darkness surged in, spreading across the entire sky. A red moon slowly rose, bringing a sliver of light to the pitch-black world. Day and night swapped in the blink of an eye. There were still 5 minutes before the game started. And Suisui opened the plant selection panel. Daytime plants weren't forbidden, but just in case, she had to pick some plants that could survive in the dark. And Suisui quickly locked in her first plant. Puff Shroom. Puff Shroom. Attack 20, defense 300, attack range. 3 tiles directly ahead. Puff Shroom's overall stats were pretty average, but the reason for choosing it was simple. It was free. Who could say no to a freebie? After picking Puff Shroom, Suisui chose her second nighttime plant, Sun Shroom. Sun Shroom produces 15 sun per cycle as a juvenile, 25 sun per cycle as an adult. It needed to grow up first, which was a bit of a hassle, but it was cheap. You never realize how expensive things are until you're in charge. Even though Suisui had a large reserve of sun points, she burned through them quickly, so she had to save wherever she could. After all, there were still 2 more scenes waiting for them. Besides those, Suisui picked a new offensive plant. Scaredy Shroom. Attack 20, defense 300, attack range, entire row. Trait. If a zombie appears within 1.5 tiles, Scaredy Shroom gets scared and stops attacking. The description was a bit odd, but its attack and defense weren't worse than a pea shooter's. Most importantly, it was cheap. One only cost 25 sun. You could get 2 scaredy shrooms for the price of 1 pea shooter. Next was a support plant, Gravebuster. Gravebuster. Removes graves, restores plantable lawn, takes 4.5 seconds per grave. This special effect was clearly going to be useful. With 4 plants chosen, there was 1 slot left. Pick a control-type plant, Jianshe reminded her from the side. So Suisui picked a plant with a large area control skill. Ice Shroom. Ice Shroom. Attack 20, defense 300. When used, all zombies in sight lose 20 HP, are frozen for 4 seconds and slowed for 15 seconds. The countdown ended, and the second scene challenge officially began. A faint light flickered on in front of the house, illuminating the quiet lawn. The fog covering the entire lawn slowly receded, gathering not far from the edge of the yard. The front half of the lawn looked just like it did during the day, but the back half was dotted with scattered gravestones. You couldn't plant anything on tiles with gravestones. This game is so tricky, not giving us any info in advance. Good thing I picked Gravebuster, and Suisui muttered, planting a sunshroom in the first tile of the first row. Unlike sunflowers, sunshrooms didn't wear a headpiece. They actually sprouted from the ground. A juvenile sunshroom was about the size of a basketball, with a beautiful golden cap. Sunshroom number 1 patted its big mushroom cap, looking at it left and right, clearly delighted. The more it looked, the more it felt the mushroom was perfect for sitting on, like a stool. So, Sunshroom number 1 tentatively put some weight on the cap. The mushroom stood firm, showing no sign of being squashed. It pressed down a bit harder. Still fine. Sunshroom number 1 grew bolder and plopped right down on the round cap. To its surprise, it really could sit on it, and the juvenile sunshroom showed no sign of collapsing. Hey, this game knows we're tired. The second level even gives us a stool, Sunshroom number 1 joked. At some point, Suisui had crouched down at the edge of the lawn, her big eyes fixed curiously on the newly sprouted sunshroom. But where does the sun come out from? She asked softly. Maybe it drops from the folds under the cap? Sunshroom number 1 guessed, but couldn't really answer. And Suisui didn't need an answer, she muttered to herself, counting the seconds on her fingers. 24 seconds later, the first sun was supposed to appear. The golden mushroom cap trembled slightly, then stilled. Huh? Where's the sun? A crowd of players had gathered outside the first row, all waiting to see how the sunshroom produced sun, but it was like a dud firework. Time was up, but nothing happened. Did we get scammed? Someone questioned. Probably not. And Suisui flipped the card in her hand over and over. It didn't say anything about the sun disappearing, but the players searched again and again, even prying open the folds under the cap, but still couldn't find the missing sun. The case of the missing sun was officially open. Sunshroom number 1 stood up and joined the search, but even when the second sun was supposed to appear, no one had found the first. Suddenly, a player seemed to realize something and stared at Sunshroom number 1's butt. The second sun came out of a little bump on the cap, but when the first sun was produced, you were sitting on it. Maybe you squashed it back in. As the players spoke, they realized something was off. I'm just guessing, not blaming you. No need to get so worked up. Sunshroom number 1 wiped the sweat from its brow. I'm not mad. Then why are you sweating so much? Oh, I just feel a bit hot, like there's a fire burning inside me. Now everyone's attention was on him. Even the walnut working in the distance craned its neck to see what would happen next, and Suisui pursed her lips and told Sunshroom number 1 to turn around. Though confused, Sunshroom number 1 obeyed, since Suisui was the team leader. When he turned, everyone noticed something odd. Sunshroom number 1 was wearing loose casual clothes, but the seat of his pants was stretched tight, not because his butt was big, but because something was stuck in the seam. Most importantly, from the gap, a faint glow was shining through. The crowd, which had been chattering away, fell silent. All eyes focused on that spot. Sunshroom number 1 sensed something was wrong, a bad feeling rising in his chest. He asked nervously, Why isn't anyone saying anything? No one answered, maybe because they didn't know what to say. until a big hand reached out, covered on Suisui's face, and dragged her out of the crowd. Jianshi. All right, show's over, nothing to see at the toilet. And Suisui still wanted to watch, but Jianshi firmly pulled her away. When Sun Shroom number 1 realized the source of the heat all over its body, its old face flushed red, and it hurriedly squatted down to deal with it. The sunlight that had gathered into a sphere was now squished out of shape, its golden color combined with Sun Shroom number 1's squatting posture, making it look very much like it was pooping. Once the players figured out what was going on, they all turned their heads away. It made them feel like a bunch of perverts peeking at someone in the bathroom. Aside from the Sun Shroom, defensive plants like Walnut and the free plant Puff Shroom were, of course, the first to be deployed. Puff Shroom, as a free plant, had attack power that was on par with the paid plants, with its only drawback being its short range. It could only attack the first 3 tiles. In other words, Puff Shroom could only serve as a frontline weapon. As a frontline defensive plant that couldn't be moved, Walnut was the perfect partner for Puff Shroom. However, when Puff Shroom saw the weapon in its hand, both it and Walnut fell silent. Puff Shroom's weapon wasn't shaped like a gun, instead it was a mushroom-shaped mask. The mask should have been an easy weapon to use, just put it on your face and it would automatically fire spore bombs, but the Puff Shroom mask looked really weird. The white base stuck out a bit in front, and the tip was covered by a purple-black mushroom cap, which sat right above the nose. Puff Shroom pinched the mask and glanced silently at Walnut ahead. Walnut turned its head away in disgust. Wearing this mask made you look like you had a black pig's nose, a short, thick nose just like the local black pigs. Well, you really had to hand it to the game designers coming up with such bizarre equipment. Puff Shroom glanced again at the tool Walnut despised, the corners of its mouth twitching. What to do? It wasn't like he wanted to wear this thing either. So the players waiting in the back heard Puff Shroom trying to persuade Walnut. Come on, don't be like that. Even if it looks a bit silly, the attack power is great. You don't even have to use your hands. Just put it on your face and it'll keep firing attacks non-stop. So easy. It's perfect for recovering from the last round's exhaustion, don't you think? Walnut player gave him a sideways look. If it's so great, why don't you wear it? Puff Shroom gave an awkward laugh. Well, I have other tasks to do. Someone else could do those tasks. It's not that I don't want to wear it, I just can't. Even though it looks like a mask, it doesn't work like one at all. It's really stuffy and uncomfortable for me. Walnut player looked unconvinced. So unwilling, huh? Puff Shroom paused, catching a glimpse of the weapon in his hand out of the corner of his eye. The design was so unique that even a glance was an eyesore. His previously soft attitude hardened again. Time to put on a show. Puff Shroom first pretended to give in, put on the mask, and while sighing, praised the Puff Shroom mask to the skies. He described it as a hidden pearl, a 1,000-mile horse waiting for its bowl. He talked it up so much that even Walnut started to wonder if the weapon was really that good. Suddenly, Puff Shroom's expression changed. He clutched his chest, bent over, and started coughing violently. Then he quickly tore the mask off his face, gasping for air as if another second with it would have killed him. Ah! He closed his eyes and wailed in pain, startling Walnut. What's wrong? Is that thing poisonous? Puff Shroom waved his hand, still panting. It's nothing, just a bit stuffy in the chest. I'll be fine in a minute. He reached for the ugly mask again. Ah, let all the pain fall on me. I can take it. He collapsed again as soon as he finished. Walnut stared at him expressionlessly for a while, then punched a zombie that was gnawing on him. Stop pretending. I was standing right behind you last round and saw you punch through a metal bucket with one hit. Puff Shroom. He'd let his guard down. This round's setup was a bit different from the last. The first row of walnuts were all quick-reacting players, while the second row of plants were chosen for their strength. In the end, the two who'd been arguing decided to settle the mask issue with rock, paper, scissors. Best 2 out of 3. Puff Shroom won both rounds. Before he could celebrate, the newly arrived Puff Shroom number 2 handed him another mask. The team leader said all players in the first 3 rows have to wear this. With your stats, you're definitely in the front 3 rows, so don't bother going back. Just wait for your equipment. Puff Shroom. So what was all that fuss for? What a mess. After the laughter, the players slowly entered the new battle scene. Once Sunshroom, Walnut, Puff Shroom, and the other plants were assigned, and Suisui began clearing the gravestones. The first gravebuster appeared on the lawn with its tools. Its equipment wasn't much better than Puff Shroom's. At this moment, the gravebuster was holding a red plastic box in its left hand and a damp brush in its right, standing in front of the gravestone looking completely lost. This wasn't what he'd imagined at all. And Suisui covered her face, not knowing how to describe these nighttime plants. Not a single one was normal. Jianshe took the gravebuster's card and found a scratch-off area in the lower right corner. He scratched it off and saw the instructions. How to use the grave-busting tool. First, use the brush to wet the gravestone, then stick all the little red cards from the box onto the gravestone. This process felt oddly familiar. He wondered if the little red cards had ads on them. Following the steps, the gravebuster stuck the red cards all over the gravestone. The hard gravestone slowly melted into a puddle of unknown liquid, seeping into the grass. Once the gravestone disappeared, the gravebuster returned to the front yard. Then, Suisui sent him to the second gravestone. The second wave of zombies came faster than the first, and in the blink of an eye, the whole yard was packed. Fortunately, Suisui's defenses were solid, and the regular zombies were all stopped in front of the walnuts. Only the areas with gravestones had the occasional mishap. The gravebuster was scrubbing away when suddenly a regular zombie was teleported onto the lawn by a gravestone, right where the gravebuster was working. The gravebuster paused and locked eyes with the suddenly appearing zombie. Hiss, hiss. The zombie bared its teeth and made exaggerated weird faces. The gravebuster silently watched the performance for a while. Once he was sure the zombie had no new tricks, he went back to work. The zombie did a handstand, trying to get the gravebuster's attention. The gravebuster didn't react at all. Unwilling to give up, the zombie wobbled over, lifted its foot, and aimed a kick at the gravebuster's butt. It wanted to show this clueless player a thing or two, but it misjudged its own balance and control. Instead of kicking the gravebuster, it knocked off a bunch of the little red cards stuck all over the gravestone. The cards scattered everywhere, and the gravebuster looked up. The tense atmosphere, centered on the zombie, slowly spread outward. Even the walnuts in the front row could feel it. They kept glancing back, splitting their attention to secretly watch how things would unfold. The gravebuster looked again at the red cards scattered on the ground, then bent down to pick them up one by one, carefully placing them into a red plastic box. He then slowly stood up and handed the red box to a nearby Puff Shroom. "Hold this for me." "Huh? Oh, okay." The Puff Shroom quickly responded, reaching out to take the gravebuster's cards. Gripping the damp brush in his hand, the gravebuster walked step by step toward the zombie, his face hidden in the darkness, expression unreadable. He was just an ordinary player with no weapons, yet he exuded a powerful sense of oppression that made the zombie feel suffocated. Every step forward felt like it was stomping on the zombie's heart. The zombie reflexively took a step back, bumping into the barrier at the edge of the lawn, unable to move any further. The gravebuster pressed forward, his face cold and stern. He raised his hand and smacked the zombie right on the forehead with his brush. Having fun? The zombie was knocked backward, only managing to stay upright by leaning against the barrier. But the gravebuster didn't let up. He switched hands and kept smacking the side of the zombie's head. The zombie was instantly knocked to the ground by the force. "Isn't it fun to have someone play with you?" The zombie struggled to get up, his slow brain finally catching up. He managed to crawl up, his face twisted with madness and ferocity, foul-smelling liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth, his pale eyes staring blankly at the gravebuster. The closer you got, the more terrifying his appearance became. But the gravebuster remained expressionless. The brush struck the zombie's forehead again, shattering the skull. When the zombie lay on the ground, the ferocity in his eyes was gone, replaced by endless confusion. Smashing a skull bare-handed, was that even humanly possible? This was insane. The ordinary zombie wanted to just give up, but the gravebuster wasn't finished. If you interrupt his work and don't pay the price, wouldn't the other zombies think he's easy to mess with? He flexed his arms, flipped the zombie over face down, and pinned his neck to keep him from scratching during the struggle. Then he started pounding every joint in the zombie's body. This player was incredibly strong, and his punches were skillful. Almost every blow shattered a bone. As he beat the zombie, he kept asking questions. Why are you lying on the ground? Get up and play. Weren't you having fun just now, doing handstands, messing with my cards, interrupting my work? I'm playing with you now, so get up. You're making such an ugly face. Are you unhappy with me? The zombie rolled his eyes wildly. Bro, all my bones are broken. How could I be unhappy with you? Please, just finish me off. Stop torturing this poor zombie, okay? The tragic part was, even though the zombie's body was shattered, because the player hadn't used a game-approved weapon, it didn't count as any real damage in the system. He was still lying there at full health, wishing he were dead. At this point, the zombie was confused about the game's mechanics. Was the system designed to protect zombies from being slaughtered or to make sure players had their fun? He'd been beaten like this, and still wasn't dead. Unfortunately, zombies couldn't speak human language, so he couldn't beg for mercy. He could only passively endure the pain until the Gravebuster's anger was spent. From a distance, Suisui watched the one-sided beatdown, then smugly winked at Jian Shi. See? I told you Gravebuster was a high-risk job. You need the strongest player for it. This Gravebuster had been handpicked by Suisui. Rumor had it that in real life, he was a boxing coach who'd won many awards in his youth and even trained several Interstellar League champions after retirement. After the first siege battle, Suisui had figured out some patterns. First, unless you used the game's approved methods, no other attacks could actually harm zombies. Second, the more rigid the rules, the more loopholes there were. The game didn't seem able to intervene or change the rules mid-game. She'd felt a strong sense of being watched several times. Maybe the game was monitoring them from the shadows, but nothing ever happened. Third, zombies could only hurt plants if they actually scratched, bit, or otherwise physically harmed the players. Because of these restrictions, Suisui and Jian Shi's formidable strength was basically useless. Aside from giving commands and occasionally controlling the field, they couldn't do much. But on the flip side, these rules also created hidden dangers for the zombies, like right now. The ordinary zombie lay on the ground, wishing for death, his body broken but his mind clear. He watched helplessly as the Gravebuster finished his work and left, but he could only keep lying there. Because plant weapons had auto-targeting and zombies lying on the ground weren't in the system's targeting range, the plants couldn't attack him. With the grave gone, no other zombies could get in, so he was left awkwardly behind, out of place in this world. What did I do to deserve this? Why did I have to mess with that guy? The zombie thought, utterly defeated. The Gravebuster's ruthlessness had deeply intimidated the zombie horde. After that, whenever the Gravebuster went to work, no zombie ever came out of the grave he was working on to bother him. All the zombies, whether intentionally or not, avoided his area. As for the Gravebuster himself, he didn't care what the zombies thought. In fact, he was quite satisfied with the situation, diligently scrubbing walls, posting little ads, and watching the tough gravestones dissolve into stinky puddles. He was completely absorbed in his work. The plant team's easy progress agitated the zombie boss, who was hiding in the shadows. He glared viciously at the ever-growing plant army across from him, then suddenly opened his mouth and emitted a sound wave that normal humans couldn't hear. A mini-boss lurking among the zombies received the zombie boss's command. Shocked, he accidentally bumped into the back of another zombie, knocking his own eyeball out. The zombie behind him didn't notice and stepped right on the eyeball, squashing it to a pulp. The mini-boss was furious. He grabbed the other zombie by the neck, dug out his eyeball, and popped it into his own socket. How could a handsome zombie like him be missing an arm or a leg? Now he understood. The zombie boss must be jealous of his good looks, which is why he gave such a crazy order, hoping he'd die on the front lines. That way, no one would compete with him for the title of the most handsome zombie. Dream on. After putting his eyeball back in, the little boss happily admired his own good looks in the reflection of a metal sheet, all the while cursing the zombie boss as shameless in his heart. Although he didn't want to pay attention to the zombie boss, the pressure of hierarchy meant he had to carry out the orders given to him. Just thinking about it made him angry. The little boss snatched a newspaper from a newspaper zombie and dawdled his way past the walnut defense line. Just as he was about to take another step forward, he suddenly felt a tug at his waist. Looking down, he saw that a walnut had grabbed his waistband. He turned around, baring his teeth and waving his arms, signaling for the walnut to let go of his waistband. That was the only intact item he'd managed to strip from the last batch of human players. It was precious. But the player had no idea what the little boss meant, only staring at this zombie who had suddenly slipped through the gap, gripping his waistband tightly and refusing to let him go. He asked the walnut next to him, "Did you see how he got through?" The other walnut scratched his head in confusion. "How else? He just walked through, right? He's not a pole-vaulting zombie, so how else could he get through?" But walnut number 3 wasn't satisfied with this answer. "How could he just walk through?" "Why couldn't he just walk through?" "No, what I mean is, as a regular zombie, how could he just walk through?" "If he doesn't just walk through, how else would he get through?" The two walnuts launched into a heated debate about whether a regular zombie could just walk through or not. The little boss was getting dizzy from their circular logic, tugging anxiously at his waistband. "Why do you care how I got through? Just let go of my waistband, will you?" "Let go. Let go already. If you don't let go, I'm not going to be polite." The little boss hissed and growled, but the two walnuts, annoyed by his interruption of their argument, simply yanked him by the waistband and tossed him back to the front line. Then they went right back to their discussion. The little boss landed on the ground, fuming as he glared at the two walnuts, vowing to show them just how powerful he was. He lowered his head, muttering something under his breath. The next second, the parts of the lawn where no plants had been planted began to rumble, and one cold gravestone after another emerged from the ground, filling every empty patch of grass. The plants were stunned for a moment. Even Suisui was caught off guard. She felt this move was really breaking the rules. Jianshi also sensed something was wrong. According to the underlying rules they'd figured out, the game's difficulty was supposed to increase gradually, since the player's strength was also growing step by step. In theory, the zombie and plant teams were supposed to be evenly matched. A sudden mass of gravestones would definitely upset the game's balance, so it couldn't be part of the normal progression. It had to be a special skill from a special zombie, just like the control-type skills he and Suisui had. So, who had this skill? Jianshi's gaze swept over all the zombies present. All familiar faces. None of the zombies looked any different. "What's going on?" he muttered under his breath. Hiding among the zombie horde, the little boss had no idea he'd already given himself away. He just watched the plant team's players with their shocked and panicked expressions, feeling a small sense of pride. Then he controlled the zombies around him, sending a large number of them teleporting into the plant team's interior. With so many zombies gone, the front line suddenly looked much emptier. The little boss thought for a moment, then took a step forward himself, using the power of the gravestones to slip directly into the plant team's ranks. Because of this sudden turn of events, the plant team's current plants went all out, firing wildly with unprecedented firepower. Any zombie that left a gravestone was immediately blasted to pieces. The little boss shrank back, and when no one was looking, quietly retreated from the front line. He picked another gravestone teleport spot and popped up on the plant lawn again, jumping back and forth right under the players' noses. This strange behavior finally caught Jianshi's attention. To be honest, the little boss didn't look much different from the other zombies. Jianshi was only able to recognize him thanks to the shiny leather belt around his waist. He noticed that there was always one zombie who would suddenly appear and then disappear again. Each time his appearance would change a bit. Sometimes he looked like a regular zombie, sometimes a buckethead, sometimes dressed as a newspaper zombie. This never happened with any other zombie. "See that zombie with the belt?" Jianshi quietly shared his findings with Suisui. There's something off about him. And Suisui had also noticed the little boss. He never attacked other plants, always hid behind the other zombies, and acted like a slacker, just blending into the horde and trying to survive. After thinking for a moment, Suisui sent out a heavyweight player, the Gravebuster. She also had a shovel ready, just in case the Gravebuster got hurt and needed to be dug out quickly. The Gravebuster was a huge deterrent to regular zombies. Even though he looked much weaker than the zombies, none of them dared challenge his authority. They all avoided him and attacked the back lines instead. This time, the Gravebuster wasn't focused solely on the gravestones. Tool in hand, he stood in place, waiting for his prey. The team leader had said his target was a zombie with a black leather belt. It could be any type of zombie, but usually he'd be disguised as a regular conehead or buckethead zombie. The little boss, completely unaware, gleefully darted between the gravestone teleporters until he randomly teleported right onto the lawn where the Gravebuster was waiting. The moment they ran into each other, the little boss froze, cautiously taking 2 steps back and turning sideways to show the gravestone behind him, signaling that he absolutely wouldn't interfere with the Gravebuster's work. But the violent player said nothing, just stared at the belt around his waist with a strange look, then slowly raised his head to look him in the face. Did he have his eye on my belt too? The little boss was both shocked and angry, and before he knew it, he met the Gravebuster's deep, intimidating gaze. He saw the Gravebuster slowly flex his fingers, and when he clenched his fist, his knuckles cracked like bones breaking. Just the sound made the little boss's bones ache. He was clearly ready to fight at any moment. The little boss's anger vanished instantly. He glanced sadly at his belt, then, with trembling, stiff fingers, slowly unbuckled it and handed it over to the Gravebuster's outstretched hand. Here, take it. Take it all. As long as you don't hit me, anything is fine. The Gravebuster was suddenly handed a belt, and his fierce expression froze in confusion. He looked at the belt in his hand, then at the little boss in front of him, whose eyes were full of sincerity, and scratched his head in puzzlement. What's this supposed to mean? Is he asking me to whip him with the belt? And yet he could actually see sincerity on a zombie's face. How bizarre. Given the other's friendly attitude, the Gravebuster softened his tone and tried to communicate. He tugged at the belt, doing his best to make his expression gentler. Little zombie, do you want a punch or a whipping? The little boss didn't understand a word the Gravebuster said. With his escape route blocked, he could only cower and tremble in the corner. Then he saw the Gravebuster pull the belt taut. The Gravebuster's face grew even more menacing as he barked something at him. Did he think it wasn't enough? But the belt was the most valuable thing he had. Pitifully, the little boss fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a shiny card, handing it to the Gravebuster. The Gravebuster was even more bewildered. What on earth was this little zombie trying to do, stuffing things into his hands? Taking things from others makes it hard to act tough, so the Gravebuster felt a bit awkward about hitting him. He turned to look at Suisui in the distance, hoping for some guidance from the team leader. This zombie keeps trying to bribe me. What am I supposed to do? And Suisui's original order was to have the Gravebuster subdue the little boss just like the previous zombie, break his bones and see if he could still use his skills. But after witnessing the little boss's intelligence, which far surpassed that of ordinary zombies, she changed her mind and told the Gravebuster to tie the little boss to a gravestone with the belt. The little boss was very cooperative, not resisting at all, thinking that as long as he wasn't beaten, anything was fine. Once the little boss was restrained, it took less than a minute for the newly emerged gravestones to sink back into the ground, leaving only a few scattered ones on the surface. It seemed the earlier anomaly was indeed caused by this strange zombie. So what was his identity? A mutant zombie? The mastermind behind the game? Or maybe the game's boss? They speculated for a while, but with no evidence, they had to give up. Seeing how easily the little boss was captured, the zombie boss could tell he was slacking off. Furious but helpless, he could only watch as the players cleared out all the visible zombies. By now, There wasn't a single living zombie outside the lawn, and the inside was empty and lushly green. But the game didn't announce the end of the first wave, nor did it reward the players with new cards for the second round. The players waited and waited, but the game seemed to freeze, with no response at all. What's going on? Did the game freeze? Is it because that tied-up guy isn't dead yet? Maybe. Should we try killing him? The players on the lawn discussed the situation, and some even raised their weapons, ready to attack the little boss at any moment. Although he couldn't understand what the players were saying, the little boss could feel their intense hostility and stared at them in shock. Hadn't they already won? Why did they still want to attack him? It seemed so unreasonable. Huff! Huff! The little boss was desperate, but with his hands and feet tied, he couldn't even gesture. All he could do was stretch his neck and bang his head against the gravestone in Morse code. Unfortunately, except for Jianshi, no one present could understand the message, and the players were just shocked by his frantic self-harm. Whispers broke out again. Should we really kill him? He seems a bit off in the head. What are you talking about? Zombies don't have brains. They're supposed to eat brains, aren't they? Well, you need to have a brain to replenish it in the first place. So, do we kill him or not? The players were stuck in a dilemma over whether to kill the little boss. Jianshi, meanwhile, was deep in thought. Why would a zombie use Morse code, and such an old version at that? Unless this guy wasn't born a zombie, maybe he'd lived in the human world, or maybe he was originally human. Next to him, Suisui was trying hard to find something to stand on. After humanity entered the interstellar era, and with the development of all kinds of nutrient solutions, people's nutrition became more balanced, and the average adult height stabilized at over 1.7 meters. Someone like Suisui, who was just over 1.5 meters tall, was now quite rare. She'd occasionally been bothered by her height before, but never as much as now. Her makeshift step had been crushed, and her line of sight dropped instantly. Hiding behind players who were all over 1.7 meters tall, she couldn't see what was happening at the front at all. After a few failed attempts at jumping, she had no choice but to ask a nearby, still tall by interstellar standards guy for help. What's going on up there? And Suisui looked up, slightly out of breath from her recent exertion, her cheeks flushed a bright red, and her big eyes misty, giving her a pitiful, aggrieved look. Jianshi snapped out of his thoughts and, looking down, was hit by the cuteness overload. He squinted, tongue pressing lightly against his back teeth, and replied with a question of his own. Can't see the front? Want me to carry you? And Suisui immediately felt provoked, widened her eyes, and huffed off to the side, muttering as she went, Who are you looking down on? I'll find a way myself. Jianshi was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized and, feeling a bit regretful, patted his head and followed after her, pretending to explain casually. It's a bit complicated up there, hard to explain in a few words. I think it's best if you see for yourself. If you don't want me to carry you, I could give you a piggyback ride instead. And Suisui ignored him, but after searching the front yard and finding nothing suitable to stand on, she had to accept her fate. Looks like she'd have to pack more stuff in her backpack next time. Jianshi coughed, crouched down, covered his mouth to hide his smile, and said in a serious tone, Don't make things hard for yourself. Letting me carry you is the best solution, and you'll have a perfect view. And Suisui thought about it and realized he had a point. In the end, she relented, climbing onto Jianshi's back and asking him seriously, I'm still cool, right? Jianshi lowered his head so his expression couldn't be seen, but his voice was a little hoarse, as if he was holding something back. Super cool, I promise. Not seeing anything unusual on Jianshi's face, Suisui didn't press further, and instead focused on observing the situation on the lawn. At this point, all the zombies on the lawn had been cleared out, leaving only the little boss, shivering and tied to a gravestone. Could it be that they really had to deal with this guy too for the game to end? And Suisui felt a bit regretful. This zombie was quite special. She actually wanted to keep him around a bit longer. Just as Suisui was about to look away, thanks to the little boss's frantic hints, she finally noticed a not-so-obvious zombie hiding in a secret corner. Huh? Wasn't that the one whose bones were smashed by the gravebuster at the very beginning? He was still alive? And Suisui was surprised. Because the lighting was dim and the zombie was lying in an inconspicuous corner, no one had noticed him. He'd slipped through the cracks. So the reason the game wasn't progressing was because there was still a zombie left on the field. Should we take care of it? Jianshi asked. That zombie's position was a bit tricky. Normal attacks couldn't reach him. And Suisui was about to answer when she suddenly realized that the plants on the lawn weren't restricted and sunlight was still coming in. In other words, even though the game's progress was stalled, it wasn't stopping the plant team from developing. A light bulb went off in her head, and Suisui instinctively tightened her arms and excitedly shook Jianshi's head. I found a game bug! Unless there was a major scene change, the plants on the lawn wouldn't be cleared at the end of each round. So they could totally use this stuck time to develop their plant army, right? This wasn't a game freeze. It was a game blessing. Jianshi was shaken so hard that, if not for his steady stance, he would have toppled over with Suisui. He steadied himself, a bit helpless. All right, I know what you want to do. Can you stop shaking me now? After figuring out why the game was stuck, Suisui quickly made a plan. Who cares about that zombie? The longer he stays, the better. On the zombie side, the zombie boss had already assembled the next wave, but after waiting a long time, the teleport gate still hadn't opened. What was going on? He sensed something was wrong and kept looking toward the courtyard, but on the surface, nothing seemed out of the ordinary with the plant team. Time ticked by slowly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. It wasn't until 2 hours later, under the zombie boss's anxious roars, that the teleport gate finally opened. The long-waiting zombies surged forward, but as soon as they reached the walnut defense line, they realized the plant team's firepower was way too much. The first wave of zombies barely touched the walnut line before more than half were wiped out. Only about a third, badly injured, managed to barely touch the walnut's shield before collapsing under its strange smile. Before the zombie boss could react, the first wave had already been completely cleared. Impossible! The gap between the plant and zombie teams couldn't be this huge. The zombie boss, furious, raised his binoculars to look at the plant team's lawn, and instantly his anger boiled over. His long, dead, icy heart was pounding with rage. Cheating! They're cheating! The 5th stage had only just transitioned to the 5th siege wave, but the plant team was already armed to the teeth. This was ridiculous. They had to be cheating. The zombie boss cursed up a storm, but there was nothing he could do to the players. He was still tightly bound by the rules, only able to send out a fixed number of zombies to attack the courtyard each time, while the plant team had already reached peak combat power. What's the point of playing? Might as well go to sleep. Muttering and cursing, he knew there was no way they could win this stage. Still, the zombie boss couldn't help but send out more minions, trying again and again to break through. The plant team was now so stable that Suisui barely needed to pay attention to get through the 5th wave. She held 5 cards in her hand, thinking about how to use the attributes of these 5 plants to set up an effective defense. The 5 new plants she'd obtained were Hypno Shroom, Magnet Shroom, Lantern Grass, Gloom Shroom, and Garlic. Hypno Shroom could turn enemy zombies to their side. Magnet Shroom could absorb metal objects. Lantern Grass, as the name suggests, was a lantern that illuminated the field. Gloom Shroom looked like an octopus and could attack in 4 directions at once, with projectiles that pierce zombie armor. Garlic was the most interesting. Zombies that ate it would get nauseous and be forced to change their attack path. Jianshi wasn't idle either, sitting at the edge of the lawn and trying to chat with the little boss, now a hostage zombie. That's right. Once the last broken zombie from the previous wave was dealt with, the game would continue, but the little boss's fate didn't seem to affect the progress of a single round. Even if he didn't die, it wouldn't impact the game's operation. So Jianshi had the players tie up this unusual zombie at the very front and tried to communicate with him using old-fashioned Morse code. The little boss wasn't very bright. Most things had to be explained to him in all sorts of ways before he understood. But when it came to Morse code, it was like it was ingrained in his bones. His responses were lightning fast. John sure couldn't help but wonder about the origin of this batch of zombies. Unfortunately, the little boss seemed to have lost his memory and couldn't provide any useful information. At first, the little boss had just been a regular zombie. It was only by fighting desperately against the players and secretly eating brains several times that he finally evolved into what he was now. While Jianshi was lost in thought, the little boss quietly flexed his wrists. Being tied up with a belt for so long was really uncomfortable, and he was still heartbroken over his belt being ruined by these clueless humans. If it weren't for the dangerous vibe coming from the man in front of him, and the fact that the nearby sunflower was so strong, the little boss would have run away long ago. The only reason he'd survived from a regular zombie to now was because his clever brain always told him how to avoid danger. For example, right now, he figured as long as he didn't provoke these players, he should be able to survive. As for the outcome of the game or the revival of the zombie race, what did that have to do with him? He was just a little boss with a few special abilities, that's all. Lost in thought, the little boss saw a petite female player bouncing over. Her skin was tender and she looked delicious. The more the little boss thought about it, the more he couldn't help but drool, his eyes full of hunger. And Suisui was sharp. She immediately sensed that starving ghost meets food look and glared, then smacked the little boss on the head. What the heck? He hadn't looked at her like that before, but now that she was here, he was drooling. Did she really look that tasty? And Suisui ground her back teeth menacingly and immediately called for a player up front to bring over a garlic. Hungry? Eat garlic! Although the little boss was immune to garlic's skill effects, he was still so disgusted he was practically dying all over again. He lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, looking like he was about to die a second time, and finally endured until Suisui stopped tormenting him. After a bit of playful teasing, Suisui turned her attention back to pondering the correct way to use plants. The potential of the plants was huge, it just needed someone with a discerning eye to bring it out. First, she distributed a batch of magnet shrooms to the walnuts and puff shrooms on the front lines. The effect of the magnet shrooms was obvious. As soon as a zombie carrying anything made of iron got close, the magnet shroom's magnetic pull would activate, and in no time the zombies who came armed would be stripped bare. Most zombies, once stripped, were just ordinary zombies. Only the football zombie was a bit special. After his iron armor was pulled off by the magnet shroom, it turned out he wasn't wearing anything underneath, exposing his skinny body to the air. The players were so put off, they didn't even want to take his armor. It was an eyesore. After a while, since the iron items absorbed by the magnet shrooms didn't disappear right away, piles of junk started to accumulate around the players in the first 2 rows. The piles kept growing until there was nowhere left to put new items. Can we get rid of this stuff? It's getting crowded," complained a walnut player. He was still thinking about how to deal with the junk without getting in everyone's way when he heard Suisui shout from the back, "Keep the buckets and armor, and maybe 1 pole for emergencies. Pass the rest to the sides and throw it out of the yard." "What do we need the buckets for?" the walnut muttered, rubbing his shiny forehead. A teammate nudged him, waggling his eyebrows. "Are you dumb? Buckets are super useful. You can't just stuff garlic and jalapenos in your pocket, can you? Those things could blow your pants off if you're not careful. Isn't it safer to keep them in a bucket?" "Oh, right." The walnut suddenly understood. A bucket is a bucket, after all. It's for holding things. How could he have been so dense? Happily, he took out the jalapenos he'd been carefully storing in his pocket and put them all in the bucket. The moment he took out the peppers, he felt a huge sense of relief. No more worrying about accidental explosions. The usefulness of buckets quickly caught on. Soon, every plant team member had a bucket, and the walnuts and puff shrooms on the front lines even had 2 or 3, all filled to the brim with jalapenos, cherries, garlic, and other consumables. They thought the Buckethead zombies would be mad seeing this, but weirdly, the new Buckethead zombies who arrived would pause when they saw the buckets on the ground, then take the buckets off their own heads and hand them over to the players, eyes gleaming with a strange excitement. Then there was the armor stripped from the football zombies. While wearing it didn't increase a player's defense, If their defense value hit 0 and they didn't get away in time, the armor would protect their bodies from harm. Strong players could even go toe-to-toe with the zombies, sometimes winning, sometimes losing. The usefulness of the pole hadn't shown itself yet, but after everything else, most players had full confidence in their leader, convinced it would come in handy sooner or later. After squeezing all the usefulness out of the magnet shrooms, Suisui set her sights on gloom shrooms and garlic. How to use gloom shrooms? To maximize their effect, they had to be planted in the middle of the lawn, and only when the enemy managed to break through to the inner area. Given how stable things were, they probably didn't need it right now, but Suisui decided to plant one in the center just in case. Next was garlic. Garlic's effect was also clear. If a row's defense was weak but the enemy's firepower was too strong, you could use garlic to redirect some zombies to other lanes. The next wave of zombies came fast. A dense horde appeared at the front lines in the blink of an eye. Looking at the mass of zombies, Suisui suddenly remembered the upgrade cards she'd been saving for emergencies. She planted 2 kernel bolts and upgraded them to corncob cannons, wanting to test their power. The corncob cannons immediately drew everyone's attention. They looked impressive, cartoonish giant corncobs taking up 2 whole tiles each. No matter how you looked at them, they seemed powerful. But there was a catch. The corncob cannons weren't fully automatic. On a little wooden platform at the back of each cannon was a box of slender matches. Players had to use the matches to light the fuse before the cannon could fire. The lucky player chosen to fire the cannon rubbed his hands together in excitement. He'd never gotten to play with a real cannon in real life. "Leader, should we fire now?" "No rush." And Suisui spread her wings and flew up to survey the front lines, then started planting lots of garlic and issued new orders. "Walnuts in rows 1, 3, and 5. Stop attacking for now and start stuffing garlic into the zombies' mouths." The 4 players immediately got to work. A large number of zombies, disgusted by the garlic, slowly converged toward the center. The 2 walnuts in the middle held their ground under heavy pressure, gathering a huge crowd of zombies. Once they were all in place, Suisui gave the order, and the corncob cannon finally fired. A yellow cannonball shot out, landing right in the middle of the dense horde, blowing every zombie in a 3x3 grid to pieces. The power was astonishing. And Suisui was very satisfied with the corncob cannon's attack and checked it off on her plan. It's a shame garlic is produced so slowly and used up so fast, it's not very cost-effective. Each time you planted garlic, it only produced 3 bulbs before expiring. Factoring in the cost, using the corncob cannon even once was more expensive than Suisui had expected. What to do about that? And Suisui hovered in the air, flapping her wings as she thought. At some point, Jianshi appeared beside her, reached out and poked her slender ankle. "Have you tried splitting the garlic apart?" A garlic bulb has lots of cloves. If this worked, one plant could be used 10 times. And Suisui got so excited she lost her balance and fell out of the sky. Jianshi caught her, nearly laughing himself to death. "How have you had this skill for so long and still not gotten used to flying?" His eyes sparkled with amusement, the corners of his brows lifting in a way that made him look both cocky and charming. And Suisui didn't care, hopping to the ground and shaking her shoulders as she folded her wings away. Who could ever get used to having wings? Honestly, it was a little embarrassing. She'd spent ages looking for something to stand on earlier, completely forgetting she could fly, and ended up getting Jianshi to carry her for a while. Tisk! Really? There was no time to waste. New orders were issued and put into practice on the front lines. After being split up, the garlic's effect wasn't quite as strong as at first. The zombies' disgusted expressions faded a bit, but they still instinctively switched targets, moving to another lane. With this, Suisui's strategy was a complete success. Thus, the entire second stage ended in a blaze of glory, victory achieved with a pile of cheats. After the second stage, the players gathered together, chatting and laughing, sharing experiences, and feeling that victory was just ahead. But Suisui didn't think it would be that simple. She discussed it with Jianshi. Based on the strength the enemy revealed in the first stage, the second stage should have featured more and more special zombies with unique abilities. Overall, the enemy should have been much stronger than in the first stage. But in reality, throughout the second stage, although the number of zombies nearly doubled compared to the first, their quality was far inferior. There were almost no new types. This made Suisui wary. She couldn't shake the feeling that the mastermind behind the zombie team was hiding some scheme. After being tormented by the players, the little boss was finally able to return to the zombie side when the second stage ended. As soon as he got back, he heard the zombie boss calling for him. He shrank his neck, his remaining wits spinning as he tried to figure out how to respond. Had the zombie boss found out he'd been slacking off? No way, right? He'd been so careful. There's no way the zombie boss should have noticed. After dawdling for a while, the little boss finally dragged himself to where the zombie boss was. The zombie boss didn't show himself directly, but sat high up on his throne, looking down and issuing a special mission. For the first wave of the third stage, the little boss was to lead a large group of special zombies and, during the final reinforcement phase, break straight through to the middle of the players' courtyard and carry out a massacre. Charge right into the middle of the players? With him in the lead? The little boss's alarm bells went off, and he hesitated, not daring to agree. Even though he knew it didn't matter whether he agreed or not, when the time came, he'd have to do it anyway. Still, he tried to save himself with words. The zombie boss saw right through him, snorted coldly, and explained his plan in a sinister tone. "Don't worry. As long as you follow my plan, you won't die." Something was wrong with that group of players. They'd managed to stall for 2 hours after the first wave, and then, at the start of the second wave, ramped up their firepower to the max, making the rest of the battle impossible to win. If the zombie team wanted victory, they'd have to take out a bunch of players while they were still developing. Kill as many as possible. The zombie boss wasn't stupid. He'd only made it to the position of zombie king after going through a lot. Even if his mind wasn't as quick as a human's, he was still full of devious ideas. Ever since he noticed the enemy players acting strangely, he'd deliberately held back his own firepower, only sending out the types of zombies the players were already familiar with to be cannon fodder. The special zombies that should have appeared were kept in reserve, to be unleashed all at once in the third stage for a blitz attack. He wanted to see how those players would handle sudden chaos. Soon, with a game prompt, the third stage officially began. And Suisui suddenly felt her vision blur, as if someone had slapped a pair of 1,000-degree glasses on her face. Just a glance made her dizzy, and she had to close her eyes and rest for a moment. When she opened her eyes again, the third stage had already loaded. The third round's setting was a pool. In that brief moment of lost consciousness, the courtyard lawn had completely changed. Now the entire front yard was covered with swimming lanes, not a patch of land left. This was the scene for the third stage. Fortunately, Suisui was alert. The moment new plants appeared, she immediately selected some with especially distinctive abilities. Among them was the most crucial plant for this round, the lily pad. Without it, this round would be over before it even started. And Suisui let out a breath and began methodically planting lily pads on the water's surface. The lily pads were large. Though they looked thin, they were very stable. Players standing on them felt almost no difference from standing on solid ground, so their combat ability wasn't affected. The setup this time wasn't much different from before. Aside from the lily pads underfoot, the first row was still walnuts, and the last row was still mostly sunflowers. And Suisui would never give up on accumulating sunlight until the very end. Soon, the first zombie appeared. It was still the familiar regular zombie, except now it wore a little yellow duck swim ring around its waist. And Suisui had plenty of sunlight and plants, so she wasn't afraid of the relatively sparse zombies at the start. But this time, she ran into trouble. While setting up, she realized that her planned layout was fine, but the biggest problem was that the lily pad's cooldown was too long. Without lily pads as a base, no plant could survive on the water. By the time she'd finished laying out the first 2 rows, the accumulated zombies could have drained the pool dry. What to do? And Dad, sensing his daughter's anxiety, grew worried too. He even made sure to block Jian Shi, who was always hanging around their family. "What are you looking at?" He'd been too busy last round to give him trouble, but don't think he hadn't noticed this brat getting close to his daughter. John Schur, under in Dad's death glare, wandered over to the pool and tested the water. Chilly. Maybe he could sneak some back later and try it out. This stage was so unusual that the zombie boss was determined to make the players suffer, making the front line more and more tense. When the first diving zombie appeared, bypassing the walnuts and heading straight for the back of the courtyard, Suisui clearly heard a string in her mind snap. If the game wasn't going to play fair, then neither would she. A fierce red light flashed in Suisui's eyes, little horns faintly appearing as she stomped to the poolside. With a swish, she tore the lily pad under the sunflower in half, then picked up one half and slapped it onto an empty square. The player who lost half their lily pad wobbled for a moment, but quickly regained their balance. Lily pads were big enough that even half was enough to stand on. No big deal. Immediately, Suisui issued a new order. "Everyone split your lily pads. Frontline players, don't bother fighting the zombies. What's the point? Just go steal their swim rings." The first diving zombie was quickly dealt with. The second one, having just slipped underwater and missed the scene, thought to himself that with the plant team's current firepower, the zombies would soon wipe them out. But as he surfaced with a sneer, 4 or 5 dark gun barrels were already aimed at him. In just a few shots, the diving zombie was sent straight to zombie heaven. He died without ever figuring out how these guys had managed to ramp up their combat power so quickly. How could the number of plants double in the time it took to dive underwater? Cheating. They must be cheating. He died with his eyes wide open, full of grievance. What he didn't know was that he was actually one of the lucky ones. If you were to compare who had it worse, the regular zombies had even more to complain about. These utterly ruthless players didn't just beat them up. They stole their gear and did nothing remotely humane. Last round, it was just stealing buckets and stripping off armor. This round was even worse. They even took the zombies' essential swimming rings. Without their swimming rings, the zombies became clumsy and immediately sank to the bottom and died. Meanwhile, those despicable human players were using the stolen gear to splash around and have fun in the water. It was like they were dancing on the zombies' graves. It wasn't just the regular zombies. Even the zombie boss, who'd always been the big shot in the zombie world, was completely thrown off by the players' antics. Good grief. These players were really something else, even stealing from zombies. Couldn't they just play the game normally for once? He held back, but when it was finally time to unleash a horde of zombies, he couldn't contain his rage any longer. His grayish eyes fixed on the little boss, who was lying on the ground, playing dead. "It's your turn. If you can't take out a few plants, don't bother coming back." With that, he kicked the little boss out of the zombie world. The little boss stood in the mist, just a step away from the player's yard. One more step, and he'd be in their line of sight. He started off sobbing, convinced he was doomed. Then he looked at the special zombies the boss had assigned to go with him. Regular diving zombies, dolphin rider zombies, bungee zombies, gargantuars, and more. The zombie team's offensive looked fierce. Normally, a wave like this would leave the plant team devastated, if not wiped out. But this time, their opponents were human players. These players had brains he envied, always coming up with unexpected tricks. Especially this group. They were the most unpredictable humans he'd ever encountered. The little boss wasn't as optimistic as the zombie boss. His mind spun, thinking about how he could slack off and survive the coming chaos. And Suisui calmly laid lotus leaves across the pool, placing various functional plants on them according to her plan. Then she began steadily stacking firepower. Just then, she felt a chill, her right eyelid twitching uneasily, a sign that something was about to happen. She spread her wings and flew into the air, watching the mist where the yard and zombie world met. Under her gaze, the little boss slowly stepped out of the mist. He was wearing a diving suit now, and since he'd given away his black belt, he looked no different from the other zombies. And Suisui didn't recognize him, but she instinctively sensed danger. The little boss blended in with the crowd of regular zombies, moving forward with the horde, entering the water and sneaking past the walnut defense, acting just like any other diving zombie. But once he got past the walnuts, he immediately used his summoning skill. Suddenly, portals appeared above the pool, and a flood of zombies with special abilities poured into the center of the pool. At this point, the plant team's setup wasn't complete. The half-lotus leaves couldn't support the weight of pumpkin shells, so only the frontline walnuts were protected. The players behind them had no pumpkin armor yet. And Suisui's pupils contracted as she watched the chaos erupt at the front. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to command. It was a mess. Total chaos. So many zombies had suddenly appeared behind the players' defenses, all with different abilities, and none of the players had encountered them before. She couldn't give targeted orders all at once, and the players facing the zombies were even more panicked than she was. Even if she gave orders, they might not be able to carry them out properly. Still, to minimize injuries, Suisui immediately used her time freeze skill, stopping most of the special zombies in their tracks. With limited time, she steadied herself and quickly relayed some of her pre-planned countermeasures to the frontline players, calming them down a bit. When the time freeze ended, her skill went on cooldown. Jian Shi's skill followed up. Black mist slowly spread over the pool, and black chains rose from the ground, slowing the zombies' advance as much as possible. The largest groups among the special zombies were the diving zombies and dolphin rider zombies. Their skills were relatively ordinary, but they had one trait. They would skip the first plant they encountered and start eating from the second row. The first and second rows of players didn't have lotus leaves, so they borrowed the regular zombies' little yellow duck floaties to stay afloat. Now, the second row was about to be flanked by dolphins and diving zombies, and the players were panicking. The dolphin rider zombies slapped the backs of their zombie dolphins, which let out a piercing screech and leapt toward the second lane. At that moment, the players in the first row, all on little yellow ducks, pulled out their iron rods and jabbed them into the air. Squelch! No one knew what they hit, but the zombie dolphin's screech changed pitch and it fell from midair, dragging the dolphin rider zombie down with it, both vanishing into the water. The first counterattack was a success, and the players' confidence soared. They could finally face their fears head-on. The diving zombies weren't faring any better. Because of the rules, they had to surface to bite the plants. But as soon as they swam under the first row of plants and tried to come up, an iron rod was pressed against their heads. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break the surface. The diving zombies struggled wildly, almost flipping the second row of plants, but the rods were long enough, and the third row players helped at the critical moment, forcing the zombies back down. When the diving skill expired, the diving zombies, eyes full of unwillingness, slowly sank to the bottom. Just then, an arrow flew from the sky, piercing right through the half-lotus leaf under a pea shooter. The pea shooter froze, then immediately turned to their leader for help. The zombies on the other side were up to their tricks again, and Suisui also saw the arrow, and information about the related zombie immediately surfaced in her mind. Bungee zombie. He uses an arrow to mark his target, then drops from the sky to steal a plant. This was bad, and Suisui's petite face was full of seriousness. When the bungee zombie steals a plant, not even a pumpkin can protect it, and there was no lettuce near the pea shooter for backup. If he got caught, there'd be no saving him. Given the current situation, any plant that got stolen was as good as dead. After thinking it through, Suisui quickly made a decision. Pea shooter number 9, borrow a yellow duck swim ring from the player in front. Borrow a swim ring? The players instantly caught on to Suisui's train of thought. They quickly pulled up their lily pads and tossed them to the player ahead. The player in front also took off their yellow duck swim ring and handed it to pea shooter number 9. As soon as the pea shooter put on the swim ring, he heard a faint, sinister laugh from above. A short zombie with a rope around his waist dropped from the sky, cackling as he approached, eyes full of malice. Dive! The pea shooter took a deep breath, and just as the zombie's claws were about to grab him, he suddenly sank down, submerging himself in the pool. The bungee zombie was full of question marks, swiping at the empty air with a vicious glare, unwillingly staring at the spot where the player had disappeared underwater. Only when his skill finally wore off did he get yanked back to the zombie side by his rope. The pea shooter quickly surfaced, clinging to the edge of the lily pad and Suisui had set up for him, gasping for breath. It was both the shock of the close call and the exhaustion from being underwater. If the bungee zombie had held on any longer, he probably wouldn't have made it. The buoyancy at the bottom of the pool was strange. He had to keep paddling and stomping at maximum speed just to stay afloat. If he lost strength, he'd be sucked into the pool immediately, just like those zombies whose skills had failed. This was something the pea shooter had just discovered. He relayed this information to Suisui, feeling lucky that he was good in the water. Otherwise, he'd be dead for sure. After receiving the message, Suisui frowned. This weird underwater buoyancy was not good news for the players. She checked with everyone, noted the positions of those who couldn't swim, and prioritized lettuce protection for them. She also reminded everyone, if you get marked by a bungee zombie, let her know immediately. Maybe it was the discovery of the yellow duck swim ring's usefulness, but the walnuts were now even more enthusiastic about snatching them up. She made a mental note. Everyone needed one of these. Some zombies were so intimidated they didn't even want to get in the water. These human players were seriously nuts. The battle raged on. The little boss hid in a corner, summoning the special zombie squad the zombie boss had prepared, one by one. After the dolphin zombies and diving zombies, a giant zombie suddenly appeared in the pool. The moment he showed up, he filled every empty space in the pool that didn't have a plant, nearly pushing the players at the edge right onto the shore with the waves. Even his yellow duck swim ring was 10 times bigger than a regular zombie's. It was a giant duck ring now. And Suisui's gaze fell on the huge wooden club in his hand and the little zombie on his back, and she understood. So this was the gargantuar zombie. She hadn't expected to meet him in the pool stage. This was going to be tricky. She saw the gargantuar raise his club. Without hesitation, she used a shovel to dig up the plant in front of him and move it back to the courtyard. Then, she ordered the other plants to raise their iron rods and all aim at the gargantuar's giant duck swim ring. No way were they going to let him land a hit. The giant duck swim ring was just an accessory, not very sturdy. Maybe the zombie world's production line had cut corners, because after just a few hits, the players popped the ring, and bubbles started gurgling out as it deflated. The gargantuar's first swing missed, and before his fierce expression could fade, he suddenly felt himself sinking fast. Looking down, he realized his swim ring had gone flat. Only a little air was left, barely slowing his descent. The gargantuar clearly hadn't expected to lose because of something like this, but there was no time to complain about shoddy manufacturing now. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the little imp zombie from his back and hurled it forward. "If I'm going down, you're going with me." The gargantuar slowly sank, but his eyes were full of pride, following the arc of the imp he'd thrown. Then he saw, just as the imp was about to land, an iron rod suddenly swung in from the side and smacked the imp away. The imp flew higher and higher, finally disappearing back into the fog. Gargantuar. Zombie boss. The zombie boss closed his eyes and immediately sent a command to all zombies' minds. From now on, cancel all pole vault zombie positions. All current pole vault zombies are fired, laid off. The little boss quietly poked his head out of the water, gave a silent 3-second tribute to his fallen zombie comrades, and then dove back under. Told you these players were crafty, but the zombie boss wouldn't listen. Now you've suffered for it, huh? The battle continued. Balloon zombies swarmed out of the fog, only to be blown right back in by the blubber, not even making it through the scene. Suddenly, a river opened up in the middle of the pool, stretching all the way into the fog. With the sound of a ship's horn, a massive paddle steamer slowly appeared before the players. What kind of zombie was this? And Suisui's eyes flashed with confusion. She couldn't find any information about this strange zombie. It seemed there were more zombie types than she knew. On the steamer was a captain wearing a hat and 4 sailor zombies in sailor suits. They piloted the huge paddle steamer, slowly moving forward. Because Suisui always solved problems in time, the players had never really suffered a big loss, so they didn't know that some zombies had instant kill abilities. Even facing the massive steamer, the walnuts in the front row were still eager for a fight, looking excited. "Come on, big guy, let's see who's tougher." And Suisui's brow twitched, and before the steamer could run over any players, she quickly stopped the walnuts from their suicidal behavior. Good grief. She didn't know what skills this fishing boat had, but for it to be this big, it definitely had some kind of instant kill effect. Can we please not be so reckless? The players trusted their two leaders, so as soon as the order was given, they immediately stopped their reckless actions. Before the fishing boat could crash into them, they quickly switched to little yellow duck floaties, hoisted lotus leaves onto their shoulders, and pushed the pool buoys to the sides as they swam away. Players in other lanes helped pull the buoys outward as well. Finally, as the fishing boat slowly entered the pool, they managed to widen the central waterway, forming a bracket shape. The fishing boat sailed smoothly down the middle, without crushing a single plant. The 4 sailor zombies stood at the edge of the boat, staring expressionlessly at the plant's antics on both sides, question marks slowly appearing above their heads. Even though their faces showed no emotion, their stiff limbs made it clear just how angry they were. At this point, only a single sunflower remained at the end of the central lane, waiting for the fishing boat to approach. Since this was a new type of enemy, Suisui wasn't sure of its weakness, so she had all the plants try their skills one by one. First up was the straight-line instant kill tool, jalapeno. After the jalapeno was crushed, a line of fire shot forward, but as soon as it touched the cold iron hull of the fishing boat, it fizzled out. No effect. Next was the cherry bomb. The cherry bomb, also an area of effect explosive, still did no damage to the fishing boat. The boat continued to advance slowly. Clearly, this fishing boat was immune to explosive items. The sunflower had no choice but to keep trying different tools, but still couldn't find anything effective. Then, the 4 sailor zombies walked to the edge of the boat with a fishing net and with a heave tossed it over the plants ahead, trapping them all. The sunflower cried out in alarm. "My gun won't work! The catapult stopped too!" The fishing net thrown by the sailor zombies had a silencing effect. Any plant caught in it lost its ability to attack. As the boat drew closer and closer to the last sunflower, the sunflower couldn't take the pressure, sweat pouring down its forehead. And Suisui had no choice but to use a shovel to dig up the sunflower. Now, the entire river lane was unguarded. The fishing boat sailed through unopposed, charging forward with unstoppable force. It was Jianshi's turn to act. Jianshi touched his collarbone, where a small patch of black shadow, the Reaper's scythe in its latent form, rested against his skin. With his touch, the scythe awakened, slowly lengthening and enlarging until Jianshi gripped it in his hand. The fishing boat had reached the edge of the pool, and the zombies on board were visibly excited. As the boat triggered the pushcart mechanism, Jianshi suddenly felt his body lighten. All the rules binding him were lifted, and even the barriers blocking his movement vanished. He leapt lightly, appearing in the center of the fishing boat. Black mist poured from him, enveloping the entire vessel and halting its advance. The zombies brandished their weapons and lunged at Jianshi. But they were no match for him. He didn't even need to swing deliberately. He simply enlarged the scythe, tossed it onto the deck, and all 4 zombies were crushed at once. That was almost too easy. The players hadn't expected that, aside from the boat's overpowered defense, the zombies on board were nothing special. They were wiped out effortlessly. Jianshi put away his weapon and circled the boat, growing more and more satisfied. He didn't leave, but stood on the deck and waved to Suisui. "Find a few players who can sail. This boat is our new trophy." Hearing this, several players excitedly waved, saying they knew how to drive a boat. The little boss peeked out, shocked by how skilled the players were at commandeering zombie equipment. Damn, these players really don't turn down anything that belongs to zombies. While the plant team was figuring out how to use the boat for maximum carnage, the zombie boss was so angry he was pounding the wall. He furiously issued new orders. The humans had figured them out. Old zombie jobs were obsolete. After this game, they'd need to start new job training. Far away in the player's yard, the little boss could vaguely hear the zombie boss's furious roar. He shivered, remembering the orders he'd been given before the boss left. He'd lost an entire assault squad and hadn't accomplished anything. If he went back, he'd be in for it. He anxiously scratched his head, instinctively reaching for his precious belt, only to remember it had been taken by the players, leaving him with nothing but ragged pants. Staying here might mean death, but going back was certain death. The little boss clutched his head in worry, glancing at the plant team, who were already close to victory. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed through his mind. Why not just defect to the plant team? They seemed much easier to get along with than the vicious zombie boss. No sooner thought than done. The little boss dove into the water, swam to the fishing boat, and found the only person he could communicate with. He tapped out his intentions in Morse code. John Schur heard the familiar tapping, looked down, and saw the little boss, who'd been studied so thoroughly last round, delivering himself right to their door. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Without hesitation, he wrapped the little boss from head to toe in black chains, leaving no gap. He figured he'd drag him to the pool's edge for a little interrogation and see if he could get any secrets out of him. But before he could move, a sudden, violent tremor shook the pool. The game's cold, mechanical voice boomed in everyone's ears. The zombie team has abandoned the third scenario. The player team wins this round and will now proceed to the fourth scenario. Scene transition in progress. At the same time, Jian Shi felt a powerful force pulling him back to the player's yard. His skill was also being forcibly interrupted. He was about to go with the flow, but suddenly remembered the little boss he'd just tied up. The little boss clung desperately to Jian Shi's black chains, as if grabbing a lifeline, refusing to let go. "Help, friend! The zombie boss is furious!" Jian Shi didn't want to let the little boss escape again either. He had a feeling this little zombie would be useful and couldn't just let him go. With a determined look, he not only didn't cut off his skill, but poured even more power into it to make sure it wouldn't be interrupted. After the game's mechanical cleanup, when all remaining zombies were teleported out of the world and with no other living beings detected in the pool, Jian Shi, along with his skill and the little boss, was sent back to the front yard. At first glance, the courtyard and the pool seemed connected, but in reality, they were two completely separate spaces. Just as Suisui could never leave the courtyard by walking or flying, when the plants in the pool were transferred to the courtyard, it was actually a kind of spatial jump. During this process, the energy fluctuations were extremely unstable. Jian Shi, whose skill had never been interrupted, suffered a severe backlash from this. His internal organs felt as if they'd been hammered, a dull ache radiating from inside out, and as soon as he touched the grass, he collapsed. Fortunately, Suisui reacted quickly and caught him at the critical moment, preventing anyone else from seeing his embarrassing state. Jian Shi coughed twice, and there were faint traces of blood in his palm, showing that his injuries were not light. Suisui noticed this and looked at him with deep concern, afraid he might collapse and not get up again. Jian Shi waved his hand, finally releasing his skill. Suddenly, a zombie radiating deathly energy appeared in the courtyard. Everyone's attention was drawn to this new zombie, and the noisy scene instantly fell silent. Suisui didn't recognize the little boss and was puzzled. Had Jian Shi really gone to all that trouble, even injuring himself just to bring over a single zombie? Jian Shi coughed again, covering his mouth. By now, Jian Shi was much better. He no longer coughed up blood, probably thanks to some healing item, and recovered quickly. He didn't explain right away, but crouched down to talk to the little boss, who had fallen to the ground. To be honest, he didn't know why the little boss had come to him so urgently, but he could see the anxiety and urgency in the zombie's eyes. Maybe he could use this to get some valuable information. This zombie was clearly much smarter and more skilled than the others, not an ordinary zombie at all. Desperate to survive, the little boss didn't dare hide anything and spilled everything he knew. Only then did the players realize that there was a big boss behind the zombie team, secretly controlling all the zombies' actions, and according to the little boss, this figure was extremely powerful, but due to the rules, would only appear in the 4th stage. Jianshi and Suisui had already guessed this, so they weren't surprised. What they were curious about was, what exactly was the little boss's identity? He wasn't the zombie king, but he could control a large number of zombies. He had to obey the zombie king's orders, but didn't have to carry them out to the letter. He was a master of playing both sides and didn't feel guilty at all. The little boss was actually quite proud of his abilities, tapping his fist on the ground to send a secret message, which Jianshi translated. He says the reason he can break free from the zombie boss's control is because he's smart enough. Jianshi didn't really believe this, his eyes full of doubt. But the little boss clearly believed it, and was convinced from the bottom of his heart. And Suisui tilted her head and asked a key question. If being smart is enough to break free from the zombie boss's control, can you replace the zombie boss? What a shocking question! The little boss was so startled his eyeballs almost fell out. He looked around, then frantically waved his hands with all his might. No way. There's no way he could beat that vicious zombie boss. That guy was terrifying. Rebelling against him was suicide. But soon, he saw dozens of players crowding around, all cracking their knuckles and looking menacing. It was as if they were saying, if you can't even do that, what use are you? Might as well beat you to death. The little boss, trembling in fear. Jianshi, who knew the little boss's intelligence best, deliberately gave him some time to react, then smiled and patted his shoulder, gently coaxing him. Do you feel like you're not strong enough? Don't worry, you're a traitor now, so we'll help you. The little boss froze for a second. He felt like these words weren't exactly well-intentioned, but the players clearly didn't care what he thought. Otherwise, why would that tall guy be sharpening his knife while waiting for his answer? Couldn't they put the knife down first? Don't think just because there are no knives in the zombie world he doesn't know what they're for. He's smart. The little boss anxiously scratched at the ground, stammering and piecing together his words, until Jianshi finally figured out his identity and abilities. If the zombie emperor was the king of the zombie world, then the little boss was like the crown prince with the right of succession. Once the zombie king fell, he would naturally take over. But no emperor wants to see a strong successor bouncing around while he's still in his prime, especially if that successor isn't his own son. So, the zombie boss had indeed been subtly targeting the little boss, but for some reason hadn't managed to kill him yet. With this confirmed, Suisui and Jianshi began to consider the possibility of a regime change. Honestly, this dungeon was absurdly difficult. If it weren't for the two of them seizing every opportunity and using every trick to protect all the players, if the team had been led by someone less capable or less quick-witted, there would have been massive casualties. The game had already entered beta, and Suisui had a gut feeling that these game locations weren't just one-off virtual scenes. There was a chance they'd experience the same scenario again. Jianshi and Suisui both agreed. Getting rid of the cunning, treacherous old boss and installing a relatively dumb, timid new king would be the best outcome for future players. But whether this would work or not would depend on meeting the zombie boss in person. 4th stage switching to winter. Friendly reminder, since the zombie team voluntarily gave up the 3rd stage, there will be no rest period before the 4th stage. The game mode has changed to free mode. 4th stage, winter, countdown, 30 seconds. Please prepare. All the players looked up at the crimson countdown in the sky, and Suisui kept mulling over the game's latest prompt. What did free mode mean? Why specifically mention it? Hadn't the first 3 stages been free mode? The pool in front of the yard had disappeared, the sun was hidden by thick clouds, and the sky was gloomy. Tiny snowflakes drifted down, and in just a few seconds, a thick layer of snow had accumulated. With many options in hand, Suisui quickly selected the most useful plants and tools, then quietly waited for the 4th stage to begin. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. That was the player's first impression as the 4th scenario loaded. Never mind what dangers this stage might bring, the game hadn't even started yet, and they were already shivering so hard they could barely speak. But seeing how well the little boss was adapting, it was clear. Zombies didn't feel temperature at all. And Suisui rubbed her hands together, exhaled a breath of hot air, and watched it instantly turn into a puff of white mist. Shivering, she rummaged through her game cards. Unfortunately, whether it was zombie loot or plant skills, nothing seemed able to counteract the cold. And this was just the player's yard, separated from the lawn by a spatial barrier. How much colder would it be out on the grass? And Suisui felt her brain freezing up. She knew she should be sending plants out right away, but she hesitated for a long time, unsure who to send out as a test. She couldn't bear to send her own parents, but it didn't feel right to push someone else's parents forward either, did it? She rubbed her palms together harder, hoping to generate a little warmth. If only she could go herself. Sensing her struggle, her father gently smoothed her hair, comforting her like a child. "Sweetheart, let Dad go. I'm strong. I can handle it." And Suisui looked up with misty eyes, lips trembling. She wanted to protect her parents, but she knew that wasn't a good enough reason to let someone else take the risk. Her father put his arm around her shoulders, shielding her from the wind. His voice was gentle and soothing, slowly easing her anxiety. "You have to let Dad go sometimes. You can't always stand in front of us. I'm not old yet. I can still be your support." Even her mother, who usually complained that Dad was too soft, didn't object this time. She just held her daughter's cold hands in her own, even wanting to take off her coat for her. And Suisui looked at her parents, then lowered her eyes and replied in a soft, nasal voice, "Okay." So, as they wished, she put her parents in the first group to test the waters. Sure enough, the temperature on the lawn was much lower than in the yard. As soon as her dad, wearing a sunflower headpiece, stepped onto the grass, the icy wind made him shiver uncontrollably. It was really, really cold. And Suisui gritted her teeth and turned away, not wanting to watch. She picked the strongest players and placed them tightly along the edges of the first row's grid. Then, in the center, she planted a torchwood, the only plant with a fire effect. Once the torchwood was in place, everyone in the grid felt noticeably better. At least they weren't so frozen they couldn't speak. But their condition was still poor. Forget fighting zombies, just escaping their claws would be a miracle. What to do? And Suisui paced anxiously. A black leather jacket, still faintly warm, was draped over her shoulders, making her nearly frozen body feel much better. She looked down, and, as expected, it was John Scher's jacket. Now, with only a thin t-shirt left, John Scher wasn't shivering like the others, but his pale face and furrowed brow showed he wasn't comfortable either. And Suisui wanted to give the jacket back. She remembered he'd been injured not long ago. John Scher refused, still acting as nonchalant as ever, his tone teasing. "Keep it on. Caring for children is everyone's responsibility." This jerk. And Suisui almost jumped up to smack him, but reason won out. She just shot back fiercely, "You're injured, go rest!" The low temperatures had thrown the player team into chaos. The zombie boss had clearly anticipated this, which was why he'd abandoned the third scenario and forced everyone into this final, decisive round. Sure enough, right from the start, the players were learning just how tough things were going to be. But was there really no way to solve the cold problem? And Suisui frowned, thinking hard. Logically, the game shouldn't allow such a severe imbalance. Even in extreme cold, there should be some kind of solution. In the vast snowy field, a dark green zombie suddenly appeared, jarring and out of place. The zombie team was already on the move, and Suisui's anxiety spiked. John Scher suddenly leaned over, gently bumping her arm and lowering his voice. "Remember the sun shroom from the second scenario?" Of course, Suisui remembered. That thing was called a mushroom, but didn't look much like one. As a juvenile, it was basically a butt-burning stool. As an adult, it shot up to 3 meters tall. Every time players harvested sun from it, they had to hug its stalk and shake it hard to get the sunlight to fall from the cap. Why bring it up now? Mushrooms were nocturnal. They couldn't be used in the snow. Jianshe covered his mouth, voice even lower. "I mean, do you remember the first sun from the second scenario? The one that got stuck in a player's butt and had to be pulled out?" The image flashed vividly in her mind, as if the scene was happening all over again. Jianshi clearly didn't want to bring it up, but he must have thought of something important. And Suisui remembered too. Her gaze swept over the shivering crowd and quickly found the sunshroom player, approaching quietly. "We want to ask you something. Back in the second scenario, when the sun got stuck in your, behind, how did it feel? Is that something you can talk about?" The sunshroom's mind replayed the scene, and he wanted to bury himself in the snow from embarrassment. It was a black mark on his record he desperately wanted to erase. Why bring it up again? His face changed colors like a palette. Jianshi saw his expression and realized he'd misunderstood, so he patted his shoulder sympathetically and clarified. "What we want to know is, when the sun was stuck, did you feel warmer? Did you sweat?" The sunshroom paused, thought back, and realized that was exactly what happened. He'd been discovered by the other players because he was sweating so much. Seeing the anticipation on their faces, the sunshroom finally understood and excitedly slapped his forehead with a crisp smack. "That's right. How did I not think of that? When the sun was stuck to me, I really did feel hot, like I was burning up, and only felt normal again after it was pulled out." Exactly. All three of them broke into delighted smiles. Suisui was the first to rush to her father's side, her voice urgent. "Dad, when the sunlight comes out, don't collect it right away." She quickly explained the situation with the sunshroom and her own suspicions to her father. And Dad's mind was already a bit foggy from the cold, but he could still recognize his daughter's voice. Although he didn't catch all of what Suisui said, he grasped the key point. Sunlight could help him warm up. At that moment, the first sunflower produced its sunlight, and everyone watched expectantly. And Dad carefully caught it, then looked at his daughter, unsure what to do. "So what do I do with this?" He couldn't just stuff it in his pants like the sunshroom, right? That would be way too awkward. And Suisui rubbed her red hands, then covered her cheeks, trying to stay alert. "Maybe just keep it close to your skin," she suggested. That was easy enough. And Dad slipped the sunlight down his collar and into his shirt. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after about 4 seconds, he felt much better. A warm sensation spread from his navel to every corner of his body, washing away the cold inside him, and his face relaxed in comfort. Sunlight really did help raise his body temperature. And Suisui's frown eased and her heavy mood lifted. She was about to say something when she saw her dad take the sunlight out of his shirt, preparing to pass it to another player. And Suisui was stunned and panicked. "What are you doing?" As soon as the sunlight left his body, and Dad's temperature dropped rapidly. Having felt warmth, the cold now felt even worse than before. He forced a weak smile at his daughter and handed the sunlight to the plant in front of him. That plant didn't keep it either, passing the sunlight forward until it reached the player on the front line. Once the frontline player got the sunlight, his body temperature quickly returned to normal, and his limbs became nimble. Facing a regular zombie that had just reached him, he didn't rush to shoot. Instead, he punched the zombie to the ground, broke its limbs, and then calmly finished it off. And Dad kept an eye on the battle, and when he saw the zombie being controlled, he forced a stiff smile and reassured his daughter, weak but resolute. "It's okay, sweetheart. Dad's fine. I can handle it. The players up front need the sunlight more than I do. We're a team. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices to protect more people." And Suisui listened in a daze, unable to argue. She knew her dad was right. She just felt a little heartache. And Dad was the first to enter the snowfield and had endured the cold the longest, yet he still gave up his own benefit for the group. That's why her mom always said, and Dad was easy to bully, but also the warmest person. Because of the low temperature, sunflowers produce sunlight much more slowly than usual. Fortunately, more and more sunflowers were being planted, so the sunlight output gradually increased. But the plant situation was still far from optimistic. They found that even if they themselves weren't affected, the plant team's weapons had slowed down due to the cold. What used to be a shot every 1 or 2 seconds now took 4 seconds or more than double the time. At first, the players could still use strong control tactics to limit the zombies' movements, but as the number of zombies increased, their situation became more and more dangerous. Things reached a stalemate. Bang! One player lost control while fighting a zombie and sent it flying across 3 lanes. And Suisui happened to glance over and immediately noticed something odd. In previous rounds, unless a zombie ate garlic or was airborne, once they entered the lawn, zombies couldn't switch lanes. And Suisui flew up for a closer look and found more details. She had already chosen the strongest players for the front line, but even strong had its limits. For example, the player who had played the Gravebuster before, his combat power was definitely top tier among all the melee players. After observing, Suisui noticed that most regular zombies subtly avoided the lane with the Gravebuster, leaving him with little to do. When he did face a zombie, it was always a tougher one, like a football zombie. The strangest thing was when she saw a newspaper zombie, who, after his newspaper was destroyed, clearly became agitated. But when he looked up and locked eyes with the Gravebuster, instead of going berserk, he dodged the attack and switched to the next lane. What was going on? Did free mode mean zombies could freely choose which lane to attack? That was a bit shameless. If all the zombies crowded into one lane for a focused attack, wouldn't that be a mess? Expressionless, and Suisui immediately pulled out a long-saved item card and upgraded a twin pea shooter to a Gatling pea shooter. The Gatling pea shooter happened to be in the weakest of the 6 lanes, which meant a huge number of regular zombies were pouring into his lane. Even though he was strong, he'd be overwhelmed eventually. He was both angry and anxious. Before he could even complain, the team leader had already upgraded him. Staring at the newly upgraded Gatling gun in his hands, the Gatling pea shooter's face twisted into a wild grin. With a strange laugh, he opened fire, mowing down the zombies in front of him in seconds. The zombies behind realized something was wrong, stopped, and all moved to the next lane. What the hell? The player in the next lane wanted to curse. These zombies were really something, always picking on the weak and avoiding the strong. And Suisui finally figured out the zombies' strategy, so they just ran to whichever lane was weakest. Impressive. Really impressive. It was the final round, so Suisui didn't hold back on using her item cards. Whenever she had a chance, she used them. Twin sunflowers, Gatling pea shooters, corn cannons, and more. There weren't many players left on the field, but their quality was top-notch. But unexpectedly, after suffering a sudden, fierce attack, the zombie team pulled off another sneaky move. Good grief. Did these zombies go home and study up during the last break? They'd gotten so much better at adapting. While the players were still wildly firing their Gatling peas, the zombies had already learned to dodge the fixed bullet paths by twisting their waists and wiggling their hips, weaving and shuffling their way forward. They danced their way right up to the players until one finally lost patience and punched a zombie to the ground, then shoved the Gatling right in its face. Damn it, you're a zombie. Why are you dancing? Showing off your big underpants? Can't you just do your job and act like a proper zombie? The zombies' limbs were stiff, but their dance moves were so flashy it hurt to watch. The players were forced to endure this bizarre performance, leaving their souls deeply scarred. In the front row there was an old gentleman, a lifelong scholar, always refined and never one for arguments or drama. He prided himself on being a dignified, elegant elder, until he met this batch of zombies. He closed his eyes, opened them, closed them again, and finally couldn't take it anymore. He shoved aside the player in front of him, charged straight to the front line, grabbed the most flamboyant zombies, and unleashed a torrent of cultured scolding so fierce that the zombies began to doubt their very existence and started digging their own graves on the spot. After venting, he returned to his spot, sniffling as if he'd suffered a great injustice. The other grandpas and grandmas nearby all paused to comfort him. No matter why the old man was crying, Suisui was left a bit stunned. Did she see that right? The old man had left his grid, rushed to the front, and then come back, right? So it wasn't just zombies. Players could also move freely, no longer bound by the old rules. With Suisui's reminder, the players on the lawn tentatively stepped out of their squares and discovered that the barriers restricting their movement were really gone. They could move forward or backward all the way to the edge of the lawn without any invisible obstacles. The barrier separating the lawn from the yard was still there, and the path to the zombie mist was still blocked, but at least on the lawn, players were completely free. Realizing this, the players' eyes changed. They started experimenting with the rules, swapping weapons, gearing up, and pinning zombies to the ground for a good thrashing. With this, the players' combat power actually increased. The lawn descended into total chaos. The players, now familiar with the game's tricks, rolled up their sleeves and started having fun, competing with the zombies to see who could be more outrageous. The first wave of zombies was a vanguard, meant to test the enemy's strength and gather intel. After getting thoroughly beaten, the second wave arrived. The first wave was mostly regular zombies, coneheads, and bucketheads, with the occasional newspaper or football zombie mixed in. The second wave was mainly bucketheads, football zombies, and Iron Gate zombies, those with higher defense. Of course, there were also some special zombies like the bungee zombie. As a hot-tempered gunner, the Gatling pea shooter was on the front lines, gleefully mowing down zombies. Suddenly, an arrow with a cloth handle shot down from the sky, landing right at his feet and scuffing his favorite shoes. The Gatling pea shooter stopped firing, picked up the arrow, and immediately understood. He set down his gun and flexed his wrists. When the bungee zombie descended from above, cackling and reaching for him, the Gatling pea shooter grabbed him by the back of the neck, ripped off his rope, and slammed him to the ground for a brutal beating. After a series of miserable screams, the pea shooter picked up his gun and finished the zombie off with a burst to the head. Of course, not every player was as strong as the Gatling pea shooter. The melon poult, for example, also received a death notice from a bungee zombie. But the melon poult was a girl, delicate and soft, not suited for direct confrontation. She thought for a moment, calmly jumped off her catapult, asked Suisui for a cactus suit, and then ignored the threat of sneak attacks, continuing to operate her catapult and bombard the densest zombie clusters. The bungee zombie arrived as expected, sliding down a rope toward his target, reaching out, only to grab a handful of sharp cactus spines. He looked down, trying to match his target to his memory, but the green, spiky ball in front of him didn't fit. So what was this thing? He hesitated, but decided to grab it anyway. Couldn't leave empty-handed. But as soon as he tried, the cactus spines pierced right through his hands. Even after letting go, the tiny spines stayed embedded, pricking his nerves. The bungee zombie's face twisted in pain, and he couldn't help but cry out. They were self-aware zombies. They could feel pain. The bungee zombie retreated in misery, and the cactus girl finally relaxed. As time passed, every player on the lawn found a worthy opponent, and the battles became intense and evenly matched. As one of the most important members of the game, the pea shooter's enemy was a zombie carrying a trash can. The pea shooter called him the Scavenger. The Scavenger's health was the same as a regular zombie, and he wasn't particularly fast, but his trash can was something else, enough to make him a true rival. Now upgraded to a Gatling pea shooter, he fired a barrage of peas at the Scavenger. The Scavenger, tough and silent, simply raised his trash can and caught every single attack inside. Even when other players tried to ambush him, he dodged skillfully, avoiding the worst of the attacks. Seeing the Scavenger about to reach the lawn, the pea shooter loosened his grip and cracked his knuckles. Time to put down the gun and see who had the better skills. But to his surprise, the Scavenger didn't move forward. He stood there for a while, then grinned and started stacking trash cans like building blocks, one on top of another, each perfectly balanced. Soon, the Scavenger had built himself a tower, rising higher and higher. If he kept going and got a push from other zombies, he could probably vault right over the lawn and into the yard. The pea shooter stopped and stared. So the fourth round was just a big cheating contest. Who could come up with the wildest tricks? He put down his weapon and walked to the edge of the lawn to watch up close. The trash can tower was less than a meter away, within arm's reach. But the barrier blocked any possibility of interfering. The rules prevented players from leaving the lawn, but not their weapons from passing through. Still, a pea shooter alone couldn't deal with this crazy trash can zombie. A wave of stench snapped the pea shooter out of his thoughts. He wrinkled his nose, instinctively wanting to avoid the overwhelming smell, but then a light bulb went off in his head. He dashed over, grabbed another pea-shooter's torchwood, and ran back. No, 3-pea-shooter. On top of the trash can tower, the zombie was only 3 trash cans away from success. All he needed was for his skill to cool down, stack 3 more trash cans, and get a push from a football zombie. Then, he could vault over the lawn straight into the player's yard. The trash can zombie was already fantasizing about the carnage he'd unleash, completely unaware that his opponent had just brought over a torchwood. The pea-shooter stood behind the torchwood and started firing. As the peas passed through the torchwood, they turned into fire peas and slammed into the trash cans. Just like before, the peas themselves barely scratched the trash cans. But this time, something interesting happened. The stinky trash cans were full of flammable gas, and the moment they met open flame, the whole ladder ignited. Flames raced up from the bottom, climbing to the top in an instant, setting the daydreaming trash can zombie ablaze. Losing his balance, he toppled from the tower before he could reach the yard, crashing to the ground and ending up paralyzed. The pea-shooter was already waiting, swaggering over to finish him off and claim his spoils. The showdown between the pea-shooter and the trash can zombie was so dramatic that most players watched the whole thing. But in the less noticed corners, the fighting was just as fierce. The zombies stepping onto the lawn weren't particularly special. Thin-skinned, low health, easy to deal with. But there were just too many of them. Kill one, and another took its place. The 4 corncob cannon operators were already in a frenzy. Tired of staying behind the cannon, 3 of them left one person to light the matches and charged barehanded into the zombie horde for some friendly exchanges. Not that they'd lost all sense, they still armored up with cactus suits. The regular zombies were fed up with these troublemakers. If they fought back, they got hurt. If they didn't, the players would just beat them up. Only the heavily armored football zombies could put up a fight. Before long, both players and zombies were so fired up that they started losing track of who was on which side. And Suisui watched as a player casually picked up a metal bucket and threw it, hitting a newspaper zombie on the head. The newspaper zombie, absorbed in his reading, didn't notice where the bucket came from, but after a moment's thought, he targeted the nearest water bucket zombie and pounced, biting him. The buckethead zombie wasn't one to be bullied either. He took the bucket off his own head, slammed it onto the other zombie's head, and pounded away until the poor guy was knocked out. What, you think buckethead zombies are easy targets? The plant team wasn't much better. Balloon zombies, who'd been blown away by strong winds before they could even make a speech, now tried to sneak in quietly while everyone was distracted. But even so, a sharp-eyed player spotted them. "Balloon zombie! That sneaky bastard's trying to slip through. Get him, guys!" One signal arrow, and a whole army responded. As soon as the shout went up, a dozen players with blower headgear switched gear at once. When a blower is activated, the wind is intense. One is enough to blow away the fog and balloon zombies. But no one coordinated, and no one expected a dozen players to turn on their fans at the same time. The balloon zombies were blown away, but so were the players, scattered all over the lawn, with the weaker ones even sent flying. With no barriers to restrict movement, the now free players couldn't control themselves at all. Amid the chorus of screams, both zombies and players forgot about fighting. Groups of 2 or 3 huddled together for extra weight, and sometimes a zombie would end up in a player group, or vice versa, and no one even noticed. It wasn't until the blower users realized what was happening and turned off their fans that things calmed down. At that moment, the gargantuar carrying a little imp zombie seized the chance to attack. He swung his heavy club as soon as he entered the player's territory, aiming to smash the downed players into pulp. But the player just rolled aside, dodging the blow with ease. "Come on, this is free mode. Who's going to stand there and let you hit them?" The gargantuar's attacks were powerful, but his huge size made him slow. A few quick-thinking players surrounded him, attacking and taunting him at the same time. The gargantuar got so mad he reached back to grab the imp zombie, but maybe he was too angry. He yanked too hard, and while the imp's body was still stuck in the seat, his head popped off and hit the ground with a thud. Accidents always come out of nowhere. There was a 3-second silence, then the players quickly raised their weapons and finished off the gargantuar. If they didn't take out this big oaf, he'd drag their IQ down to his level. Ding ding dong ding ding dong. Before anyone arrived, the music started. The dancing zombie made a dazzling entrance in his flashy outfit. If you want to talk about dancing, you have to look at the pros. The dancing zombie's moves were way smoother than the regular zombies. At least they weren't an eyesore. He hadn't appeared before, so he was still a new face to the players. Most players saw he wasn't strong and had no special weapons, so they ignored him. The dancing zombie was secretly delighted, keeping a low profile in the corner. But his flamboyant dance moves and thumping music soon caught the attention of the grandpas and grandmas. They weren't much for fighting, but this kid was showing off his moves right in front of the real square dancing kings and queens. The elders, who'd been doing support work all along, exchanged glances and saw the fire in each other's eyes. The dancing zombie, clueless, snapped his fingers and summoned 4 backup dancers to sway with him. After 3 rounds of summoning, he had more than a dozen little brothers, strutting his stuff as he finally stepped onto the green lawn. At first, the dancing zombie didn't notice anything strange. He just let himself go, dancing to his heart's content, and as soon as his skill cooldown ended, he summoned new backup dancers. But soon, he realized something was off. A group of elderly uncles and aunties had somehow gathered around him. They didn't attack, they just started dancing along with him. These uncles and aunties, veterans of every public square dance stage, were nimble despite their age, and their moves were even better than the dancing zombies. What was this supposed to mean? A challenge? The dancing zombie couldn't stand it anymore and tried to order his minions to get rid of these annoying people. But before he could give the command, the uncles and aunties suddenly scattered in all directions. The dancing zombie thought they were scared and was about to ignore them and keep moving forward. But as the uncles and aunties moved farther away, he realized his backup dancers had followed them. What was going on? The dancing zombie panicked. He was left all alone, not a single minion by his side. In a fluster, he used his skill again, summoning 4 new star backup dancers. But after looking around, not only did the new backup dancers not stick with the dancing zombie, they actually joined the uncles and aunties' square dance group and started dancing with them. The dancing zombie finally understood what was happening. His backup dancers thought the uncles and aunties danced better than he did. How could he stand for that? The dancing zombie roared in anger, clapped his hands with all his might, and cranked up the music, dancing harder than ever, trying to outshine the uncles and aunties. In the end, after a fierce dance-off, the dancing zombie was squeezed out of the spotlight, and the title of Dance King was taken by the best dancing auntie. Abandoned and defeated, the dancing zombie stood alone at the edge of the lawn, his worldview shattered. Was there anything more devastating than being stripped of the title of Dance King? This was psychological warfare at its finest. In the courtyard, and Suisui raised her hand, then let it fall. Let them be. She was too tired to command anymore, and just mechanically kept sending supplies to the battlefield. No matter what it was, as soon as the cooldown ended, she sent it out, just a soulless warehouse manager. She was numb, and Suisui started slacking off, too. After the accumulation of the first 3 rounds, the plant team's sunlight reserves had reached a terrifying number. There was no need to save up anymore. When Suisui sent supplies to the battlefield, she didn't even look at what she was sending. As long as it wasn't on cooldown, she just threw it onto the grass. The logistics team came to collect supplies and found, among the pile of battle items, a sunshroom that was fast asleep. And Suisui had never explained the difference between night and day plants, so the logistics players didn't know that mushrooms slept during the day. Expressionless, they stared at the snoring sunshroom for a while, then rolled up their sleeves and slapped it awake. The battle up front is so intense. And you're sleeping? Slap, slap. Get up. How can you sleep at a time like this? Slap, slap, slap. Still not up? Too sleepy, huh? Let me wake you up. Slap, 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 slap. The sunshroom was forcibly awakened, its already chubby body swelling even more, trembling pitifully as it squeezed out a tiny bit of sunlight. And Suisui was stunned. You could wake up night plants like this? Wasn't that a bit too violent? Her hesitant gaze drifted to the other night plants, and then, everyone get up and work. The logistics players finally managed to wake the sunshroom, but when they came back and found it asleep again, They were so mad they gathered the whole logistics team, rolled up their sleeves, and got ready to go at it. The sun shroom shivered, then sent a message to its fellow mushrooms through a wave undetectable to humans. "Get up, quick! If you don't, you'll get smacked." The magnet shroom reluctantly opened its eyes, silently screaming in its heart. "Help! Are these players slave drivers? We're the night shift." All the night plants woke up on their own, and the logistics players, finally satisfied, didn't have to go around smacking everyone. They took the fresh supplies and rushed to every corner of the battlefield. The fourth stage hadn't been going long, so most players only had one weapon. The owner of the ice melon was a rather skinny young man. He couldn't fight zombies head-on, but the heated atmosphere made him itch to join in. He'd been waiting for his weapon upgrade. The logistics team was efficient, and soon the ice melon got a new weapon, a scaredy shroom pistol. As soon as he got it, the ice melon didn't even look at it before jumping into the fray. A minor zombie suddenly popped up from the ground, right in front of the ice melon. "A zombie just popped up from underground? Don't worry, Daddy's coming to save you." The ice melon boasted loudly. He put on a brave front, but then realized his weapon's barrel was covered. He could even faintly hear sobbing. What the heck? The ice melon was about to die of frustration. "We're facing the enemy and you're playing scared? Have some backbone. Get it together." He was furious at the scaredy shroom's cowardice but couldn't hit it, so he just sat on top of the melon pult and started brainwashing the scaredy shroom. In real life, the ice melon's player was a talk show host. He was a smooth talker. In just 5 minutes, he went from the dawn of time to the future of the stars, analyzing the scaredy shroom's potential and what it could become. He got so fired up that the scaredy shroom actually straightened up, gritted its teeth, and started attacking with all its might. Its firing speed even doubled. The high degree of freedom in the fourth stage let players unleash their creativity, and the zombies' antics were just as wild. Both sides went from firepower battles to brainpower battles, and the scene was so chaotic that even Suisui, as team leader, couldn't tell which side had the upper hand. Jianshi finished his patrol and started hovering around on Suisui again. And Suisui didn't want to deal with him. She either moved away or pretended not to see him, no matter how much he tried to get her attention. Jianshi sighed and finally lowered his head. "I remember you have a pet dog. Do you want to hear some news about game pets?" And Suisui, "No thanks, I'm still a kid. I don't understand or want to hear about adult stuff. Go talk to my dad." For the first time, Jianshi thought maybe he should fix his big mouth. He ran his words through his mind a few times, finally found the perfect phrasing, but just as he started to speak, the zombie boss's loud, obnoxious laugh interrupted him. "Jianshi, couldn't you have come out 1 minute later?" At first glance, the zombie boss didn't look much different from an ordinary zombie, except for the white lab coat draped over his shoulders, which gave him a much more distinguished air. But the zombie boss's real trump card was never his own abilities, but the towering steel mech he controlled, over 10 meters tall. Whenever the two bulbous eyes of that iron giant lit up, it meant a skill was about to be unleashed. As soon as the zombie boss appeared, he gave the player team a taste of his power. A fireball over 3 meters tall rolled along its track toward the lawn. Not even the extreme cold of the fourth scenario could extinguish it. In fact, it seemed to be melting the ice as it went. And Suisui didn't have time to argue with Jianshi. She quickly commanded the players, "Hurry, use ice shrooms to put out the fire." The logistics team rushed to the supply pile, slapped a sleeping ice shroom awake, and crushed it. A blast of freezing air instantly spread across the lawn, not only extinguishing the zombie boss's fireball, but also freezing all the other zombies on the grass. Whoa, this thing is that powerful? The logistics players were stunned. The players, startled by the new giant, hurriedly finished off the nearby zombies and launched an all-out assault on the zombie boss. But they quickly discovered that no matter what plant they used, their attacks had no effect on the boss. Not a single sliver of his health bar budged. Was their attack power too low, or were they using the wrong method? Jianshi scoffed and flexed his wrist. "Let's just test it and see." He casually picked a lawnmower, had the players toss a live zombie to the edge of the lawn to trigger the defense system, and activated the mower, gaining entry to the lawn himself. The zombie boss saw him and, knowing Jian Shi's strength, wasn't afraid. He just smirked and leisurely dropped more zombies into the center of the lawn. Once Jian Shi entered, his scythe returned to its original form, a huge, cold, curved blade floating in midair, radiating danger. The zombie boss stood at the edge of the lawn. Jian Shi couldn't leave, but that didn't stop him from attacking. Black chains wrapped around the scythe's handle, and under Jian Shi's control, they shot out in a black streak, slashing across the zombie boss's forehead. The boss's eyes filled with malice, but he didn't even try to dodge, letting the scythe scrape across him with a harsh screech. No effect. Jian Shi narrowed his eyes and withdrew the scythe. He was different from the other players. He immediately noticed something was off about this boss. He trusted his own attack power, so it wasn't a matter of strength. The problem was that this zombie boss couldn't be damaged. A rules issue. Seeing Jian Shi's attack fail, the zombie boss looked as if he'd just downed a bucket of energy drink, collapsing into his chair and twitching his limbs in a bizarre way. His harsh, raspy laughter echoed over the lawn. Jian Shi glanced around and told the nearby players, "Clear out the regular zombies. This guy's got some tricks up his sleeve." He stayed on the lawn, waiting for the boss to reveal a weakness. But the zombie boss was cunning. Knowing how destructive Jian Shi could be, he never exposed his weak points, just kept sending more zombies into the center, or using bungee zombies to steal plants. When the lawnmower's time limit expired and Jian Shi was forcibly recalled, the boss burst into wild laughter, then lowered his head and had his mech open its mouth, spitting out a massive ice ball. Pure provocation. "Use jalapeno to destroy the ice ball," and Suisui quickly reminded everyone. The players had plenty in stock, and for now the boss's spells hadn't hurt them, but this couldn't go on forever. There was no way they could outlast the zombies. Back in the front yard, Jian Shi began analyzing the boss's skills. So far, the zombie boss had shown 4 abilities: summoning zombies, stealing plants, launching ice balls, and launching fireballs. Just as he was thinking, the boss outside the lawn suddenly lifted a foot and stomped down hard. Luckily, the players reacted quickly and dodged the stomp, avoiding casualties. A 5th skill had appeared. The Gatling pea shooter, a hot-tempered champion, was already fuming from the boss's provocations. He raised his gun and, not caring whether his attacks would work, unleashed a barrage at the boss. He refused to believe this guy could really be invincible. The zombie boss didn't care about the tickling attacks, but he was clearly annoyed by the Gatling pea shooter's defiance. These damn players should just lie down and wait to be eaten. How dare they fight back? He grinned wickedly, grabbed a truck, and hurled it at the Gatling pea shooter. The pea shooter dodged awkwardly but kept firing, stubbornly refusing to back down. The boss was so provoked that his iron eyes glowed red. Under the zombie doctor's control, he bent down, shoved his huge head onto the lawn, and spat a fireball right at the pea shooter. He then used his stomp and truck-throwing skills in quick succession, blocking all escape routes. Fortunately, the logistics team reacted in time, crushing an ice shroom to put out the fireball, saving the pea shooter from harm. Afterward, a logistics player patted the pea shooter's shoulder and advised, "Bro, don't bother with him. He's just a coward protected by the rules. Once we find his weakness, we'll make him pay. Chasing him now is pointless." Is it really pointless? There is a way. Jian Shi and Suisui spoke up at the same time. No matter how hard the players had attacked before, the boss's health bar never budged. But just now, when he spat a fireball at the pea shooter, Suisui clearly saw a bright red health bar briefly appear on the boss's forehead, the sign of a valid hit. Jian Shi noticed it too. He chuckled. Looks like he can only be damaged when he's spitting fireballs. He prepared to head back onto the lawn to test it out. And Suisui reminded him, "Maybe it's not just those 2 states. Try a few more things." Jian Shi nodded, opened the lawnmower valve and stepped onto the grass once more. Who could have guessed that as soon as the zombie boss saw Jian Shi, he immediately pulled his head back, only using teleport, steal, stomp, and throw, skills that couldn't attack Jian Shi directly. No matter what, he refused to use his fireball or ice ball attacks while Jianshi was present. Afraid of the strong bullying the weak? This was a problem. Jianshi could only stay on the lawn for a limited time, and the zombie boss was clearly a tanky, hard-to-kill type. The fireball and ice ball attacks lasted only a short time, so relying solely on plant firepower to take down the zombie boss was extremely difficult. And you couldn't drag out the fight with the zombie boss. The longer it went, the harder it became. What to do? The players were both anxious and angry. They even tried taunting the zombie boss with insults, but nothing could provoke him into using his signature fire and ice attacks. It was clear the zombie boss was extremely rational, unprovoked, immune to taunts. And Suisui thought of something and pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh. The next second, a black and white dog appeared on Suisui's side. The dog hadn't been let out in ages and was feeling very wronged. As soon as he appeared, he started howling at Suisui, hopping around and shaking his head furiously, clearly furious. And Suisui quickly hugged the dog's head and stuffed 2 chicken legs into his mouth, barely calming him down. The dog gnawed on the chicken legs while rolling his eyes at Suisui, occasionally pausing to bark out a few complaints. "How dare you lock up your big bro dog? Unbelievable!" A lot had happened lately, and Suisui really had neglected the dog. Feeling guilty, she gave him another chicken leg and hugged his head, coaxing him gently. "Don't be mad. When we get home, I won't keep you locked up anymore. You can run outside every day, okay?" "Awoo! Awoo!" The dog howled with his mouth full, trying to look proud but almost choked on the chicken leg. Luckily, Suisui was quick and pulled the bone out of his throat, saving him from being choked to death right at the start. A husky, a dog that never learns from its own near-death experiences. After eating, the dog was ready to play. His eyes darted around and quickly locked onto the zombie boss. How dare this guy act tougher than your big bro dog? No way, he had to be taught a lesson. He scratched the ground with his hind legs, and without warning, Suisui charged straight at the barrier between the courtyard and the lawn. Smack! He turned into a furry rug. What was blocking his way? The dog scowled, backed up, and charged again. Once again, he became a furry rug. And Suisui, "Enough, stop messing around. I'll get you out there." She called Jianshi over and shoved the dog into his arms, giving him a special reminder before he left. "It can only do one thing. Don't expect too much from it. If possible, just try to keep it alive." Jianshi hadn't spent much time with the dog and didn't know its temperament, but he patted its head to show he understood, then took the dog onto the lawn. During this time, the zombie boss launched another round of ice ball attacks, but as soon as he saw Jianshi return, he immediately pulled his head back, more cautious than ever. The dog, now close to the zombie boss, got even more excited. He jumped out of Jianshi's arms and dove forward. Smack! He hit the barrier at the edge of the lawn and the zombie fog. The zombie boss was stunned for a moment, then, realizing what was happening, let out a loud, mocking laugh. His voice was like a megaphone, sharp and piercing, enough to make any normal person's ears hurt, let alone a dog with super sensitive hearing. The dog shook his head, realized he was being laughed at, and got even angrier. He circled around, then started howling at the zombie boss. And Suisui quickly activated the dog's taunt skill. Taunt. When the husky acts, you know it. Once he opens his mouth, everyone's an enemy. Has a chance to enrage the opponent, making them lose their cool and act irrationally. No cooldown. Maybe the game designers thought this wasn't a big deal, so they gave it a top-tier no cooldown attribute. Such a broken skill and it had no cooldown? Was this for real? So as long as the husky wanted, he could use this skill to enrage every opponent into a frenzy. The zombie boss, usually calm and rational, was focused only on winning. But as soon as that weird creature started howling, he suddenly felt a surge of rage, his mind clouded with irritation. He just wanted to unleash his full power and blast that annoying creature to bits. But he forced himself to hold back, telling himself it was all a trick. Then he saw the dog, taking advantage of his foot being out for a stomp, run over and pee on it. Afterward, the dog strutted away, giving him a taunting look as if to say, "Come at me, coward." Snap. The last thread of rationality broke. Even the plant team watching thought the dog was asking for a beating. How could the zombie boss stand it? The zombie boss felt like his eyes were about to pop from rage. He lost all reason and unleashed every attack. Stomp, trample, sneak, fireballs, all at once just to kill that damn dog. Just as his eyes turned red and he stuck his head onto the lawn, and Suisui suddenly used the time freeze skill. At that moment, Jianshi's chains wrapped around the zombie boss's neck. While he was immobilized, Jianshi forcibly dragged him onto the lawn. The players stared at Jianshi in shock. That zombie boss had to be 10 meters tall, right? How did he drag such a huge guy in by himself? The dog, of course, didn't know when to quit. He only knew how to take advantage, never letting up. Once the zombie boss was pulled onto the lawn, the dog's first move was to run into the boss's mouth, find a suitable tooth, and scratch his butt on it. He'd just pooped earlier, so his butt was itchy, needed a good scratch. Then he ran to the zombie boss's control room and had a staring contest with the zombie emperor, whose head was even bigger than the other zombies. By the time the zombie boss broke free from Suisui's skill, the dog had already climbed onto his head, looking down on everyone. Even worse, the dog stuck a paw in the boss's mouth for balance, so he wouldn't fall off. The zombie boss was furious and tried to grab the dog's leg, but in terms of raw power, he was no match for the destructive husky. With a single back kick, the dog shattered the zombie boss's head, leaving him twisted in a corner of the control room, brains splattered everywhere. Ding! New zombie emperor crowned. This round is over. Player team wins. Game settlement in progress. You will be teleported in 1 hour. Please collect your loot. The so-called new zombie emperor, if they guessed right, was probably the dog, now glowing gold. Jianshi, da, an Suisui. Little boss. The game inspector who came to check the results. This was absurdity itself, absurd beyond words. When An Suisui heard the news that Dogsy had become the new zombie king, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She tried to recall Dogsy into her pet space, but failed every time, even getting a game warning. Warning, the zombie king is not a personal item. Do not attempt to take it away. Warning, the zombie king is not a personal item. Do not attempt to take it away. The message repeated twice. Luckily, the other players had already gone off to explore the house and didn't notice what was happening on her side. And Suisui was frustrated. She couldn't just leave Dogsy behind for the sake of this game, could she? After all, he'd been her pet for so long. At that moment, Dogsy was still clueless about what had happened. While the golden light on his body hadn't faded, he was excitedly running around on the zombie boss's mech, basking in the adoration of all the zombies, showing off to his heart's content. He thought he was definitely the most awesome dog in the world. After the game ended, and Dad and Mom naturally stayed by their daughter's side. They'd never seen Dogsy before and didn't even know he belonged to their daughter, so they just watched the spectacle with curiosity. Where did this dog come from? It actually took down the zombie king. Pretty impressive. Jianshi finally snapped out of his shock from the earlier news and leaned in to ask An Suisui in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with this dog?" And Suisui pouted, both angry and anxious, and complained to Jianshi, "This dog has never done anything proper since I got him. Now look, he's gone and made himself the zombie king, and I can't even recall him anymore." If she couldn't solve this before the game ended, Dogsy might be stuck in the zombie world for good. But could Dogsy, with his less-than-average intelligence, really survive in the dangerous zombie world once she left? And Suisui was worried that as soon as she left, this dumb dog would get himself killed. Jianshi chuckled. The whole situation was so ridiculous it was almost funny. If it were someone else's pet, he might have advised them to just give up and leave it behind. After thinking for a moment, Jianshi dragged out the little boss they'd been holding captive. We don't know much about zombie matters, but he should. He's basically the crown prince. If the zombie king's position could be transferred once, it could be transferred again. They'd already found a successor, so it shouldn't be too hard. Sure enough, the little boss knew how to transfer the zombie king's power. Besides the simple and brutal method of killing the king, there was another way. The previous king could voluntarily transfer their power to a suitable heir. If the transfer went smoothly, a new king could be crowned without killing the previous one. But zombies rarely used this peaceful method. With the zombie boss out of the way, the little boss had plenty of authority. He gathered all the items needed for the transfer from the zombie world. Everything was set, but then Dogsy threw a wrench in the plan. Dogsy was extremely resistant to giving up his power. He felt he'd earned it fair and square. Why should he hand it over? Not even for his owner. And Suisui nearly smacked Dogsy on the head. "Are you stupid? What's so great about being zombie king? You can't eat anything but brains. Do you even know what brains taste like?" She dragged out the dead zombie boss and forced Dogsy to sniff the brain matter. Dogsy immediately gagged. "What the heck? Even a dog wouldn't eat that. The mighty zombie king eats this stuff?" Dogsy's eyes suddenly wavered. Maybe being king wasn't so great after all. Given Dogsy's pitiful intelligence, and Suisui couldn't bear to abandon him. She forced him through the power transfer ritual. The golden light on Dogsy slowly shifted to the little boss, and Dogsy flopped on the ground, eyes glazed, utterly defeated, every hair on his body radiating reluctance. The ritual went smoothly. What they didn't expect was that the newly crowned little boss didn't take the chance to escape. Instead, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Dogsy. This little boss might not seem very smart and was a bit timid, but he'd never shown any particular gratitude before. Had they misjudged him? Was he actually a zombie who repaid kindness with gratitude? Jianshi seemed to think of something and reminded Suisui, "Check your pet's data panel." After a moment's hesitation, Suisui opened Dogsy's panel. Jianshi glanced over and was stunned by what he saw. He pointed at one stat, incredulous. "Is this dog's intelligence for real? How could anyone have an intelligence of -1? And Suisui opened her mouth but couldn't think of a single excuse for Dogsy. She just pretended not to hear and kept scrolling. Jianshi, meanwhile, stared at the black and white pup on the ground, finally realizing what had felt off before. Dogsy's upgrades were much harder than Suisui's, and each upgrade gave him a stat boost she couldn't match. Now, even though Dogsy was only level 3, his stats were on par with Jianshi's. Overall, there wasn't much difference from the last time he'd checked, except for one new golden skill in the abilities list: King's Intimidation. As the former zombie king, even though the process was a bit odd, the king's majesty never fades. Has a certain intimidating effect on undead creatures. Note: there is a mysterious connection between the former and current zombie king. That was a pleasant surprise. Even though Dogsy was no longer king, he still had some influence over zombies. Maybe they could use this trait if they ran into zombies again in the future. No one made things difficult for the little boss. They let him stay on his own turf, then, following the game's prompt, entered the cabin to search for loot. The little house in the player's yard, which had always been locked, was now open at the end of the game. Other players had already gone in and nothing unusual had happened, so Suisui led her parents and Jianshi inside. Inside, the players were busy scavenging. Because interstellar natural resources had been frozen, everyone on the starship was facing shortages, especially of essentials like food and water. The little cabin was a cozy, ordinary 2-story house, but by now, all the food and water in the kitchen had been picked clean by the other players, and Suisui and Jianshi didn't really need those things, so they didn't mind. Some of the other players felt a bit embarrassed and came over to check with them. Once they confirmed it was fine to keep the loot, they relaxed. And Suisui had a clear goal. She'd never been after basic supplies. Maybe the newbie stage didn't have any item cards prepared, but she still searched every corner of the cabin from top to bottom, finding no sign of any cards. She could only give up and turn her attention to anything else that might be useful. Maybe it was because the 2 unconventional team leaders had opened everyone's minds, but this batch of players all had very unique personalities. The loot-clearing free-for-all should have been tense. After all, resources were limited. But the plant team members got along fairly well, and when it came to dividing up the spoils, everyone was pretty considerate, settling things with a lottery. Of course, what people picked out really showed their personal tastes. First to go, naturally, was food and water. Once those were all taken, the younger players started searching for all sorts of odd little things. The guys gravitated toward flashlights, multi-tools, baseball bats, or mechanical models, especially old-school game consoles, which were the hottest items. The girls went for plushies, bedsheets, toiletries, and daily necessities. Of course, no one was going to leave behind a cute dress in the wardrobe. The older folks were even more interesting: pots, pans, stools, tables. If they could carry it, they took it. There were even two grannies who argued for ages over who got a dishcloth, and Suisui didn't care much for any of it. She wandered around and found nothing she really needed. Her family's supplies were already well stocked, so she didn't lack any consumables. She strolled from the front of the house to the back and discovered that behind the snowy scene was the pool stage. The two scenes were now connected. Half an hour later, all the players gathered on the lawn, and Suisui looked around and saw a huge pile of all sorts of items stacked on the grass. Even the wallpaper had been stripped off. Who knew what anyone would do with that at home? But the most outrageous was Jian Shi. He hadn't done much except ask the little boss for several thousand metal buckets, then filled them with water from the pool. He looked like he wanted to take the whole pool home. Wasn't that a bit much? And Suisui's eye twitched. She asked, "What are you going to do with all that water?" The water looked clean, but considering all those rotting zombies had jumped in, no one dared drink it. Even the uncles and aunties didn't want any pool water. Jian sure didn't care what others thought. He just did what he wanted. Still, he explained to Suisui, "I just want to see what the upper limit is for loot you can take out of the game. Besides, this pool water isn't totally useless. You can use it to mop the floor or something." In the interstellar era, water resources were frozen, and the only freely available water was the packaged kind from the mall. No one would waste precious drinking water on cleaning, not even Suisui. So, after discussing with her parents, she took some water home too. Just like John Schur said, it was perfect for mopping the floor or flushing the toilet. With technology gradually failing, people in the interstellar era had basically reverted to a semi-primitive society. Everyone was using flush toilets again. When free time ended, the cold mechanical voice sounded right on time. "Congratulations to all players for clearing the beginner game. Player ID cards have been activated. Game rewards have been sent to your personal mailbox. Please check. You will soon be teleported back to the real world. Please prepare." The players waited quietly. After 3 crisp beeps, the game prompt appeared again. "Please take all your personal belongings. Teleportation will begin soon." Jian Shi raised his hand and pointed at the pyramid of thousands of water buckets around him. "All this water is mine. Don't leave any behind." The game's mechanical voice paused for a moment, then coldly replied, "Loot carrying rule. During teleportation, all items off the ground and in direct contact with the player belong to the player. So you could take as much loot as you could physically carry. So as long as I can carry it, it's all mine?" John Schur grinned and snapped his fingers. Countless zombies poured out of the fog, picked up the buckets and carried them into the house, placing them one by one. John Schur pulled out his exclusive weapon and gave a gentle wave toward the wooden house. A black light flashed and dust filled the yard. The wooden house only trembled slightly. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but if you looked closely, you'd see a barely noticeable crack. John Schur walked up, found the crack, rapped the base with his skill, and with a little effort, lifted the entire house. Everyone was speechless. Even the game inspector hadn't expected anyone to do something so insane, just up and moved the most important scene, the little wooden house, out of the game. But the teleportation channel was already open, and the inspector couldn't stop it. He could only watch as Jian Shi disappeared from the courtyard with the house. He was silent for a long time, flipping through the established game rules over and over, but couldn't find a single clause to punish Jian Shi. In the end, he angrily wrote a 5,000-word feedback report, listing all the jaw-dropping things the players had done. His tone so aggrieved it could make anyone cry. As for what happened next, no one else knew. After returning home, Suisui was the first to check her player wristband. It was different now. Before, it only had a simple stats panel. Now, It had a personal mailbox, game chat, game forum, and other features. It was really starting to look like something. She opened her friends list. For now, there was only one friend quietly sitting there. Jian Shi had told her you could add friends in the game she hadn't noticed before. A red dot appeared on the chat page. Jian Shi had sent a message. "Home safe? I've got some game rewards I can't use. Want to trade?" He sent over a few item descriptions, all high-quality stuff, and Suisui thought for a moment and replied, "Let me sort through my items. I'll get back to you tomorrow." She hadn't even opened her own or her parents' loot bags yet, and Dad was feeding the dog, and only Mom was busy in the living room. And Suisui pulled her mom onto the sofa and guided her to retrieve her newbie reward from the mailbox. The newbie reward was a big red package, thick cardboard wrapping everything tightly with no description inside, just the words, "Newbie Gift Pack." And Suisui guessed it was like a blind box. Luck would decide what you got. So she asked her mom, "What do you hope to get?" And Mom had never experienced anything so fantastical and was so nervous she could barely speak. After hesitating a long time, she asked Suisui, "What do most people get?" And Suisui really couldn't answer that. There was no precedent. Most likely it would be some kind of item, but if you were lucky, maybe a skill or even a bloodline. And Mom thought seriously for a long time before finally saying, "Something related to cooking, I guess. I wouldn't know how to use anything else." That was her highest hope. And Suisui opened the package. A flash of red light, and 10 cards appeared on the floor. Item cards for antidote, wiretap, bone saw, instant noodles, eggs, soap, standard permanent backpack, Pandora's box, and gasoline. Most were limited use items, nothing too rare, but getting this many was already pretty good. The last card was a skill card. Chef. Any food touched by the chef will be randomly granted a special attribute bonus, usable up to 10 times per use, with a 60-minute cooldown. And Mom got her wish. After opening in Mom's starter pack, it was in Dad's turn. Compared to in Mom, and Dad was more solemn, and he'd even done a bit of homework. He pressed his hands together and muttered to the red package, "I'm a doctor, so please give me more medical stuff. Scalpels, bandages, medicine, machines, secret family recipes, mysterious formulas, medical techniques, anything, the more the better." On Suisui. She really wanted to remind her dad that this was just a starter pack, so the items would be pretty basic. Getting even one skill would be a blessing. Within Dad's high hopes, Suisui opened the pack. 9 items in total, not bad, and pretty much in line with what he wanted. Bone-setting bandage, hemostatic gauze, universal medicine, anesthetic syringe, dynamite recipe, tomato beef ramen, free attribute points, 3, hair dryer, and a skill card, old doctor's eye. As an experienced doctor, you can tell someone's physical condition at a glance, never a misdiagnosis. Usable on one individual at a time, 30-minute cooldown. Though it was one item fewer than Mom's, the quality was definitely higher, and most of it was exactly what Dad wanted. And Suisui was sure this was one of the best starter pack results anyone could get. Her luck stat was proven once again. And Dad was grinning from ear to ear, lovingly examining the old doctor's eye skill card before asking, "How do I use this?" And Suisui opened his personal panel and saw his stats. Player, and Hongsheng ID, D34957, age, 56, level 0 XP, 05, health, 100, agility, 3, average person, 1, speed, 1, endurance, 2, strength, 1, defense, 1, skill slots, empty, X5. And Suisui hadn't seen stats this low in a long time, and the ID was so long, even with a letter prefix, showing just how many people had joined the game in the past day. But only 5 skill slots? Did that mean each person could only have 5 skills? Her heart skipped a beat. That would be bad. During the beta, skills were so hard to get that she used whatever she found, never worrying about running out of slots. If there were only 5, she'd barely have any left. She quickly checked her own panel and finally relaxed. Her panel had also updated, but not much had changed. She now had a separate skill bar, and all her previous skills were listed as special abilities, not taking up skill slots. so she effectively had 3 extra slots. That was the benefit of being a beta player. Not only were her base stats much higher than new players, but all the abilities and assets she'd accumulated in beta were now advantages. After using the skill card, and Dad's skill bar now had Old Doctor's Eye. With her parents' packs opened, it was finally her turn. The leader's pack was on a whole different level from the starter packs. Even the packaging gleamed with gold, exuding luxury. When Suisui opened it, 15 golden item cards fell to the floor. Little electric scooter. Don't underestimate it. Riding it gives you a sense of speed, increases speed by 300%, can be stacked with other skills, no cooldown. Note: remember to charge it. The first item was already impressive, though it might not work in every environment, like deserts or rocky terrain. She wondered if she could use it with her wings and just fly. She kept reading. Universal bullet recipe, works for most firearms. As long as you have the materials, you can make unlimited bullets. This was great. She had a sniper rifle in her backpack, but hadn't been able to use it for lack of ammo. Now it could finally shine. Golden cicada shedding, Year 3. Set up an escape point in advance. In a crisis, you can teleport there, leaving behind a decoy. Note: the escape point only lasts 30 minutes. If unused, it expires. Master key. If it has a lock, this can open it. Otherwise, what's the point of a master key? The more she read, the more excited she got. Maybe because she'd led the team without any casualties, the quality of her reward pack was sky high. One good thing after another. 15 item cards, not a single basic item, and even 2 skill cards and 2 attribute cards. And Suisui quickly sorted and categorized her loot, setting aside anything she didn't need to trade with Jianshi. While she was thinking, and Dad shuffled over. "Sweetheart, help me figure out what direction I should develop in." It was the interstellar age. Who hadn't played a few games in their youth? Planning your growth path was basic gaming knowledge, and Dad knew it. And Suisui froze, as if doused with cold water, her excitement instantly gone. She'd almost forgotten. Her parents were now players too. She stared at her dad for a long time, then tentatively said, "The game doesn't force everyone to participate. Why not just not play?" "No way." And Dad was adamant. "The interstellar situation is so chaotic, and we don't know how long the food and water shortages will last. Our family has plenty of reserves, but we can't just sit around and use them up." "How is that using them up? You still have me," and Suisui retorted. "What?" And Dad got even more worked up. "You want to go out there alone? No way. I can't let my daughter go off adventuring while I sit at home enjoying the spoils. I just can't." And Suisui silently opened her dad's stats panel, then her own, and put them side by side in front of him. The comparison said it all. She might as well have pointed at him and said, "You're a total noob." And Dad looked at his own pitiful stats, pouted, and tried to defend himself. "You only have such high stats because you're a beta tester. Most new players probably aren't even as good as me." That was actually true. But Suisui wouldn't let him off so easily. "Can you guarantee that everyone you meet will be an ordinary player? Most regular players could only get crushed when they ran into beta testers. Even in team games, as long as a beta tester had a bit of a mean streak, regular players could only get bullied." And Dad looked aggrieved. Taking a deep breath, and Suisui voiced her concerns. "Dad, you saw it yourself today. The game is a dangerous place. I can't guarantee I'll always be in the same game as you and Mom. Even if we are, I can't always protect you." She looked at him, her soft, childish voice unusually serious. "Daddy, I've grown up. I can take care of you now. There's nothing shameful about being supported by your own daughter." Dad Ann hung his head, and Mom An stayed silent. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavier and heavier. Just then, the family dog suddenly burst out of the kitchen and jumped onto the coffee table. "Ah, Woo, what's going on? You promised me something tasty, but I haven't gotten a bite yet. Do I really have to remind you? Don't you have any sense of responsibility?" Seeing the dog, Dad An seemed to find an excuse to escape. He hurriedly got up and went into the kitchen, leaving behind only, "Let me think about it." And Suisui took the opportunity to snuggle into her mom's arms, calling out "Mommy" in all sorts of sweet, syrupy tones, trying to soften her heart. Mom Ann hugged on Suisui's head tightly, her eyes full of both pain and guilt. She felt sorry that Suisui had to face danger alone, and guilty for being powerless to help. The atmosphere at Jianshi's house was completely different. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Jian got home, they were stunned by the sudden appearance of a 2-story wooden cabin in the garden. Jian Mingxia frowned, his face immediately darkening. He didn't even need to ask to know who was behind this. Whenever something weird happened at home, it was always that brat's doing. Jianshi put on his noise-canceling headphones and buried himself in the mountain of documents on his desk. As for his dad, who cared? But the housekeeper, hearing Jian Mingxia's scolding, hurried out of the house. "Sir, you're back? Dinner is ready. Would you and Madam like to eat now?" Jian Mingxia's expression softened a bit when facing the housekeeper. "What's going on here?" Jian Shi had made quite a scene when he brought the cabin back, so the housekeeper knew a little. The young master brought it out from the game. By now, everyone knew about the game. He brought something like this out of the game? Jian Mingxia's eye twitched, barely able to keep a straight face. That useless son never did anything proper. Mrs. Jian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. She simply looked around the little wooden house and said to Jian Mingxia, "Find your son a girlfriend, so he has somewhere to put all that energy. Otherwise, he'll keep tormenting the family." His grandfather was still lying in the hospital and refused to come home. Jian Mingxia also thought Jian Shi was too idle sometimes. It wouldn't hurt to give him something to do, so he immediately called an old friend. "Hello? Old gang? Busy? You're free too? How about dinner together tonight?" "All right, it's settled then. Remember to bring Chuxing along." Just like that, Jian Shi was set up without knowing it. When he came downstairs for dinner, he found a few extra people at home. "Oh, isn't that Uncle Gung? What a rare guest." Even with 2 strangers at the table, he didn't feel awkward at all. He sat down confidently in his usual seat, eating and drinking as usual, even enthusiastically introducing dishes to Gung Hong. "Uncle Gang, try this. I bet you've never had it before. I brought it back from the newly developed marginal star belt. They only developed it once and now it's gone. The more you eat, the less there is, so have some more." Gung Hong knew exactly why he was here tonight. He was eager for his daughter to marry into the Jian family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so quickly to Jian Mingxia's invitation. So he subtly brought up his daughter. "All right, since it's your recommendation, I'll have more. I really am getting old. Last time I saw you, you were just a kid, and now you've grown up in the blink of an eye." He glanced at his daughter, Gung Chuxing. "Chuxing, this is your brother Jian Shi. You two haven't seen each other in years, right? I'm sure you remember him. Jian Shi has a great memory. You two used to play together as kids." Jian Shi looked up at Gung Chuxing. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. So this was the new commander, Jian Shi. He was way too... She snuck a glance at his face, pretending it was unintentional, and her blush deepened. But Jian Shi didn't say anything. His deep gaze slowly shifted from Gung Chuxing to his own parents. He felt like this scene was strangely familiar. Could it be... Wait, is this dinner actually a matchmaking setup? Gung Hong's expression stiffened, and Jian Mingxia put down his chopsticks, answering directly. "That's right, it's exactly what you think." A terrifying memory began to resurface. Damn, he really didn't expect to run into this kind of thing in real life. Jian Shi's expression immediately turned much more serious. "I don't like beating around the bush and wasting everyone's time, so I'll just say it straight. This, what was her name again? Gung Chuxing isn't my type. Since nothing's started yet, there's no need to go through the motions. Let's just enjoy dinner and not talk about these awkward topics." He couldn't have been more blunt. Gung Chuxing had considered many possibilities before coming and was prepared to be rejected, but she hadn't expected it to happen like this. Rejected before they'd even interacted? Unwilling to give up, she mustered her courage and asked, "Then what kind of girl do you like?" "I like cute ones," Jian Shi blurted out. Gung Chuxing was stunned, not expecting such a quick answer, not even a moment's thought. That only made her more certain that what he'd said before was just an excuse. She lowered her head, her lashes trembling, her voice much softer. "But I think I'm the cute type, Jianshe. We haven't even spent time together. Why are you in such a hurry to reject me?" Her mother had told her before she left, "If you like him, you have to be proactive. It's hard for a man to chase a woman, but easy for a woman to chase a man. If a girl is a little more forward, things often work out." Jianshe's mouth twitched. He really couldn't understand where she got that idea. "Come on, with your height, calling yourself cute is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? I'm really not brushing you off. You're just not my type." Gung Chuxing refused to give up and insisted on a specific answer. "If I'm not cute, then what kind of girl is?" Jianshe was getting a headache. Real-life matchmaking was way harder than in the game. He could only lay it all out, explaining in detail. "She has to look cute, definitely not too tall. At most 150 centimeters, a round face, almond-shaped eyes, dimples when she's angry, and a soft, childish voice." As he spoke, Jianshe suddenly froze. Wait a minute, isn't he describing Suisui? Since things had already gotten to this point, Jianshe just went all in and listed every preference he could think of, down to the tiniest detail. It was basically like naming someone directly. Even he felt a little nervous as he spoke, sensing something wasn't quite right. Mrs. Jian glanced thoughtfully at Jianshe's face. Who could describe their preferences in such detail unless they were either making it up or had a template in mind that let them rattle it off without thinking? She knew her son's personality well. If he didn't like something, he'd just say so, not make up so many excuses. Unless? Just as Jian Mingcha was about to scold Jianshe for being unreasonable, Mrs. Jian quietly stopped him, signaling with her eyes, "Don't rush, let's wait and see." Gung Chuxing's eyes were red, holding back tears as she forced herself to listen to the end, then blurted out, "There's no such girl," and hurriedly left the room. She was afraid if she stayed any longer she'd really start crying. It was just too much, way too much. To reject her, he'd made up such a detailed story. Was she really that bad? Did he have to be so harsh? Who's only 1.5 meters tall anyway? Jianshe. Some people really are sheltered. Anyway, he'd made his position clear. The rest wasn't his problem. What others thought didn't matter to him. Jianshe went back to eating and drinking as usual. Jian Mingcha looked thoroughly displeased, thinking Jianshe's behavior was far too out of line. He couldn't understand how their family had produced such a rebellious son. Mrs. Jian also kept a straight face, neither commenting nor pushing further, as if this dinner was just an ordinary family meal. Gung Hong, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward. Gung Chuxing had said a bit too much. Even if she didn't believe Jianshe's excuses, there was no need to call him out on the spot. The delicious food suddenly lost its flavor. Out of courtesy, Gung Hong didn't leave midway like Gung Chuxing, but he was no longer as warm as before. Their family wasn't any worse than the Jians. If they weren't interested, so be it. No need to force things. After dinner, Gung Hong left. Mrs. Jian stopped Jianshe and got straight to the point. "Do you like someone?" The conditions he'd listed at dinner were so specific that a data analyst could have pulled up a real person's profile. She didn't believe for a second it was just talk. Jianshe thought for a moment. Maybe? Why did he look like he'd just realized it himself? Jianshe's attitude left Mrs. Jian baffled. She frowned but said nothing, simply crossing out the long list of candidates she'd prepared. Jianshe spent half an hour alone in the study, holding a paper file but never turning a page. Anyone could see he was daydreaming. Eventually, he tossed the file aside, propped his chin on one hand, and stared off into space. After a while, he opened his contacts, found Suisui, and edited his message several times before settling on the final wording. The player wristband made no sound, but when a message arrived, there was a strange sensation. And Suisui opened her player comms and saw the red dot for unread messages. 09, can you do me a favor? And Suisui was feeling troubled. Interstellar comms were down and she had no one to talk to. Jianshi's message came at just the right time. 023. Not lending you money. She didn't have any anyway. 009. Can I borrow a person then? And Suisui was full of question marks. 0023. What do you want? 009. Lend me your hand to open my game reward pack. You know what my luck is like. So that was it. And Suisui understood. Before she could reply, Jianshi sent another message. 009. So what are you thinking? What was she thinking? What could she think? She'd thought Jianshi was up to something shady and wanted her to join in. She almost refused outright. Good thing she didn't type too fast, or that would have been awkward. So she changed the subject, not realizing he was trying to flirt. 0023, you still haven't opened your reward pack? Unbelievable. When she got home, the first thing she did was open her reward pack, and she'd even opened her whole family's. 0009, doesn't matter if it's early or late as long as you open it. Maybe worried she'd refuse, Jianshi quickly offered a reward. 009, if you agree, you can pick any item you want from what comes out. Wow. She had to admit she was really tempted. She knew her own luck. Anything she opened would be high quality, and with a high-level reward pack, even a random pick would be a huge win. Jianshi was being so generous, and Suisui couldn't resist and agreed. She thought they'd meet again in the next game, but the very next day, a guest showed up at her house, and Suisui couldn't help her curiosity. All the interstellar flights are grounded. How did you get to Silver Wolf Star? She vaguely remembered Jianshi mentioning his location, but it definitely wasn't Silver Wolf Star. Jianshi leaned in while Dad wasn't looking. I'll tell you later. When Dad came out of the kitchen, Jianshi sat up straight, looking like a model citizen. And Dad eyed him suspiciously for a long time, but couldn't find anything wrong. So he reluctantly went back to the kitchen. The kitchen was now the heart of the home, and outsiders weren't welcome, so Jianshi didn't try to help, even though he'd brought plenty of things. When Dad left again, Jianshi sidled over and whispered in Suisui's ear, "Come out with me later, and bring your dog. I brought..." Before he could finish, Dad came out again, and Jianshi quickly returned to his seat. And Suisui. What was this, guerrilla warfare? At least they managed to have a meal together. And Suisui and Jianshi left the house under Dad's shocked gaze. And Suisui didn't know why her dad looked so surprised, and explained a little awkwardly, "My dad's just a bit jumpy, don't mind him." Jianshi smiled meaningfully. "I wouldn't say that. Your dad's intuition is actually pretty sharp." Ever since the last game, Dogsy had been spoiled by Dad and didn't want to go out with Suisui at all, but was dragged out anyway, howling in protest the whole way like he was terminally ill. Until he met another dog. Jianshi opened the yard gate, and a big black and white dog bounded out. Dogsy seemed to sense something. He'd been lazily sprawled in Suisui's arms, but suddenly perked up, standing tall and proud. And Suisui recognized the newcomer, a border collie, said to be extremely smart. People joked that dogs are dogs, but border collies are border collies. The complete opposite of a husky. When two dogs meet, there's bound to be a fight. Dogsy's expression was more serious than ever before. Just as the border collie was wagging its tail and greeting Jianshi, Dogsy suddenly pounced, leaping up and trying to pin the border collie beneath him. The border collie twitched its ears, lifted a hind leg, and kicked Dogsy right on the nose, knocking him off course. Not only did Dogsy fail to land on the border collie, he ended up face-planting into the ground. Dogsy wasn't discouraged at all. He immediately scrambled up, lowered his front legs, glared fiercely, and let out a muffled growl. He certainly had the attitude. And Suisui was about to intervene, but Jianshi stopped her. "It's fine. As long as your dog doesn't use any skills, Chang Feng can handle it. Let him experience a bit of wisdom. Maybe he'll get smarter." Raising Dogsy's IQ was every husky owner's dream. But Suisui was still hesitant because Dogsy had a skill she couldn't control. "Are you sure? My dog has a passive skill called IQ drop. It can drag the enemy's intelligence down to his level." As for Dogsy's intelligence, Jianshi had already witnessed it. It should be fine, right? The person who was so confident just a moment ago was now hesitating. That skill was just too brutal, honestly. Under the cautious gaze of their owners, the two dogs began their deep exchange. Dogsy's sneak attack had failed, and he seemed to realize the other dog wasn't easy prey. So he took up an aggressive stance, trying to overwhelm his opponent with sheer presence. The border collie, distracted by the husky, stopped circling his owner and sat down, watching Dogsy with a calm, dignified air. The two dogs stared at each other for a long time. In the end, since the border collie remained unmoved, the husky admitted defeat. Dogsy realized he couldn't win with intimidation, so he switched tactics, barking provocatively at the border collie and even swiping at him. A woo. Seeing that the border collie didn't react, Dogsy grew bolder, his howls getting more and more outrageous. As a husky, he naturally came with a taunting effect. Even without using any skills, everything he did was full of provocation. Maybe it was the border collie's tolerance that made Dogsy forget himself, not noticing he was getting closer and closer. The border collie stopped wagging his tail, focusing intently on Dogsy, his dark eyes reflecting a dangerous glint. With both owners watching, the oblivious Dogsy finally stuck his head right in front of the border collie. After waiting patiently, the border collie seized the perfect moment, pounced, and pinned Dogsy down, his jaws clamped around Dogsy's neck, completely restraining him. Dogsy tried to fight back, but the border collie just smacked his head a few times, making Dogsy yelp helplessly. Dogsy wasn't exactly a proud type. He started wailing the moment he was pinned, trying to win on Suisui's sympathy and get her to rescue him from the other dog's jaws. "Oh, woo! I'm dying, I'm dying. Oh, woo! My neck's broken. Oh, woo! Save me, human." But Dogsy had clearly overestimated on Suisui's sympathy for him. All he heard was his owner and another man, standing far away, making sarcastic comments. "Look at my dog, he's as fat as a ball. Don't let him tire your border collie out." "Are you even human?" At that moment, Dogsy was dangling from the border collie's jaws, half his body in the air, being shaken around like a toy. Dogsy felt his brain spinning, about to throw up, but his owner wasn't worried at all. Instead, she was worried about the dog bullying him. Dogsy's already not-so-bright mind was now full of mush. Realizing his owner was no help, he immediately surrendered to the other dog. "Stop, stop. I'll call you Big Brother, okay? Stop shaking me, I'm going to puke. Help! I'm going to be shaken to death. With an owner like this, my life is so hard." After playing for a while, the border collie noticed his owner was gone, so he dropped Dogsy and ran toward the manor. Dogsy was finally free. His legs wobbled a bit, but thanks to his strong body, he recovered quickly, just in time to see the border collie skip the front gate and leap over a side fence. The movement was smooth and effortless. Even the fur fluttering in the wind seemed to spell out "cool" in golden letters. Dogsy was awestruck. Big Brother really is Big Brother. Even the way he enters is so stylish. Shaking off the drool from his mouth, Dogsy excitedly followed. "Big Brother, wait for me!" The border collie didn't use the main gate because he thought the other path was shorter to his owner and the fence wasn't high. He could easily jump it. Dogsy didn't think much, just copied the border collie's route. But he overestimated his own ability and underestimated his size. He managed to jump only half as high as the border collie. He ended up stuck on the fence, howling miserably. And Suisui. Well, not surprised at all. After rescuing Dogsy, Jianshi led Suisui to their destination, the training ground. This is where Changfeng trained before becoming a military dog. It's not too hard, suitable for beginners and puppies, Jianshi explained. Changfeng the border collie was already familiar with all the equipment and started training without needing any instructions. Tunnel, balance beam, simulated slope. For an excellent military dog like Changfeng, these were just games. But for Dogsy, who'd never seen any of this, it was a different story. Jianshi had Changfeng demonstrate first. Changfeng completed all the obstacles perfectly and quickly. When it was Dogsy's turn, he plopped down and opened his mouth at Suisui. "Give me a treat first." And Suisui was about to pull something out. But Jianshi stopped her. He crouched down and looked Dogsy in the eye. "You have to finish the training before you can eat." Dogsy turned his head away arrogantly, ignoring him. "What do you know? How can I play without food?" But he didn't expect that the man wouldn't even try to persuade him. Instead, he stood up and called out into the distance. "Changfeng, take him for a couple of laps." The black and white dog came running, grabbed the husky by the scruff, and tossed him onto the balance beam. The husky stubbornly held his head high, refusing to give in, even to Big Brother. But after tossing him onto the beam, the border collie walked away, only to return a moment later with something in his mouth. A stick covered in spikes, except for the end he was holding. Without a word, the border collie charged onto the balance beam and whacked the husky's butt with the stick. "Yelp!" Dogsy screamed and fell off the beam. But it wasn't over. The border collie jumped down after him, still holding the spiked stick. The message was clear. If you don't finish the training, the border collie will chase you to the ends of the earth. Say what you will, Big Brother is still Big Brother. The difference between the border collie and Dogsy was obvious. It wasn't just intelligence. The border collie was fiercely competitive. Give it a command, and without much guidance, it would spring into action like it was on a mission, working faster than anyone else. It had only one thing in mind: the goal. A husky, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. It didn't care much about winning, but its curiosity was off the charts, constantly distracted by anything odd or interesting. Take now, for example, as Dogsy was walking across a narrow bridge, a butterfly suddenly fluttered past its nose. Dogsy's gaze immediately followed the butterfly. If it had wings, it probably would have flown right up into the sky. But joy turned to disaster. So distracted by the butterfly, Dogsy's front paw missed the bridge and it tumbled off, landing on its rear with a thud. Dogsy let out a pitiful yelp and flopped on the ground, refusing to get up. Then it saw its newly adopted Big Brother jump down from the bridge as well, striding over with a fierce look in its eyes, still holding a wolf-tooth club in its mouth. Awkward. And Suisui was thoroughly entertained. Finally some dog, was putting the husky in its place. She couldn't be happier. Jianshi spoke up at just the right moment. "Let's leave them here to play. Come with me." "Huh? Wasn't today supposed to be for Dogsy's training?" And Suisui tilted her head in confusion. "Didn't you want to know how I got here?" Jianshi said mysteriously, successfully piquing her curiosity. She followed him without a hint of suspicion. And Suisui had expected to see an expensive private spaceship, but what she actually saw far exceeded her expectations. Standing on the landing pad was a giant over 4.5 meters tall, a mecha. This was in Suisui's first time seeing a mecha up close. Mechas were different from starships. If you had money, it wasn't hard to own your own ship. But mechas were another story. They were strategic assets, requiring strict approval and procedures from manufacture to deployment. All mecha research institutes were officially controlled. "Are you with the government?" "A mecha pilot," and Suisui couldn't help but ask. After all, only officially trained pilots could get authorization to use a mecha. But then she realized something was off. Even if you were a pilot, the mecha still belonged to the government, and you couldn't just take it out without permission, let alone fly it from one planet to another. "Don't tell me you took advantage of the chaos and snuck the mecha out. That's illegal, you know?" And Suisui was getting nervous. Stealing a government mecha just to meet an online friend, she could actually imagine Jianshi doing something that crazy. As she debated whether to turn him in, Jianshi finally burst out laughing. "What are you thinking? Even with the current chaos, no unauthorized pilot could just steal a mecha. This one's mine, I promise. No laws broken." He flicked her forehead. "Don't underestimate the Alliance's control over the stars. This chaos won't last long." And Suisui rubbed her forehead, her curiosity only growing. "How did you get full ownership of a mecha?" Was it even possible for someone to privately own a mecha? Of course it was, but the requirements were extremely strict. Jianshi casually pulled back the sunshade over the landing pad. "It's not that hard, just pioneer a few planets, that's all." Of course his family's support helped, but he didn't mention that. It would only make him look less capable. Just as Jianshi expected, Suisui was fascinated by the mecha and even admitted she'd once applied to be a pilot, but got rejected. The reason? She wasn't tall enough. She still remembered the shocked looks from everyone at the exam site when she showed up. Had they never seen a short person before? Just thinking about it made her mad. Jian Shi hadn't expected that and tried not to laugh but couldn't help himself, nearly choking as he tried to play it cool. It's not that the examiners were picking on you. The standard mechas in the military are built for people 1.7, 1.8, or 1.9 meters tall. Even if they'd accepted you, there wouldn't have been a mecha that fit. And Suisui knew all this. She stroked the orange-red giant in front of her, envious. It wasn't the biggest mecha she'd seen, but it was definitely the most beautiful. She was now convinced this was Jian Shi's personal mecha. Military mechas were always black and gray. "Want to go up and take a look?" Jian Shi clapped his hands, and the mecha powered up, faint blue lights flickering across its body. Under Suisui's gaze, it grew even larger, rising from 4.5 meters to over 10 meters tall. It was now impossible to judge its height with the naked eye. "Mechas can change size?" And Suisui's eyes widened, completely stunned. Jian Shi's face was all smiles as he opened the cockpit, letting her see inside. "Military mechas can't, but mine can." Mechas are used in the harshest, most dangerous environments, pioneering, exploring unknown regions, or war. Once a pilot enters, they can't leave easily. Spending 3 to 5 months inside is normal, so there are living facilities inside and the mecha can't be too small. Jian Shi led Suisui inside, telling her little-known stories and showing her the entertainment facilities. What he didn't say was that most mechas didn't need to change size. He just liked to drive his around, and if it didn't shrink, there'd be nowhere to park. And Suisui entered the control room. It wasn't quite what she'd imagined. Besides a full-body sensor suit, there was a huge display screen and a dense array of controls and buttons that made her dizzy just looking at them. "Want to try?" Jian Shi sat her in the only chair, then reached around from behind, taking her small hand and placing it on the joystick. And Suisui was so focused on the mecha that she didn't even notice how close they'd gotten. Following Jian Shi's guidance, she started up the mecha. In an instant, the silver interior vanished, replaced by a vast white sky and the sensation of floating. She had to admit it was a little scary. She almost unfurled her little wings in panic. But then, a familiar low voice whispered in her ear, calming her nerves just in time. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." The mecha's panoramic mode was an immersive experience. After her initial panic, Suisui quickly got into it and gradually became excited. By the time she'd had her fun and returned to the manor, Dogsy had already been tormented to the point of losing all his spirit, lying limp on the ground like a puddle of mud. Changfeng strolled out of the warehouse, a bottle of chili sauce in his mouth. Similar tools were already piled up beside Dogsy, 7 or 8 of them. Dogsy's unfocused eyes watched Changfeng approach, and his chubby body shivered. Suddenly, he scrambled up and bolted. Changfeng, feeling provoked, narrowed his eyes and sped up to chase after him. A bloody chase was about to begin, but just before the battle started, Jian Shi scooped up Changfeng, sparing Dogsy from further tragedy. Dogsy's knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground, his butt already more swollen than when he'd arrived, the shine gone from his black eyes. "Awoo!" Dogsy looked utterly aggrieved, casting a reproachful look at Suisui. "You brought me here just to suffer, didn't you?" As his owner, Suisui simply soothed his fur and pulled out some special dog food she'd prepared in advance, encouraging him to keep trying. "Look how much fun you had today. After playing so hard, you'll sleep even better tonight. Have a good meal, and we'll come back again tomorrow." Sympathy? Not a chance. She was just happy to watch the chaos and add fuel to the fire. Jian Shi received an invitation from a friend. He'd originally planned to refuse. What fun could a bunch of guys have together anyway? But then his subordinate messaged him, so he had no choice but to go. When he arrived at the training ground, Dogsy was nowhere to be seen. Only Suisui and Changfeng were playing on the balance beam. Chang Feng was great at entertaining little girls, performing tricks on the beam to get on Suisui to keep feeding him. "Your belly's already bulging and you're still eating. You're going to burst." Jianshi took the snacks from An Suisui and stuffed them into his own pocket. "Time to go home." Chang Feng shot him a disdainful look, ignored him, and jumped straight into An Suisui's arms, asking to be held. That dumb dog was nothing. This pretty girl was his now. As for his own owner, what kind of owner fights a dog for food? Swapping for a new one wouldn't be a big deal. And Suisui was already impressed by Chang Feng's intelligence. When she heard Jianshi say it was time to go, she was reluctant, hugging Chang Feng tightly and refusing to let go. "So soon? Can't we play a little longer?" She even pulled out some of her mom's special dog food from her backpack for Jianshi to take home. And Mom's cooking skills had improved dramatically. After a night of practice, she could now skillfully use her abilities. The food she made always carried all sorts of strange attributes. The more useless ones, like delicious or healthy, were used to make dog food, especially for Dogsy. Otherwise, Chang Feng wouldn't bother fighting Dogsy for food. Jianshi had no intention of leaving An Suisui behind, and he'd already thought of an excuse. "Something strange happened on the main planet. I'm pretty sure it's game-related. Don't you want to check it out? First-hand information is hard to come by." He even read out the message his subordinate had sent. The incident happened this morning, but because it was so recent, no one noticed at first. It wasn't until now that the news reached Jianshi. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., a span of 6 hours, there had been more than a dozen disappearances in Lushan City. At first, the number didn't seem alarming, but after a quick investigation, the authorities found something especially strange. All the missing people had disappeared from the same location, and the actual number was likely even higher. Many people hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and hadn't reported it yet. "The Alliance has already sealed off all routes near the disappearance site. I'm heading over now. Are you sure you don't want to come?" A bizarre disappearance case? To be honest, An Suisui was tempted. Her natural sense of adventure urged her to join the excitement, but given the current special circumstances, she was worried she might not make it back. Jianshi saw her hesitation. "Worried about communication? Don't worry, I'll bring you back when it's over." Then he'd use low energy as an excuse to stay at her house. 2 birds with 1 stone. Jianshi's expression was so sincere that no one could have guessed what he was really thinking. And Suisui hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Any news related to the game was no small matter. It wouldn't hurt to check it out, and she'd already added her parents as friends, so she wouldn't lose contact. Jianshi successfully coaxed An Suisui to the main planet. Before boarding the mecha, his gaze swept over her, and Chang Feng's wagging tail paused, as if he'd received some kind of message. He twitched his furry ears, then continued to stick close to An Suisui. A woman's embrace was much more comfortable than a dog bed. As for that hard, bony man, he was the worst choice. Jianshi seemed busy. After setting the route, he didn't say another word. Although the game's communication system didn't have notification sounds, and Suisui happened to glance at his screen as she passed by and saw a dense cluster of red dots. It was rare to see him working so seriously. And Suisui watched for a while and felt that maybe Jianshi wasn't so unreliable after all. When he worked, he naturally exuded a powerful aura, giving people a strong sense of security. And Suisui blinked, thinking to herself, "Am I seeing things?" At the same time, she suddenly became curious about what Jianshi's family did. The pile of cases in front of Jianshi wasn't something that could be handled in a few minutes, and he didn't plan to solve them all at once. He just picked out the most urgent information to respond to, then pulled up the details of the disappearance case. He didn't avoid An Suisui, so she stood beside him and watched openly. As she watched, An Suisui suddenly thought of something. "Are your parents going to participate in the game?" Surely she wasn't the only one troubled by this question. Maybe Jianshi's perspective could give her some new ideas. Jianshi looked up at her and answered casually, "My dad will. My mom won't. She's a politician. There are plenty of things for her to handle in the real world. No need to waste time on something she's not good at. Did your parents make that decision themselves? And Suisui pressed. Yeah, Jianshi replied. They're much better at weighing pros and cons than I am. And Suisui fell into thought. If she could help her parents find a goal, something to keep them busy in the real world, maybe they wouldn't feel so down about not being able to enter the game. Maybe they'd been thinking about it the wrong way. Participating in the game didn't have to mean taking on game challenges. There might be other ways to get involved. Canine Star, Lucian City. Nanchung Street was an old, outdated neighborhood, long since left behind by the times. Few people still lived here, mostly nostalgic elderly folks, or those too poor to move away. But today, this long, quiet place suddenly burst into commotion because something major had just happened up ahead. By the time Jianshi arrived, the scene was already tightly cordoned off by the Alliance military. Anyone without proper clearance was kept outside the perimeter. Nanchung Street, being the closest supply point to the incident, was now crowded with well-dressed heirs and socialites, all waiting for more accurate news. Jianshi, over here. Someone recognized Jianshi's mecha and called out excitedly. Jianshi obliged, parking on a nearby open lot. Information online was limited. He needed to get more details from the scene. Fu Yuanzhou, Jianshi's childhood friend, also held a significant position in the Alliance military. Though not as accomplished as Jianshi, he was still considered a rising star. But this high-ranking officer was now bouncing around like a fool, completely disregarding his image. The hatch opened. Fu Yuanzhou was about to shout, but the petite figure that stepped out made the words catch in his throat. He rubbed his eyes hard. The girl's silhouette didn't disappear. Instead, it became even clearer. My God! It took Fu Yuanzhou a while to find his voice. When Jianshi finally exited the mecha, Fu Yuanzhou couldn't hold back his curiosity and rushed over. Jianshi saw him, but before he could say anything, that big goof blurted out, Am I seeing things? Where did you find this adorable little cutie? Is she even of age? Didn't you say even your dad can't touch your mecha? I get it. She must be your future wife. Shut up. Jianshi clamped a hand over Fu Yuanzhou's mouth, glancing around warily. And Suisui was standing not far away, looking over with curiosity but not coming closer. Judging by her expression, she probably hadn't heard. Jianshi breathed a sigh of relief, letting go of Fu Yuanzhou but shooting him a warning glare. You genius. Less talking, more working. Or you'll get yourself killed one day. Got it? Fu Yuanzhou finally caught on, his gaze turning teasing. So, after all that, nothing was going on. Commander Jian was still pining away by himself. The two of them went off to exchange intel, while Suisui sat alone on the mecha's giant steel foot, swinging her legs and curiously observing the run-down little town. Anyone who'd made it to Nanchung Street at this time had clearly received first-hand news. For most people, the arrival of the game was a recent, mysterious event that threatened their lives and interests, so naturally they wanted to learn as much as possible. The orange-red mecha was impossible to miss, and everyone here knew exactly who it belonged to. Yu Jianian had spent a fortune to rent a house in the center of the street, a 3-story building with a perfect view of the open lot and the mecha. No way. I thought Jianshi would have arrived ages ago. What's he been up to? The young man behind Yu Jianian craned his neck to look. Yu Jianian glanced over too and was surprised to see a petite girl on the mecha. And Suisui? Why was she here? Geng Chuxing, though harshly rejected by Jianshi, had always believed his words were just excuses. If she tried a little harder, maybe she'd still have a chance. But when she saw Suisui with her own eyes, she realized Jianshi hadn't been lying at all. So there really was a tiny, lowly-type girl? Geng Chuxing's gaze was so intense that Suisui couldn't help but notice. She looked up, meeting Geng Chuxing's eyes with a puzzled, soft little voice that sounded like she was acting cute even when asking a question. Excuse me, do you need something? Geng Chuxing felt a rush of heat to her head, her face flushing red and her nose tingling. No, she couldn't stay here any longer. Before Suisui could ask again, Gung Chu-sing covered her nose and ran off. Suisui. This wasn't the first time someone had looked at her strangely. What was with the people on K9 Star? Hugging Chang Feng, Suisui jumped down from the mecha's foot, planning to find Jian Shi. She'd barely taken a few steps when a scream rang out in the distance. The thick fog that had been gathering in the woods suddenly erupted, quickly engulfing all of Nancheng Street. A wave of dizziness hit her, and Suisui vaguely felt someone grab her hand and pull her into a protective embrace, wrapping her tightly in a coat. Was it Jian Shi? Her mind was a blur. She couldn't think at all. But the sensation didn't last long. When she came to, she found herself in a dimly lit room. Ding! Instance entry conditions met. Player 023 has triggered a special instance, the Strange Town. This instance's world: Lushan City, Nancheng Street. Current instance ownership: none. Player identity card issued. Please prepare. Opposing faction players will be teleported in 30 minutes. And Suisui's mind was a mess. She hadn't signed up for a game, but was forcibly pulled into a challenge, and the rules were very different from usual. Just a few lines from the game had revealed a lot of information. She needed time to process it. And Suisui got up and looked around. It was dark and damp with piles of junk in the corners and no windows. She suspected it was a basement. Woof, woof. A warm, wet tongue licked her hand, pulling her out of her thoughts. Chang Feng? After activating her demon bloodline, her night vision was excellent. She hadn't expected Chang Feng to be brought into the instance with her. She'd have to find Jian Shi quickly. And Suisui opened her player wristband and saw the identity card sent by the game. A green card listing her name, gender, age, and family status. When Suisui touched the card, it turned into a ball of green light and shot into her mind, showing her a short memory clip. It seemed to be the memories of the character on the card. So this game was a role-playing instance? But what about the mission? Her chubby little face scrunched up in worry as she stroked Chang Feng's soft fur. There had never been a game without a mission before. Without a mission, how would they determine who won or lost? As she was thinking, clear footsteps echoed in the hallway. Someone was approaching the basement, and Suisui immediately found a place to hide, deciding to observe the situation first. Creak. The old wooden door was pushed open. Through the faint light from outside, and Suisui could make out a blurry figure. He was tall. Judging by the build, it was probably a man. And Suisui gripped the stick in her hand tightly, thinking that if anyone strange appeared, she'd just whack them first and ask questions later. The man was carrying an oil lamp. After pushing the door open, he didn't enter right away but stood at the doorway for a moment. Suisui. She heard a low voice calling her name from the doorway. The voice sounded familiar. It seemed like... The man finally stepped inside, revealing his face completely. Sure enough, it was Jian Shi. But Jian Shi seemed a bit off at the moment, especially the way he was looking at her. It was kind of scary. And Suisui swallowed nervously and called out tentatively, Jian Shi? Jian Shi followed the sound of her voice and found her hiding behind the door. He didn't say anything. He crouched down and looked into Suisui's eyes for a while, then reached out and gently stroked her cheek. His movements were soft, but there was a storm brewing in his eyes. Left you alone at home for just 3 days and you've already grown wings? You don't even call me brother anymore. And Suisui was full of question marks, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Chang Feng poked his head out from Suisui's arms, scrutinizing his owner. Something was definitely off with Jian Shi. Interrupted by the sudden appearance of the dog's head, Jian Shi finally stopped saying strange things. His cold gaze swept over them, then quickly shifted away. Come with me. Jian Shi stood up, walked a couple of steps, then stopped and looked back at her, like a quiet, coiled viper, ready to strike at any moment. And Suisui moved her lips and quietly complained to Chang Feng, Your owner's gone crazy. Even though Jian Shi was clearly acting strange, she still obediently followed him. She didn't sense any danger from him. Following Jianshi, neither of them spoke. And Suisui took the opportunity to sort through the information she'd gathered so far. According to the identity card the game had assigned her, she had a brother and a grandmother. The grandmother was already dead, and only her adopted brother was left to rely on. Jianshi said she'd grown wings and didn't call him brother anymore. Was he playing the role of her brother? She just didn't understand why he had to act this way. It's not like the game said you couldn't break character, right? Bang! Ouch! And Suisui, not paying attention, bumped into Jianshi's back. Jianshi glanced back indifferently and rubbed her nose for her. And Suisui snapped back to her senses and realized they'd reached the balcony, from where she could see the whole town clearly. She was still on South Street in Lushan City, but the South Street in this instance was even more dilapidated than in the real world. It was nighttime now. Darkness silently swallowed the town, hiding all manner of conspiracies within. Jianshi? And Suisui started to speak but got stuck. Under his increasingly strange gaze, she changed her tone and sweetly called him brother. She'd settled the score once she figured out what was going on. Jianshi was no longer able to communicate normally, so An Suisui's questions went unasked. The two of them just stood quietly on the balcony, gazing out at the pitch-black forest, not knowing what they were waiting for. Half an hour later, a beam of light pierced the darkness, breaking the silence of the town. After being quiet for so long, Jianshi suddenly smiled meaningfully, as if he'd been waiting for prey. Guests have arrived. Let's go down and greet them. And Suisui rubbed her cheeks and followed Jianshi to the lobby downstairs. Jianshi meant her no harm, but she couldn't say the same for the newcomers. She silently mourned for them for 3 seconds. A battered jeep drove into the town, stalling completely just as it left the forest. 5 people got out of the car, all fairly young. Jody, use your skill to scan the area. The speaker was a refined-looking man with black-rimmed glasses, holding a book. He didn't stand out among the group. Jody was a tall woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a striking figure. She silently walked to the front, her red lips moving as she chanted a few soft syllables. A gentle white light began to glow around her. The driver, Bartley, fished a pack of cigarettes from the car and leaned against the door, trying to light one, but the lighter wouldn't spark, no matter how hard he tried. Frustrated, he threw it to the ground and climbed back into the car to look for another. Don't bother, there's only one lighter in the car, Jikaiki said, bending down to pick it up and slipping it into his own pocket. Huang Zhicheng glanced around nervously, clearly uneasy. He edged closer to the refined man who'd spoken first. Jilin, don't you think this place is weird? What if there are ghosts? Pfft. Jikaiki was the first to laugh. Seriously? You're not a newbie anymore and you're still scared of ghosts? Want to go home now? It's safer there. Even Bartley gave him a disdainful look. Huang Zhicheng's face flushed. Supernatural instances are the hardest in the whole game. If there really are ghosts here, do you think you can clear it? Heh! Jikaiki sneered, a mocking smile on his lips. At that moment, Jody finished her skill, cutting the argument short. No supernatural readings detected. It should be a man-made event. Jilin nodded and motioned for the others to enter the town. The whole town was residential, and Jianshi and An Suisui ran the only inn, which was also the players' destination. Although the inn's doors were wide open, the cautious players didn't enter right away. Jilin stood at the threshold and gently knocked on the old wooden door. Is anyone there? Jianshi had been waiting for a while. He ruffled An Suisui's hair before strolling out. How many rooms? Not a word more than necessary. Jilin calmly surveyed the inn's lobby before giving a polite smile and replying in a gentle voice, 2. And Suisui poked her head out from behind the counter, her eyes darting over the 5 newcomers. Jikaiki noticed her, flirtatiously flicked his silver bangs and winked at An Suisui. And Suisui rolled her eyes. What a weirdo. Besides, he wasn't as charming as Jianshi, nor as good-looking. If she had to look at someone, she'd rather look at Jianshi. Suddenly, a large hand pressed her head down behind the counter. Jilin saw Jianshi's face darken instantly and knew something was wrong, so he quickly tried to change the subject. Can we choose our rooms? We'd like 2 with good ventilation." "No." Jianshi's tone was icy. After registering their information, he tossed them 2 keys. "Take your keys and go. We close at midnight." After the 5 players left, and Suisui curled up behind the counter, looking conflicted. A game choice menu had popped up in front of her. "Some guests have arrived at your home. You find them a bit suspicious, so you decide to..." Option 1. Sneakily follow them when your brother isn't looking. Option 2. Kick them out. Option 3. Do nothing and just let it be. There were actually options. And Suisui blinked and muttered softly, "Are there options 4, 5, or 6? She'd prefer more choices to compare. The game ignored her, but Jianshi's voice came cold and eerie. "What kind of option do you want?" And Suisui looked up and met Jianshi's gaze for a moment before slowly replying, "I want to eat Lanzhou noodles." Jianshi pressed his lips together, looking a bit troubled, but he didn't refuse her request. He closed the inn's front door and disappeared somewhere. And Suisui took the chance to sneak up to the second floor and eavesdrop outside the players' rooms. This instance was strange at every turn. She had to be careful. Shilin and Ji Kaiki shared one room. Jody, Huang Zhicheng, and Bartley were in the other. After entering their rooms, the first thing the players did was lock the doors and check their quest progress. Successfully entered Nancheng Town, / completed. Checked into the inn, completed. Current quest progress, 5%. Don't mess with the instance NPCs unless you have to. Jikaiki, don't forget how important this instance is. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. After quickly reviewing the completed and pending tasks, Jilin warned the restless Jikaichi. If he hadn't stepped in earlier, Jikaiki would have been in trouble. Jikaichi snorted, tossed off his jacket, and flopped onto the bed. "What did I do that was so wrong? This inn is obviously a key location, and there are only 2 people here. If I'm going to get close to someone, it's better to befriend the girl than the guy, right?" Jilin wasn't fooled by his words and replied coolly, "There's nothing wrong with interacting with NPCs. The problem is how you do it. If you pull that again, I won't save you next time." Jikaiki lay quietly on the bed, saying nothing more, as if he'd already fallen asleep. Jilin didn't bother him further. After checking the room, he lay down to rest as well. In the other room, there was even less conversation. Jody had to share a room with 2 men, so she was just glad to get some rest. There was no energy left for chatting. Bartley and Huang Zhicheng didn't get along, so they each grabbed a blanket, made a bed on the floor, and settled in for the night. And Suisui listened at the door for a long time, but didn't hear anything useful. She was about to stay a bit longer when she heard a faint sound from the lobby downstairs. Chang Feng was signaling her. Jianshi had returned. She hurried downstairs, scooped up Chang Feng, and curled up in a corner, pretending she hadn't gone anywhere. Jianshi set a huge porcelain bowl on the table and stared at Suisui for a while. "Where did you go?" And Suisui froze instantly. He knew she'd left. Did he have eyes in the back of his head? They stared at each other for a few seconds before Jianshi suddenly sat beside her, draped an arm over her shoulders, and spoke so close that his breath tickled her ear. "Go wherever you want. Just be back before dawn." His tone was a mix of helplessness and indulgence, which gave Suisui a bit of confidence. She still didn't know what Jianshi was up to, but he probably wouldn't hurt her, unless he wasn't really Jianshi. To test her theory, Suisui deliberately nitpicked while eating the noodles. "Why did you put egg in the noodles? Don't you know egg makes the broth taste weird?" "These noodles are so white. What did you use? They don't look appetizing at all." "There's no steam. Did you wait for them to cool on purpose before serving? Are you messing with me?" She hadn't even tried the noodles yet, just kept complaining. It was unclear what Yu Jiaxu himself was thinking, but at least in his current role as the childhood friend, he was obedient and accommodating to Suisui, agreeing to whatever she asked. With him as company, Suisui felt less afraid as they walked through the eerie and strange little town. This town called Nankun seemed to have experienced war or turmoil. It looked somewhat dilapidated. There were many houses, but not many were actually inhabited. Starting from the inn, Suisui checked house by house, but only found 4 families living there. "Why are there so many empty houses?" Suisui muttered casually, but Yujiaksu, who had been following her, answered her question. "Because of a disaster, most people moved away." And Suisui's eyes flickered. The character of the younger sister was rather simple. Since she could remember, her brother and grandmother had always reminded her not to interact with outsiders, so she didn't know many people and wasn't aware of much. Janshe knew the truth, but he was unwilling to talk, and Suisui couldn't do anything about it. Yu Jiaxu, on the other hand, was like an informant delivered to her door. It would be a waste not to get some information out of him. So she looked up, pretending to be innocent, and asked, "What disaster? What happened in the town? How come I don't know anything?" Yu Jiaxu's gaze was gentle, and he reached out as if to pat Suisui's head. But Suisui wasn't really familiar with Yu Jiaxu, so she dodged his hand by tilting her head. When she saw Yu Jiaxu's stunned expression, she smiled awkwardly and smoothly changed the subject. "You still haven't answered my question." Yu Jiaxu withdrew his hand, his expression unreadable, but he still answered her. "Suisui, don't you remember? It was a biological riot." "A biological riot?" And Suisui's eyes flickered. A biological riot might sound unfamiliar to people nowadays, but as a history major, Suisui knew all too well how terrifying it was. A biological riot only occurred when humans left their home planet and first entered various life planets, as native species rejected the invasive species. But the aftermath of a biological riot was always catastrophic, leaving nothing alive. Yet, although this town was a bit run down, it didn't look like it had suffered such devastation. Yu Jiaxu quickly addressed the doubt in her mind. "The prelude to the biological riot is already becoming clear. Suisui, if you trust me, come with me and leave." And Suisui pretended to think for a while, then replied with a troubled look, "But my brother won't let me leave the town." Yu Jiaxu's smile faded a little. For some reason, every time he thought of Jianshe, a nameless anger would rise in his heart, and he wished he could grind him to dust. To avoid arguing with Suisui, Yu Jiaxu briefly shared his thoughts. "You shouldn't always worry about your brother's opinion. He's already gone mad. I may have just returned recently, but everyone in town knows about his strange behavior." He'd put it as tactfully as possible, but Suisui still understood. Even a passerby knew Jianshe was ill, which meant he really was. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at a house with a faint light shining from within. The houses in the town were all made of adobe, still retaining the style from the early interstellar era. Back then, when humans had just started migrating, most resources were controlled by a small group, and ordinary people could only struggle to survive. And Suisui carefully climbed over the low wall and approached the small window. There was no glass on the window, just thick paper pasted over it, which couldn't stop anyone determined from peeking inside. And Suisui carefully poked a hole and looked through it. But instead of seeing the layout of the room, she was met with a pair of black and white eyes. On reflex, she punched through the hole, then quickly turned to run, protected by Yu Jiaxu, who rushed over. A shrill scream came from inside the house, and then the door opened. A handsome young man came out, covering his eye. "What are you doing? It's the middle of the night, and you come to my house to hit me instead of sleeping." So it was a person. And Suisui peeked out her little head and took a closer look at the man who had run out. He looked familiar, seemed to be Janshe's friend. Could it be that all the living people in this town were played by interstellar people? And Suisui quietly sized up Fu Yuzhou, and Fu Yuzhou, having recovered, finally saw clearly the uninvited guests who had barged into his house. His gaze slowly shifted from Yu Jiaxu to Suisui, then his expression froze and his anger instantly lessened. If you looked closely, you could even see a hint of fear. Yu Jiaxu blocked Fu Yuzhou's view. "Sorry, Suisui hasn't been out much. You startled her, so she hit you. I apologize on her behalf. Fu Yuzhou twitched his mouth, feeling that something was off with that explanation. So he deserved to be hit? At the same time, the 5 players had also left the inn and started exploring the town. At first, they thought the inn was creepy and not a good place to stay. But once they left and walked around the town, they realized the inn was actually the safest place in the whole town. With the cold wind blowing, Huang Zhiki was already feeling hesitant, but the door behind them had closed mercilessly, and there was no way they'd be able to return to the inn that night. Xiao Di pulled her thin coat tighter and tried to keep her voice down as she spoke to her teammates. Where should we go next? Should we check out the house we visited during the day? Jilin took out a prop, fiddled with it for a while, then said to the others, Let's go. Let's check out the house from earlier. The 5 of them arrived near the house they'd visited during the day, carefully observing the brightly lit hall. There was something strange about this town, like the activity of its residents. They'd wandered around the town all day and barely seen any living people. If it weren't for the times they'd caught people peeking at them from behind windows, they'd have thought the whole town was deserted. This was the only family they'd been able to interact with that day. It seemed someone in the family had just died. The low hall was draped with white cloth, and during the day they'd heard people crying inside. But now there wasn't a soul to be seen. What made their scalps tingle was that while every other house had its doors tightly shut, this one was wide open in the middle of the night. The morning hall was empty, but the lights were still blazing. Are you sure there aren't any ghosts here? Huang Zhiki asked cautiously. Even Jilin couldn't help but doubt, looking at Xiao Di for confirmation. Xiao Di used her ability to scan the area again, then shook her head at her teammates. The paranormal value is still low. Even if there are ghosts, they're within normal limits and their abilities shouldn't be too strong. That was strange, Jilin thought. This place looked every bit like a supernatural instance, so how could there be no supernatural readings? No matter what, let's be careful, he reminded the team one last time, leading them cautiously toward the morning hall. The morning hall was quiet. No one was keeping vigil. Jikaiki circled the room and, finding nothing unusual, turned his attention to the coffin in the center. There seemed to be some kind of sound coming from inside. It was faint and sharp, like fingernails scratching wood. Jikaichi stepped closer, placing a hand on the coffin lid. She watched Jian Shi's expression closely, not wanting to miss any change. If this was really Jian Shi, he might bicker with her or just eat the noodles himself and not leave her any, but he definitely wouldn't get angry. If he showed any sign of anger, she'd find a way to get rid of him. Who could stand someone with Jian Shi's face constantly hanging around, doing weird things all the time? But no matter how much she complained, Jian Shi didn't react at all. In fact, she even saw a hint of sick pleasure on his face. What's wrong with him? Is he a masochist? No matter how over the top or harsh she was, Jian Shi just let it slide. In the end, Suisui felt exhausted and didn't bother arguing anymore. With that annoyingly shameless attitude, it had to be the real Jian Shi. She picked up her chopsticks and slurped a mouthful of noodles, only to realize something was off. The noodles weren't just pale, they were completely tasteless. Are we so poor now that we can't even afford seasoning? And Suisui shot Jian Shi a suspicious look. Was he messing with her on purpose? But Jian Shi didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "What flavor do you want?" And Suisui forced herself to swallow the bland noodles and sighed. "I don't want any flavor right now. I just want to punch you." Jian Shi gave her that sickly smile again. "As long as you stay here, you can do whatever you want to me." And Suisui rolled her eyes and ignored him. The first night passed peacefully. The players didn't cause any trouble, and nothing strange happened in the town. At dawn, Suisui got up on time. She wanted to use the daylight to meet more people and figure out the purpose of this instance. But the Jian Shi who'd been so indulgent the night before now refused to let her go out after sunrise, only allowing her to move around inside the inn. And Suisui wasn't afraid of him, but there was nothing she could do, so she had to give up on that plan for now. The 5 players who'd arrived last night came out as soon as it was light, still greeting them politely. John Schur lounged in a chair with his eyes closed, ignoring them completely. The players didn't seem to mind and went straight out the door. And Suisui sat in the lounge, bored and plotting how to sneak out, when someone unexpectedly came to visit. Besides An Suisui and Jian Shi, the newcomer was someone An Suisui knew and had dealt with before. It was Yu Jianian. "I brought you a gift. See if you like it." Yu Jianian sat across from Jian Shi and An Suisui, smiling gently. The glasses on his nose made him look refined and scholarly. Jian Shi was the complete opposite. From the moment Yu Jianian entered, Jian Shi's face turned frighteningly dark. He gripped An Suisui's hand tightly, not letting Yu Jianian get anywhere near her. But that wasn't what An Suisui cared about. What puzzled her was that Yu Jianian seemed completely immersed in the story, ignoring all her hints. He even looked confused at times. What was up with these two? Yu Jianian's intentions were clear. He thought this town was unsafe and wanted to take An Suisui away. He'd assumed that, for his sister's safety, Jian Shi would agree to his suggestion. Unexpectedly, Jian Shi's reaction was extremely intense. He absolutely refused to let An Suisui leave the town. He wouldn't even let her leave the inn. Yu Jianian's gaze grew dangerous as well. "It's been so many years, Jian Shi, and you've only gotten more domineering. Haven't you noticed there's something off about the townspeople's attitudes? Why are you forcing her to stay here? Do you want her to die with you?" And Suisui looked up at Jian Shi's profile. The cold, sharp lines of his face were full of aggression. From their interactions, it was obvious he doted on his sister without any boundaries. There was no way he'd put her in danger, as Yu Jianian suggested. Yet the reality was, Jian Shi was doing exactly that. Even knowing the town was dangerous, he refused to leave, and wouldn't let An Suisui leave either. Yu Jianian's words were blunt, but Jian Shi's eyes were full of mockery, his expression both contemptuous and tinged with a sick sort of obsession. "Our family business is none of yours. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave while you still can." The atmosphere in the living room was tense. In the end, Yu Jianian left, but secretly slipped a note to An Suisui. During the day, the 5 players from the inn all went out to look for clues. And Suisui thought about sneaking out, but Jian Shi watched her closely. He'd blocked off almost every exit except the main door, leaving her no chance to escape. If she tried to argue, he'd just say one thing: "If you're tired, go rest in your room. You're not allowed to go anywhere during the day." And honestly, An Suisui really was feeling tired. She'd been on edge all night, expecting something bad to happen, so she barely slept. After a morning of bickering with Jian Shi, even her best energy was used up. After thinking it over, An Suisui decided to postpone her exploration until night. She'd go out after dark and see what Jian Shi would say then. Her room was the same basement she'd stayed in when she first arrived, but she didn't want to sleep in that damp, gloomy place. So she wandered into Jian Shi's room, didn't even bother taking off her coat, and flopped onto his bed. The moment she relaxed, sleepiness washed over her like a tide. She fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. It was a great nap, if only no one had disturbed her in the second half. At some point, Jian Shi returned to his room. At first, he just lay on his side, quietly watching her sleep. But the longer he watched, the more he couldn't help himself. And Suisui felt warm fingers brush across her face. She frowned and impatiently slapped the hand away. But soon that hand came back, and this time, he even bit her cheek without mercy. And Suisui woke up instantly. Jian Shi's eyes were dark and filled with a twisted possessiveness, not bothering to hide it at all. Seeing her awake, he didn't restrain himself. He pinched her soft little hand, brought it to his lips, and brushed it with his mouth. "Go back to sleep. Did you come to your brother's room because you wanted to sleep with him?" How could she sleep like this, even if she were a pig? Seeing Jian Shi about to lick her fingertips, An Suisui finally lost her patience and slapped him. "Jian Shi, you pervert!" Ignoring his now pitch-black expression, Suisui kicked him out of the room. After testing him, she realized that the current Johnsher was just a paper tiger. No matter how fierce he looked, he wouldn't actually lay a finger on her. "Once I figure out what's really going on, I'll settle the score with you," and Suisui muttered angrily. By evening, the 5 players who'd gone out to explore returned. Whatever they'd experienced, they looked a bit disheveled and their faces were grim. They didn't even bother greeting Jianshi, who was waiting at the door, and went straight to their rooms. And Suisui found this interesting and took out her listening device. She'd already planted the other half of the device in the players' rooms. As she expected, after returning to the inn, the players gathered in Jilin's room to discuss and share information. The room was quiet for a while, as everyone calmed down, until someone finally broke the silence. "What do you all think? Should we go out tonight?" Huang Zhicheng was the first to object. He jumped up from the bed, waving his hands in panic. "No way, we absolutely can't go out at night. Did you forget what the innkeeper told us? After midnight the inn is sealed. If we go out, we'll have to stay outside until dawn. Who knows what dangers might be out there?" Whatever he was thinking, Huang Zhicheng shuddered and didn't want to say more. This time, Jikaiki didn't mock him like before. He seriously considered Huang Zhicheng's words. "Going out at night is definitely dangerous, but if we don't, we won't find any information. Don't forget, we only have 10 days. We can't afford to take it slow with the townspeople." That was everyone's concern. Jikaiki and Huang Zhicheng both looked to Shilin, waiting for their strategist to make a decision. Shilin rubbed his temples in frustration, unable to give an answer. His mind was a mess. He didn't know what the right move was. He decided to wait and see. The room fell silent again. The players hadn't learned much, so after listening for a while, Suisui stopped eavesdropping. It was almost dark. Free activity time was about to begin. After nightfall, Suisui finally walked out the inn's front door openly. Johnsher no longer tried to stop her. He just stood in the doorway, his gaze deep, and reminded her as she left. "Be back before dawn." And Suisui waved dismissively and hurried toward the designated meeting spot. It was her first time on South Street, but with the memories from her identity card, it wasn't hard to find a prominent location. The note Eugianian had slipped her during the day said he'd be waiting there tonight. If she wanted to leave with him, she should come find him. And Suisui wasn't sure what to make of the situation but decided to go anyway. After all, wandering around alone at night was a little scary. Having someone with her would give her some courage. Eugianian had been waiting for a while, pacing with a lantern at the agreed spot. When he saw Suisui, his eyes lit up. He eagerly grabbed her hand and asked, "Suisui, have you decided to leave with me?" And Suisui looked him up and down, this childhood friend the game had assigned her, then mercilessly pulled her hand away and shattered his fantasy. "No, I just brought you along for backup." The night was dark and the wind was high. It was destined to be a sleepless night. And Suisui knew that those 5 strange players would probably make a move as well, so she set out with Yu Jiaxu ahead of them. "What are you doing?" A teammate's angry shout startled him, and the coffin lid was pushed open a crack. Huang Zhicheng rushed over. "Jikaiki, do you know what you're doing? Haven't you learned not to touch things in an instant? You'll get us all killed." Jikaiki frowned and withdrew his hand from the coffin. He'd already felt uneasy, but after Huang Zhicheng's scolding, he started to get angry. "What's it to you? I'll handle whatever I mess up. Not everyone's as timid and useless as you." Huang Zhicheng lunged and grabbed Jikaiki by the collar, and the two started fighting. Their scuffle was loud enough that the other players searching elsewhere hurried back. "What are you doing?" Jilin didn't bother asking for details. He and Bartley rushed in to separate them. Once apart, Jikaiki calmed down, snorting coldly at Huang Zhicheng but not making another move. Huang Zhicheng's eyes were bloodshot, and Bartley had to restrain him to keep him from attacking again. He glared at Jikaiki, looking like he wanted to tear him apart. Something was off. Huang Zhicheng might not like Jikaiki, but their grudge wasn't so deep that they'd fight to the death over a minor disagreement. Shilin crouched down and waved a hand in front of Huang Zhicheng's face. "Huang Zhicheng? Huang Zhicheng? But Huang Zhicheng was still in a rage, unable to see anyone but Ji Kaiki. Jilin took a deep breath and struck the back of Huang Zhicheng's neck. Huang Zhicheng lost consciousness, and the situation was temporarily under control. What happened? Why were you fighting? Jody voiced everyone's confusion. Ji Kaiki snorted, straightening his clothes and answering irritably, How should I know? We argued and he just snapped. I seriously doubt he brought his brain with him this time. Jilin ignored the blame-shifting, scanning the hall until he noticed the coffin that Ji Kaiki had pushed open. Who did that? He didn't dare approach recklessly, instead circling the coffin cautiously. Ji Kaiki's expression stiffened as he remembered what he'd done. He didn't try to blame Huang Zhicheng and admitted it directly. I did. I heard something inside and wanted to check it out. At that, everyone in the mourning hall fell silent. Maybe it was just nerves, but now that it was quiet, they all heard the faint scratching from inside the coffin, on and off, barely audible. In the atmosphere of the mourning hall, it was downright terrifying. Jody was getting scared. She didn't dare look at the coffin, nor close her eyes and risk missing something. Her gaze darted nervously around the room. When she saw the bloodshot eyes on the wall, her heart skipped a beat, her blood ran cold, and she collapsed to the floor, too shocked even to scream. Jody, what's wrong? Bartley, who'd been watching her, rushed to help. There are eyes! Eyes on the wall! Jody forced herself to speak through her fear. Jilin glanced at Ji Kaiki, who nodded and slowly approached the wall Jody had indicated. The eyeball on the wall seemed to sense him, slowly rotating before vanishing just as Ji Kaiki got close. Buzz. A sharp dagger stabbed into the wooden wall, leaving only the tip quivering. Ji Kaiki pulled out the dagger and shrugged helplessly. It got away. Let it go, Jilin said, turning his attention back to the coffin. After a brief silence, the scratching from inside the coffin resumed. The closer they got, the clearer the sound became. Jilin pressed his lips together, a few stray hairs falling over his shadowed eyes. Bartley, open the coffin, he ordered. Bartley let go of the limp Jody, walked to within a meter of the coffin, and punched it hard. The lid shattered instantly. The four of them waited in silence. When nothing happened, they slowly approached the center. Jilin gripped an escape item tightly as he finally reached the coffin. The person inside had died just last night, but the corpse didn't look right. The eyes bulged, the skin was shriveled, worse than sun-dried paper, like a mummy dumped in the wild. The scariest part was that right before their eyes the corpse struggled to lift its right hand, its fingertips scraping the inside of the coffin as it slowly slid down. Scree. Meanwhile, Suisui was still wandering around, but she wasn't as scared as before. She'd realized that every townsperson who saw her reacted like they'd seen a ghost, terrified and shocked. Well then, if everyone was afraid of her, what was there for her to be afraid of? She was the source of fear. After scaring one family, Suisui was about to move on to her next target when, suddenly, the whole town seemed to come alive. Lights blazed everywhere. Countless people opened their doors, each holding a dim oil lamp, all heading in the same direction. Even Yu Jianian, who'd been goofing off and cleaning up after her, suddenly changed expression. What was going on? And Suisui was about to follow, but Yu Jianian stopped her. Suisui, you can't just go over there. Before he could finish, Suisui flashed him an okay sign. Got it? Got it. Since everyone's so scared of me, I'll just disguise myself. Otherwise, if she scared everyone off, how would she watch the fun? Yu Jianian. No, that wasn't what he meant. Yu Jianian rubbed his temples in frustration, then dragged Suisui into a house to steal 2 oil lamps before finally letting her join the crowd. As they walked, more and more people joined them, each carefully guarding their lamp, faces numb, shuffling like zombies toward a house draped in white cloth. From a distance, Suisui could already see the solemn mourning hall and the 5 players surrounded by hundreds of townspeople. At this moment, Jilin and the others looked quite grim. They had expected that opening the coffin might lead to something bad, but they hadn't imagined it would be this extreme. "What do we do, Jilin? Should we force our way out?" Bartley was carrying the unconscious Huang Zhicheng, and Ji Kaiki already had his hand in his pocket, clearly ready to use a prop. And Suisui, dressed like Little Red Riding Hood, was originally quite conspicuous, but the townspeople seemed to be under some kind of control. Their expressions were numb, and their eyes were fixed only on the 5 players ahead. And Suisui didn't see Jianshe. Jilin held his breath, carefully observing the surrounding townsfolk, and made a hand signal to Ji Kaiki behind his back. Neither side made any rash moves. The dried corpse in the coffin was now motionless, as if everything that had just happened was only an illusion meant to lure them in. Jilin coughed twice, trying to communicate with the townspeople. Go, catch them all for me. Woo!" A sudden command shattered the calm like a stone thrown into a lake. The townspeople's eyes grew even redder. The one who gave the order, An Suisui, was immediately silenced by Yu Jianian, who covered her mouth tightly as she struggled in protest. What the heck? She still wanted to command the battle. Don't mess things up. Yu Jianian took a deep breath, trying to pull her out of the fray while coaxing her gently. As he did this, a trace of doubt crossed his mind. He knew himself well, and Suisui's personality was not his type at all. Even as childhood friends, it was impossible for him to develop feelings for her. So how did he end up liking An Suisui? And Suisui, of course, had no idea that Yu Jianian was already doubting his own life because of her. Though she was being held back, her mischievous spirit was still restless. Taking advantage of Yu Jianian's distraction, An Suisui poked her head out to watch Jilin and the others. Although everyone was a player, the townsfolk clearly no longer remembered who they were. They only knew to play their assigned roles according to the game, completely unaware of how to use props or skills. Jilin and the others didn't want to waste their props. After a few simple moves, they realized these townsfolk weren't as scary as they'd thought, and gradually relaxed, fighting as they retreated. And Suisui's eyes flashed as she quietly activated her demon bloodline, and a pair of bright red little horns appeared on her head. The upgraded horns could amplify people's desires, silently influencing the battle. Ji Kaiki was stunned for a moment when he saw the little horns. Who turned on the red light? He didn't think much of it and looked away, continuing to fight the townsfolk. Although these people had no special abilities, their physical strength was impressive. Even with their own enhanced bodies, getting punched by them felt like their bones were breaking. Was the whole town full of martial artists? Ridiculous. As the fight went on, Ji Kaiki started to feel hot, as if his body temperature was rising, and he had the urge to take off his clothes. Once the thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it. It grew stronger in his mind until he couldn't help but reach out with guilty hands. Bartley was covering the rear, relying on his high strength to handle many opponents at once. Suddenly, his escape route was blocked. Thinking his teammates were in trouble, Bartley quickly turned to look, and saw Ji Kaiki, who was usually never serious, actually starting to strip on the spot, getting more and more carried away, even unbuckling his belt in excitement. Bartley, hidden in the shadows, and Suisui's eyes sparkled. "Ji Kaiki, are you out of your mind?" Ji Kaiki snapped back to his senses and realized what he was doing. Although the urge to strip was still strong, the punches he took to his waist while undressing reminded him not to get carried away. Reluctantly, Ji Kaiki put his clothes back on. But An Suisui was not happy about that. She jumped out from her hiding spot and shouted aggressively, "If you've got the guts, strip all the way. What kind of man puts his clothes back on halfway? I'm not short on time." The whole place fell silent. Hundreds of people, including the players, all turned to look at the corner where An Suisui was. Yu Jianian, exhausted, picked up An Suisui and forcibly carried her away. And Suisui struggled, but Yu Jianian held her head down. "Suisui." He pressed her against the wall, stopping her from causing more chaos, and said seriously, word by word, "Don't get involved in the dirty business of this town. Let them focus on the outsiders. I came back this time to take you away. Haven't you noticed? People are dying in this town every day." And Suisui's attention was finally caught. She tilted her head and stared at him. What else do you know? From the sisters' memories, it could be seen that Nancheng town used to be a prosperous place, but after something happened, anyone with any means moved away. Yu Jianian's family was one of the wealthiest in town, so they had left long ago. Just as he said, this childhood friend only returned to the town for his sister. Yu Jianian thought he had scared An Suisui, so he softened his tone and explained as gently as possible. I don't know the details, but I can guess some things. Anyway, just come with me. The people here are already crazy. We only have 9 days. If we don't leave within 9 days, we'll never get out of this ghost place. Do you understand what I'm saying? At some point, thick white fog had enveloped the outskirts of the town. The townsfolk couldn't get through it. They'd been trapped here for a long time. You know how to get out? And Suisui stared at Yu Jianian's glasses. Yes, I do. Yu Jianian looked down at her as well. And Suisui was thoughtful. It seemed the player's mission was to leave the town within 10 days. Only 1 day had passed, and she had already found the key person to leaving the town. So was her role this time an NPC? And her purpose? To stop the players from leaving? Huang Zhicheng, now recovered, rejoined the fight. A flash of earthy yellow skill light passed by, and the hundreds of townsfolk chasing them temporarily lost their sense of direction. Quick, this way! The 5 took the opportunity to escape the townsfolk's pursuit. Damn, what's with these people? They look skinny, but each one fights better than the last. Ji Kaiki leaned against the wall, panting heavily. At first, the 5 of them had the upper hand thanks to their high stats, but as time went on, their lack of stamina became obvious. Meanwhile, the seemingly ordinary townsfolk could keep going for ages. Could it be they're not even human anymore? No one answered him. After all, no one else knew the answer either. Jilin rested for a while, then took a glass jar out of his pocket. Although there was a bit of an accident, at least we didn't come away empty-handed. Inside the glass jar was a dark red liquid, which looked especially eerie at night. What is this? Bartley examined it but couldn't see anything unusual. Jikaiki just glanced at it. He knew exactly what it was, since Jilin had taken it from the coffin. After this thing was removed, the dried corpse in the coffin, which had still shown signs of life, stopped moving completely. That was probably why the villagers were so relentless in chasing them. Jody, scan it, Jilin said, handing the jar to Jody. Jody was a support-type player, and detection skills were her specialty. After a milky white light faded, Jody gave her result. It's human blood. Huang Zhicheng, who'd been about to reach for it, froze, then jumped back to keep his distance from the jar. Jilin knew Huang Zhicheng had once survived a terrifying supernatural instance where his whole team was wiped out and only he escaped, so he was especially fearful of these kinds of scenarios. He patted Huang Zhicheng's shoulder comfortingly and deliberately changed the subject. So, what happened between you and Jikaichi earlier? He was asking about their fight. Huang Zhicheng, distracted, thought for a moment and shook his head, saying he didn't really remember what happened. The group gathered to discuss their next move. They couldn't go back to the inn, so they had to keep moving from place to place to avoid being found by the puppet-like villagers. While the 5 of them talked, they didn't notice that a tile on the roof had been pried up, leaving a thin gap. Through it, a pair of bright black eyes was peering inside. When the owner of those eyes saw the 5 people, their pupils widened in excitement, eyes shining. Found you! Jilin seemed to sense something and glanced around, but found nothing. Only a day had passed in the game, and the 5 players had very few clues. After exchanging information, they fell silent. The air was oppressively quiet. The old house had been abandoned for who knows how long. The windows were covered in thick dust, blocking out the moonlight. The players didn't dare use any lights and risk exposing themselves, so as time passed, the atmosphere grew colder and more sinister. Jody shivered, inching closer to her companions and trying to distract herself with small talk. She didn't want to be overwhelmed by the creepy atmosphere. Huang, Gee, you're all from the Daxia Empire, right? I heard your government is really strong and things are running normally now. Is that true? She was just making conversation. Jilin barely lifted his eyelids before closing them again, not answering. Jikaiki had recovered and leaned in with a grin. Our Daxia government is pretty powerful, but Jody, which empire are you from? I heard things are still chaotic in the West and the situation is tense. Jody's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. I'm from the Great America Empire and Bartley is from the Sicily Empire. Things are indeed pretty chaotic in our countries. The Great America Empire had too much capitalism and people were very individualistic. Once the government's power started to collapse, it was hard to regain control. Since the game descended over a year ago, local factions often clashed violently over minor disputes. In contrast, the Daxia Empire, thanks to its strong government, was only chaotic for a short time before order was restored. People used to mock Daxia citizens for being as obedient as puppets, but now, everyone from the chaotic empires envied Daxia's peace and stability. The two chatted idly, but on Suisui, eavesdropping on the roof, was completely confused. What were they talking about? Daxia Empire? Great America Empire? Weren't these big official powers fully merged over 200 years ago in the interstellar era? Now, there was only one vast and complex interstellar alliance. Even if there were some family factions, those were just covert power plays. No one dared to openly rule. And Suisui strained to listen, pressing her ear tightly to the tiles, afraid to miss a single detail. Eugianian turned around and saw Suisui practically shoving her whole head through the roof, and in the process, she accidentally knocked a broken tile, alerting the players inside. Eugianian's heart skipped a beat and he reacted instantly. He had no interest in the players, and his instincts told him these people were dangerous. Sensing that someone was about to come out and check, Eugianian quickly grabbed Suisui and ran. Even without his memories, Eugianian was still one of the top players in the interstellar game world, and his base stats weren't much lower than Suisui's. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from the broken rooftop, avoiding being caught by the players. And Suisui, still lost in thought over the shocking information she'd overheard, didn't even notice what Eugianian was doing, letting him carry her off without protest. By the time she came back to herself, they were already near the inn, and judging by Eugianian's posture, he seemed determined to see her safely to her room and watch her fall asleep before he'd be satisfied. And Suisui quickly grabbed his hand to stop him from going any further. Just drop me off here. I can walk the rest of the way myself. She could at least recognize this stretch of road. Eugianian clearly didn't agree, and his gaze was full of suspicion. Are you sure you'll go straight back to sleep and not sneak out again? He was convinced that the moment he left, this troublemaker would slip out to cause more mischief. Even with just a short distance left, he didn't feel at ease. And Suisui's eyes darted guiltily. If she hadn't just gotten a ton of new information and needed a quiet place to process it, she probably would have ditched Eugianian and gone to meet the players herself. But right now, she just didn't want him to run into Jian Shi. Thinking of how weird Jian Shi had been acting in the instance, and Suisui sighed. Let me tell you a story, okay? Eugianian listened attentively. It's called Me and My Yandere Brother. Eugianian was speechless for a few seconds, then tried to drag Suisui forward again, determined not to leave until she was safely home. And Suisui half hung herself on Eugianian, finally managing to stop him. Come on, you know what my brother's like. I didn't tell him I was going to see you today. If you show up at my door, won't he go crazy? Even if Jian Shi had already guessed, as long as there was no proof, she could still play dumb. And Suisui was already able to blend into the instance, but she was still speechless about Jian Shi's yandere persona. Just look at Eugianian. His character setting was so much more normal. A trace of displeasure flashed across Eugianian's face, and even his tone became a bit dangerous. You think I'm afraid of him? And Suisui had a headache. Why did this have to trigger his competitive streak? After much persuasion, she finally managed to stop Eugianian from charging forward. But he didn't leave either. Just stood not far from the shop entrance, watching as Suisui stepped into the inn. After being coaxed all night, Suisui finally got a taste of what it was like to coax someone else. She was exhausted and just wanted to get back to her room, sleep, and then review all the clues she'd gathered so far. But as soon as she entered the inn and saw Jian Shi sitting alone in the center of the lobby, staring gloomily at the door, her good mood for the night instantly vanished. The moment Jian Shi saw Suisui, his expression softened a lot, and he asked in a slow, unhurried tone, "Why are you back so late?" Suisui tried to reason with him. It's not even dawn yet. She'd promised to be back before sunrise, and she hadn't broken her word. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jian Shi's face darkened again, looking even worse, like someone who'd been swindled out of everything and couldn't even catch the thief. And Suisui had no idea what he was upset about, so she just stared back at him with wide eyes. Jian Shi waited and waited, but when Suisui didn't offer any further explanation, his face grew even more sour. He ground his back teeth fiercely and blurted out, "Do you think there's still a long time before dawn? I thought you weren't coming back at all." And Suisui blinked in confusion and kept silent. Jian Shi thought she had nothing to say, which made him even angrier. "Am I wrong? You've been wanting to see that you guy for a long time, haven't you? He didn't forget you either, came all the way back just to find you. Are you happy? But let me tell you, as long as I'm alive, don't even think about leaving this inn, not in this lifetime." Jian Shi grew more and more agitated, looking like he was about to start smashing things. But to Suisui, all this was just unreasonable nonsense. After thinking it over, she decided not to indulge him. Maybe dragging this guy off for a beating would knock some sense into him. So Jian Shi saw that the little sister who used to be terrified of him now looked even more sullen than he did. Expressionless, she walked over, grabbed him by the collar, and started dragging him upstairs. Jian Shi was stunned, not knowing what Suisui was up to, but obediently stood up from his seat and followed her all the way to the bedroom upstairs. Then Suisui pushed him down and pinned him to the bed. Jian Shi was silent for a moment, his chest vibrating slightly before he let out a low, somewhat pleased laugh. "So that's why you didn't leave with that guy? You were spying on me." Pinned under Suisui, Jian Shi propped himself up with one hand, his open collar revealing a large expanse of skin from the struggle. It wasn't quite what Suisui had imagined. Although his muscles were perfectly placed, his skin wasn't the deep tan of someone who trained all year round, but rather a sickly pale, matching his yandere persona, giving him a fragile beauty that was almost criminal. Before Suisui could say anything, Jian Shi leaned in on his own. He grabbed the back of her head with one hand and slowly pulled her toward him. His grip was strong, and Suisui couldn't break free. She could only watch herself being drawn closer and closer to this yandere, a faint glow of skill already flickering in her hand. But Jian Shi didn't go too far. When their foreheads touched, he relaxed his grip. He affectionately rubbed his nose against hers, his warm breath brushing her face. Jian Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, the red at the corners of his eyes carrying a hint of seductive danger. "What's so good about you, Jianian? He's just a greedy brat. Am I not better than him, Jian Shi's features were already strikingly aggressive, and at such close range, his masculine aura was overwhelming, forcing Suisui to lean back in self-defense, trying to put some distance between them. Clearly, he was intent on seduction and wouldn't let her escape his grasp. A normally dominant man, now pinned beneath her in a posture that invited all sorts of thoughts. This kind of temptation was hard for anyone to resist. And Suisui's mind went blank, completely forgetting her original purpose, her gaze involuntarily sliding down his beautiful face. The demon inside her was stirring. As Suisui's gaze drifted away, Jian Shi's eyes grew darker. He deliberately hooked her soft white hand, quietly pulling it toward himself. His deep voice drifted in her ear. "Whatever you Jianian can give you, I can too. This is just too..." And Suisui swallowed hard. She was never some pure little cutie. How could she resist this kind of temptation? Her sinful little hand was already moving, about to fall right into Jian Shi's trap. Just then, her wandering gaze met a pair of curious, questioning dog eyes, and her muddled mind instantly cleared. Damn it. This dog Jian Shi was actually seducing her. She almost fell for it. All her wicked thoughts turned to anger. She shoved Jian Shi away and pinned him to the bed, giving him a good beating. A trace of regret flashed in Jian Shi's eyes, but he obediently lay there and let Suisui pummel him. After a while, Suisui's fists hurt from hitting him, but all she managed to leave were a few shallow red marks on his body. Was this guy's skin made of iron? Suisui pouted in frustration, didn't want to deal with him anymore, and directly kicked him out of the room. She couldn't beat him, couldn't out-argue him. So infuriating. After being kicked out, Jian Shi slowly put away the sickly obsession in his eyes, stared thoughtfully at the door for a while, then leisurely left the second floor. And Suisui buried herself in sleep, not waking up until the afternoon. Clutching her empty stomach, she staggered downstairs. She'd been so busy playing last night that she forgot to eat. Now, after going so long without a bite, it was no wonder she felt so weak. Jian Shi was still lounging at the front desk like a boss, ignoring everyone until he heard Suisui call him. And Suisui sat on the steps, looking at him weakly. If you don't get me something to eat, you'll have a perfect corpse on your hands. She really didn't have the strength to go out and find food. Jian Shi frowned, clearly displeased that Suisui had worn herself out like this, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Soon he brought out a bowl of warm rice from the kitchen, helped Suisui to a chair, and grumbled at her. You forget all about me when you're out having fun, but when you're hungry, you remember me. Am I just your doormat? And Suisui ignored his unreasonable antics, frowning as she stared at the 3 dishes and 1 soup in front of her. The 4 dishes looked delicious and appetizing, but why did they have absolutely no taste when she ate them? Are you taking this chance to get back at me? And Suisui glared at Jian Shi, annoyed. She'd already used up all her food-type items in her backpack, leaving only some real-world food, which couldn't be accessed in the instance. That meant she had no choice but to eat what Jian Shi prepared. But this guy was too childish, actually messing with the flavor of the food. Jian Shi had no idea he'd been labeled childish. He propped his chin on his hand, watching with great interest as Suisui struggled through her meal. When she'd nearly finished, he finally spoke slowly. So, you're about to elope with someone else, and I'm still supposed to feed you well? Can't I be a little petty? And Suisui's hand paused mid-bite, and she looked at Jian Shi with suspicion. That tone sounded familiar. Jian Shi pretended not to notice, continuing to watch her with possessive eyes. If their bodies accidentally touched, he'd even flash a pleased, excited smile. Yep, still the same pervert. And Suisui looked mournfully at the beautiful but tasteless food in her bowl, at a loss for how to deal with the pervert in front of her. When is the real Jian Shi coming back? She muttered softly, head down. Jian Shi's body stiffened for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal, showing no sign of change on the surface. After forcing down the unpalatable lunch, Suisui returned to the room she'd claimed for herself, pulled out paper and pen, and began reviewing the clues from the instance. First was the strange change in Jian Shi and the others. She suspected that, aside from herself, everyone else had lost their memories and could only act as NPCs according to the game's script. Second was the issue of personnel. So far, counting Jian Shi and Yu Jianian, she'd encountered 6 acquaintances in the instance, all people she'd just seen before entering gathered on South Street. Unfortunately, she wasn't close to any of them, so she couldn't be sure she hadn't misidentified someone. Maybe she could ask Jian Shi once he recovered his memory. Third was the townspeople's inexplicable fear of her. According to her character background, her family was weak, just a grandmother and 2 adopted children, with no support in the town. So why were the townspeople so afraid of her? Fourth was the identity of the 5 players. At first, Suisui thought the game had split all players into 2 opposing factions to compete, something that had happened in beta tests. but after overhearing their conversation, she realized their identities didn't add up. It was as if they weren't even from the same world. Their cultures and histories didn't match at all, and Suisui drew a heavy star next to this fourth clue, marking it as especially important. She had to get to the bottom of it. As she pondered these clues, a large hand suddenly reached from behind, covering hers and guiding her to write a line of bold script on the paper. "They're afraid of you because right now your identity is a ghost." Huh? And Suisui looked up in surprise, meeting Jian Shi's slightly smiling eyes. Delighted, she asked, "Jian Shi, did you get your memory back?" Jian Shi's smile deepened and he nodded in response. "When did you recover?" she asked, amazed that she hadn't noticed at all. Jian Shi deliberately drew out the sound, pretending to think. Under Suisui's impatient gaze, he finally said, "Probably when I was seducing you." The memory of that moment flashed through Suisui's mind, and details she hadn't noticed before suddenly seemed much more suggestive. A wave of heat rushed to her cheeks, turning her face bright red. From Jian Shi's perspective, she looked like a ripe red apple. He was itching to take a bite. And Suisui pressed her lips together, trying to banish the inappropriate thoughts from her mind. The flush faded from her face, but her bright red earlobes betrayed her inner turmoil. "Boys should be more reserved when they're out in public," she blustered, trying to cover for her earlier behavior. But Jian Shi's next words completely broke her composure. "What happens if I'm not reserved?" "What else? You'd get taken advantage of by a bunch of perverts. With the way you acted, if it were anyone else, you'd have been done for on the spot with nowhere to cry." And Suisui was lost in thought, not noticing how close they were sitting or the satisfied smile on Jian Shi's lips. Silly girl. If he didn't deliberately guide her, she'd always find a way to rationalize any intimate behavior. Too naive, hard to tease. Jian Shi didn't spell things out, intentionally leaving her plenty of room for imagination. He picked up the clue sheet and changed the subject back to the game. "You really didn't know you were a ghost?" And Suisui snapped out of her thoughts and refocused on the clues. "No, the identity card never mentioned it." Neither the key information before using the card nor her memories afterward said anything about her being dead. Was it trauma that made her forget, or had the game erased the crucial information? But Jian Shi clearly knew. "So that's why you wouldn't let me go out during the day?" Jian Shi tapped the table and explained the clues he'd gathered. He didn't know the whole story either. Their family was weak in the town, and the townspeople rarely included them in anything. He'd started noticing something was wrong about a month ago. The townspeople, who'd always ignored them, suddenly became very friendly. Sensitive as he was, he immediately sensed something was off. But then he had to leave for 3 days, and when he returned, he was told his sister had died. He'd been ready to take the whole town down with him, but that night, his sister came back safe and sound. That calmed him but terrified the other townspeople, because they were certain she was already dead. So if she came back, what else could she be but a ghost? Those were the clues he had. And Suisui opened the window on the second floor and looked out, just in time to see someone setting up a mourning hall. The white drapes triggered her memory. Yu Jianian had told her that someone died in the town every day. So in this game, there were at least 3 key NPCs, each holding different clues. Only by gathering all the clues could they find the final answer. And Suisui opened the game panel and, sure enough, saw a special status, Ghost Body, listed after her HP in the attributes column. The game lasted 10 days. If Jian Shi hadn't reminded her, she might not have realized she was a ghost until the 3rd or 4th day. She crossed out the 3rd clue and added a 5th one. Someone dies in the town every day. If I remember correctly, the town was sealed off after the little sister died, and the death started around then too. Could I be the final boss of this instance? And Suisui bit the end of her pen, frowning in thought. Jian Shi let out a cold laugh. The instance boss? Dream on. The fact that someone dies in the town every day, that's my doing. Strictly speaking, it was the big brother who did it. And Suisui was shocked. You did it? Jianshi nodded and explained. The little sister I cared for so much finally grew up, only to be killed by a bunch of bad people. How could a big brother not go mad? So he tampered with the townspeople's ritual, causing the whole town to be sealed off, and from then on, someone died every day. How do you break the curse then? And Suisui looked at him expectantly. Jianshi flicked her forehead lightly. Do you think someone who's bent on dying would care about the aftermath? So the brother only cared about causing chaos, not about the consequences. In fact, he'd be happiest if everyone died. And Suisui let out a long breath, trying to expel all her frustration. In that case, let's call Yu Jianian over? Jianshi's smile faded, and he leaned half his body on the table, his tone gloomy. What's the point of calling him? To use him as cannon fodder? Yu Jianian was definitely not cannon fodder. And Suisui glared at him. Of course it's to try to help him recover his memory so we can get some clues out of him. From her 2 encounters with Yu Jianian, she was sure he had information that neither of them had, like how to leave the town. That was exactly what those 5 strange players had been desperately searching for. Speaking of the players, Suisui thought of something even more important. I suspect all the NPCs in this town were just rounded up from Nancheng Street. Do you know those 5 players who came to stay at the inn that day? They're not your people, right? If this guess was correct, she'd need to probe the players for more information. And Suisui had a vague feeling that this was even more important than exploring the instance itself. Jianshi thought back carefully. The 5 did look unfamiliar. That day, the Nancheng Street post was guarded by Alliance 218 Corps, currently under the direct command of Fu Yuanzhou. He'd served there for a few years before his promotion, so even if he wasn't close to everyone, he'd at least recognize them. The original residents of Nancheng Street had already been evacuated to safety. Besides the Alliance military, only a few powerful families remained, people he'd know. They're not our people, Jianshi confirmed. But then he thought of something else. Don't forget the 20-something people who went missing on Nancheng Street. Some of them could be among these 5. That was true, but Suisui was convinced these 5 were different. The 2 decided to try to get information out of them, but the most urgent thing was to wake up Yu Jianian. With unknown risks ahead, having another expert on their side would be a big help. So, under Jianshi's resentful gaze, Suisui invited Yu Jianian to the inn. Jianshi and Yu Jianian really couldn't stand each other. Even sitting face-to-face at the table, they managed to avoid looking at each other, focusing only on Suisui in the middle. The people in this town aren't much, but the scenery's nice. I think we'd be better off taking a walk somewhere than staying in this dark, damp little inn. Don't you think so, Suisui? Yu Jianian was the first to strike. Jianshi could hear the veiled sarcasm and responded in kind, his tone dripping with mockery. Is the place what matters? What matters is the person. Wherever I am, Suisui will be. If I hadn't agreed, do you think you'd even have a seat at this table? Yu Jianian's smile faded, his gaze growing cold. So I should thank you then? Don't mention it. I'm always generous, never petty with small-minded people. Brother-in-law's right. When I marry Suisui, I'll be sure to have you preside over the wedding. Jianshi's face turned cold at that. You're not much, but you sure can dream. And Suisui stuck in the middle, sorting through her notes. Guys, we're supposed to be talking business here. Can you stop bickering like children? She slapped the table in frustration, drawing both their gazes. And Suisui began, The reason I called you here today is actually to invite you to the wedding banquet. Second was the issue of personnel. Jianshi! Jianshi chimed in out of nowhere, and Suisui, furious, jumped up onto the table, straddled him, and grabbed him by the neck. If you say one more word, I'll strangle you. Jianshi pressed his fist to his lips, shot a provocative look at Yu Jianian, and said, My wife's just shy, don't mind her. Cough, cough. The 2 of them kept bickering, making Yu Jianian seem like the outsider. His grip on his cup tightened until, unable to take it anymore, it shattered with a crack. And Suisui snapped back to her senses, remembering her purpose for today. She angrily punched Jianshi and sat back down. "Stop talking, let me speak!" To keep Jianshi from causing more trouble, Suisui used a silencing talisman, and a black X appeared over his mouth. He tried to open his mouth, but sure enough, no sound came out. With Jianshi dealt with, Suisui finally turned her attention to Yu Jianian. When are we kicking that freeloader Jianshi out?" "Huh? If not, just ignore him and come with me. Let him rot here on his own. He's so good at finding fun, he'll never be bored." Why did the topic get derailed again? And Suisui was exasperated. It seemed Yu Jianian was still deeply affected by his character setting, and even when arguing with Jianshi, he couldn't help dragging their love triangle into it. "Don't you think something's off here?" And Suisui tried to get him to realize the problem himself. "Yu Jianian, what's off? Jianshi's brain? That's definitely serious." Facepalm. This was never going to end, and Suisui decided to stop beating around the bush and just lay everything out. "Yu Jianian, Jianshi isn't my brother and you're not my childhood friend. We're all in a game right now. A game. Do you get it? Can you please wake up already?" If he didn't snap out of it soon, she was going to lose her mind. After yelling, Suisui slumped over the table, not moving at all, looking listless. She never expected that just meeting up with these two would cause so much drama, completely derailing her plan for a serious discussion. She thought Yu Jianian would ask a few more questions, but after her brief reminder, he fell silent, his brows twitching as he lowered his head in thought. Yu Jianian hadn't been oblivious, but he'd always had more on his plate than Jianshi, never having time to think things through. Now, with a quiet moment and Suisui's pointed reminder, the fragmented memories in his mind gradually pieced together into a complete picture. Yu Jianian's eyelashes trembled slightly. When he looked up again, his emotions had settled, and he was back to his old self, the outwardly gentle, self-serving businessman. Maybe it was because Yu Jianian's character setting wasn't much different from his real personality that Suisui didn't notice the change, but Jianshi picked up on it immediately. And Suisui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jianshi was one thing, but she wasn't that close to Yu Jianian, so she couldn't handle him being overly familiar. It was better for him to act normal. The three of them finally sat down for a proper negotiation. The information in this instance was too scattered. Each person only held a piece or two, and without exchanging information, it was almost impossible to uncover the instance's secrets. Yu Jianian glanced at the two sitting close together across from him, eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered something. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I'm willing to exchange information, but how do you want to do it?" And Suisui knew Yu Jianian was a businessman, profit-driven, never letting anyone take advantage of him. So she pulled out a sheet of paper she'd prepared, summarizing the information she and Jianshi knew into bullet points, and slid it over to Yu Jianian. "Pick what you want to know, and trade us something you know in return. 1 for 1. How about it?" Yu Jianian took the paper, and his expression froze when he saw the bullet points. Why does the mysterious girl terrify the whole town? Yandere brother does this to keep his sister by his side. Shocking. The dark secret behind a poor little town. Yu Jianian. He didn't want to know any of them, thanks. Beside Suisui, Jianshi couldn't make a sound, but that didn't stop him from laughing so hard he collapsed on the table, shoulders shaking. And Suisui puffed out her cheeks in frustration, glaring at him with wide eyes. She thought her summaries were great. What was the problem? Why were they both making those faces? Yu Jianian was honestly a little scared of Suisui now. With headlines like these, had she been reading too much clickbait? Before Suisui could say anything, Yu Jianian quickly asked his own question. "I want to know why you can't go out during the day." Before regaining his memories, he'd thought Jianshi was just a controlling lunatic. But now he realized it was probably a rule of the instance that forbade her from going out. And Suisui didn't hold back, openly explaining everything that had happened, then asked him in return about leaving the town. The two of them went back and forth, exchanging almost all the information they could, and finally left satisfied. and Suisui tore off the silencing talisman from Jianshe's mouth. The mute time was over. Unlike with Jianshe, Suisui was careful with Yu Jianian, only sharing clues about the instance itself and keeping their suspicions about the players to herself. By now, it was already evening, not far from nightfall. Jianshe deliberately left the front door wide open, creating the illusion that an adult was home and had Changfeng stay inside to guard the shop. And Suisui thought for a moment and let Dogsy out too to help Changfeng. Changfeng was smart and capable, but at the end of the day, he was still just a dog and not very safe in the instance. More importantly, he could keep Dogsy in check. The two of them slipped into the darkness, spending quite a bit of effort before finally finding the players' hideout. After just one day, the players' condition had clearly worsened. Maybe taking the glass bottle had triggered some rule because the townspeople, who'd barely shown themselves before, were now hunting the players in shifts, day and night. Nancheng Town was huge. Even after moving out a lot of residents, there were still over 100 people left. Unless the players had godlike powers, there was no way they could fight their way out. When Suisui found them, the 5 players were hiding in an abandoned warehouse, nerves taut, on high alert for any townspeople. They weren't using any items, probably because those were precious, making it easier for Suisui and Jianshe to spy on them. At that moment, Bartley, the team's tank, was slumped weakly in a corner, his face twisted in pain, muscles trembling as he endured. Jody was carefully examining him. How did he end up like this in just one night? The townspeople were all played by Alliance soldiers, much stronger than ordinary people but still not enough to injure the players this badly. And Suisui was sure that if the two sides really clashed, the 5 players might not crush the townspeople, but they'd definitely be able to escape unharmed. Jianshe nudged her, signaling with his eyes to look at Jilin on the other side. Jilin sat alone in a corner, far from the others, with a battered wooden table in front of him. On the table was the blood bottle, wrapped in tissue. A faint glow of skill energy flickered in his hand as he scanned the bottle, but he never touched it directly. Yesterday they'd all been curious, passing the bottle around. Now it was suddenly treated like a cursed object. Was Bartley's condition caused by the blood bottle? The players had triggered a death trap. The 5 players were all busy, not in the mood for small talk. That wasn't good for Suisui, who wanted to gather information. She nudged Jianshe and opened the players' private chat channel, and the two of them quickly exchanged messages through the chat window. Ji Kaiki and Huang Zhicheng were on patrol. Though both looked exhausted, today was even worse than yesterday, so they forced themselves to stay alert for any sign of danger. They hadn't had a great start in this instance, and winning seemed unlikely. But thinking of the punishment for failure, the 5 of them gritted their teeth and pressed on. Ji Kaiki yawned, shook his head, and took a sip of energy coffee from his pocket. He felt a little better, carefully capped the bottle and put it away. He wasn't a top player, so he had to ration every item to avoid running out. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Ji Kaiki and Huang Zhicheng tensed instantly. Before they could alert the others, a man suddenly appeared at the door, smiling faintly as he met the player's eyes through the crack. "Shit!" Ji Kaiki cursed, clearly startled by the sudden turn of events. He recognized Jianshe as the innkeeper from the first day, and his expression changed. Without a word, he drew his weapon, ready to fight. Jianshe, wanting to test these people's abilities, didn't hold back. He shot them a provocative look, then kicked the door, sending the two hiding behind it flying. Ji Kaiki shook his numb arm in shock. Did this guy eat Hercules pills or something? His own strength stat wasn't low, yet he'd been sent flying with a single kick. Ji Kaiki's face darkened, and he exchanged a look with Huang Zhicheng on the other side. The two charged forward together, engaging Jianshe in close combat. Qiao Di, being a support-type player and needing to care for the injured, couldn't join the fight. She struggled to carry Bartley to a safe spot. Meanwhile, Jilin calmly put away his blood vial prop and slowly approached the battlefield. While the others fought, Suisui slipped in through the door into the storeroom, hiding in the darkness to wait for her chance. Her newly acquired skill allowed her to hide in the dark. At night, it was almost like an invisibility skill, with few restrictions. Not a bad ability at all. She quietly hid in a corner, observing in secret. Her gaze drifted over Huang Zhicheng, Ji Kaiki, and Shi Lin, finally settling on Bartley, who was struggling to endure the pain. But Bartley still had Chao Di guarding him, so she couldn't act rashly. It would be best to lure Chao Di away as well. Jian Shi was cunning. While fighting the players, he neither forced them into the storeroom nor let them retreat to the open space outside, but kept the fight right at the doorway. The people inside couldn't move freely in the cramped space, while he, alone and outside in the open, was completely unhindered. Huang Zhicheng specialized in control, and Ji Kaiki was a mage. Both had their output severely limited by the narrow doorway. Jian Shi, on the other hand, was a brute force attacker, relentlessly exploiting their weaknesses. Even fighting two at once, he didn't fall behind. Until Jilin joined the fray. Jilin's abilities were odd. Sometimes he fought like a mage, sometimes like a melee fighter, and his support skills weren't bad either. The most troublesome part was that, after he arrived, Ji Kaiki and Huang Zhicheng's scattered attacks gradually converged into a sharp spearhead, with Jilin controlling the direction from behind. Jian Shi started to feel the pressure. His gaze darkened, and Suisui's words flashed through his mind. By the standards of their world, these three's individual strength clearly reached the level of top players. Even the injured Bartley and the support Chao Di weren't much weaker. But the game had only been in open beta for less than 3 days. Aside from himself, Suisui, Yu Jianian, and a few others he knew, it was hard to say how many other top players there were in the game. But one thing was certain. There definitely weren't many players at this level, let alone 5 gathered together. These 5 were definitely suspicious. Jian Shi stopped holding back, going all out and even using several powerful items. He finally gained the upper hand, gradually pressing the 3 opponents back. Jilin sensed the strength of his opponent and decisively called Chao Di, who had been guarding Bartley in the corner. This NPC's abilities were ridiculously strong, very likely the final boss of this instance. "Let's work together to take him down." Chao Di nodded, and a gentle glow from her skill fell on the 3 in front, boosting their strength and allowing them to suppress Jian Shi once more. As soon as Chao Di left, Suisui emerged from the shadows. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she quietly approached Bartley. Bartley was in bad shape, but still conscious. He stared in horror as someone suddenly appeared from the darkness and walked toward him step by step. He wanted to alert his teammates but found he couldn't make a sound. And Suisui wasn't stupid. She'd already used a silence talisman on him before showing herself. Once close, she sprinkled a handful of weakening powder on him. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare show herself so openly in front of the players. She planned to use her Demon's Fang skill to control the mentally weakened Bartley, turning him into her puppet among the players. She gave Bartley's strong body a push, making sure he couldn't resist, then took out a pack of wet wipes from her bag and carefully wiped his wrist. As she wiped, she murmured, "It'll be over soon. Don't be scared. Just a little pain. It'll be fine." Like a nurse coaxing a child before a shot. Bartley was even more terrified. At this moment, all he wanted to do was shout, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" And Suisui stared at Bartley's overly hairy arm, troubled, hesitating for a long time but ultimately not changing spots. Her little fangs gently touched Bartley's skin, leaving 2 sharp bite marks that quickly drew blood. Once she confirmed the mental imprint was set, and Suisui quickly retracted her fangs, wiped the area several times with wet wipes, and rinsed her mouth before leaving. The skill was strong, but every time she used it, she had to actually bite the target. It was a bit much for her. Not everyone was that clean. She didn't want to end up with a mouthful of dirt after controlling someone. At the door, the fight between Jian Shi and the players was reaching its peak. The players thought they had the upper hand and pressed in on Jian Shi. Jian Shi was indeed struggling. If the fight went on like this, he might lose. Fortunately, fighting the players wasn't his real goal this time. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Suisui running toward him. Suddenly he laughed loudly, drawing the attention of all 4 players. "You really think I can't beat you?" His disdainful gaze provoked every player present, making their blood boil. Jilin's face darkened. He was about to unleash a big move to finish Jianshi off when he suddenly felt a chill, a sense of imminent danger at his back, too fast to dodge. He instantly used a defensive item and shifted his weight to avoid a fatal blow. The next second, a black and red steel fork pierced his shoulder blade, spraying blood everywhere. The sudden turn of events stunned the players at the door, their faces full of relief at having survived. They didn't have Jilin's sixth sense. If any of the 3 had been ambushed instead, they might have died right there. And Suisui didn't linger. After her successful sneak attack, she immediately spread her wings, knocked the 4 blocking the door aside, and dragged Jianshi away. The 2 of them didn't actually run far. After pretending to flee for a while, they quietly circled back and kept watch near the players' warehouse. Thanks to Suisui's successful sneak attack, there were now 2 injured players among the 5. And Suisui's attack power wasn't outrageous, but 8 out of 10 of her moves could break through defenses. Most defensive items and skills were useless against her. If she landed a hit, you'd be injured if not dead. Jianshi had fought the players for ages without a clear winner, but Suisui succeeded in 1 strike. She was feeling quite proud of herself. While they were staking out the players, her little tail swayed in the air, and her gaze kept drifting to Jianshi, clearly waiting for praise. Jianshi cleared his throat and affectionately ruffled Suisui's fluffy hair, praising, "Suisui, you're amazing. You rescued me from the enemy's encirclement." The little cutie squinted happily at the compliment. "Such a huge favor. How about I repay you with my hand in marriage?" "Get lost. I don't accept seduction." "Really, not even a little bit?" Jianshi's banter distracted her, so it took Suisui a while to notice something was off with him. "You're hurt?" Meeting her concerned gaze, Jianshi quietly took her hand to reassure her. "It's nothing, just a negative effect from a player's skill. It'll wear off soon." He'd fought with Jilin and the others for a long time. Of course, he'd taken some hits. But after this battle, he agreed with Suisui's theory. He now suspected the 5 players weren't from their world at all. With all the weirdness in this game, what else was impossible? And Suisui nodded, her expression serious. If this was true, the consequences could be huge. She closed her eyes, focusing all her energy on controlling Bartley with her puppet skill. The puppet skill didn't guarantee success. It depended on the mental strength of both sides. And Suisui's was naturally high, and Bartley's wasn't weak either. If he were at full strength, she might not have been able to control him completely. But she'd targeted him precisely because he was injured and mentally exhausted. As Suisui connected to Bartley's mind, she found he was still resisting, but he was at the end of his rope. Soon, she'd have him fully under control. Jody was tending to Jilin's wounds beside Bartley. It was only the 3rd night, and already 2 players were seriously injured. As she bandaged Jilin, Jody asked worriedly, "Should we move to a new place?" Jilin's eyes were tightly shut, his face pale. Cold sweat dripped from his brow, showing how much pain he was in. But his voice was calm. "That man was hit by my skill. He won't be chasing us for now. Huang Zhicheng is out looking for a new base. Once he finds one, we'll move immediately." Jody's gaze lingered on his wounded arm. Then she looked away, too upset to speak. After Huang Zhicheng left, Jikaiki tried to lighten the mood. "Jody, don't be so sad. Old Lin's tough. This little injury is nothing. Patch him up tonight and he'll be fine by morning." Jody forced a smile, but it quickly faded. With things as they were, it was hard to feel cheerful. The atmosphere in the warehouse was heavy. No one noticed as Bartley, who'd been silent, slowly opened his eyes. This was Suisui's first time successfully using the puppet skill. The new perspective made her playful. So, being a puppet was like having a second body. She could see through Bartley's eyes and directly control his actions and speech. And Suisui curiously touched the rough ground. There wasn't much sensation. touch was a bit lacking. After Jody finished treating Jilin, she turned and saw Bartley moving slightly back to them, doing who knows what. "Are you okay? Is the pain getting worse?" Jody called gently. At first, Suisui didn't realize she was being addressed. Only when Jody came over to check Bartley's body did she snap out of it. She quickly pulled Bartley's hand back and forced a stiff smile under Jody's suspicious gaze. "I can manage. How's Jilin?" She didn't dare let Jody examine Bartley too closely. What if she discovered the mental imprint? Jody looked him over. Though Bartley was still pale, he seemed a bit better, so she just reminded him to rest and didn't insist on a full check. "Jilin's not doing well," Jody said, her face full of worry. "This instance is way too hard. Did we stumble into a B-rank dungeon by mistake?" B-rank? What did that mean? And Suisui's eyes flashed, and she started chatting with Jody, deliberately steering the conversation toward reality and the game. Half an hour later, Huang Zhicheng found a suitable hiding place, and the 5 players abandoned the old warehouse for a new spot. And Suisui released her control over Bartley for now, and, together with Jian Shi, watched the players leave. "Did you find anything out?" Jian Shi asked. And Suisui looked troubled. There was so much information she didn't know where to start. Jian Shi understood just by looking at her. He glanced around, then pointed to a house with a faint candlelight. "Come on, let's find a place to sort things out." The layout of the town's houses was all pretty similar, but Suisui felt this one was familiar. She thought she'd just been here last night. Knock, knock, knock. Jian Shi rapped lightly on the door 3 times. No answer. He knocked 3 more times. The knocking grew more urgent, showing the visitor's patience was running out. Finally, footsteps sounded inside. Fu Yuanzhou's irritated voice came from within. "Who is it? Can a guy sleep at night? Can't you come during the day?" Their eyes met, and Fu Yuanzhou's annoyed expression froze. Jian Shi?" He clearly hadn't expected to see Jian Shi at his door at this hour. His gaze flicked to Suisui behind him, and whatever he thought of made his face go pale. You, what do you want?" Fu Yuanzhou looked wary, panic written all over his face. His hand trembled as he pulled a crumpled yellow talisman from his pocket, and Suisui stared at the talisman, blinking. In the candlelight, the girl's skin looked almost translucent, so pale it was bloodless, but a flash of crimson flickered between her lips and teeth. Are these siblings here for revenge? Fu Yuanzhou thought nervously. Jian Shi hadn't expected the person inside to be Fu Yuanzhou. He paused, then turned to Suisui. "You go in first. I'll take him out to clear his head." As he spoke, he flexed his wrists and approached Fu Yuanzhou. "Fu Yuanzhou, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." Ignoring the commotion between the two, Suisui went to her room, took out her notebook, and, by the dim candlelight, carefully sorted through the information she'd gathered. She'd spent half an hour chatting with Qiao Di while posing as Bartley. Although Qiao Di thought she was just sharing common knowledge, the sheer amount of information was enough to keep Suisui busy for a long time. First, she confirmed her suspicion. These 5 people were not from the same world as herself. Their world's technological level hadn't reached the interstellar standard yet. Humanity hadn't even left its home planet. Second, their world had also entered an era of nationwide gaming. The tricky part was that the timelines for entering the game were different in the 2 worlds. Qiao Di had already been in the game for over a year. That was not good news, Suisui thought anxiously. After a while, Jian Shi returned with Fu Yuanzhou, who was now sporting a black eye and a bruised face. Fu Yuanzhou looked truly miserable. Not only was his face battered, but he was limping as well. His handsome face was smeared with dirt, and every step he took was accompanied by a hiss of pain, his expression twisted in agony. It seemed Jian Shi had really gone all out. Fu Yuanzhou was aggrieved. He'd already come to his senses and told Brother Jian everything he knew, but Jian still insisted on beating him up. This was clearly a personal grudge, but they didn't even have a grudge. Why beat him up? Sniffling, Fu Yuanzhou sat in the corner, expressionless, watching Jian Shi walk over to Suisui. In his heart, he cursed Jian Shi out and wished him a lifetime of singledom. Jian Shi, feeling refreshed after the beating, walked over to Suisui and picked up her notebook to read. The notebook was filled with information, all organized and logical. The clues and their implications were clear at a glance. The more Jian Shi read, the deeper his frown became. Even Fu Yuanzhou, who had been whining, noticed his expression and hurried over to read along. It was Fu Yuanzhou's first time seeing this information, and he was shocked. The sheer amount of it made his head spin, and he collapsed onto the wooden bed in disbelief. "Where did you get all this? Is it reliable?" And Suisui was annoyed by this question. Although some of the notes were based on deductions from existing clues, none of them were baseless. Each one was highly credible. "Do I look like someone who's easily fooled?" And Suisui stood on her chair, trying to boost her presence by raising her sea level. Only then did Fu Yuanzhou realize that Suisui had gathered all these clues herself. He gave an awkward smile and said nothing more. He wasn't really doubting her. It was just that the information was so shocking. He could already imagine how stunned the bigwigs of the Interstellar Alliance would be if this news got out. Thinking of this, Fu Yuanzhou glanced at the pensive Jian Shi and silently complained in his heart. Wasn't their own commander right here? Why was he worrying so much? Jian Shi ignored Fu Yuanzhou's sidelong glances and started a new round of discussion with Suisui based on the clues in the notebook, deducing several new points. From Chao Di's vague words, they learned that the 5 players hadn't come to this instance just to clear it. They actually had other objectives. Unfortunately, he couldn't ask directly about such private matters, and even if he did, he wouldn't get an answer. They could only guess for themselves. "If the goal of playing the game isn't to clear it, then what is it?" said rookie Fu Yuanzhou, frustrated by their lack of answers. Jian Shi pondered for a moment and asked, "Could it be related to the core of this instance?" He had his reasons for this guess. First, the way they entered this instance was unusual, and the gameplay was different from before. Not only had a large number of interstellar citizens been forcibly conscripted, but their memories had also been deliberately suppressed. If the instance only needed ordinary NPCs, there was no need to go to such lengths, right? After all, once interstellar players' memories awakened, the difficulty for players from the other world would increase, making balance impossible. That wasn't the game's usual style. And Suisui thought for a moment, flipped a few pages back in her notebook, and began reviewing the earlier clues. Soon, she found a piece of information she'd jotted down hastily and overlooked before. Her soft lips slowly formed 5 words. Instance ownership rights. Jian Shi was stunned and hesitantly asked, "What are instance ownership rights?" And Suisui looked up at him and asked in return, "Didn't you get a game prompt when you first entered?" Jian Shi tried to recall but shook his head. "Maybe, but I don't remember." His memories from when he first entered the game were very fuzzy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. And Suisui pondered, then described her own experience entering the game. At the time, the game specifically mentioned, "Current instance ownership, none." That was definitely not a good sign. Fu Yuanzhou's expression grew serious. "So these players are here to fight for the instance's ownership?" And Suisui corrected him, "It might be even more serious than that. It's not just those players fighting us for the instance's ownership, it's 2 different worlds competing for it." This was their first time entering this type of instance, and they were like a bunch of clueless newbies, lost and confused. Those 5 players, on the other hand, were much more experienced, steadily gathering clues the whole time. Even when they realized the instance was too difficult and they might not complete the mission, they still methodically collected information. What could be more important to players than clearing the game? Instance ownership rights. Just hearing the term made it clear how important it was, and now it had finally surfaced. "Even though we don't know exactly what's going on, we absolutely can't let them get the instance ownership rights," Suisui concluded. Jianshi nodded in agreement and shared the latest information he'd gotten from Fu Yuanzhou about the instance. And Suisui was shocked after hearing it. She hadn't expected the true mastermind behind the instance to be the unremarkable Fu Yuanzhou. Fu Yuanzhou was the one hiding in the shadows, the real culprit who incited the townspeople to sacrifice the little sister. Fu Yuanzhou gave her an awkward smile. Although he hadn't actually done those things, he was still playing the role, so he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. Jianshi knocked on the table. "Take us to see the real culprit who turned this town into what it is." Jianshi hadn't expected the person inside to be Fu Yuanzhou. He paused, then turned to Suisui. "You go in first. I'll take him out to clear his head." As he spoke, he flexed his wrists and approached Fu Yuanzhou. "Fu Yuanzhou. Wasn't their own commander right here? Why was he worrying so much?" Jianshi ignored Fu Yuanzhou's sidelong glances and started a new round of discussion with Suisui based on the clues in the notebook, deducing several new points. From Chao Di's vague words, they learned that the 5 players hadn't come to this instance just to clear it. They actually had other objectives. Unfortunately, he couldn't ask directly about such private matters, and even if he did, he wouldn't get an answer. They could only guess for themselves. "If the goal of playing the game isn't to clear it, then what is it?" said rookie Fu Yuanzhou, frustrated by their lack of answers. Jianshi pondered for a moment and asked, "Could it be related to the core of this instance?" He had his reasons for this guess. First, the way they entered this instance was unusual, and the gameplay was different from before. Not only had a large number of interstellar citizens been forcibly conscripted, but their memories had also been deliberately suppressed. If the instance only needed ordinary NPCs, there was no need to go to such lengths, right? After all, once interstellar players' memories awakened, the difficulty for players from the other world would increase, making balance impossible. That wasn't the game's usual style. And Suisui thought for a moment, flipped a few pages back in her notebook, and began reviewing the earlier clues. Soon, she found a piece of information she'd jotted down hastily and overlooked before. Her soft lips slowly formed 5 words: instance ownership rights. Jianshi was stunned and hesitantly asked, "What are instance ownership rights?" And Suisui looked up at him and asked in return, "Didn't you get a game prompt when you first entered?" Jianshi tried to recall but shook his head. "Maybe, but I don't remember." His memories from when he first entered the game were very fuzzy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. And Suisui pondered, then described her own experience entering the game. At the time, the game specifically mentioned current instance ownership, none. That was definitely not a good sign. Fu Yuanzhou's expression grew serious. "So these players are here to fight for the instance's ownership?" And Suisui corrected him. "It might be even more serious than that. It's not just those players fighting us for the instance's ownership, it's 2 different worlds competing for it." This was their first time entering this type of instance, and they were like a bunch of clueless newbies, lost and confused. Those 5 players, on the other hand, were much more experienced, steadily gathering clues the whole time. Even when they realized the instance was too difficult and they might not complete the mission, they still methodically collected information. What could be more important to players than clearing the game? Instance ownership rights. Just hearing the term made it clear how important it was, and now it had finally surfaced. Even though we don't know exactly what's going on, we absolutely can't let them get the instance ownership rights, Suisui concluded. Jianshi nodded in agreement and shared the latest information he'd gotten from Fu Yuanzhou about the instance. And Suisui was shocked after hearing it. She hadn't expected the true mastermind behind the instance to be the unremarkable Fu Yuanzhou. Fu Yuanzhou was the one hiding in the shadows, the real culprit who incited the townspeople to sacrifice the little sister. Fu Yuanzhou gave her an awkward smile. Although he hadn't actually done those things, he was still playing the role, so he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. Jianshi knocked on the table. "Take us to see the real culprit who turned this town into what it is." "Of course," The most important thing was that the ritual book was in their hands. Getting the blood vial alone was all risk and no reward. Just look at Bartley's current miserable state. Sure enough, after hearing their objective, Yu Jianian's first reaction was to ask about the use of the blood vial. And Suisui herself was only guessing, so how could she tell him? With a casual retort, she cut off Yu Jianian's questioning. "I've already told you plenty. If you want to know the answer to that, you'll have to trade something of equal value. Deal?" Yu Jianian was instantly stumped into silence. The value of the blood vial was incalculable right now, and its worth was up to them to decide. Who knew if Suisui would ask for the moon? Meanwhile, the 5 players from the other world still had no idea they were already lambs to the slaughter. Thanks to Xiao Di's tireless healing skills, Jilin and Bartley's injuries had improved. Bartley gazed out at the thick night, a trace of confusion in his eyes. His memory seemed to be acting up. He clearly remembered the last thing he saw was Xiao Di rushing into battle, joining Jilin and the others to fight that man who had suddenly appeared. He seemed to have taken a nap in between, and when he woke up, he was already in a new hiding place. But Xiao Di said he'd been in good spirits earlier and had chatted with her for half an hour. Did that instance item give him amnesia? Bartley thought in horror, completely unaware that this was a side effect of Suisui's puppet skill wearing off. Jilin was much better now. Although his shoulder still ached, it no longer affected his movements. After using another healing item, his wound was almost fully healed. Just a bit more rest, and he'd be fine. Everything seemed to be improving, but he couldn't shake a sense of unease, and his mood grew inexplicably irritable. He knew this was his passive 6th sense kicking in. It looked like something big was going to happen tonight. Jilin got up from the ground and looked at his teammates resting against the wall. "We're moving early. Tonight we have to find the instance core." The longer they waited, the worse it would be for them. Jilin had a vague feeling that they might not all make it out this time. Jikaiki opened his eyes at this, full of confusion and doubt. Xiao Di nervously twisted her fingers and whispered, "But we still don't know where the instance core is, or what it is. It was only the 3rd day of the game. Who could clear an instance in 3 days? They'd just gotten lucky, stumbling into this brand new instance by accident." Unfortunately, this new instance was much harder than expected. They couldn't even complete the basic tasks, and their opponents might be from an A-level world or higher. Jilin had already thought about this while resting. Facing his teammates' doubts, he calmly replied, "The instance core is usually related to the story it wants to tell. The In siblings are clearly the key figures this time. They must know something." Jikaiki was stunned. Then his eyes widened in shock. "You mean we should just go straight to them and threaten those 2 NPCs for information? What if we piss them off?" Jilin looked at him coolly. "Haven't we already fallen out with the NPCs? What's there to be afraid of?" Well, that was true. "But the innkeeper is really strong, and there are helpers in the shadows. We might not be able to beat them." The usually quiet Huang Zhicheng spoke up. Jilin smiled. "The innkeeper is strong, but what about his sister?" Everyone recalled Suisui's soft, harmless appearance. "Is it possible that—" Huang Zhicheng wanted to say more, but Jilin cut him off. "All right, I know you want to say appearances can be deceiving, but we have to fight the NPCs eventually. This is our last chance. Even if the sister is a powerful NPC, it doesn't matter. The 5 of us together can beat any NPC. Don't you have confidence in your own strength?" "Who—" Jikaiki took a deep breath and was the first to stand up in agreement. He understood Jilin's point. Even if the sister NPC was as strong as the brother, as long as they didn't fight both at once, they couldn't lose. Otherwise, the game's balance would be broken. As long as they kept her from joining her brother, they could definitely take her down. And Suisui and Jilin were both plotting against each other, each side secretly making preparations for a sneak attack. And Suisui didn't know the player's new hiding place, so she had to send someone out to search, moving a step slower than Jilin's group. Jilin, on the other hand, knew exactly where the inn was and moved in with a clear goal, sneaking all the way there. By the time Suisui got the news, the 5 players were already lying in wait near the inn. Eugenian. Suisui. Jianshe. Glancing blankly at her 2 companions, Suisui asked, a little confused, "What are they doing? Walking right into our trap?" Jianshe shrugged, indicating he had no idea what they were thinking. But it was better this way. Save them the trouble of searching. The inn was already surrounded by a large number of awakened interstellar soldiers. When they noticed the players approaching, they quietly withdrew to a safe distance from the inn, relaying information through the in-game chat. So the 5 players didn't notice anything unusual and cautiously advanced toward Suisui's room. When the message reached Jianshe, he stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then guessed, "Are they trying to kidnap you?" Their motive was unclear for now, maybe to threaten Jianshe or to extract information. And Suisui silently took out a small mirror and pouted at her reflection. "Do I really look that easy to bully? Out of everyone in town, they just had to pick me." Jianshe laughed and ruffled her hair. "Then show them what you're made of." Since they'd come to her, she'd definitely accept the challenge. And Suisui put away the mirror and dashed off to her room. Jianshe stayed in the downstairs lobby, pretending to be unaware to mislead the players. Eugenian hid near Suisui's room, waiting for the prey to walk into the trap. Although Jilin was feeling irritable, he didn't let his guard down. They climbed up the wall from the back of the inn, hiding outside Suisui's window. Xiaodi used her detection skill to check the situation inside the inn. With her skill, she clearly saw Jianshe in the lobby as usual, and Suisui pacing idly in her room. Eugenian, who was hiding, wasn't detected, and the interstellar soldiers were outside her range. On the surface, everything at the inn seemed perfectly normal. Sensing nothing amiss, Xiaodi made a hand signal. Jilin nodded in acknowledgement, still waiting outside the window, quietly lying in wait. And Suisui paced around her room, deliberately making noise so the people hiding outside the window would know she was inside. But no matter how long she waited or what she did, those people never barged in. They were incredibly patient. Are they planning a sneak attack? She wondered. So she took off her shoes and coat, climbed into bed, and pretended to be asleep under the covers. This time, the people outside finally made a move. After confirming that Suisui had fallen asleep, Jilin waited another 10 minutes just to be sure. Once he was certain she was sound asleep, he quietly pried open the window and led his teammates carefully to the bedside. And Suisui sensed people gathering around her, growing nervous, afraid these players would just stab her without a word. She secretly readied her defenses. Jilin knew Jianshe was downstairs, so they couldn't interrogate her in the room. First, they'd kidnap the little sister. Dealing with a single NPC, whether to interrogate or fight, wouldn't be a big problem. At Jilin's signal, Xiaodi took out a syringe and carefully approached Suisui. Suisui was wrapped tightly in her blanket, only half her face exposed. To give her an injection, they'd have to lift the covers. No matter how careful Xiaodi was, the sudden cold air was enough to alert the sleeping troublemaker. She suddenly opened her eyes, shouted to startle the 4, and punched at the nearest Xiaodi. Xiaodi screamed, but Jikaiki quickly pulled her back. And Suisui's sneak attack failed, but she'd already sent the message she wanted. No need to rush. The 5 players realized things were bad and tried to escape, only to find the doors and windows sealed. Slow, deliberate footsteps sounded from the stairs. Clearly, the big brother downstairs had heard the commotion and was coming up. Bartley gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let's go for it." He charged at Suisui like a cannonball, and Suisui took a step back, unfurled a pair of huge bat wings, and dodged Bartley's attack with ease. Jilin's brow twitched at the sight of those wings. Wasn't this the person who ambushed him last night? His internal alarm blared, and his vigilance shot to the max. After scanning the environment, he made a quick decision. "Xiaodi, Bartley, Huangzhicheng, attack with me. Take down the NPC as fast as possible. Jikaiki, try to break the seal. As soon as there's an exit, get out no matter what. There's no respawn in an open beta game." He summoned a black book and used a skill to reinforce the doors and windows. Jianshi reached the door and gave it a push. It didn't budge. At the same time, he sensed the window seals being attacked. His eyes darkened. He immediately understood what was happening. A deathly scythe appeared in his hand, and with a flash of black light, he struck the door, making it shake violently. Inside, Jilin's hand trembled as he held the black book, his heart sinking. The big brother's combat power was too high. They couldn't hold him off for long. His gaze turned ruthless as he watched the little witch toying with his teammates. Wang Zhicheng, use force lock! As soon as he spoke, Suisui's body froze, dropping from the ceiling and getting surrounded by the 5 players. And Suisui's face showed no fear, but inside she was screaming like a groundhog. Crap, crap, crap. She wasn't afraid of warriors or mages and could handle normal control skills, but this kind of forced control was her nemesis. She had control skills too, but alone she couldn't outlast a whole team. She could only wait for the right moment. Why aren't those two coming to help yet? Outside, Jianshi's second strike landed. The wooden door was on its last legs. One more powerful hit and it would break. At that moment, Yu Jianian emerged from his hiding place. He glanced indifferently at Jianshi as he passed. Then, in a flash, phased through both their skills and teleported into the room. Countless magic playing cards fluttered down, their fuzzy edges easily slicing through Jilin and the others' clothes, and even their skin. The cards gathered into a storm, shielding Suisui in the center. Jilin dodged the attack and regrouped with his teammates in the corner. Who was this guy? Another boss? The next second, the wooden door shattered, and Jianshi stepped into the room, black mist swirling at his feet. The immobilization buff ended, and Suisui quickly joined them. The 3 blocked the exit, glaring at the 5 players. By now, Jikaiki still hadn't opened an escape route. Jilin's gaze moved from Yu Jianian to Suisui, his heart sinking to rock bottom. All 3 of them were stronger than his team. There was definitely something wrong with this instance. Their faces were grim, but they didn't try to run, just huddled warily in the corner. Yu Jianian seemed to guess their thoughts, a playful smile flickering across his refined face. These 5 clearly weren't top players in their own world, or they wouldn't have been caught so easily. The difference between top players and ordinary ones was obvious. Even if ordinary players got stronger later, compared to top players of the same period, the latter had more items, more skills, and every move was a headache. It was just their bad luck. The interstellar world had only just entered the era of universal gaming, so their overall strength wasn't high. Even if another group came, they might not win. But these 3, right now, they were the top players of this world, and the 5 had run right into them. Jilin took a deep breath. He didn't know how advanced these people's world was, but the fact that they'd awakened their memories so early in the instance showed their strength. Not wanting to lose his life, Jilin could only compromise. As long as you don't kill us, anything's negotiable. Trading items for survival was an unspoken rule in the game world, except for top players from each world. Whenever they appeared, they became targets for players from other worlds, without exception. Jilin was ready to trade items for his life, and the others seemed calm too. It clearly wasn't their first time doing this. And Suisui quietly hid behind Jianshi, watching their expressions thoughtfully. Jianshi stopped cracking his knuckles and quickly exchanged glances with the other 2. They hadn't planned to kill them anyway. If the other side recognized reality, all the better. Less trouble. Yu Jianian put away his cards. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Jianshi. Isn't interrogation your specialty, Commander? And Suisui looked up in confusion. What did this have to do with a commander? Jianshi spoke quickly. Ignore him. That scheming guy never says anything nice. What's wrong with being a commander? What's wrong with interrogations? It's just part of the job. Huh? Yu Jianian sensed something was off and paused as he was leaving. Could it be that Suisui didn't know Jianshi's true identity? Jianshi's heart raced as he lifted his foot, pretending to kick Yu Jianian. He didn't actually land the kick, but it was enough to drive Yu Jianian out of the room. None of your business. The 5 players from the other world had temporarily given up resisting, mainly because they had no chance to escape. And Suisui took out the last half-pack of weakness powder, and Jian Shi produced a tattered hemp rope. With these 2 items, their chances of escape were basically 0. Still not satisfied, and Suisui conjured a cage of yin energy around the 5, trapping them. The yin cage was actually the most useless of all her skills. It could only be used where there was yin energy. Now that she was a ghost, she'd have felt it was a waste not to use it at least once. Jilin and the others were unnerved by how cautious their captors were. Why did a simple ransom negotiation have to be so serious? Were they going to be squeezed dry? After dinner, Jian Shi went into the room to negotiate. Yu Jianian wasn't about to let Jian Shi meet the players alone, so he followed soon after and sat in the corner to listen in. But Yu Jianian glanced around, frowning. "Where's An Suisui?" The missing person made his eyelid twitch. He had a bad feeling about this. Jian Shi pulled up a chair and sat in front of the yin cage, his face unreadable. "Torture's too cruel. I let her go out and play." Everyone knew Jian Shi liked An Suisui, except perhaps An Suisui herself. But Yu Jianian still felt something was off. He opened a private chat and sent a command to his subordinates. "Find An Suisui." Jian Shi caught the movement out of the corner of his eye and smirked, but didn't stop him. It was pointless. By now it was too late. The troublemaker they were both worried about was hiding alone in a cellar, clutching the life-blood bottle and the ritual book. She and Jian Shi had found this place while tracking the players. The entrance was locked tight. An ordinary person would have a hard time getting in. But An Suisui was now a ghost, and had recently discovered she could walk through walls. Honestly, the instance was ending too soon. She hadn't even had her fill of fun. She and Jian Shi had already discussed the issue of instance ownership. First, they absolutely couldn't let the enemy players get it. If the enemy was under control, the next to be excluded was Yu Jianian's group. The rest would depend on the situation. With Yu Jianian's attention on Jian Shi had secretly handed the blood bottle he'd tricked from the players to An Suisui. Now, An Suisui held the life-blood bottle in her left hand and the ritual book in her right, unsure how to use these 2 core items to claim the instance's ownership. The blood bottle was already draining her life force. If she didn't solve this quickly, she'd be in danger. "Do I have to combine them?" she wondered. She tried putting the 2 items together. After a moment, the blood in the bottle began to slowly decrease. "There's a reaction!" And Suisui was overjoyed. She stared intently at the 2 items, watching as the blood was completely absorbed. The ritual book's golden light grew so bright she couldn't look directly at it. She shielded her eyes with one hand and tried to pick up the book with the other. But as soon as her right hand touched the ritual book, a string of game notifications sounded in her ear. Meanwhile, Jian Shi learned that instance ownership was determined by which side held the core item at the end. If a player tried to claim ownership for themselves, they'd pay a steep price. Hearing this, Jian Shi jumped up and dashed out before anyone could react. "Is he crazy?" Yu Jianian's cousin muttered. Yu Jianian glanced at him, calmly polishing his glasses in the corner, his thoughts unreadable. "Where did Jian Shi go?" he asked. A subordinate pointed the way. Yu Jianian put his glasses back on, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. And Suisui was about to lose her mind. After absorbing the blood bottle, the ritual book started chasing her like a rabid dog, sticking to her relentlessly. As she ran, she cursed, "Drunk blood, you should have said something earlier. Are you trying to scam me now that you're drunk? You'd better hope you don't get tired. If you dare stop, I'll beat you to a pulp." She kept cursing as the system notifications continued non-stop in her ear. "Warning. The instance core is demanding payment. Please respond immediately. Warning. The instance core is demanding payment. Please respond immediately. Warning. The instance core is demanding payment. Please respond immediately." Demanding payment, my ass. You never gave me anything, and now you want something from me? Even scammers aren't this shameless. and Suisui darted around the cramped space, moving so fast she left after images, leaving the ritual book dizzy and unable to catch her. The ritual book was about to explode with frustration. That woman woke it up and touched it. She had to take responsibility. How could she play with it and then toss it aside? Heartless woman. No way it was letting her go. The ritual book stopped chasing and hovered in midair, its little body shaking like it was having a seizure. Golden pages fell from the book, scattering through the air. And Suisui watched warily. What was it doing? Self-destructing out of anger? Before she could figure it out, the soft pages suddenly froze in midair, then swooped toward her in a circle. Now she understood the ritual book's plan. She was both shocked and furious. She tried to run, but the golden pages sealed off every escape route. The pages moved in perfect unison, leaving no gaps. She let her guard down for a second, and a golden page brushed her sleeve. Immediately, the rest swarmed her, wrapping her up tight. The game's voice chimed in. Payment being collected. What payment? What are you collecting? And Suisui's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling. Suddenly, her pocket grew hot. She ignored the golden pages and reached for her right pocket. That pocket held her item cards. She couldn't let anything happen to them. A handful of silver cards spilled onto the ground, and Suisui's sharp eyes caught thin black lines appearing on the edges of the top cards. Then right before her eyes, the cards with black lines turned to ash, as if burned. Ah! And Suisui clutched her face in horror. Her trembling hands held the blackened ashes, her expression twisting in disbelief. I am done with you! She grabbed the ritual book, now whole again, and threw it to the ground, stabbing and beating it with her little steel fork until she collapsed, exhausted. If the ritual book had a face, it would be rolling its eyes right now. Seriously? Did she have any idea what she was dealing with? It was the core of a brand new instance, the most precious thing in the whole place, a once-in-a-century treasure. It only took a few of her lousy items and she was this upset? Was it really worth it? But after being scared by Suisui, the instance core stopped demanding payment and quietly lay on top of her, obedient and docile. At that moment, a heavenly sound rang in Suisui's ear. Ding! Congratulations, Player 023, you have obtained ownership of the instance, Mysterious Town. When Jianshe arrived at the cellar, he saw Suisui lying on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling, looking completely drained. Suisui? He carefully picked up the girl, treating her like something fragile, afraid that if he used too much force, she'd break in his arms. You... He started to speak, but hesitated, not knowing how to continue. According to what Jilin and the others had said, once someone activated the instance core item, it would forcibly demand payment. The amount depended on the core's mood, usually starting with game items, then moving on to player attribute points. If even those were exhausted and the core still wasn't satisfied, it would start absorbing the player's life force, even the health of vital organs. The instance core was extremely greedy. Few players could withstand its exploitation. Judging by Suisui's current state, at least 70% of what those people said was true. He had no idea how much Suisui had lost. He didn't necessarily believe everything they said, but he'd never use Suisui as a test subject. After much hesitation, he still didn't know how to comfort the listless troublemaker. Suisui was still mourning her lost item cards, but in a daze, she heard a familiar voice. Her pupils refocused and the person in front of her became clear. It was Jianshe. A wave of grievance surged up in Suisui. She pouted and finally couldn't hold it in. She burst into tears. Woo! Woo! And Suisui cried her heart out. The harder she cried, the more flustered Jianshe became. Don't cry yet, tell me what that thing took as payment. Maybe we can figure something out and get it back, okay? But Suisui was crying so loudly she couldn't even hear him, just sobbing away, smearing snot and tears all over Jianshe's black shirt. Jianshe had no choice but to gently pat her back and comfort her in a soft voice. By the time Suisui finished crying, Jianshe's shirt front was soaked. Feeling guilty, Suisui grabbed his shirt hem to wipe her face. Now it was even wetter. Jian Shi didn't mind, instead watching her face carefully to check her health. Though she'd cried miserably, her cheeks were rosy and her limbs strong. She didn't look like someone whose life force had been drained. He finally relaxed. As long as her life force was intact, everything else was minor. "What did it take from you?" he asked. At this, Suisui's anger flared up again. She rummaged around and found the golden book stuck to her, holding it up to accuse it of its crimes. "This stupid thing actually ate my items." Jian Shi's gaze darkened. So it really had eaten her items. How many did it take? His voice was steady, not showing any anxiety. But in his mind, he was already thinking about how to secretly give her some item cards if she'd lost too much. And Suisui, aggrieved, held up 4 fingers. "I counted! 4 whole cards!" Jian Shi. He didn't know whether to say Suisui was lucky or that the otherworld players had been lying to him. But as long as Suisui was okay, that was the best luck of all. "How long are you two going to stay in there?" Yu Jianian's voice suddenly rang out. There was someone else. And Suisui, startled like a rabbit, dove into Jian Shi's arms to hide. So embarrassing. She'd just been crying her eyes out. No way could she let anyone else see. Yu Jianian didn't know exactly what had happened. His gaze lingered on Jian Shi and on Suisui, and he finally asked, "What happened?" The troublemaker was crying like a fool and didn't want to be seen. Too late for that. Jian Shi paused, then calmly shielded Suisui and stared coldly at Yu Jianian. "Nothing. She just got drained by the instance core. Why else would she cry like that?" Didn't seem that serious. And Suisui didn't understand why Jian Shi was lying, but she didn't expose him. She quietly pried his arm open and peeked through the gap at the 2 men, trying to minimize her presence. Jian Shi was covering for her. If Yu Jianian hadn't caught them, he wouldn't have admitted that Suisui had obtained the instance ownership. Jian Shi picked up Suisui and walked past Yu Jianian, his expression grave. Yu Jianian frowned, wanting to ask about Suisui's condition, but in the end said nothing, only watching Jian Shi leave. Once the oppressive feeling was gone, both escapees breathed a sigh of relief. And Suisui didn't even know why she was so nervous. Maybe she'd caught Jian Shi's mood. At some point the ritual book had stuck itself to her again. She tore it off and flung it away in a perfect arc. Ritual book? Still holding a grudge over a few lost items? So wronged. The annoying thing disappeared from sight, and Suisui clapped her hands in satisfaction, jumping down from Jian Shi. She took out her item cards and counted them one by one, making sure she hadn't miscounted. If she had, she'd just beat the book up again. Inside the inn, Jikaiki carefully untied the item ropes and released his teammates. The 5 gathered and whispered together. "Can Xiao Di still use her skills?" "Yeah, I checked. None of the 3 bosses are in the inn." "Good. This is our best chance to escape. Get ready." Jilin crept to the window, only to find the inn surrounded by a group of burly men. Should they force their way out, or use items? Jilin tossed a ceramic cup out the window to test the guard's strength. The next second, a barrage of particle cannon fire obliterated the cup to dust. A burly man went over to check, saw nothing, and grumbled as he returned to his post. Their movements were perfectly coordinated and disciplined, clearly not ordinary people. A cold wind swept over Jilin, freezing his once fiery heart. At that moment the game's ending chime sounded like heavenly music, saving the 5 from the brink of collapse. Ding. Due to a change in instance ownership, the game is ending. Please prepare to exit the instance. Settlement successful. Instance rewards have been sent to your personal mailbox. Please check. A familiar wave of dizziness swept over them, and when Suisui opened her eyes again, she was back on Nanchang Street in the real world. Jian Shi, Yu Jianian, and other familiar faces were all there. Even the 20-some people who'd been reported missing had been returned. "Sir, are you all right?" A stranger in a military uniform rushed over, full of concern. But to Suisui's surprise, the man's target was Jian Shi. And Suisui looked up, shocked. Jian Shi was actually an officer? Is that even reliable? Jianshi. Isn't that look a bit much? Jianshi tricked Suisui into spending the night at his house, but then got called away to an emergency meeting at the Interstellar Alliance. And Suisui was genuinely tired from all the gaming, so she just went to sleep in the guest room. When she woke up, it was mealtime. Hearing movement in the living room, she thought Jianshi had come back. She ran downstairs excitedly, only to find a woman with a cold expression. Both were startled, standing there staring at each other in silence. But Suisui was a social butterfly. She didn't get awkward even in unfamiliar places. After a few seconds of surprise, she quickly recovered and looked curiously at the elegant woman in front of her. Are you Jianshi's family? I'm Jianshi's friend. He had something come up and couldn't take me home, so he let me stay here for the night. Mrs. Jian was a little stunned, slowly coming back to her senses as she sized up the petite, adorable girl in front of her. Suddenly realizing something, she hesitated and asked, I'm Jianshi's mother. Are you an adult? And Suisui didn't like being treated like a child, but since the other was an elder, she explained politely, I am. If nothing goes wrong, I should be graduating from Jiaoyang Academy this year. Mrs. Jian pressed her lips together, a bit embarrassed. She felt she shouldn't have asked, but the girl looked so young, and possibly Jianshi's sweetheart, that she couldn't help herself. What a lively girl, she thought. The housekeeper had dinner ready right on time, and Mrs. Jian invited Suisui to the dining room. And Suisui was completely at ease, chattering away the whole way there. Mrs. Jian, out of courtesy, would respond now and then, never showing any impatience. Jian Mingxia, Jianshi's father, arrived home a little later. Before he even entered, he heard a soft, girlish voice coming from the dining room. He was surprised and asked the butler at the door, Who's visiting? The voice sounds unfamiliar. The butler followed him toward the dining room. It's the young master's friend staying over for the night. Jian Mingxia paused, his expression turning odd. Who? Jianshi? The butler smiled and nodded. Yes. Now Jian Mingxia's curiosity was fully piqued. Jianshi brought a girl home? He didn't believe for a second that this was just a friend. He knew his son's personality. Jianshi had never brought anyone home, and even Fu Yuanzhou was barely tolerated. If he'd gone out of his way to bring a girl home, there was no way she was just a friend. Even Chang Feng wouldn't buy that. He quickened his pace toward the dining room. Inside, the atmosphere between the two women was harmonious. The Jian family usually ate in silence. Both parents weren't talkative, and Jianshi didn't like chatting during meals either. Family dinners were short, everyone finished and left quickly. Now, with such a lively girl at the table, Mrs. Jian was a bit unaccustomed, but she didn't find it unpleasant. So she slowed her eating, quietly listening to Suisui's endless chatter about everything under the sun. Jian Mingxia hid in the shadows for a while, his gaze falling on Suisui with a hint of surprise. So this is the girl Jianshi likes? With her soft, sweet demeanor, she really was quite endearing. He stepped out, deliberately making his footsteps loud. Both women looked up at him at once, and Suisui's chirpy voice stopped instantly. Jian Mingxia paused, wondering if he'd scared her. After all, she was just a young girl. Uncle, you must be Jianshi's father, right? His train of thought was interrupted. Yes, I am. And Suisui stood up and introduced herself seriously. Hello, Uncle. I'm Suisui, Jianshi's friend. I can't go home tonight, so I'm staying here for a bit. Sorry to trouble you. Jian Mingxia's stiff face twitched as he tried to put on a friendly smile. Hello, please sit. So Suisui's target for conversation switched from Mrs. Jian to Jian Mingxia. Half an hour later, Jian Mingxia was quietly wiping sweat from his brow, thinking, My goodness, this girl can really talk. Why isn't that brat back yet? Is this how you treat guests? Mrs. Jian had finished dinner long ago, but for once didn't leave the table early. She opened her terminal, working and sipping juice. Jianshi finally arrived, ignoring his parents and sitting right next to Suisui. Sorry, I got held up. Are you comfortable here? He glanced at the dishes, then moved the plate of vegetables in front of Suisui over to Jian Mingcha. "You're getting older, Dad. Eat more veggies, stay healthy." Then he swapped Jian Mingcha's hearty meat dish over to Suisui. Jian Mingcha. What could you expect from such an unfilial son? Jian Shi didn't even look at him. "Try this. It's wild game I brought back from a planet that hasn't been fully developed yet. The taste is really unique." After half an hour of talking, Suisui's throat was dry. She took the milk Jian Shi handed her, gulped most of it down, and finally looked at the dish he recommended. "From an undeveloped planet? So it's a new species?" she asked. Jian Shi smiled, propping his chin on his hand as he watched her eat. "Yeah, I'd never seen it before either." "What does it look like?" Suisui asked excitedly. Jian Shi thought for a moment, describing the beast's appearance in detail, and promised to take her to the lab to see a live one next time. The two of them were so natural and at ease with each other, they didn't notice that across the table, both Jian Mingcha and Mrs. Jian had stopped eating, their expressions odd. After dinner, Jian Shi took Suisui to play with Changfeng in the yard, and shared some upcoming interstellar regulations. Suisui hadn't been involved in Jian Shi's interrogation of the otherworldly players, so she didn't know much of the latest news. When Jian Shi mentioned the special instances, her face was full of shock. "So there's more than one of these instances? They could appear anywhere in the interstellar world? And if we lose ownership, our world could be in danger?" Jian Shi nodded slowly. During the interrogation, he'd used some special methods and items, and was confident most of what the players said was true. Shilin had revealed that these so-called special instances were actually collision points between two worlds, places where different worlds overlapped. The side that triggered the instance became the attacker and played as the player, while the defending side became NPCs. If the defenders failed, it was like opening the door to the other world. An invasion could happen at any time. "That's way too dangerous!" Suisui's little face scrunched up in worry. No wonder the mysterious town instance's setting and story matched the interstellar world so closely. This wasn't just a game instance. It was like a little bubble of their own world, created by the collision. And Suisui was deeply worried. Right now, interstellar communication and transportation were still inconvenient. There was no guarantee the authorities would catch these things in time every time. Currently, the authorities had no solution for this issue, so the two of them tacitly stopped discussing it and turned to the topic of instance ownership. Jilin and the others had explained how to obtain instance ownership, but what changes after an individual acquires it, they didn't know. And Suisui would have to explore that herself. And Suisui spread her hands and recited the name of the ritual book. The golden book appeared in her hands. After leaving the instance, the ritual book's glow wasn't as dazzling as before, no longer blinding. She opened the first page. The previously chaotic, evil ritual methods had been cleared away, leaving neat rows of black text, clearly and completely recording the details of the mysterious town instance. Story background, key characters, character trajectories, player and NPC tasks, and more. "I think I can edit the content," Suisui said to Jian Shi. Jian Shi immediately handed her a pen. "Want to try?" Suisui's gaze lingered on the game background section. She finally found a spot where she could make a change without affecting the overall structure. She crossed out Mayor's daughter and wrote Mayor's son below. After she finished, the entire instance's information changed accordingly, and the words "under review" appeared at the top of the page. It seemed the instance content really could be modified. And Suisui pondered this. She turned to the second page, which was still blank. When she placed her hand on it, she vaguely understood the book's true function. "It seems like I'm supposed to create a new, runnable instance." And Suisui was a bit dumbfounded. Jian Shi, however, had a guess. Maybe instance ownership meant being the behind-the-scenes planner of the instance. Of course, there might be even more rights. They just didn't know yet. And Suisui rubbed her face in distress. "So what do? I don't know how to make a game instance." Making an instance sounded simple but was actually hard. Given the game's style, you had to consider player and NPC balance, character behavior, story logic, and more. It would take a lot of time to create a perfect instance. It was a real brain burner, and Suisui didn't want to do it. John Schur comforted her. "It's fine. I'll find a few people to design an instance and send it to you. You can just fill it in and try it out." "Great idea," and Suisui nodded vigorously. The next day, John Schur took Suisui for a quick tour of the capital planet. The ancestral star was one of the most prosperous planets in the interstellar system, but no matter how bustling a planet was, once resources were frozen and couldn't circulate, it became nothing more than a lonely backdrop. All the planets were in about the same situation. After breakfast, Suisui planned to go home. Mr. and Mrs. John saw her to the door. "Come visit again next time," Mrs. John said. "Interstellar travel isn't convenient, so let John Shi bring you. His mecha is just sitting idle anyway." And Suisui reluctantly held Mrs. Jian's hand to say goodbye. "Don't worry, Auntie, I'll definitely come again. You're so nice. You don't even mind how chatty I am. My mom always says I talk too much at the table and tells me to be quiet." Mrs. Jian's mouth twitched. She thought Suisui's mom was absolutely right. She really was a bit noisy. And Suisui had spent 3 days in the instance and another day outside, so she was starting to miss her family. Eagerly, she shouldered her little bag and set off for Silverwolf Heart with John Schur. But when she got home, she didn't see her dad. Only her mom was in the kitchen making snacks. Her mom was a little surprised to see her back. They'd thought Suisui would be gone for several more days. "Mom, where's Dad?" And Suisui searched from the bedroom to the kitchen, even the pantry, but couldn't find her dad. Her mom washed her hands and came out of the kitchen, inviting the two to sit. She was smiling and seemed in a good mood. "Your dad went to treat someone." She explained that although the hospital's machines weren't working, her dad's new skill was like having X-ray vision, no worse than any advanced equipment. "If only he had more medical skills," her mom said with a laugh. "He thinks he could become a legendary doctor." And Suisui's eyes sparkled. If her dad had a life goal in the real world, he wouldn't be so obsessed with risking everything in the game. Jian Schur was moved. He retrieved a gold-edged gift pack from his personal mailbox, a reward for leading new players through the beginner quest, which he hadn't opened yet. This might not be appropriate. Her mom hesitated, and Suisui had already dashed off to wash her hands, so her mom swallowed the rest of her words. Oh well, she'd let the young people handle their own affairs. John Schur's gift pack, like Suisui's, was a high-level one. No matter what, the contents would be good. And if a lucky person opened it, the rewards would be even better. After asking John Schur for his wish, her mom muttered over the gift pack for a while, at least 3 times, before solemnly opening it. Golden light flashed, and she drew 17 cards, 2 more than Suisui had gotten. John Schur had promised that she could pick any one card as a reward for helping him open the pack. And Suisui didn't stand on ceremony. She rummaged through the 17 cards, found several she could use, and then solemnly picked one. Doctor's ambition. A doctor with ideals won't rest on past achievements. To be a great doctor, one must climb ever higher, toward more difficult peaks. It was actually a talent item. Using the talent card would activate the ambitious doctor talent, granting a series of medical skills. Her dad's perfect dream. But it was almost too valuable. And Suisui looked at Jian Schur, and he looked back at her. "Take it. You can only activate 1 talent per person, and I can't use it. This talent upgrades by treating patients, so it's very clear who should have it. No one on my side can use it, but your dad is perfect for it." Suisui's eyes trembled slightly. Before visiting Jian Schur's home, she might have been fooled by his words, but after that trip to the capital, she understood. Jian Schur probably wasn't from an ordinary family. With his abilities and connections, there's no way he couldn't find someone suitable. Realizing this, Suisui's gaze became solemn. She looked at Jian Schur very seriously. "I promise our door will always be open to you. If you ever come to our house, medical care is free." Jian Schur. What exactly am I hoping for? After playing for a while, Suisui started to feel a bit thirsty. The new hunger-thirst stat on her attribute page was down to 60%. Her backpack was stocked with plenty of food and drinks made by her mom, and these special items could still be used normally in the game. Plus, she'd collected all sorts of fruit along the way, so quenching her thirst was easy, so Suisui wasn't in a hurry. She deliberately let herself get thirstier to see if there would be any negative effects. Jianshi was standing in front of a big red tree. After staring at it for a while and not figuring anything out, he just chopped it down with one swing. After it fell, he got 3 pieces of redwood. "What's the difference between redwood and regular wood?" Suisui asked. "Other than the color, it's just harder than normal wood. Maybe it's a special material." "Oh well," Suisui was a little disappointed. The two didn't think much of it, but whenever they came across a special tree, they'd chop it down and take it with them, just in case. After circling their base, they'd gathered a pile of miscellaneous stuff, so much that their game backpacks couldn't hold it all. Luckily, besides the game backpack, Suisui also had her own personal bag. The personal bag didn't have virtual slots or restrictions on stacking similar items, and though it wasn't huge, it was perfect for storing lots of small, varied things. Back at the base, Suisui immediately opened her attribute panel. After all that running around, the newly added fullness and thirst stats had both dropped. Fullness was still okay, holding at about 70%. Thirst, though, had dropped from 60% to 30%. Even the progress bar had changed from healthy green to subhealthy yellow, subtly reminding her to rehydrate. She also noticed a new thirst debuff in her status bar, which reduced all attributes by 10%. Suisui had no doubt that if these stats hit 0, she'd probably die. "Pretty harsh. Gotta be careful not to die of thirst or hunger while working," she muttered. Next up was building a shelter, so it was time to make a toolbox. She clicked on the blueprint, and a prompt appeared. "Use 30 wood to craft a toolbox. Confirm, cancel." Looking down at the material options, she saw several choices: regular wood, peachwood, redwood, and ebony. She had several stacks of regular wood maxed out at 99 per slot, but all the rare woods combined barely made 30. After a brief thought, Suisui decisively chose the rare woods to craft the toolbox. Good materials make good tools. If she needed more, she could always go find some. No big deal. Crafting. Crafting successful. Obtained Advanced Toolbox X1. Advanced Toolbox? Wow. This game's progression is fast. She hadn't even seen a regular toolbox yet, and now she had an advanced one. Not caring about the details, Suisui happily placed the toolbox on the shelter floor. The so-called toolbox was actually a large solid wood cabinet. The top half was a sealed box, and the bottom had a drawer on each side. The right drawer was for inputting materials needed for crafting tools. The left was for storing finished tools. When she touched the toolbox, an operation panel automatically appeared. Most of the panel was blank, but she could select axe, shovel, pickaxe, hoe, and spear. There was also a plus sign at the end. Tapping it prompted her to add a recipe. Selecting axe brought up a prompt showing the required materials. So that's how the toolbox works. Enlightened, Suisui used her materials to craft every tool she could and stored them in her backpack for later. Jianshi was preparing to build the shelter. Their materials were limited, just wood, stone, dirt, and leaves. But Jianshi wasn't discouraged. He was scribbling away in Suisui's little notebook, clearly planning something big. Suisui watched for a while but couldn't make sense of it, so she wandered off to play for an hour before coming back. The area around the base had already been explored, so she followed the river upstream, flying as she went. Half an hour later, Suisui was crouched in an open pit mine, poking at coal and iron blocks with a little fork, stabbing each one like tofu. On the opposite hill, 2 big, lumpy, brown creatures were lying on the ground, whispering to each other. "What's that human doing? Looks like she found an iron mine? She's digging iron with a fork? Whatever, let's just take the mine from her. Didn't expect someone to be so lucky, finding a mine on the first day." As they talked, the two big guys crept closer to Suisui. When they climbed the hill, Suisui sensed something, stopped poking blocks, and looked back. The two sides locked eyes. Huh? What are those things? Suisui tilted her head in confusion. Were these rocks that had gained sentience? Or high-level monsters? Since she'd been spotted, the two rock creatures stopped hiding and stood up, nearly 3 meters tall. Their bodies weren't soft and round like Suisui's, but full of jagged edges like giants pieced together from rocks. You could just barely make out the holes for their eyes. One rockman stomped the ground, making it tremble, then pounded his chest and let out a roar. They wanted to intimidate Suisui, and were pleased to see her expression grow serious. But before they could say anything threatening, the girl with the fork suddenly charged at them. The rockmen were shocked. Their slow movements couldn't dodge her attack, so they could only raise their arms to block. A sneak attack? Humans really are cunning. They thought their strong defense would easily block her, so they didn't use any items to dodge. But by the time they felt the unexpected pain in their necks, it was too late. The cunning human had circled behind them at high speed and sliced off their heads. Even though losing their heads wasn't fatal, their bodies lost control and stopped moving. The rockman's eyes bulged, desperate to beg for mercy. But the girl was too fast. She didn't give them a chance. Seeing they weren't dead, she immediately attacked other parts of their bodies. Crack! The sound of stone shattering. The rockman's life force faded away completely. So their weak spot is the chest. And Suisui circled the rockmen's corpses a few times. Weird, why didn't these two monsters drop anything? Not finding any dropped items left, and Suisui very disappointed. But when she turned over the body of the rockman, she saw a pile of silver-white item cards scattered all over the ground. Monsters drop item cards? They're such a good thing? And Suisui quickly turned over the other primitive man and searched him carefully as well, also finding a large number of item cards. Altogether, there were more than 20 cards, more than she'd get from opening a loot box. Mom, I'm going to be rich. And Suisui was so happy she could fly. After doing all this, Suisui no longer had any desire to wander outside. She urgently wanted to share her happiness with someone. Time to go home. Back at the habitat, Jianshi had already planned out the layout of the shelter, and the foundation and outer walls were in place. The magnificent outline was already faintly visible. He was sitting on a hard block of rock, considering whether to make do with the materials on hand or wait until he found more rare materials. Jianshi! 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 A little cannonball came flying from the sky, landing right in his arms and almost knocking him over. Jianshi clutched his chest, which had been hit so hard it felt like an internal injury, and sighed, "Did you find something good?" Just from her voice, he could tell she was in a great mood. Although Suisui also felt a bit of pain, her excitement won out. She just wanted to share her joy. Look what I found!" She excitedly dumped dozens of item cards onto the ground, her sparkling eyes full of anticipation. "Praise me! Praise me!" Seeing how happy she was, Jianshi couldn't help but smile and play along. "Suisui, you're amazing." But after saying that, he couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get so many item cards?" After the public beta, it was almost impossible to find item cards in the game world, and the occasional ones you did find were only for use in that session. And Suisui had only been out for less than an hour and found so many. Even for someone with incredible luck, this was a bit much. Could someone have given them to her? And Suisui proudly recounted what had happened. From the appearance of the two rockmen to their defeat, she exaggerated every detail to show how brave and fearless she was. "After I took care of those two little rock monsters, they didn't drop any items. I thought that was strange. Shouldn't they at least drop some meat? So I turned their bodies over and searched carefully and finally found a hidden reward, these 20-something item cards. Isn't that awesome?" She even reminded Jianshi not to let such little monsters go if he ran into them outside. Aren't they just walking treasure chests? However, after hearing her story, Jian Shi felt something was off and asked for more details. The bodies of those two monsters didn't disappear after they died? And Suisui shook her head. Nope. If I hadn't been so careful, I never would have found the item cards hidden on them. Could it be what he was thinking? Jian Shi's eyelid twitched. He had a suspicion but wasn't sure, so he gently suggested, is it possible those two weren't monsters at all? And Suisui looked confused. Not monsters? Then what were they? Elite monsters? No wonder they were so big. Jian Shi fell silent. Is it possible they were players from another world? D. And Suisui's expression froze, and all the details she'd overlooked came flooding back, each one supporting Jian Shi's guess. Those two rock monsters were players from another world? Did she just wipe out two of the other side's players right at the start? Of course, they might not have been human. There was no rule that said players from other worlds had to be human. And Suisui quietly stood up, spread her wings, and flew off into the distance. Where are you going? Just, for a walk. And Suisui practically fled in panic. Actually, accidentally killing players from another world wasn't a big deal. After all, the worlds were enemies and would clash sooner or later, but their bodies couldn't just be left there. Who knew how many worlds players were in this game? If those players held a grudge and teamed up with another world to target her, that would be bad. When Suisui returned to the natural mine, the two rockmen's bodies were still there, lying quietly on the ground, looking just a bit different from the surrounding rocks. This pretty much confirmed they were players. Unwilling to give up, Suisui peeled away the small stones on their arms and sure enough, found a ring of milky white tattoos underneath. And Suisui. She hadn't expected to be so ruthless, killing them right after meeting without even giving them a chance to speak. What a sin. After silently reciting a prayer, Suisui carefully checked the surroundings. Nothing had changed since she left. No one seemed to be lying in wait. Before anyone could discover what had happened, Suisui quickly disposed of the two rockmen's bodies and erased all traces of the attack. Only after finishing did she flap her wings and leave the scene, feeling much lighter. This incident was a wake-up call for Suisui. If she could get item cards by hunting other players, then players from other worlds who entered the game earlier would surely understand this as well. Her heart grew a little heavier. This game was indeed full of danger. Although she'd found a small amount of coal and iron ore in the natural mine, for now, they had no use for them and could only leave them in a corner to gather dust. Besides those two she'd accidentally killed, Suisui had also run into quite a few wild animals on her trip, which was why she'd gotten so good at killing. There were lots of chickens and pigs and occasionally a wolf or two. These little monsters wandered around outside, but as long as you kept a safe distance, they wouldn't attack even if they saw you. The items dropped by these monsters were also random. For example, chickens usually dropped meat, but sometimes you'd get chicken legs, wings, feet, or feathers. The rarest drops were recipes. She'd killed at least 20 monsters along the way and only got 2 white recipe papers, one for planks, one for sticks. Just what Jian Shi needed for building. Jian Shi and Suisui had a very comfortable first day, wandering around, gathering resources, building a shelter, and even taking out 2 enemy players. Other players who entered the game at the same time weren't so lucky. Lacking starter tools, most people could only smash wood with rocks or cut it with stone shards at first. It was terribly inefficient. A few players with swords or knives didn't want to waste their precious items on such trivial tasks. Some even spent an entire day just to gather 30 basic pieces of wood. After finally building a toolbox, they nearly starved or died of thirst from not replenishing food and water in time. By afternoon, anyone with a bit of survival sense was working hard to build a shelter to prepare for whatever dangers the night might bring. Night gradually fell. The first night of the building game had arrived. Those who had a shelter quickly hid inside. Those who hadn't managed to build one yet noticed their surroundings growing darker and could only regretfully look for a place they thought was safe, hoping to survive the first night. After a day's work, Suisui's shelter was already taking shape. Yard, dining room, living room, kitchen, bedroom. Nothing was missing. The house had wooden floors, and the kitchen and dining room were separated by a screen of thin wooden sticks. Many details had been carefully handled, making it surprisingly refined. For a wilderness survival shelter, it was downright luxurious. But Jian Shi was still dissatisfied. He thought the problem was the raw materials, which made his own shelter so rough by comparison. And Suisui. Is building with blocks that much fun? Regardless of what tomorrow would bring, the two were now worrying about dinner. Since they'd need to cook over a fire in the wild, Jian Shi had built a stove out of stone when making the kitchen. Without a lighter, the easiest way to get a fire was by friction. It sounded simple, but in practice, making fire by rubbing sticks together was hard. Most people couldn't get a spark even after 2 hours. Jian Shi, however, was well prepared. He took a stick, sharpened it, then summoned his soul-locking chain and wrapped it around the stick as a drawstring. The chain spun rapidly, making the stick whirl like a drill. As soon as it touched the base, sparks flew. A blazing fire quickly dispelled the darkness, but the two just stared at each other. Now that they had fire, what next? Soup, boil water, roast meat? But they had neither an iron pot nor salt. Would anything they made even be edible? And Suisui pulled out a big chunk of iron ore and dropped it on the ground with a thud, looking at Jian Shi expectantly. Jian Shi twitched his mouth and shrugged helplessly. Forging steel by hand? Sorry, he couldn't do it. Disappointed, Suisui could only take out her pre-prepared food to fill up. Wilderness survival without cooking just felt like something was missing. As Suisui kept pulling out more and more food, Jian Shi glanced over again. How did you bring all this stuff in? This was ridiculous. Wasn't it supposed to be impossible to bring real-world items into the game? What was going on now? Rules clearly didn't apply to Suisui. She stuffed a rice ball into Jian Shi's hand and lifted her chin proudly. These aren't ordinary foods. My mom processed them. They have attribute bonuses and count as items, not real-world goods. So that was it. Jian Shi understood, and unceremoniously ate 3 deluxe meals. Outside, it was now pitch black. A beam of light streaked across the sky and landed on the ground, turning into a green-eyed wolf. More and more beams appeared, and countless wolves spawned in the dense forest. The shelter's windows weren't sealed, so they could clearly see what was happening outside. Both were drawn to the sudden change. Jian Shi quickly blocked the exit with stones and shrank the 2 big ventilation windows, leaving only a slit for observation. Night raid? And Suisui leaned on the windowsill, cautiously peering out. The wolves howled at the moon, sniffed the air, and then, with clear purpose, charged straight for the shelter. Damn, it really was a night raid. Working themselves to exhaustion during the day wasn't enough. Now they had to fend off beasts at night. The game was clearly set on making things hard for players. No wonder the game had seemed so easy, plenty to eat and play with. The real trap was here. When the wolves reached the shelter, they were blocked by the outer wall and began attacking it. A green progress bar appeared on the wall, showing its durability. Once it ran out, the greedy wolves would break into the inner area. Jian Shi drew his scythe, ready to go out and test the wolves' strength. And Suisui stayed inside to monitor the situation and avoid missing anything. The wolves at night were a bit stronger than those during the day, but still no match for Jian Shi. Wherever his scythe swept, bodies piled up. None could resist. But the real trouble wasn't the wolves' strength, but their endless reinforcements. Maybe it was a game mechanic, but even faced with piles of their own dead, the wolves showed no fear, charging forward to die one after another. This couldn't go on. Jian Shi dodged the wolves and retreated back inside. Better to wait and see. There are too many of them, and who knows when it'll end. Tomorrow we'll need to set some traps outside the wall. Otherwise, at this rate, even a god would be worn down. And Suisui agreed, but that was tomorrow's problem. What about tonight? Should they take turns going out to kill monsters? That would be exhausting, and would affect their actions the next day, leading to a vicious cycle. But as she watched the wolves, Suisui suddenly remembered her unlucky pet. She slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten that guy? She released her dog from the pet space. Its black eyes glowed green in the night, just like the wolves. Surprisingly, the dog was unusually cautious at first, scanning all around. No threats here, none there. Good. The big boss isn't around tonight. Once he was sure, the dog was about to revert to his usual silly self. But Suisui didn't give him the chance. Before he could act up, she grabbed him by the scruff and tossed him out. "Oh, woo!" With a pitiful yelp, the dog landed in the middle of the wolf pack. The wolves paused for a few seconds, startled by the sudden intrusion. When they saw it was just a weird-looking wolf cub, they ignored him and kept attacking the shelter. And Suisui was surprised too. Why weren't the wolves attacking her dog? She'd even been ready to go ghost mode. The dog had no idea what was going on, but he was used to his owner's unreliability. He staggered to his feet, head clearing, and realized he was surrounded by creatures that looked just like him. "Awo?" The dog was confused. A wolf came over and sniffed him. Weird look, weird smell. The wolf turned away in disdain. The clever dog was briefly puzzled, but quickly came up with a perfect explanation for himself. This was a wolf king competition. All the wolves around were its rivals, and it needed to rely on its own strength to make the pack submit. Thinking this way, the dog got excited. It happily bounced around, trying to blend in with the wolves and learn how to become a mighty wolf king, but the aloof wild wolves completely ignored it, focusing only on the tasks assigned by the game. Was this dog the type to give up so easily? Of course not. Since these guys wouldn't pay attention to it, it would force them to. A wolf walked past the dog, and the dog shot it a contemptuous look, immediately catching the wolf's attention. The wild wolf glared at the dog with fierce, bloodthirsty eyes. Unfortunately, the dog was oblivious to such cues and wasn't intimidated at all. It thought the wolf had already been won over by its charm, so it raised its head proudly, waiting for the wolf to bow down. The wolf, feeling insulted, temporarily abandoned its mission to attack the shelter and began to approach the dog step by step. The dog thought it had won and was so pleased it wanted to show off. But its human was nowhere to be found, and only similar creatures were around. "Woo! Oh well, these will do." The dog casually grabbed a wild wolf, pinned it under its paw, and made it witness its glorious moment of being worshipped. The wolf struggled, but couldn't break free from the dog's overwhelming strength and was pinned down, unable to move. The dog had no sense of its own power. Feeling the wolf struggle, it pressed down even harder. The next second, its sharp claws tore through the wolf's back, sinking into its flesh. "You sticky." The dog immediately kicked the dead wolf away in disgust, then looked into the pack with its clever eyes, searching for the next target. But its effortless kill had shocked the other wolves, including the one that had been approaching. None of them dared come near. With no wolves to play with, the dog sat down and started grooming itself. One wolf cautiously approached and tentatively licked the dog's fur, showing a submissive gesture. But the dog didn't understand the wolf's intentions. With its tiny brain, it figured these big guys must be attracted by its charm and wanted to be friends. Ha, dream on. It didn't want to. But then it glanced at the wolf's strong build and hesitated. Since they wanted to play with it so badly, it might as well agree. So the dog licked the wolf back. "Let's be friends." The next second, the wolf's bloodthirsty gaze softened, its fierce face turning goofy, and it started panting like the dog. The dog felt this friend was really great. If only it had more friends like this, things would be even more fun. Excited, the dog bounced around, impressed by its own cleverness. It subdued more wolves and its ha-ha pack grew larger. The wolves forgot about attacking, forgot their mission, even forgot they were wolves. They just lay on the ground, exposing their soft bellies for belly rubs, or made their mouths and hind legs fight each other, determined to settle the score tonight. Every wolf was slacking off. And Suisui put away her weapon expressionlessly and sat back by the fire. "Don't bother watching, it's already taken care of." With such a big ha-ha pack guarding the door, any new wolves that spawned would have to get their approval before approaching the shelter. Although Suisui's original plan was to use the dog's taunt skill to distract the wolves, this result was beyond her expectations. John Schur had heard about the dog's IQ-lowering skill. but this was his first time seeing it in action. The effect was terrifying, like the destructive power of the Big Bang. And Suisui no longer cared how the farce outside would end. After sorting through the loot from the wolf massacre, they found that nighttime beasts dropped far more loot than daytime ones. Blueprints and rare items were piled high, more than they'd collected all day. Looks like these wolves had to be killed. You sleep. I'll keep watch tonight. Although the wolf threat was temporarily resolved, they couldn't just let things go. If the numbers built up again, who knew what might happen? Of course, and Suisui's biggest worry was that the dog would suddenly cause trouble. She estimated the time, nodded, spread a few wolf pelts on the floor, and lay down to sleep. If you get too tired, wake me up to take over. John Schur patted her head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and Suisui closed her eyes and fell asleep within seconds. Before drifting off, she thought she really needed to get a bed blueprint. Sleeping on the floor was just too hard and uncomfortable. She slept soundly through the night. When she woke up, daylight was streaming in. Jian Shi was lying not far away, sleeping deeply, with dark circles under his eyes. He must have stayed up all night and only just fallen asleep. And Suisui quietly got up and went outside to check things out. The dog was sprawled on the ground like a puddle, looking dazed, as if its spirit had been sucked away by a monster. "What's wrong with you?" And Suisui picked up the now chubby dog, struggled to put it on her lap, and fed it some dog food. "Ah-woo!" whimper. The dog was still listless, lying weakly on her lap, sticking out its tongue to scoop up a few pieces of dog food, but dropping most of them as it chewed. "Ah-woo, human, you have to avenge my friends. Some guy killed all my friends last night. Wipe them all out. Whimper, whimper." Unfortunately, and Suisui couldn't understand its accusatory gaze, and even if she could, she probably wouldn't comfort it. "When dawn was breaking, I killed all the wolves that had piled up. The few that spawned after that disappeared automatically when the sun came up. That's when it started acting like this." Jian Shi had woken up and naturally sat beside Suisui, handing her a few bright red berries. And Suisui pieced together what had happened and, based on the dog's usual behavior, could guess what it was thinking. "Don't worry, more friends will come to see you tonight. Make sure to welcome them properly." The morning sun was warm as Suisui gently stroked the dog's fur. After a night of chaos, the dog finally collapsed and fell asleep, snoring. The two of them began planning the day. Jian Shi continued working on the shelter at home. Last night's massacre had yielded a ton of blueprints, with plenty of new things to use. Basic items like wooden bowls and tables were no longer a concern. And Suisui even found the blueprint for a wooden bed. But making a bed required wool and cotton, so she planned to go out and look for them. That was her plan for the day. Jian Shi handed Suisui a materials list, telling her to bring back as much as possible whenever she came across these items. For example, sand. There was a river near the shelter, but very little sand, and collecting it was a hassle, far from enough for his needs. Jian Shi wanted to use sand to make glass and seal up the windows. That way, they could keep animals out at night without blocking their view. There was a lot to do today. Besides upgrading the shelter, they also needed to set traps outside the wall. Relying on the dog was unreliable. There was always a risk of disaster. The two split up again. Before leaving, Jian Shi reminded Suisui, if she ran into anyone who looked a bit odd, don't rush to attack or show herself. Hide and observe first to see if they were players from another world. Yesterday's awkwardness was still fresh in her mind, so Suisui nodded solemnly, promising she wouldn't act rashly today. Today, Suisui planned to head across the river. With all her attribute boosts, her speed was now terrifyingly high. When she spread her wings and flew at full speed, she didn't even leave a shadow behind. Her original plan was to fly in a set direction for 15 minutes, then land and explore on foot. But after less than 10 minutes, a swath of pink flowers caught her eye. A splash of pink among the endless green. It was impossible not to notice. And Suisui immediately changed course and flew toward the pink destination. It was a peach grove. A gentle breeze sent pink petals drifting down, carpeting the ground in a thick layer of pink. Some of the peach trees already bore large, ripe fruit, soft, pink, and delicious-looking. But Suisui's attention was drawn to a huge, round figure sleeping on a branch, so heavy it bent the branch to its limit. The guy must have weighed at least 300 pounds. Wow, for him to sleep so soundly on a branch at that weight, he really had to thank the game's durability settings. As long as the tree's durability wasn't depleted, the branch wouldn't break. No real peach tree could handle that kind of weight. The person looked familiar. To confirm her guess, Suisui flew closer and landed right above his head. It really was him. Yuan Li? Yuan Li? Suisui called softly. Yuan Li was dead asleep, snoring thunderously. No matter how she called, he wouldn't wake up, so she pinched his nose. "Wake up, Yuan Li. Come on, is this any place to sleep?" Yuan Li's face turned purple, and, half-conscious from lack of air, he instinctively swatted her hand away and tried to roll over. But the branch finally couldn't take his weight, bent at a weird angle, and dumped him to the ground. "Ah, my back!" That finally woke Yuan Li up. He lay on the ground, groaning. Luckily, the tree wasn't very tall, and the thick carpet of petals cushioned his fall, so he wasn't badly hurt. And Suisui jumped down too and shook his shoulder. "Are you awake? Snap out of it. It's me, Suisui." Hearing her soft, childish voice, Yuan Li jolted and sat up, delighted. "Suisui, it's really you. You're in this game too." And Suisui smiled. She hadn't expected to run into Yuan Li either. "Come on, get up. There might be bugs hiding in the petals and you don't want to get bitten. But why were you sleeping in a peach tree?" A great question, right to the point. Yuan Li scratched his head awkwardly and stammered for a while, and Suisui managed to piece together the gist. Basically, because Yuan Li was so big, his hunger stat dropped very quickly. Peachwood was much harder than regular wood, and without tools, it was tough for him to collect. But he'd spawned right in the peach grove. His stamina always ran out fast, so he had to give up on gathering wood and go looking for food in the forest, which wasted a lot of time. As a result, he hadn't managed to make a toolbox or a shelter by nightfall. So last night, he'd spent the whole time running in circles with the wolf pack in the peach grove. He'd nearly died of exhaustion. "If my defense stat and skills weren't high enough, I would have died here last night," Yuan Li said, still scared. And Suisui was full of questions. "But aren't there peaches right here? Why did you go looking for food?" "Oh, that. When I first arrived, most of the peaches weren't ripe, and the ripe ones I ate right away. The ones on the trees now just ripened today." That made sense. But if you didn't have tools, why not collect regular wood? Why insist on peachwood? Yuan Li was even more surprised than she was. Is regular wood easier to get than peachwood? The peach grove was big, but not so big you couldn't leave. Yuan Li had seen regular wood, but to him, peachwood seemed more plentiful, so he thought regular wood was rare. That first impression meant he never even tried to gather regular wood. "You really had it rough," Suisui said sincerely. After that, she patted his shoulder comfortingly and invited him to join her and Jian Shi at their shelter. Yuan Li was honest and reliable, no risk of betrayal. He'd be a good addition to the team. If possible, Suisui wanted to gather all the local players together, so they wouldn't fall victim to players from other worlds. When the game forum appeared, the Federation had already issued announcements and explanations about otherworld players. Yuan Li knew a bit about it and was prepared to run into bad guys in this instance, so he wasn't surprised by Suisui's invitation. He was even a little excited. Really? I won't drag you down?" "Don't worry, I'm strong, and there are benefits to having more people. Don't sell yourself short." She was sure Jian Shi would need a laborer, helper too. "So, should we go now?" Yuan Li was overjoyed and had no attachment to the tough peach grove. He just wanted to leave. But Suisui pulled out her little fork and told him not to rush. "Since we're here, let's harvest all this peachwood before we go." Yuan Li didn't have time to stop her before he saw Suisui slicing through the peach grove, collecting peachwood as easily as cutting tofu. One peach tree after another crashed to the ground, leaving only slightly raised stumps behind. Yuan Li's expression was numb. While he was still worrying about basic survival, some people were already picky about the quality of their items. Was this the gap in strength? He had always known Suisui was impressive, but he hadn't expected her to have grown this much. It had only been a few months since they last met. After clearing out a large number of peach trees, Suisui not only harvested peach wood, but also peach blossoms, peach leaves, a small amount of peach resin, and the juicy peaches she'd been longing for. The rarest of all were the peach tree seeds. Even after harvesting over 100 peach trees, Suisui only got 4 or 5 seeds. Are they really that rare? Could she actually grow peach trees from them? She put these rare little items in her pocket, planning to try planting them once she got back. Suisui decided to head back with Yuan Li. Because of his weight, it wasn't convenient for her to fly him home, so they simply walked, taking the opportunity to explore the jungle. They hadn't seen each other in a long time and had plenty to talk about, chattering away like two little birds. Suisui remembered that Yuan Li was also an invited player and had special benefits, so she couldn't understand how he'd ended up in such a sorry state. But the conversation didn't last long, as Yuan Li's stamina was poor. They had to stop and rest frequently, so their progress was slow. What looked like a short distance by air, less than 10 minutes, took them over half an hour on foot, and they still weren't halfway there. Suisui didn't push him. Whenever Yuan Li got tired, she let him rest while she wandered around nearby. This was Yuan Li's 5th rest. Their route was so winding that even Suisui had lost track of their exact location, just wandering aimlessly. She was still thinking about the wool and cotton she needed for a wooden bed. As soon as Yuan Li sat down, she ran off on her own. "Let go of me, you green-skinned monsters! What's the point of a sneak attack? If you've got guts, come fight me one-on-one. Don't touch me, you disgusting freak!" "What's that noise?" Suisui stopped in her tracks. "What nonsense are you spouting, quack?" "History is written by the victors, haven't you heard? Quack." "Who cares how we won as long as we win? Quack." The strange conversation drifted to Suisui on the breeze. She changed direction and cautiously approached the source of the voices. In a valley, 2 green-skinned monsters stood in front of a tall pine tree, occasionally sticking out their long tongues to lick 2 human players tied to the tree. The human players had never suffered such humiliation. Their faces were on the verge of collapse. They cursed loudly at the frog monsters and struggled desperately, trying to break free. The frog monsters croaked with laughter. "It's useless. These vines have been specially reinforced and are incredibly tough. Besides, you've both been poisoned by frog venom. Soon your whole bodies will be paralyzed and even talking will be hard. While you still have the strength, you'd better say your last words." The 2 human players looked furious and grief-stricken. They were both newbies who had only played 1 round of the beginner's game. If their families hadn't run out of supplies, they wouldn't have thought of entering the game for resources. They never expected to be facing death right at the start. The blonde player wasn't as hot-tempered as the brown-haired one. He seemed to have accepted reality and gave up resisting, hanging his head and letting the frog monsters do as they pleased. No matter what they did, he didn't make a sound. Jesse, the brown-haired player, was nearly driven mad by his friend's passive attitude. After cursing the frogmen, he turned to scold him. "Look at you, bot. Even if we die, we should die with dignity. How can you bow to these monsters? Hold your head up!" Suisui had only been hiding for a few minutes, but she'd already heard Jesse's non-stop cursing. But just as the frogmen said, the 2 were deeply poisoned, their bodies invaded by the toxin. As time passed, Jesse lost the strength to curse. Like the blonde player, he hung his head, barely able to keep his eyes open, glaring fiercely at the 2 frogmen who were laughing at them. The 2 exhausted human players hung from the tree, and the frogmen, having lost interest, finally decided to make their move. "Newbie players may be poor, but even a mosquito is still meat. Don't worry, it'll be over soon." One frogman slowly approached. its protruding mouth looking more and more grotesque. Bang! A bullet tore through the air, blasting a hole through the frogman's hand. Blood spurted from the wound but was quickly covered by a layer of clear slime, stopping the bleeding. Even so, the gunshot wound left the frogman in agony, rolling on the ground and howling. The other frogman, terrified, immediately lay down and used its companion's body as a shield. Its bulging eyes darted around, searching for the hidden attacker. Jesse could no longer speak, but his eyes were filled with hope. Who had come to save them? And Suisui didn't reveal herself. After shooting through the frogman's hand, she immediately changed position, looking for another chance to snipe. The frogman's pain nerves seemed highly sensitive. Just a shot to the hand had left one writhing on the ground, unable to get up. The other was trembling all over, its skin secreting even more transparent slime. Jesse took a deep breath and, with all his remaining strength, tried to warn their unseen rescuer. "Watch out for those 2 frog monsters! They're poisonous!" It was because they'd been poisoned that they'd ended up so helpless. And Suisui, hiding several hundred meters away, aimed at the other frogman's hind leg. The bullet tore through flesh and bone, and the frogman collapsed, rolling on the ground in pain. Once she was sure the 2 frogmen were no longer a threat, Suisui put away her weapon and slowly emerged from the shadows. If she was right, these 2 frog monsters were also players. And Suisui walked up to Jesse and Bot, carefully examining the 2 players tied to the tree. She wasn't sure if they were from her own world, so she decided to test them with a question. And Suisui lowered her head and asked, "What was the name of our home planet before it was officially named?" The 2 players' minds went blank. Why was she suddenly asking them an academic question? Jesse racked his brain trying to remember. Belanton Star? Shenxing Star? Ebony Star? Jesse listed every planet name he could think of, but Suisui's face remained expressionless the whole time, neither confirming nor getting angry, so he had no idea if he'd gotten it right. Out of ideas, Jesse gave Bert, who was beside him, a nudge. Bert, who had more stamina left and a clearer head, clearly didn't know the answer either. He just shook his head helplessly. Jesse was completely deflated. "All right, we don't know." And Suisui kept staring at them. Although none of their answers were correct, the names they mentioned were all planets that had once existed in the interstellar era. So she didn't rush to deny them, but instead asked a second question. After a few more academic questions, the 2 bad students stared blankly at the sky, utterly exhausted. "Please, stop asking. Just kill us already. We really can't answer." And Suisui was baffled. She thought her questions were common knowledge, but these 2 couldn't answer a single one. Yet the answers they gave were still related to her own world, so she couldn't figure out if they were from the same world or not. She was still confused when Bert, with a wry smile, explained their predicament. "Please, top student, don't make things hard for us. We're just ordinary students from a no-name little school. These questions are way too hard for us." So that was the problem. And Suisui suddenly understood. Since those were too hard, she decided to ask something more basic. She thought for a moment, then asked, "What's your favorite game?" Finally, a question they could answer. Jesse perked up and started listing the most popular holo games. And Suisui didn't interrupt, just nodded along as he spoke. Jesse was a game fanatic. Once he started talking about games, he couldn't stop. He went on and on about the pros and cons of each game, and when he saw Suisui nodding in agreement, he even smiled shyly. "Actually, I only know all this because the great Suisui shared it with us. Otherwise, I'd have no clue." Hearing her own gaming name, Suisui froze for a second. No way. Jesse didn't notice and kept gushing about Suisui. "Suisui is the most versatile top player I've ever seen. She can play any game, and every game she touches is amazing. I guarantee that for the next 10, no 100 years, there won't be a more brilliant gamer than Suisui." Jesse's face was flushed with excitement. Having seen his trash-talking skills before, Suisui quickly stopped him. Stop. Okay, I get it." She hadn't expected to meet a fan here, and hearing all this praise face to face was honestly a bit embarrassing. But from this, she could basically confirm these two were indeed players from her own world. To change the subject, she casually asked one more question. One last question. Who's the current commander of the Interstellar Federation? Chai. Jesse and Bert were both stunned. It sounded like a basic question, but the current commander? Who was it again? The previous commander, Lord Jian Wen, had just stepped down, right? So who was in charge now? Jesse and Bert shook their heads honestly, then asked Suisui, "Can you tell us who the current commander is?" "You don't know?" And Suisui frowned, eyes wide. "Isn't it?" Wait, who was it again? Her mind went blank. She suddenly remembered the previous commander had stepped down, and the new one hadn't made a public appearance yet. Awkwardness washed over her. Ahem! And Suisui pretended she'd never asked, and let the two down from the tree. "Just asking, don't worry about it. Let me check your poison." Sure enough, Jesse and Bert were distracted, glaring at the two wailing frogmen. These two vicious monsters. Once I'm cured, I'll skin them alive. But they're players from another world. So what if they are otherworld players? Jesse's eyes widened. They'd seen the official announcement about encountering players from other worlds, but never expected them to look like this. Not even human. There might be other types of otherworld players out there. Be careful. Otherworld players are more complicated than we thought, and Suisui warned. Jesse, supporting the equally weak Bert, nodded with lingering fear. No wonder those two monsters tried to trick them right away. They were otherworld players. Frogmen specialized in poison and disguise, but their defense wasn't strong, and these two were low-level players in their world, no match for Suisui. Under her threats and bribes, the two frogmen reluctantly revealed how to cure the frog poison. It was actually simple. Basic frog poison could be flushed out by drinking lots of water to speed up metabolism. Once the poison was dealt with, Suisui had the two players tie up the frogmen with vines and leaves, planning to drag them back to the base. Jianshi loved chatting with otherworld players. She'd give them to him. Jesse and Bert, sensing Suisui was a gaming expert, volunteered to help carry the frogmen. She gladly agreed. Soon, Suisui returned to where she'd parted from Yuan Li, bringing 2 human players and 2 trophies. Yuan Li had never seen otherworld players before and was fascinated by the frogmen's strange appearance. What are these things? Frogs turned into monsters? Wow, Suisui, where'd you catch these 2 frog monsters? Why not just kill them? They look like rare monsters. Maybe they'll drop something good. Pfft. That was exactly what she'd thought not long ago, and Suisui couldn't help but smile. These 2 are otherworld players. They're much more useful alive, she explained. Otherworld players all looked like this? That seemed a bit random. Yuan Li didn't really get it, but he didn't want to meddle. He just wanted to stay alive. He hurried to keep up with Suisui, and the sound of their chatter filled the air again. With the team growing once again, Suisui finally learned from Jesse and Bot where the sheep she'd been longing for were located. She made a mental note to go collect them when she had time. After a long trek, the 4 of them finally made it back near the habitat. The return trip took much longer than the journey out, and by the time they arrived, the shelter had taken on a new look. "I'm back, Jianshi!" Suisui waved excitedly, calling out Jianshi's name. Jianshi looked up, his gentle gaze first landing on Suisui, then slowly moving to the 3 strangers with her. "She went out and brought back a few more people, huh?" Yuan Li was in the worst shape of the 3. As soon as he entered the habitat, he looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his arms trembling as he pointed at the villa not far away and stammered, "Suisui, is this your shelter?" And Suisui nodded vigorously. Impressive, right? Jianshi built it all by himself. Jesse and Bot also looked like their worldview had been shattered. They exchanged glances, wiped away the drool of shock, and cautiously asked, "Boss, did we all enter the game on the same day?" And Suisui didn't catch the underlying meaning and looked confused. Weren't you here just yesterday? Jesse's knees nearly buckled. He was about to kneel to these two bosses. How could the gap between people be so huge? Were they really here to survive? With Jianshi around, Suisui lost interest in the others. She dragged over 2 vines tied around the otherworldly players and ran up to Jianshi, showing off, "Look what I brought you." Jianshi smiled, making sure to wash his hands before ruffling Suisui's fluffy head. "Suisui, you're amazing," daily compliment 1. Compliment. The 2 frogmen had been dragged along the whole way and had fainted, their long tongues hanging out of their mouths so they couldn't be interrogated for now. Jianshi locked them up in the newly built basement to be questioned later. He figured he should first deal with the 3 newcomers. Maybe it was Jianshi's intimidating aura, but the 3 players were all a bit nervous around him, not as relaxed as they were with Suisui. Yuan Li's anxious fidgeting quickly caught Suisui's attention. She nudged Jianshi and whispered in his ear, "Yuan Li is a player I know. We went through a dungeon together. He's a good guy, just a bit timid. Don't scare him." With Suisui vouching for him, Jianshi thought for a moment and then released Yuan Li. Yuan Li clutched his pounding heart and nervously watched the questioning of the other 2, thinking that big shots really were scary. And Suisui was still the best. Jesse and Bot, under Jianshi's scrutiny, felt their scalps tingle. They had the sense that one wrong word could get them killed on the spot. To save their own skins, they confessed everything. Yuan Li, listening for a while, suddenly realized he hadn't told Suisui anything about himself. Afraid she'd think he was useless, he proactively confessed his stats and specialties. Yuan Li was very straightforward, pulling up his attribute panel for Suisui to see. As a beta tester, his basic stats were pretty average, about the same as a new player. Except for one thing, his defense stat was off the charts, so high even Suisui was surprised. Even funnier, all the skills he'd acquired were defense-related. He must really hate getting hurt. He'd basically built himself a turtle shell, even more specialized than she was. No wonder he could withstand a night of wild wolf attacks. Jianshi's shelter was huge, so Suisui gave one of the small rooms to Yuan Li so he could stay there. The game was risky enough, and now, with otherworldly players lurking in the shadows, gathering players from their own world was a good strategy. The other 2 players didn't get the same treatment as Yuan Li. After a thorough interrogation by Jianshi, they were allowed to pick a spot inside the walls to build their own huts, but they weren't allowed into Jianshi's shelter. "Dinner's ready?" And Suisui poked her head out of the house and waved. Jianshi immediately forgot about the 2 players and sat down at the table. With Jianshi around, Yuan Li was always a bit reserved. The only sound at the table was the chewing of food. Just then, Suisui saw Jesse and Bot walking past the door and suddenly remembered something. She looked up at the man sitting beside her. "Let me ask you something. Do you know who the current commander is?" Cough, cough. Jianshi froze, accidentally choking on his food, and clutched his chest, coughing hard. "Why so anxious? No one's going to steal your food." And Suisui stood up and patted his back. Jianshi gulped down 2 glasses of water before recovering, hiding his embarrassment and pretending to be casual. "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" And Suisui thought for a moment and replied, "Just curious. I figured you might know." The previous commander also had the surname John, and Jianshi himself was an officer with a notable family background. And Suisui guessed he might be related to the previous commander, which was why he always seemed to have inside information. She found it funny. She'd asked those 2 players a question she didn't even know the answer to herself. Jianshi studied Suisui's expression and saw only curiosity when she mentioned the current commander. Nothing else. So she hadn't heard the rumors about him. If he'd known, he wouldn't have done all those reckless things. Jianshi was silent for a while, then decided to tell her the truth. "You actually know this person?" "I do?" And Suisui looked surprised. Jianshi's fingers tapped the table nervously. "Yes, you know him." Someone she knew? And Suisui thought hard. "Is it someone I'm really familiar with?" Jianshi nodded slowly. The kind you've met the parents of. And Suisui ran through a list of people in her mind, then eliminated them one by one. Someone she knew well. Someone Jianshi also knew. Could it be Yu Jianian? Jianshi's finger-tapping stopped abruptly. Before his brain could react, his mouth had already answered. No way. With his scheming merchant face, if he were in charge, the whole galaxy would be in chaos. Now Suisui was even more puzzled. Her gaze slowly settled on Jianshi. Jianshi's heart fluttered under her stare, both nervous and expectant. Then he heard Suisui's unexpected reply. Could it be your dad? Jianshi. She even lowered her voice, like two kids sharing a secret. All Jianshi's nervousness and tension vanished, replaced by a hint of helplessness. The commander is just a civil servant serving the people of the galaxy. It's nothing special. Who it is doesn't really matter. He quickly changed the subject, asking about Suisui's progress that day. The basic structure of the shelter was pretty much done, and Jianshi planned to go out with Suisui that afternoon. The shelter couldn't be left unattended, or it might get taken over by other players. Before, with just Jianshi and Suisui, it wasn't possible. But now, with Yuan Li and two more auxiliary members, there were enough people to guard the shelter. Jianshi assigned tasks to Yuan Li, Jessie, and Bert, then set out with Suisui. The southeast had already been explored by Suisui, so this afternoon she planned to take Jianshi and follow the river west. With Yuan Li now part of their team, he brought out a blueprint he'd obtained the previous night, a furnace for smelting various ores. With the furnace, Suisui's small amount of iron ore was refined into iron ingots. Using the iron and wooden planks, they built a small boat. The two of them set off, drifting westward along the river in their wooden boat. The current wasn't fast. Maybe it was a game setting, but the water always flowed at a steady pace. At first, Suisui found the boat ride novel, looking all around and staring at the big fish swimming in the river. Hurry, Jianshi, hand me a fork! With her speed, the fish were basically hers for the taking. In no time, the makeshift basket was piled high with fresh fish. Once she lost interest, Suisui grew bored again. There wasn't much to see on the water. After a while, it was just scenery, and she started looking forward to what might be at their destination. The current was too slow for her liking, so the restless kid ran to the bow, spread her wings, and started flapping to speed up the boat. The slow little boat suddenly shot forward like an arrow, spraying water everywhere and racing ahead as if they were fleeing for their lives, with pursuers right behind. Jianshi quietly watched her antics, leaning back in the boat. A few black chains silently appeared behind him, stretching from the boat all the way to the stern. Then they slipped into the water, twisting together and spinning rapidly. The boat sped up even more. And Suisui had no idea Jianshi had secretly added a booster to make her happy. Even as she was flapping her wings to speed up the boat, her eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. And Suisui was never short on food. Ever since she got the passive chef's intuition, no ingredient could escape her. The more she used the skill, the better she got at sensing the rarity or quantity of food by the strength of her reaction. As they passed another stretch of forest, Suisui suddenly jolted as if shocked. She snapped to attention, excitement lighting up her face. There's definitely something good nearby. Before Jianshi could respond, she flew off toward the source of her feeling. Anything her skill could sense was never far away. Following her intuition, she soon spotted a huge patch of golden fruit hidden in the forest. A whole field of pumpkins. So many big, high-quality pumpkins. No wonder her treasure hunting skill had gone off. But what surprised Suisui most was the strange light screen surrounded by all the pumpkins. The light screen floated in mid-air with no visible support. Swirling patterns on its surface looked like a vortex that could draw you in, dangerous and mysterious. And Suisui, cautious as always, didn't approach. She waited until Jianshi caught up. What is that? Jianshi immediately noticed the strange light screen in the center of the pumpkin patch. And Suisui had been observing for a while, and with her gaming experience, she made a guess. Looks like a portal. This was the first special item they'd found since entering the game. Neither of them rushed to touch it. Instead, they slowly harvested the pumpkins around it, gradually moving closer. The pale blue light screen sat quietly, showing no reaction as they approached. So docile it seemed more like a roadside rock than a dangerous object. And Suisui was about to reach out and touch it, but Jianshi quickly stopped her. "Don't. Let me." Remembering her pitiful defense stat, Suisui didn't insist and let Jianshi take the lead. But she didn't stand aside. She grabbed his arm tightly, her wings tensed, ready to pull him back at any moment. Jianshi activated his talent. Thick black mist wrapped his fingers like armor as he slowly reached for the light screen. When he touched the blue surface, ripples spread across it. Other than that, nothing happened. Jianshi pressed further. The part of his body that touched the screen didn't appear on the other side. It was as if the light screen had swallowed it. He paused, carefully checking that he felt no discomfort. When he pulled his arm back, it was perfectly fine, so he decided to keep exploring. This time he stuck not just his arm but his head through. He saw a golden desert, blazing sunlight beating down so fiercely it nearly burned away the black mist on his skin. The air shimmered with heat, blurring his vision. Even the wind was scorching, hot enough to blister delicate skin. Jianshi's mind raced. With a bit more effort, his whole upper body was in the sweltering desert. He looked around, then down at himself. He realized that his presence in the desert was thanks to the blue light screen. He was now almost certain the light screen worked just as Suisui had guessed. But when he looked down, he saw there was no blue light screen in the desert like there was in the forest. He was like a half-bodied monster, appearing out of nowhere in the desert. After thinking for a moment, Jianshi pulled himself back into the forest. "Well, is it a portal?" And Suisui asked, curious and excited. "It is," Jianshi replied, taking her hand in his without her noticing. "But it's a one-way portal, not convenient for exploring." They didn't know if the portal led to a dungeon or just another spot on the map. To be safe, Jianshi didn't want to explore it right away. It was getting late, and after dark, lots of night monsters would appear. Not a good time to venture into unknown places. They marked the portal's location and explored the area nearby. When the sunset appeared, they hurried home. The tasks Jianshi had given the other three weren't difficult, just following his blueprints to keep improving the shelter. The three finished quickly. Jesse and Bert even had time to go out and gather more supplies. Yuan Li didn't dare wander far, so after finishing his chores, he waited anxiously in the yard. His waiting for husband pose made Jesse want to roast him, and Suisui and Jianshi made it back before dark. They shut the doors and windows, set the traps, and got ready for another night of battle. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, darkness and a shower of meteors arrived right on schedule. The second night's monsters were, once again, wolves. But this time, mixed in with the large packs of wolves, there were also many even stronger tigers. "It looks like the night monsters get stronger every day," Jianshi concluded after a quick analysis. He wasn't surprised at all. This was just how the game forced players to keep moving forward. If players couldn't quickly grow stronger within the limited time, find the dragon, and complete the final quest to leave the game world, the longer they delayed, the harder the game would become, and the more difficult it would be to finish the mission. The true nature of the game was finally showing itself. And Suisui picked up the dog from the corner, patted its fluffy head, and pointed it toward the window. "Look, your friends have come to play with you. Go make some friends." The moment the dog saw the wolf pack, its lethargy vanished, and it bounded out as if it had taken a stimulant. It nearly triggered one of Jianshi's traps. To prevent a mass beast attack, Jianshi had dug 2 deep, wide trenches outside the shelter's walls. The bottoms of the trenches were lined with sharp wooden stakes. Anything that fell in would be skewered through. Only at the main gate was there a drawbridge for their own use. By the time they'd returned, the drawbridge had already been pulled up inside the yard. With these traps in place, it wasn't easy for the wolves to attack the shelter, and besides, there was a spy among them. As a simple and happy creature, the dog didn't have any complicated thoughts. It ran straight toward its kin, drooling with excitement. The wolves weren't the same as last night's, but the newly spawned wild wolves felt a strong sense of danger as this wolf pup charged at them. They bared their teeth and tried to drive the dog away, warning it not to come closer. But the dog, as always, was oblivious. Unless the wolves actually bit it, it didn't sense any danger. Though a bit puzzled by the wolves' greeting, the dog just wanted to play with its friends. "Friends, I'm here." And Suisui felt like she was hallucinating. As the dog approached the wolves, she could almost hear a 111 IQ sound effect in her head. She must be losing it. The wolves' intelligence quickly dropped to 0, their sharp eyes going wide and blank. They became just as silly as the dog. Soon, the dog and the wolves were rolling around together, completely forgetting their mission. The newly added tigers had no idea what was going on. Faced with the suddenly deranged wolf pack, the tigers huddled together, wary and confused. No one could explain what was happening. One tiger let out a loud roar, trying to get the wolves' attention. "What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be doing the mission? Get out there and charge. If the vanguard doesn't move, how are we tigers supposed to make an entrance?" The old tigers were very displeased, and their roars finally caught the wolves' attention, including the dog among them. The dog stared at the new, big creatures, even more confused than the tigers. It looked the tigers up and down. Clearly not the same species as me. How dare they roar and make a scene while we're playing? No manners at all. And don't think I didn't see you. One of those big guys just tried to attack my friends. Doesn't Dog Bro have any dignity? The dog jumped onto a wolf's back, striking a proud pose and glaring contemptuously at the tigers. Then it started barking provocatively. "A woo! A woo!" Even though they weren't the same species, the tigers somehow understood the dog's taunts. They instantly flew into a rage, all reason gone, and charged at the dog, ignoring the bizarre scene. The dog, always a master of trash talk, immediately chickened out when faced with several much larger opponents. It jumped off the wolf's back and hid in the wolf pack. Then it ordered the wolves to attack the tigers. All the wolves, under the dog's skill effect, not only had their intelligence lowered to match the dog's, but would also follow its lead for as long as the skill lasted. In a way, the dog really was the Wolf King now. When the dog ordered the wolves to attack the tigers, not a single wolf hesitated. Wolves were never afraid of death. One-on-one, the silly wolves couldn't beat the much bigger, stronger tigers. But there were 7 or 8 times as many wolves as tigers. Sheer numbers would wear the tigers down. The balance of victory was starting to tip toward the ha-ha pack. But the tigers, with their wits intact, weren't pushovers. Seeing the wolves attack, they went berserk, fighting back fiercely and killing many wolves. Because of the game's rules, both tigers and wolves kept getting reinforcements, and every new arrival was thrown straight into this bloody, chaotic battle with no idea what was going on. Just charge in and fight. The two sides were evenly matched, locked in a cycle of mutual destruction. And Suisui watched carefully. Even if a beast was killed by another of its own kind, monsters still dropped loot. Wasn't this basically an endless monster farming machine? And Suisui couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the dog, who kept stirring up trouble and drawing aggro. When it came to causing chaos, the dog was a true professional. The 3 new members, who had been on edge and ready to fight since nightfall, were now numb with shock as they watched the chaos unfold. They were at a loss for words. The wild beast attacks that had left them battered and nearly dead all night were now being handled by the bosses with ease. Just toss out a little pet and the crisis was solved. The difference was staggering. And Suisui watched the center of the battle for a while, and seeing that nothing would change anytime soon, lazily yawned. "Yuan Li, you're okay to keep watch alone, right?" Yuan Li snapped out of his daze, straightened up, and answered solemnly, "No problem, boss. Go get some rest, boss." He couldn't even look directly at Suisui anymore. Ah, the blinding light of a true boss. And Suisui didn't say more, rubbing her eyes as she headed to her room. Yuan Li's greatest strength was his turtle shell-like defense. He was a natural for night watch. Jian Shi had already considered this when assigning tasks during the day. So Yuan Li had rested during the day and was now full of energy, perfectly suited for guard duty. And Suisui returned to her room and was delighted to see her brand-new wooden bed. She still hadn't found any sheep today, but she had managed to get some cotton. So she traded some pumpkins with Jessie and Bot for wool and made her first wooden bed. The new bed wasn't just a simple wooden frame. The soft mattress and cozy quilt made Suisui feel refreshed. Kicking off her shoes, she spread her wings and dove onto the bed, hugging the blanket and rolling around. So comfortable, so comfortable. How can anyone live without a bed? Life without a bed is just too hard. This happiness didn't last long. Just as Suisui was about to go to sleep, she noticed Jian Shi leaning against the door, watching her with a look she couldn't quite decipher. "What are you doing?" And Suisui hugged her little blanket warily. There was only one bed. Was Jian Shi planning to fight her for it? Jian Shi walked in naturally and closed the door. What else? Sleep, of course. And Suisui immediately understood. He really was here to fight for the bed. She'd always said people couldn't live without beds, and Jian Shi was no exception. Acting quickly, Suisui lay down on the bed before he could get closer, spreading out her limbs to protect her precious bed like a mother hen. "This is my room, and the bed is mine," Jian Shi chuckled. "But you gave my room to Yuan Li." The shelter was big, but there were only 2 bedrooms. Yuan Li's arrival gave Jian Shi the perfect excuse to share a room with Suisui, and Suisui paused. "There are only 2 bedrooms?" Jian Shi sat on the edge of the bed, smiling. "Yeah, I didn't expect you to bring friends. The other spots are all outside." He'd originally planned to make just 1 bedroom, and Suisui, who valued friendship, immediately felt guilty. She should have discussed it with Jian Shi first. She was surprised there were only 2 bedrooms in such a big shelter. Jian Shi and Yuan Li weren't close, and Yuan Li was scared of Jian Shi. There was no way they'd share a room. So sharing with Jian Shi was the most reasonable option. After just a few seconds of thought, Suisui agreed to share the room, but Jian Shi had more in mind. He wandered around the room, pretending to look for a place to lay out a wolf pelt, but kept rubbing his lower back. And Suisui, being observant, soon noticed. "What's wrong with your back?" "Oh, nothing. I overdid it building the shelter and strained it." "It's still not better after yesterday?" "The floor's too hard. Sleeping on it made it worse. I'll make a bed tomorrow and it should get better." And Suisui started to get what Jian Shi was hinting at. She tentatively offered, "Do you want the bed?" "Sure." Before she'd even finished, Jian Shi was already lying on the bed. He really was here to steal her bed. And Suisui was pushed to the corner, biting her blanket with teary eyes. She was torn. She didn't want to give up her soft, comfy bed, but she also didn't want Jian Shi to suffer. After a long struggle, she finally decided to let Jian Shi have the bed. Fine. She'd tough it out for 1 more night. Tomorrow she'd go find sheep, 100 of them, and shear them bald. The bed was against the inner wall, and with Jian Shi lying on the edge, the only way out was to climb over him. And Suisui slowly crawled over, but before she could reach the other side, Jian Shi scooped her up, and the petite girl landed in his arms. "Aren't you going to sleep? Where are you going?" And Suisui punched him in annoyance. "I'm giving you the bed. What do you think?" Jian Shi caught her little fist, gently pushed her back to her original spot, and said, "Sleeping on the floor is miserable. Look, my back's already messed up. What if you get hurt too?" "So what do you suggest?" And Suisui retorted, "I think this bed is big enough. Why don't we both sleep here? Squeezing together is better than the floor." Jian Shi watched her expression carefully, ready to backtrack if she looked upset, but Suisui didn't react as he expected. After a moment's thought, she just looked enlightened. "That works. Let's do that." She rolled herself up in the blanket and scooted to the corner, even covering her head, as if afraid Jian Shi would change his mind. Jianshi didn't know how to feel. He should be happy. His little scheme had worked. But seeing how unbothered Suisui was, he felt a bit annoyed. Was she just easygoing, or did she not see him as a man at all? Hopefully not the latter, or he'd have to rethink his approach. And Suisui, carefree as ever, fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow in a place she felt safe. Jianshi hadn't gotten the answer he wanted, but the bear cub was already asleep. He sighed, tucked her in, and pulled her, blanket and all, into his arms. "It's fine," he told himself. "No rush." And Suisui was up early the next morning. She didn't rush out, but instead fenced off a patch in the backyard as a test field, bringing out all sorts of seeds to experiment with. Since she had seeds, she figured she should be able to grow something. But the planting environment, requirements, and maturity time all needed to be explored. Most seeds were easy to plant. Just use a hoe to turn grass into farmland and sow the seeds. But whether they'd sprout was still uncertain. And Suisui planted a bit of each type of seed. To avoid overcrowding, she spaced each seed at least one plot apart. Then came the water issue. Players had a lot to do and couldn't always tend to these fragile seedlings. And Suisui didn't want them to die of thirst, so she dug a shallow trench between the rows and filled it with river water. The game's water mechanics were flexible. If you poured water into a non-container, non-living source, it would slowly evaporate over time. But that was still better than having to water constantly. After sowing, Suisui left the seeds alone and went back to the shelter to sort through last night's loot with Jianshi. Most of it was basic materials like wolf pelts and bones. The beast respawned quickly, and with the two factions fighting fiercely, the loot was impressive. They even had over 100 blueprints. After removing duplicates, they still unlocked dozens of new tools. For example, a storage chest. A storage chest was basically a stationary game backpack, functioning much like a regular backpack. It couldn't be carried around, but it had far more slots, 50 virtual slots per chest. For most players, a storage chest was an unsafe place to keep supplies, good for storing large quantities of non-valuable items. But for Suisui, inconvenient to carry wasn't really a problem. Her goal for today was to go through the portal and explore the desert on the other side. And Suisui had prepared herself to brave the desert. But after stepping through the portal, she found herself on a vast ice field. A cold wind howled, raising goosebumps all over her skin. And Suisui shivered, rubbing her frozen arms, her teeth chattering as she spoke. "Didn't you say there'd be a desert on the other side of the portal? Where's the sand? Where's the sun?" Jianshi was stunned too, but quickly recovered. He took off his coat and draped it over Suisui's shoulders. "Let's not worry about that now. We need to find a safe place to shelter from the wind and snow." And Suisui exhaled a puff of white mist, trembling as she stepped into the snow. The jungle had been a comfortable temperature, so both of them were only wearing thin clothes. Suddenly thrown into this world of ice and snow, they could barely stand it. Before long, Suisui's eyelashes were covered in frost, and her pace slowed more and more. Jianshi crouched down and, without giving her a choice, carried her on his back, striding quickly in the direction they'd chosen. By now, Suisui could barely think. She was wrapped in a wolf pelt for warmth, but untreated wolf skin wasn't as warm as she'd hoped, and it let in the wind everywhere. In such extreme cold, it was almost useless. "Hang in there, we're almost there," Jianshi said as he walked, keeping up a conversation to make sure Suisui didn't fall asleep on his back. In this situation, falling asleep would be dangerous. And Suisui knew this too, and did her best to stay awake, giving Jianshi half-hearted answers. After a difficult trek, they finally found a sheltered spot and built a small windbreak out of stones. Because they'd been so cautious about the desert expedition, they'd packed thoroughly. Although some of their supplies were completely unsuited to the environment, at least they had some basic materials they could use. Jianshi took out the toolbox he'd brought and put their limited raw materials into it, crafting 2 fur coats. Crafting took some time, so while they waited, they struggled to build a warm fire in the clearing. Only then did Jianshi stop to pull Suisui into his arms, warming her with his own body heat. "Sorry, this was reckless of me. I didn't expect the portal to be random," he said. He should have scouted more before entering, Then they wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation. In the cramped space, orange flames danced on the wood, quickly raising the temperature. And Suisui's frozen mind finally began to thaw. "It's not your fault," she said. She didn't blame Jianshi. After all, they'd made the decision to explore together, and both had taken part in the preparations. She was just as responsible for their current predicament. Once her body warmed up, the fur coats in the toolbox were finished, and Suisui felt alive again, able to move freely in the small space. Jianshi was grilling fish. They'd burned a lot of energy fighting the cold, and both their hunger and thirst bars were in the danger zone. They needed food fast. Hot food was the best choice. Jianshi's grilling skills were excellent. The fish skin was golden and crispy, while the meat inside stayed tender and juicy. The delicious aroma drifted through the air, and even the most hyperactive child would have sat quietly by the fire waiting for the fish to be ready. Ding! You have obtained grilled fish. 1. Hearing the system notification, Jianshi paused, eyeing the fish in his hand. The item's stats popped up automatically. Delicious grilled fish. Instantly restores 40 hunger points. Increases cold resistance by 30% for 5 minutes. They'd had plenty of food reserves, but since they couldn't cook, they'd been living off the emergency rations and Suisui's mom had prepared. This was their first time making food from in-game ingredients. They hadn't expected the food they made to have special bonus effects. It was a pleasant surprise. After eating 2 fish each, their cold resistance improved. Cold-resistant food became a must-have for the rest of their journey. Jianshi needed to make a lot of grilled fish for later, and also tried making other foods. He found that grilled fish, grilled meat, and hot soups all boosted cold resistance. The rarer the ingredients, the better the bonus. Knowing this, their anxiety about being unprepared for the new environment faded a lot. And Suisui opened the game map to check the distance between herself and Yuan Li. On the palm-sized map, her own green dot was at the lower edge, while her teammate's red dot was at the upper left corner. This meant they were so far apart that the map couldn't even display the full distance. One in the far south, one in the far north. At this distance, under normal circumstances, they'd never be able to make it back on their own. This also proved they hadn't entered a dungeon. They were still on the main game map. Jianshi checked their supplies and frowned. "Most of what we brought was for desert heat. We have almost nothing for the cold." So their options were either explore this map quickly or give up and return to the jungle as soon as possible. The game world's map was truly enormous. On the first 2 days, Suisui had flown as far as she could at top speed. But no matter how far she went, all she saw was endless green jungle. Nothing else. So, special terrains like ice fields and deserts must be extremely far from their starting point, each covering a huge area. There was no way to reach them by normal means. Thinking of this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, before leaving, they'd used all their resources to build a fixed-point teleportation device. With enough resources, they could teleport back to the shelter. Otherwise, they might have been trapped here until the game ended. With limited supplies, Suisui didn't dare waste time. She stretched her stiff limbs. Once she was sure she'd recovered, she and Jianshi packed up the stones blocking the wind and snow and stepped back out into the blizzard. The world was nothing but endless white, with no landmarks, making it hard to tell direction or distance. Without protection, staying too long could even cause snowblindness. They had no fixed destination, so Suisui simply spread her wings and let the cold wind carry them wherever it wanted. Saving energy wherever possible was a must. Who knew how long they'd be stuck in this place? The two of them were fairly lucky. After drifting for about 20 minutes, they finally saw something different. It was a small house made of ice and snow. The smooth ice surface, rounded curves, and neat square marks all showed it was a man-made igloo. The igloo was crystal clear, with 2 bright red lanterns hanging at the door, guiding travelers forward. And Suisui had been in the cold wind for so long that her wings were nearly frozen stiff. Jianshi had to carry her for quite a while before she could finally deactivate her skill. The two approached the snowy house cautiously, not daring to enter or disturb it right away. Before long, two familiar rockmen appeared in the distance, chatting as they walked, and Suisui's eyes sharpened. She shrank her neck, let the snow cover her, and even burrowed into a snowdrift to avoid being seen. The rockmen didn't seem to like the weather either. Their movements were slow, and they looked even duller than the ones she'd met before. The one in front was a bit bigger than the one behind, with darker stone and a more imposing presence. But both were dusted with a thin layer of snow, making them almost indistinguishable at first glance. Their conversation drifted over on the cold wind. The smaller rockman followed the bigger one closely, not daring to fall behind, his stiff tone full of flattery. "That's the house up ahead. I've watched it for a long time. Definitely not built by other players." "The one living inside is an NPC. This is our chance, sir." The big rockman was much quieter. No matter how much the little one flattered him, he barely spoke. Only when they reached the igloo's door did he finally ask, "Are you sure the thing inside won't attack us?" The little rockman shook eagerly. "I promise, sir. I've already tested it. The NPC inside doesn't attack people and is actually very friendly to visiting players." The big rockman hesitated, but finally gave in to temptation and, as the little one suggested, gently knocked 3 times on the wooden door. "Creak," the igloo quickly responded. A creature covered in thick white fur opened the door and warmly hugged the lead rockman, then pulled both of them inside. If Suisui hadn't overheard their conversation, she would have thought the furry creature and the rockman were old friends. "What is that white fur ball? Is it really an NPC?" And Suisui, bored from waiting, leaned closer to Jianshi to whisper. Jianshi lowered his voice. "Not sure. Let's wait and see." They hid in the snow for over 10 minutes before the wooden door opened again. The NPC just as warmly saw the 2 rockmen off. They couldn't see what happened inside or read the rockmen's expressions, but Suisui could clearly sense their happy mood. Something good had happened. As the rockmen walked away, Suisui nudged Jianshi. "So, do we follow them or check out the igloo? We could split up." Jianshi had no intention of splitting up. He grabbed her restless hand and soothed her. "Don't worry. I used a tracking skill on them. We can find them any time." He murmured a few words, and black mist flickered in his eyes. The little rockman paused for a moment, lagging behind, but quickly caught up as if nothing had happened. The big rockman noticed nothing. Once the rockmen were gone, Suisui crawled out of the snow, shook off the ice, and went to the igloo's door. She recalled the big rockman's actions. 3 gentle knocks, then waiting nervously. The furry NPC appeared right on cue. Seeing 2 players at the door, the NPC's eyes lit up as if greeting old friends. "Come in, dear travelers. Don't stand out in the cold. I've prepared a warm fireplace and hot soup for you." He took in Suisui's arm and warmly led her inside. Jianshi followed calmly, closing the door behind him. "Thank you so much, friend," the NPC said happily. He led them to the fire and served each a bowl of hot soup. "I haven't seen outsiders in years, but I'm very curious about the world beyond. Travelers from afar, can you tell me stories of the outside? If you have any local specialties, even better. I'll buy them at a high price." With that, the NPC took them to his own storage chest, not wasting any time. "See if there's anything you like inside." And Suisui observed the furry creature carefully, but its fur was so long she couldn't see its face. She could only guess at its mood. She carefully touched the storage chest, and its contents popped up. Sure enough, the items inside were very rare, at least very hard for Suisui and Jianshi to get. Gold and silver bars were one thing, but there were also energy stones, taming manuals, and other rare items, some with no clear way to obtain them. And Suisui's eyes lit up as she looked through them. Suppressing her excitement, she tried to sound calm as she spoke to the NPC. "Your items are great. How can I trade with you?" If peaceful trading was possible, she'd rather not rob or attack the NPC. The NPC was very enthusiastic, personally leading her to another stone platform and explaining, "Here's a list of all the materials I need. If you have any, you can exchange them for points and use those points to take items from my chest." So it was a point shop, and Suisui eagerly checked the exchange info on the stone platform. 10 peachwood eats at 5 points. 10 chili peppers eats 5 points. 10 agave eats 10 points. Seriously? She could bankrupt this NPC with these items. Surely the NPC wouldn't go back on the deal, right? Jianshi also saw the contents of the exchange list, and the two of them exchanged a quick glance. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Jianshi said, stepping past Suisui to stand in front of the NPC. He placed a hand on the snow-furred creature's shoulder and subtly led it away from the exchange area. The white-furred creature didn't notice anything amiss and remained very friendly to Jianshi, answering every question enthusiastically. And Suisui took the opportunity to approach the exchange counter and traded all her surplus basic materials for points. The items the NPC wanted were things that either didn't exist or were extremely rare on the icefield map. But for Suisui, who had just come from the jungle, not only did she have these items, she had a lot of them. Just her pumpkins alone filled an entire inventory slot with a cap of 99, and Suisui calculated the points needed for the items she wanted, quickly cleared out her basic tools, and then went to the exchange point to claim her rewards. After finishing, she quietly returned to Jianshi's side, tugging at his sleeve. Jianshi understood instantly, quickly wrapped up his conversation with the NPC and said goodbye. The white-furred NPC, moved by Jianshi's knowledge, was reluctant to see him go and tried to persuade him to stay. Leaving so soon? The snowstorm outside is fierce. Why not sit a while longer, have some hot soup and wait for the weather to clear? Jianshi declined. Are you kidding? After pulling off a heist, you run immediately. Who sticks around to get caught? He put on the warm coat he'd just exchanged from the white-furred creature, opened the wooden door of the ice hut without a second thought, and left. Before leaving, Jianshi shook the NPC's hand sincerely. You're a good person. I hope we'll meet again next time we come. And Suisui smiled. How could he not be a good person? He'd taken care of all their surplus basic materials and traded them for rare items. There was no one better. After they left, the white-furred NPC returned to the ice hut and opened the treasure chest to check his stock. But after Suisui's sweep, there was nothing left. The storage slots were empty except for a hastily made animal hide banner. On it was written, "May good people have a peaceful life." The NPC was stunned. A while later, the two rock people who had left earlier returned with supplies. It wasn't easy to gather tropical items on the icefield map, but the rock people had finally collected enough and rushed back to the ice hut without even resting. They wanted to exchange for the icefield map, but this time, not only did they not get a warm welcome from the NPC, they were nearly beaten to death by the now furious white-furred creature. Are NPCs always this moody? Meanwhile, Suisui, who had quietly traded away all the rare items, was studying the icefield map. Their original plan had just been to explore this unfamiliar territory, get a sense of the terrain, and bring back some local specialties. But luck was on their side. They'd met the snow merchant and managed to get a precious map of the icefield region. The map not only detailed the distribution of various plants and animals, but also marked several hidden underground mines. After leaving the ice hut, the two of them followed the map's hints and found one of the mines. Both Suisui and Jianshi had their own signature weapons and had never used the game's standard destructive tools like axes or pickaxes. Like now. Jianshi swung his sickle like a whirlwind, and the hard ore crumbled like tofu under his hands. He could easily harvest a huge pile by himself. And Suisui didn't even need to help. Jianshi did all the work. They sorted the various ores, packed them into storage chests, then put the chests into Suisui's backpack card. Just like that, a mountain of ore was taken away. Backpack cards and storage chests are a perfect match, Suisui exclaimed. She'd always known the backpack card was a great item and had helped her a lot. It was her most useful support card. Unfortunately, the backpack card's capacity wasn't very large, which was her biggest frustration, and Suisui had drawn all sorts of strange, rare, and quirky game items, but the ordinary permanent backpack card, which could upgrade the special backpack card, was extremely hard to get. As a result, her backpack card had barely been upgraded and could just barely hold one storage chest. Otherwise, she could have brought back twice as much. Storage chests on their own were actually pretty useless. If a storage chest had items in it, it couldn't be put into the game backpack. In other words, a storage chest in use had to be hidden somewhere and guarded, with the risk of being stolen by other players. No player dared store valuables in a storage chest. Whether it was a regular permanent backpack or a storage chest, most players saw them as useless items. But in Suisui's hands, everything was different. She sorted all the items, looking at the full storage panel with joy. They'd already mined 3 caves, collecting over 1,000 pieces of ore. Counting the items and local specialties they'd traded from the snow merchant, half of the storage chest's 50 virtual slots were already filled. This trip had really been worth it. And Suisui once again put the storage chest into her backpack, muttering to herself as she waited for Jianshi. If only I could upgrade my backpack card again. Ordinary permanent backpacks weren't supposed to be rare, but for some reason, Suisui just couldn't draw one. Jianshi jumped out of the mine just in time to hear her last mutter. Permanent backpack card? What's the use of that? He asked casually. After all, a regular permanent backpack just materialized as an ordinary backpack. Most players didn't like it, thinking even a bandage was more useful. Why was Suisui so obsessed with it? And Suisui put on a mysterious air and sighed dramatically. Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. This thing is super useful in my hands. Jianshi thought for a moment. If you wanted something else, I might not have it, but as for that item... And Suisui's eyes lit up. She patted the dust off and started massaging Jianshi's shoulders and legs, then generously dumped all her item cards on the ground. Take whatever you want. She was exuding the aura of a nouveau riche. Jianshi raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. So generous. Are you sure you're not trying to scam me? And Suisui snorted, a little annoyed. Take it or leave it. She wasn't this generous with just anyone. Jianshi chuckled and didn't take any reward from her. If you want it, just take it. I have no use for it anyway. With that, he pulled out his own item cards and found the ordinary permanent backpack card Suisui needed. And Suisui rested her chin in her hands, eyes full of anticipation. Then she watched as Jianshi pulled out 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 backpack cards. Jianshi also saw the contents of the exchange list, and the two of them exchanged a quick glance. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Jianshi said, stepping past Suisui to stand in front of the NPC. He placed a hand on the snow-furred creature's shoulder and subtly led it away from the exchange area. The white-furred creature didn't notice anything amiss and remained very friendly to Jianshi, answering every question enthusiastically. And Suisui took the opportunity to approach the exchange counter and traded all her surplus basic materials for points. The items the NPC wanted were things that either didn't exist or were extremely rare on the icefield map. But for Suisui, who had just come from the jungle, not only did she have these items, she had a lot of them. Just her pumpkins alone filled an entire inventory slot with a cap of 99. And Suisui calculated the points needed for the items she wanted, quickly cleared out her basic tools, and then went to the exchange point to claim her rewards. After finishing, she quietly returned to Jianshi's side, tugging at his sleeve. Jianshi understood instantly, quickly wrapped up his conversation with the NPC, and said goodbye. The white-furred NPC, moved by Jianshi's knowledge, was reluctant to see him go and tried to persuade him to stay. Leaving so soon? The snowstorm outside is fierce. Why not sit a while longer, have some hot soup, and wait for the weather to clear? Jianshi declined. Are you kidding? After pulling off a heist, you run immediately. Who sticks around to get caught? He put on the warm coat he'd just exchanged from the white-furred creature, opened the wooden door of the ice hut without a second thought, and left. Before leaving, Jianshi shook the NPC's hand sincerely. You're a good person. I hope we'll meet again next time we come. And Suisui smiled. How could he not be a good person? He'd taken care of all their surplus basic materials and traded them for rare items. There was no one better. After they left, the white-furred NPC returned to the ice hut and opened the treasure chest to check his stock. But after Suisui's sweep, there was nothing left. The storage slots were empty except for a hastily made animal hide banner. On it was written, "May good people have a peaceful life." The NPC was stunned. A while later, the two rock people who had left earlier returned with supplies. It wasn't easy to gather tropical items on the icefield map, but the rock people had finally collected enough and rushed back to the ice hut without even resting. They wanted to exchange for the icefield map, but this time, not only did they not get a warm welcome from the NPC, they were nearly beaten to death by the now furious white-furred creature. Are NPCs always this moody? Meanwhile, Suisui, who had quietly traded away all the rare items, was studying the icefield map. Their original plan had just been to explore this unfamiliar territory, get a sense of the terrain, and bring back some local specialties. But luck was on their side. They'd met the snow merchant and managed to get a precious map of the icefield region. The map not only detailed the distribution of various plants and animals, but also marked several hidden underground mines. After leaving the ice hut, the two of them followed the map's hints and found one of the mines. Both Suisui and Jianshi had their own signature weapons, and had never used the game's standard destructive tools like axes or pickaxes. Like now, Jianshi swung his sickle like a whirlwind, and the hard ore crumbled like tofu under his hands. He could easily harvest a huge pile by himself. And Suisui didn't even need to help. Jianshi did all the work. They sorted the various ores, packed them into storage chests, then put the chests into Suisui's backpack card. Just like that, a mountain of ore was taken away. "Backpack cards and storage chests are a perfect match," Suisui exclaimed. She'd always known the backpack card was a great item and had helped her a lot. It was her most useful support card. Unfortunately, the backpack card's capacity wasn't very large, which was her biggest frustration. And Suisui had drawn all sorts of strange, rare, and quirky game items, but the ordinary permanent backpack card, which could upgrade the special backpack card, was extremely hard to get. As a result, her backpack card had barely been upgraded and could just barely hold one storage chest. Otherwise, she could have brought back twice as much. Storage chests on their own were actually pretty useless. If a storage chest had items in it, it couldn't be put into the game backpack. In other words, a storage chest in use had to be hidden somewhere and guarded, with the risk of being stolen by other players. No player dared store valuables in a storage chest. Whether it was a regular permanent backpack or a storage chest, most players saw them as useless items. But in Suisui's hands, everything was different. She sorted all the items, looking at the full storage panel with joy. They'd already mined 3 caves, collecting over 1,000 pieces of ore. Counting the items and local specialties they'd traded from the snow merchant, half of the storage chest's 50 virtual slots were already filled. This trip had really been worth it. And Suisui once again put the storage chest into her backpack, muttering to herself as she waited for Jianshi. If only I could upgrade my backpack card again? Ordinary permanent backpacks weren't supposed to be rare, but for some reason, Suisui just couldn't draw one. Jianshi jumped out of the mine just in time to hear her last mutter. "Permanent backpack card? What's the use of that?" he asked casually. After all, a regular permanent backpack just materialized as an ordinary backpack. Most players didn't like it, thinking even a bandage was more useful. Why was Suisui so obsessed with it? And Suisui put on a mysterious air and sighed dramatically. "Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. This thing is super useful in my hands." Jianshi thought for a moment. "If you wanted something else, I might not have it. But as for that item..." And Suisui's eyes lit up. She patted the dust off and started massaging Jianshi's shoulders and legs, then generously dumped all her item cards on the ground. "Take whatever you want." She was exuding the aura of a nouveau riche. Jianshi raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "So generous? Are you sure you're not trying to scam me?" And Suisui snorted, a little annoyed. "Take it or leave it." She wasn't this generous with just anyone. Jianshi chuckled and didn't take any reward from her. If you want it, just take it. I have no use for it anyway. With that, he pulled out his own item cards and found the ordinary permanent backpack card Suisui needed. And Suisui rested her chin in her hands, eyes full of anticipation. Then she watched as Jianshi pulled out 1, 2, 3, a total of 7 backpack cards. And Suisui's mouth twitched instantly, not knowing what to say. For ordinary people, drawing a backpack card might be considered very unlucky. Jianshi alone had drawn 7, which showed just how bad his luck was. Even Jianshi himself sighed. If this thing didn't have the name of a prop, I would have thrown them away long ago. And Suisui also knew that backpack cards were useless to others, so she unceremoniously accepted all 7 permanent backpack cards from Jianshi and used them all for backpack upgrades. She had already upgraded her backpack 3 times before, and with Jianshi's 7 cards, she could upgrade it to level 11. By then, the backpack's capacity would be 10 times what it was at the start, enough to hold at least 2 storage chests, and Suisui happily upgraded her backpack. After the 10th upgrade, the backpack card gave her another surprise. The backpack card, having surpassed the level 10 threshold, underwent a major transformation. Not only did it bind directly to her, but it also added a card catalog function, allowing her to store other prop cards directly in the catalog. She no longer had to worry about prop cards being stolen, robbed, lost, or misplaced. The most overbearing part was that after binding, the backpack card detected a game backpack with similar functions and directly swallowed it. And Suisui even vaguely heard a faint burping sound. She immediately shared this good news with her sponsor, Jianshi. The special backpack card was one of Suisui's little trump cards. Jianshi had known her for so long and had guessed from her actions that she might have a special prop that could store things. But he didn't know this thing could be upgraded. This was the first time Jianshi had seen an upgradable prop card. "I've helped you so much. How are you going to thank me?" He didn't really care about the backpack card. He just wanted to get some benefit from Suisui, like a kiss or something. Of course, given the current situation, it was unlikely Suisui would take the initiative to kiss him. This brat didn't have romance on her mind at all. If he wanted a reward, he'd have to take it himself. Jianshi deliberately sat very close to Suisui, so that if she looked up, her lips would brush his cheek. But Suisui seemed lost in thought. It had been over 10 minutes, and she still hadn't looked at him once. Jianshi. And Suisui was thinking about what she could do for Jianshi. Looking back, she suddenly realized that Jianshi had helped her a lot without her noticing. It was hard to imagine that someone with such a show-off personality had quietly done so much for her, never mentioning it once. Friendship is mutual. She seriously searched through her prop cards, looking for something suitable for Jianshi. This, Strength Attribute Point 5, is for you. It'll boost your attack power. Players who go for a strong offense are usually weak in speed. Let me see. If you run into a speed-type player like me, the best way is to shrink the area of movement. Hey, this tracking prop is perfect for you. And this one, you have to use it like this. And Suisui rambled on, while Jianshi sat quietly beside her, listening. From time to time, he'd turn to glance at her. In the vast white world, only she radiated such dazzling brilliance. So bright he couldn't look directly, yet he couldn't look away. Upgrading the backpack card was a good thing. The two now had more space to move, which greatly helped their looting business. The icefield map was vast and boundless. On the surface, resources here were scarce. Everywhere was ice, snow, and rocks. You had to travel far to find even a small patch hidden among the mountains. Medicinal herbs and food were even harder to find. Surviving here was much harder than in the jungle. On the other hand, the mineral resources here were abundant. Dig anywhere and more or less you'd find some ore. The unique environment also produced rarer medicinal herbs. There were almost no weeds here. Any plant you picked had an 80% chance of being a medicinal herb. If maps had levels, the ice field would clearly be a high-level map. And Suisui and Jianshi dug out all the major mineral veins near their igloo in a single day. Before leaving, they encountered a group of rampaging polar bears. The soft, snow-white fur of the polar bears caught on Suisui's eye, and she charged at them with her fork. She was extremely fast. Before the polar bear could react, her fork had already stabbed it. "Roar!" The polar bear roared in anger. Compared to Jianshi's scythe, which always struck with overwhelming force, and Suisui's little fork matched her own style. Her extremely high armor-piercing rate almost never failed. But this particular white bear was lucky and didn't trigger the armor-piercing effect from her first strike. As a result, Suisui's attack only lightly injured the polar bear. As an assassin, Suisui had the instinct to retreat and reposition immediately after an attack, whether it succeeded or not. After retreating to safety, she realized the polar bear hadn't been killed by her first strike. "Huh?" And Suisui darted forward and stabbed it again. Still, no armor-piercing effect. 2 normal attacks in a row was extremely rare for Suisui. She was very surprised, staring wide-eyed at the roaring polar bear below, thinking, could this be a lucky bear? Should she let it go then? But then she remembered she was also a lucky baby. Didn't that make them rivals in luck? No way. Today, the 2 children of fortune had to settle this. Thinking this, Suisui put away her steel fork, pulled out a weapon she hadn't used in a long time, and went head-to-head with the polar bear at full speed. The polar bear wasn't to be outdone, roaring and chasing after her. The 2, girl and bear, fought wildly. Jianshi watched quietly, not intending to help at all. The polar bear grew more and more agitated as it failed to catch Suisui, angrily pounding the ground and leaving the ice pitted and scarred. And Suisui's base attack wasn't high, so her blows didn't do much damage. But she was relentless, attacking again and again. At this rate, even the thickest health bar would eventually be worn down. The polar bear was finally beaten into submission, lying limp on the ground like a dead fish. The other bears nearby didn't dare come close. They weren't afraid of being killed, but of being worn down to death. This 2-legged creature was messing with their minds. So cunning. When the polar bear was nearly dead, and Suisui finally tired herself out. Panting, she stood in a safe spot, pulled out her steel fork, and prepared to finish off this lucky bear. But as soon as she approached, a game window popped up in front of her. "Would you like to tame the wild beast, polar bear?" And Suisui paused for a moment, then clicked, "Tame." Ding. Taming successful. A gentle white light glowed from the fortune bear's body. When the light faded, it was back to full strength, standing up and affectionately rubbing its head against Suisui's palm. In Suisui's eyes, the wild fortune bear that had just had a red health bar now had a green one above its head, along with a collar symbol indicating it had been tamed. Jianshi strolled through the circle of polar bears and came over to Suisui, eyeing the now docile fortune bear. "What happened? Did you give it some kind of mind control drug?" The taming process was invisible to other players, so Jianshi had no idea what had happened, and Suisui patted the white bear's head, her voice excited. "Beasts can be tamed. It's my pet now." Jianshi looked surprised as well. "Tamed? How did you do it?" And Suisui wasn't sure. "Maybe you have to get them down to low health first." The 2 of them tried taming other polar bears. They discovered that when a beast's health dropped below 10%, it could enter a taming state. But taming didn't always succeed. If it failed, the beast would go berserk, its strength tripling instantly. If you weren't careful, the enraged beast could easily kill the player trying to tame it. This game really was full of traps. After collecting a ton of Icefield specialties, the 2 finally, though a bit reluctantly, returned to the shelter. The fixed-point teleportation device required beast crystals to use. Currently, these only dropped from monsters, and the drop rate was extremely low. All told, the 2 of them only had enough for 2 teleports. By the end of the day, the shelter was even more complete. When they returned, the shelter was unexpectedly lively. It wasn't even dark yet, but the defensive systems outside the shelter had already been activated. A transparent shield covered the entire shelter in a protective dome. Besides Yuan Li and the 2 auxiliary members, there were 4 more players standing outside the yard. They were a reddish-brown mudman, a granite-skinned rockman, a big-eyed green-skinned frogman, and a red and green mottled frogman. The rockman and frogman kept a certain distance from each other, but seemed to be cooperating for now. The dog was still as restless as ever, bouncing around the yard. Yuan Li was chasing after it with something in his hand, trying to persuade it as he ran. Jessie and Bot were on high alert, facing off against the players outside the yard, muscles tense, not daring to blink. Of the 4 players outside, only 2 were standing. The granite rockman seemed injured, sitting cross-legged on the ground to rest. The mudman hovered nearby, constantly picking up broken stones from the ground, dipping them in his own mud, and sticking them back onto the granite rockman. 3 years new, 3 years old, patched and mended for another 3 years. That old saying suddenly popped into Suisui's mind. Who knew rockmen were such a thrifty race? The atmosphere was tense. Neither side spoke until Jessie noticed Jian Shi and Suisui had returned. "Boss, help! These otherworld players want to take our shelter!" He was overjoyed. He'd thought the 2 bosses weren't coming back after being gone all day. The 4 otherworld players were all stunned, turning to look at the 2 strangers who had just come out of the house. "Where did these 2 come from, Gua?" the color-shifting frogman whispered to the regular frogman. The regular frogman looked confused. "No idea, Gua. Their presence just appeared out of nowhere, Gua." The color-shifting frogman nodded knowingly and said no more. The yard hadn't changed much, but the ground outside was now pitted and uneven. Some of the traps had been damaged. Jian Shi surveyed the scene before calmly asking Jessie, "What happened?" Jessie quickly explained, "These otherworld players want our shelter. We refused to give it up, so they tried to take it by force. We couldn't beat them, so we hid in the yard and held out. Yuan Li kept them out with his defense skill. They couldn't break Yuan Li's shield, so they just waited outside, saying they'd rush in as soon as his skill went on cooldown. Yuan Li was a beta tester who'd cleared the game, but all his points were in defense. He couldn't win a fight. Jessie and Bot were clearly newbies, no match for the 4 experienced otherworld players outside. The 3 of them had no choice but to hole up and wait for help. After understanding the situation, Jian Shi nodded to the 2 of them, then climbed up to the top of the wall, looking down at the strange otherworld players outside. The frogmen were more sensitive. They sensed danger from this new player, and their previously confident expressions faded, even showing signs of wanting to back off. The rockmen were much slower on the uptake, especially the granite one, who was arrogant and hadn't paid any attention to the 2 newcomers. He let the mudman keep patching up his minor injuries and impatiently addressed Jian Shi. "You're the boss those weaklings were talking about? Now that you're here, take your lackeys and leave this shelter. There's still time before dark to build a new one. If you wait until night, you won't have time." Jian Shi looked at him with a half-smile. "You talking to me?" The rockman snorted. "Who else would I be talking to? A ghost? Your defense skill's about to run out, right? I don't have the patience to wait much longer. Leave now and you might live. Otherwise, Jian Shi didn't bother arguing with idiots. He chuckled and said lazily, "Do you know what normie means?" "What?" The rockman's stiff face couldn't show subtle expressions, but it was clear Jian Shi's question had stumped him. The 2 frogmen just watched quietly, neither leaving nor speaking. They wanted to see what this human could do. Jian Shi had no interest in wasting time with a rockman whose brain was clearly slow. His smile faded, his gaze turned cold, and a thick black mist spread out, enveloping all 4 otherworld players. A chill ran down the frogmen's spines. They wanted to run, but it was too late. Jian Shi glanced over the 4 otherworld players. "I don't care what you came here for. But now, I think we need to have a little talk about compensation." "Compensation?" Granite, still lost in his own world, couldn't quite wrap his head around it. "That's right. You broke my rock armor, so you do owe me compensation. Since you brought it up, I'll be merciful and just take 2 prop cards from each of you." And Suisui shot Granite a strange look. She was secretly thinking that, given the chance, She'd really like to split open Granite's head and see what it was made of inside. Yuan Li finally stopped chasing after the dog. He carefully sidled up to Suisui and whispered, "Don't be fooled by how big this Cole guy is. He's actually not that tough. Dog Bro just gave him a light swipe and his so-called rock armor shattered to pieces." Yuan Li didn't know just how terrifying Dog Bro's base attack was, but Suisui did. She thoughtfully stared at the broken stones on Granite's chest for a while. She thought, to be able to take a swipe from Dog Bro and only have the outer defense layer break. This Granite really was something. Even Jianshi probably wouldn't dare take Dog Bro's attack head-on. As for her, one swipe and she'd be dead for sure. But why did Dog Bro run out and swipe at him in the first place? Not long ago, Suisui had killed 2 yellowish rock people, so she had some understanding of their body structure. Unlike the fragility of human bodies, even if a rock person's limbs were all shattered, it wouldn't affect them much. Even if you cut off their head, they could still live. The only way to kill them was to crush the energy core stored in their chest cavity. Rock people, with their strong bodies, were considered very powerful among players of the same level. Unfortunately, they all seemed a bit slow-witted. Frog people, on the other hand, didn't have such strong defenses. Their skin was as fragile as a human's and could be easily cut by sharp weapons. But every frog person carried their own toxins, and the transparent mucus covering their skin helped wounds heal faster. Frog people were much more clever than rock people. He could clearly sense the danger from the human players and was no longer as relaxed and casual as before. The color-shifting frogman had a higher status than ordinary frog people. Realizing he couldn't leave, he was the first to speak up. "Sorry, sir, we were just passing through and meant no offense. Please don't be angry." Jianshi and Granite both looked at the frogman. Granite was baffled by the frogman's sudden betrayal. But he considered himself the strongest player present, so he angrily shook off the mud people circling him. Once he stood up straight, he was 3 or 4 meters tall. "Are you kidding me? Their defense skills are about to run out and you're backing down now?" "Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. If you don't want in, then get lost. I'll take this place for myself." His rambling left the frogman barely able to keep a smile on his face. The red on his skin grew even brighter, but he forced himself to ignore Granite's inflated ego. Facing Jianshi, his attitude was extremely cautious. "Sir, let's talk about compensation. Although most of the damage outside the shelter wasn't caused by us, as an apology, we'll each compensate you with 2 sea-level prop cards. Is that acceptable?" Sea-level prop cards? And Suisui took out a silvery prop card, turning it over and over, but couldn't find any grade or rating on it. Jianshi noticed this too. He didn't say anything, just calmly held out his hand to the 2 of them. "Since that idiot drew the fire for you, hand over the prop cards and get lost." He wasn't polite at all. The frogman clenched and unclenched his fists, then quickly produced 4 prop cards. Jianshi glanced over the information on the cards, then used his chain to pass them back to Suisui. Suisui remembered the frogman's venom and didn't dare touch the cards directly. She wrapped them in a piece of animal hide first. After handing over the compensation, the 2 frogmen were immediately flung away by Jianshi's black chain, disappearing from sight. Now, everyone's attention turned to Granite and the Mudman. The Mudman was timid and hadn't said a word from start to finish. Granite was still as arrogant as ever. His rock armor had been completely patched up by the Mudman, though on close inspection you could still see fine cracks. A breeze blew, and the transparent shield above the shelter slowly faded away. Granite let out a loud laugh and suddenly activated his skill. Jianshi was curious to see what level these otherworldly players were at, so he didn't interrupt. But after Granite strained for a long time, nothing happened. It wasn't until the Mudman beside him smashed a stone with a pickaxe that something changed. As soon as the stone turned into a freely collectible mini light spot, it was sucked onto Granite's body, attaching to his surface. So that was his ability? The Mudman carefully approached Granite and whispered, "Lord Yano, it seems the stones here have to be broken before you can attract them. Maybe you should try a different skill." Jianshi. Granite suddenly realized, remembering the basic rules of the sandbox world. Embarrassed and angry, he shoved the timid mudman aside. "You think I need your reminder?" He stopped using his ability and was about to switch skills. But Jianshi didn't give him another chance. The huge scythe came down hard on granite, making a sharp, grating noise. Jianshi was a little surprised. That strike had landed solidly, but it didn't split granite open, just left a terrifying wound. His defense was stronger than Jianshi had expected, but that was fine. Jianshi put away the scythe and struck again. This time he targeted granite's joints, aiming to sever his limbs and restrict his movement. The pain from the huge wound finally snapped granite out of it. He roared, and his rough surface suddenly became smooth and shiny, his body's hardness doubling again. Jianshi flexed his wrist and jumped down from the wall. Jesse and Bert worried that Jianshi might not be able to handle granite alone and tried to persuade Suisui to help. Suisui glanced outside, then quickly looked away, continuing to fiddle with the 4 prop cards in her hand. "It's fine, it'll be over soon." Jesse wanted to say more, but Bert stopped him and gestured for him to look outside. Just as Suisui said, the fight ended quickly. There was no fierce back and forth, just granite struggling a few times before Jianshi subdued him. For more than 10 minutes, it was a one-sided beating. Wails, screams, and pleas for mercy filled the air. Granite had lost all his earlier arrogance, only hoping Jianshi would give him a quick end. Don't think that just because they look like rocks, they can't feel pain. When the joints break, it hurts just as much as a broken bone, okay? A bowl of water was poured onto the ground. "Come, let's mourn our hero, Dogsy." Yuan Li was dumbfounded. Dogsy was still out there running for its life, and you're already planning its memorial for next year? Are you really its owner? He tried to remind Suisui. "Suisui, do you think there's a chance that Dogsy can still be saved?" And Suisui huffed and tossed aside the wooden bowl, glaring at the black and white pup outside that only knew how to run away. "If it had even a shred of backbone, if it turned around and killed 2 tigers for me, I'd rush out right now to save it." Look at that cowardly behavior. Who did it take after? It clearly has super strong attack power, but doesn't know how to use it at all. Just watching it makes me angry. Jianshi had somehow ended up sitting on the fence watching the farce outside. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Actually, you can't really blame Dogsy. With its intelligence, it's already impressive that it's still alive." Dogsy wasn't completely useless. It was just that its low IQ and tendency to court disaster left people helpless. If only there were a high IQ pet to lead Dogsy, maybe there'd be some unexpected results. Thinking of this, Jianshi pictured his own border collie, Changfeng. High intelligence, able to keep Dogsy in check, Changfeng fit all the requirements. Unfortunately, Changfeng wasn't a game pet. Jianshi got lost in his thoughts and didn't notice the shadow that suddenly appeared beside him. And Suisui and Yuan Li were also focused on Dogsy outside the shelter, so none of them noticed the shadow's arrival. Changfeng tilted his head, curiously looking around. He'd never been here before. It wasn't home, nor the training ground. Luckily, his poop-shoveling officer was right beside him, or he'd have thought he'd been kidnapped. Shaking his head, Changfeng stood up on his hind legs, put his front paws on the railing, and nudged Jianshi's arm with his head. "Hey, poop shoveler, look at me! I've been locked up in this weird place for days. Why are you only coming to rescue me now? Are you even capable?" Jianshi was startled by the furry touch on his hand and almost swung his blade in reflex. Fortunately, he stopped himself in time and didn't hurt his pet. "Changfeng?" Jianshi was completely stunned. Was he hallucinating? How could Changfeng appear in the game? Woof woof. Changfeng was overjoyed to see his owner again. He didn't even care about being trapped in a strange place for days, just kept rubbing against Jianshi's palm. No one knew how Changfeng had appeared, and there was no time to investigate, and Suisui was delighted. She happily took out Dogsy's dog food and shared it with Changfeng, though her eyes still kept an eye on the battle outside. Changfeng wagged his tail at her while eating, showing great affection for this girl who seemed to be the female owner. Now wasn't the time to figure out where Changfeng had come from. Jianshi patted Changfeng's head, suddenly thought of something, and crouched down to talk to him for a while. Changfeng perked up his ears and listened quietly. his serious little face making him look like he was about to carry out a special mission. After Jianshi finished, he patted Changfeng's head again and said, "Dogsy is waiting for you down there. Go on." "Woof woof." Changfeng barked twice in response, leaped down from the high spot, and climbed up to the top of the wall from inside. His agile movements drew gasps of admiration from Yuan Li and Suisui. "So cool. No wonder he's a military dog. Woof woof woof." The familiar barking caught Dogsy's attention. While fleeing for its life, Dogsy looked up and saw Changfeng standing atop the wall. Its eyes lit up, and it immediately dashed toward Changfeng. "Awu, awu! Big bro, save me!" But Changfeng didn't jump down to rescue Dogsy as it hoped. He just sat safely on the wall, stared at Dogsy for a while, then suddenly barked. "Woof, woof, 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 woof. Idiot. Why are you running? Turn around and scratch them," his owner had told him. Dogsy was a fighting dog and didn't need to fear those guys outside, but Dogsy was not only dumb but also a coward. As soon as it sensed the enemy had the upper hand, all it could think of was running away. Changfeng scratched at the wall in frustration and barked at Dogsy again. "Woof, woof, woof! Hurry up and turn around. Give that tiger next to you a swipe." Dogsy was much more intimidated by Changfeng than by the tigers. Hearing his big bro's command, it instinctively did as told, raising its paw and giving the nearby tiger a fierce swipe. Dogsy's base attack was as high as 45 points. No ordinary tiger could withstand such a powerful blow. It was killed instantly. Dogsy froze, surprised at its own strength, and immediately became cocky. "What, you thought I was running because I was scared of you? Dogbro was just playing with you." It raised its head, stood atop the dead tiger, and looked at the other tigers with utter disdain. The tigers were furious. Dogsy was strong, but it was still outnumbered and had angered the whole pack. Under the furious assault of the tiger horde, its kingly demeanor only lasted a short while before it was once again chased all over the place. Changfeng was speechless. He wanted to go down and beat Dogsy up himself. But he couldn't take on all those tigers, so he could only follow the plan he'd discussed with his owner, slowly guide Dogsy to use its skills and fight back against the tiger pack. With Changfeng's help, the situation outside was quickly brought under control. After all, who but Dogsy could withstand the chaos of a creature with an IQ of -1? And Suisui watched for a while, confirmed that there wouldn't be any big problems tonight, yawned, and left the lookout to go to bed. Not long after she entered her room, Jianshi came in too, and Suisui automatically scooted over, leaving half the bed open and waved him over. "Come sleep." Jianshi paused, subconsciously rubbing his lower back. This time, it wasn't an act. He was still suffering from being kicked by Suisui all night. Jianshi was a bit conflicted. Should he go sleep with his wife and get kicked all night, or just rest quietly on the floor? After thinking it over, he decided to sleep with Suisui. After all, this kind of benefit didn't come every day. A few kicks were worth it. It was all the wooden bed's fault for being too small. His wife couldn't stretch out properly. He'd get a bigger one tomorrow. The night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, Suisui ran to her little farm to check on the seeds she'd planted. While she was gone, Jessie and Yuan Li had helped water the crops a few times. With plenty of water, none of the plants had withered from drought. Not only that, most of the plants had already grown lush green leaves, and even the slow-growing peach tree was over 2 meters tall. Maybe in another day, she'd be able to harvest them. And Suisui was very happy, bouncing away from the field. Changfeng and the dog were curled up together in a corner, looking like the best of friends. The loot from last night's monster battles had already been sorted. Besides some duplicate materials, Suisui also got a few beast crystals and several orange equipment blueprints. Based on the drop rates and actual effects, Jianshi deduced that white blueprints were the most basic and common, followed by green, then purple, with orange being the highest tier they'd found so far. And Suisui temporarily gave up on exploring other maps. Their goal for today was to craft these new sets of equipment, then tame a new army of beasts to prepare for the possible enhanced beast raid that might come at night. Jianshi always woke up earlier than Suisui. By the time she returned from checking the fields, he had already gone through last night's spoils. "Come take a look at this," Jianshi called, waving her over. He was holding a palm-sized slip of paper, slightly yellowed with age. "What's that?" and Suisui asked, curious. If Jianshi was showing it to her, it definitely wasn't just a scrap of paper. Once she sat down, Jianshi pushed the paper toward her. On the yellowed paper was a faint, illusory dragon-shaped pattern, and in the center, a line of black text. "The evil dragon hates sunlight, forever dwelling in the deep underground abyss, vowing never to set foot on the surface." And Suisui's eyes lit up. Wasn't the evil dragon their ultimate target in this game? After so long with no clues, they finally had a lead. She couldn't help but get excited. So, to get information about the dragon, they had to keep killing monsters. They'd killed so many by now, at least 1,000, if not more. And yet, after all that, they'd only gotten a single clue scroll. Clearly, completing the final quest wouldn't be easy. The first hint: the evil dragon lives underground. With this clue, the two discussed their next steps. Crafting equipment didn't require much hands-on work. Just put enough materials in the toolbox and wait for the timer. There were only 2 tasks that needed their personal attention. First, building a beast army. This couldn't be delayed any longer. It had to be done today. Since taming beasts always had a chance of failure, and luck was involved, Jianshi left that to Suisui. That left Jianshi with one job: find a promising spot and dig down to see what was underground. Maybe even find the dragon. Finding a good spot was also up to Suisui. After dropping Jianshi off, Suisui wandered the area, looking for target beasts. After a while, she was chasing a tiger, not too close, not too far, with a string of random animals trailing behind her. She hoped the tiger would lead her to a gathering place for its kind. While you could always find scattered animals, each species had a fixed gathering spot. There, she could quickly tame a bunch of the same type, saving time and effort. The tiger was fast, and with Suisui shadowing it, it felt constantly threatened and could only run for its life. But after a while, Suisui stopped chasing. Was she letting the tiger go out of kindness? Of course not. She just found something even more interesting. Chasing the tiger, Suisui had accidentally wandered into a bamboo forest. The bamboo grove was huge, the dense leaves blocking her view, and the dappled light made it hard to see what was inside. But the giant black and white bear she spotted needed no guessing. The moment she saw it, the name popped into her head. A panda. She'd actually found a panda. Who cared about tigers now? With such a big bamboo forest, there had to be more pandas inside. The appearance of pandas made Suisui immediately abandon her original goal and dive into the bamboo forest for a showdown. If a panda got fierce, even a tiger couldn't handle it. Afraid her newly tamed beast team would get mauled, Suisui kept them back and circled the panda alone, wearing it down. Taming a panda wasn't easy. She'd thought there was only one nearby, but as the fight went on, more and more pandas emerged from the depths of the bamboo, all eyeing her warily. Suisui, help! Surrounded by pandas, what do I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Meanwhile, Jianshi ran into trouble too. Digging down was just a test. He hadn't really expected to find the dragon's lair. At best, he thought he might find some ore. But Suisui had picked a great spot. As he dug deeper, he found plenty of gold, silver, copper, and iron. After about half an hour, he suddenly felt himself drop into a dark cavern. The cave was deep and complex and didn't feel naturally formed. Could he really have found the dragon's lair? That would be too much of a coincidence. Jianshi frowned, surveying his surroundings. The underground tunnels branched in all directions, with bright torches evenly spaced along the walls. He knocked on the walls, making a racket. From deep in the cave, angry roars echoed back. There was actually something alive down here. After a moment's thought, Jianshi decided to investigate. At first, he could only hear faint roars. But as he walked further and knocked again, the single roar became 3. Each of the 3 tunnels ahead echoed with a different roar. Which way to go? Jianshi frowned, thinking for a long time, then chose the tunnel with the loudest, strongest roar. If it was that loud, it was either close or powerful, best to deal with it first. Following the sound, Jianshi finally reached the end of the tunnel. Inside a giant cage was a 3 to 4 meter tall, ugly monster covered in brown fur, with 2 horns on its head. It was raging like it had rabies, constantly roaring, getting angry at the slightest noise. Jianshi looked the monster up and down but couldn't see anything dragon-like about it. It wasn't the evil dragon, but with such a weird look. Maybe it was one of the dragon's minions. As if it smelled a human, the monster in the cage shuffled closer to the bars. It stank, and its movements were accompanied by harsh, grating roars. The closer it got, the clearer the stench and the noise. All of it grated on Jianshi's nerves. Worst of all, the monster actually grabbed the bars and started spitting at him. "If you're so eager to die, I guess I have no choice but to kill you." Jianshi's expression was grim. He flexed his joints and opened the iron cage, releasing the monster inside. An hour later, Jianshi had killed all the monsters hidden throughout the underground tunnels, earning a level clear hint and a treasure chest. He'd thought these were the dragon's minions, but it turned out to be just a hidden side quest. Still, some of the items dropped by the monsters included new clues, so it wasn't a total loss. When Jianshi returned to the shelter carrying the treasure chest, he found the place overrun by a dense crowd of black and white furry creatures. Hundreds of pandas were restlessly wandering around the yard, looking for places to play. Dogsy had been squeezed into a corner by these creatures, crying pitifully. Changfeng was leaping among the pandas, trying to herd them into one area. And Suisui and Wen Li were watching from the second floor, while Jessie and Bert had already been pushed outside the shelter. What happened? Why were there suddenly so many pandas in the shelter? Jianshi wasn't sure if he should even go inside. And Suisui spotted him and waved excitedly. "Jianshi, I brought all the pandas back for you." Jianshi facepalmed and leapt up to the lookout. "These are your newly tamed pets? Why didn't you put them in the enclosure out back?" Before they left, Jessie and Bert had already built a pet enclosure, and Suisui nervously fidgeted with her fingers and mumbled, "Actually, the truth is, Under Jianshi's increasingly puzzled gaze, Suisui suddenly closed her eyes and shouted as if making a desperate gamble. "They're all still wild!" Silence. Jianshi opened his mouth, but what came out was a string of suppressed laughter. "So, pfft, how did you even bring them back?" "Pfft, cough, cough." By the end, as Suisui's gaze grew more dangerous, Jianshi tried to control himself but accidentally choked on his own saliva. And Suisui, under the pretense of patting his back, hit him so hard it felt like she might break his spine. "Shut up! I only brought them back because I couldn't handle them alone." There were just too many pandas. If she attacked rashly, she'd provoke the whole group's hostility, so she had no choice but to bring them all back, bag them one by one, and quietly deal with them on the side. Most people in the interstellar era knew about pandas. Legend had it that these creatures were extremely fierce, but their appearance was just too cute. They were once a national treasure of a certain country. Unfortunately, after immigrating to the stars, all the pandas brought along failed to adapt and gradually died out, surviving only in history. But regardless, their combat power was undeniable. With her teammates' help, Suisui successfully tamed the panda group. The black and white fluffballs obediently stayed in the enclosure, munching on bamboo shoots. Changfeng was busy organizing and commanding the beasts, firmly establishing himself as the canine commander. Dogsy tried to make friends with the pandas, but Changfeng beat him up and warned him to stay away from his subordinates. Dogsy ran off, feeling wronged. The fourth day of the game was already half over. In the remaining half-day, Jianshi improved the crude traps. The wooden stakes at the bottom of the pit were replaced with iron spikes, and the perimeter was lined with semi-automatic launchers that would keep attacking beasts as long as there were materials left. The courtyard walls were raised, and barbed iron mesh was laid over the roof and other areas. There was a lot to modify, and Jianshi insisted everything be finished by the afternoon. Jack and the others were exhausted. They didn't understand why there was such a sudden rush. Previous upgrades had always been gradual. Jianshi didn't explain, but Suisui knew the reason. The treasure chest they brought back contained two things: a golden blueprint and a red-marked clue. Every 4 days there will be a beast riot. The beasts that die at night will give the evil dragon strength. Everyone who saw this note felt like they'd been screwed. They didn't even know where the evil dragon was, and now they were being told not to kill beasts at night. The more they killed, the stronger the dragon would get. Screw that. Flip the table. It was impossible not to kill monsters at night. All the rare items, blueprints, clues, equipment, had to be obtained by killing monsters. If you didn't kill mobs, you couldn't improve yourself. It felt like a dead end. In the end, they realized the only thing they could do was to find the dragon's location as soon as possible and finish the quest before it could grow stronger. If it dragged on for 10 or 20 days, Jianshi couldn't guarantee that, with the player's current strength, they'd still be able to kill the dragon. Night fell quietly. Darkness enveloped the whole forest, and only the torches in the player's shelter shone like a beacon in the night. Tonight's meteors were especially bright, and the beasts that formed after landing were noticeably larger than in previous days. After forming, the beasts didn't attack immediately, but waited quietly in place. More and more beasts gathered in the forest, of all kinds. The mountain goat Suisui had been thinking about was pawing the ground frantically, its eyes red with agitation. The fourth night's enhanced attack was indeed extraordinary. When the beast horde reached a certain number, the battle began in earnest. Huge eagles circled in the sky, but were blocked by the barbed iron mesh and couldn't get into the shelter. The agile goats leapt over the 2-meter-wide pit and crashed into the courtyard wall. They tried to break through the wall, but it was too sturdy. Not only did they fail, but one even broke its horn and fell into the pit, turning into scattered light points. Tigers, wolves, leopards, and other animals surrounded the shelter in an orderly fashion, preventing anyone from escaping. The eagles gave up on direct attacks and instead grabbed defensive beasts from the ground, dropping them onto the shelter to use their tough bodies to break the iron mesh. This organized, coordinated assault was completely different from the chaos of previous nights. After observing, Jianshi gave the battle command to the enclosure not far away. Changfeng opened the enclosure gate, releasing the hundreds of pandas inside. The army of giant pandas was about to take the field. After a whole day of practice, Changfeng knew exactly how to herd and command the pandas. He raised his head and let out a deep, rhythmic bark. The pandas, still munching on bamboo, immediately stopped, lined up in neat rows, and followed Changfeng out of the enclosure. All the beasts' attention was focused on the bright, spacious shelter, so they didn't notice the pandas approaching from behind. The pandas easily ambushed the beast horde, wiping out the first wave of attackers. As the pandas fought their way from the outer to the inner circle, the second wave of beasts had already spawned. Jianshi didn't pay attention to the front lines. Instead, he focused on the depths of the forest, shrouded in night. There, hidden, was the creature commanding the beast horde. If he could take it out, tonight's battle would be much easier. Outside the shelter, Changfeng was leading the panda army in a counterattack against the invading beasts. Meanwhile, the spy dog was rolling and leaping among the beast horde, picking out friends to its liking. The players inside the shelter were busy as well. Jesse and Bot's backpacks were stuffed with all kinds of raw materials, and every few minutes they'd make a circuit around the shelter's walls. If they found any damage, they'd patch it up right away to prevent the beast army from breaking through. Yuan Li, of course, was in charge of the entire shelter's defense system, and Suisui and Jianshi were nowhere to be seen inside the shelter. While the panda army distracted the beasts, the two of them had quietly slipped around to the rear of the beast horde, making their way deeper into the forest. If tonight's beasts were only twice as strong, it wouldn't be that scary. A disorganized mob is never a real threat. But if there was a smart commander behind them, everything changed. Both Jianshi and Suisui were highly alert. As they neared the danger zone, Suisui stopped advancing. She found a good vantage point and went into hiding, finally acting like a proper assassin for once. Jianshi, on the other hand, swaggered into the depths of the forest, pretending to be a clueless brute, blundering around to draw out whoever was hiding in the shadows. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he sensed a cold, sinister gaze fixed on him. He paused for a moment, then lowered his eyes and continued to wander aimlessly. A snake as thick as an arm slowly poked its head out of the bushes, its crimson tongue flicking with a faint hiss. It was cautious. After just a few seconds, it withdrew again. And Suisui only caught a flash of green, not even seeing what it was before the snake vanished. Damn. She bit her tongue lightly, forcing herself to calm down. She hadn't played the role of a real assassin in so long that her first instinct on seeing an enemy was to charge in and fight. No, that wouldn't do. And Suisui patted her cheeks, her gaze sharpening. She had to remind herself she was an assassin, not just Jian Shi's reckless sidekick. Jian Shi, hands in his pockets, walked even more casually after sensing he was being watched. To look even more vulnerable, he didn't even draw a weapon. He wore only the most basic soft armor, holding a wooden stick and poking at the grass with exaggerated caution and clumsy movements. He even muttered, "What's the problem here? All the beasts went to attack the shelter. There's not even a chicken left. Maybe they just imagined something, or they're picking on me because I'm useless." After more than 10 minutes, Jian Shi seemed to get tired, tossed his stick aside, sat down against a tree, and took out a water pouch and some food to rest. A flash of green snake appeared again. This time, neither Jian Shi nor Suisui reacted. One hid, one acted, both waiting for the beast commander to reveal itself. The green python watched for a long time, but couldn't see any trickery in Jian Shi's behavior. That foolish human even fell asleep against the tree after eating, not taking it seriously at all. Using the cover of the grass, the green python slithered closer. Its deep eyes stared fixedly at Jian Shi. As the commander of this beast raid, the green python had some intelligence. But no matter how smart it was still just a newly awakened beast. It had never encountered the cunning of intelligent beings, so it couldn't imagine Jian Shi was baiting it on purpose. The python thought maybe the humans had discovered something, but after watching for a long time, it dismissed the idea. From Jian Shi's muttering, it gathered that someone else had discovered it, and he was just a lackey. A flash of human-like disdain crossed the python's vertical pupils. It still needed to command the beasts in battle, so it couldn't let this nuisance stay. Better to get rid of him quickly. With that thought, the green python silently crept closer to Jian Shi. As soon as it revealed itself, Suisui, hidden in the shadows, struck first. A sharp arrow whistled through the air, piercing the python's body and pinning it to the ground. Before it could struggle, more arrows rained down. The man who'd been playing dumb under the tree sprang up, all pretense gone. Black mist and crushing pressure enveloped the python. Sensing its life was in danger, the python thrashed desperately. But by now, it had no chance to escape. Jian Shi grabbed the python by the neck and, with a single stroke, severed its head. The python used its last strength to spit venom, but the cunning man dodged, leaving a huge, corroded pit in the ground. Even after the python died, Jian Shi didn't let go right away. Its body kept twitching for a full minute before finally going still, dissolving into a ball of green light. Picking up the loot, Suisui grabbed Jian Shi's misty form, and in the blink of an eye they flew back above the shelter. In front of the shelter, the beasts, now leaderless, quickly grew restless. The ones blocking the way had been following the green python's orders. Now, with no leader, the once disciplined beasts fell into chaos. Once this trained group was dealt with, the newly spawned beasts behind them were no longer a threat. With the ferocious panda army and the opportunistic dog, the scattered beasts stood no chance. After watching for a while, Suisui finally felt at ease and returned to the shelter. The immediate crisis was over, but the underlying threat remained. The elusive evil dragon still hung over them like a sword, ready to fall at any moment and claim the lives of all the players. Suisui took a deep breath and, together with Jian Shi, checked the loot from killing the green python. As the commander of the beast riot, the green python's drops were naturally special. There was a pitch-black stone, described as netherstone, with no further details. A scroll, depicting the evil dragon's rampage and destruction after arriving in the human world. And a red blueprint, which couldn't be absorbed by the toolbox, its purpose unknown. Besides this blueprint, there was also a golden blueprint from the treasure chest Jianshi had brought back earlier. It was for a submarine and an oxygen tank. The materials needed to build a submarine were extremely rare, and Suisui happened to have some, most of which she'd traded from the snow merchant. Very precious. But even if they used up all their materials, they could only make a single submarine. So, on the second day, Jianshi and Suisui once again split up. And Suisui took plenty of supplies and set out to other maps in search of merchants. Meanwhile, Jianshi took a submarine to explore the deep sea, looking for clues about the evil dragon on the ocean floor. And Suisui once again passed through a random portal and arrived on a map thousands of miles away. This time, she finally reached the desert map as she had hoped. The scorching desert wind, carrying fine sand, lashed against her skin with a burning pain. And Suisui quickly changed into the sun-shielding, windproof gear she'd prepared in advance, spread her wings, and flew off into the distance. Finding your way in the desert was no easier than in the snowy plains. Endless golden sands stretched as far as the eye could see, and the rolling dunes could easily hide danger beneath them. The best way to find signs of other creatures in the desert was to look for oases and water sources. If there were other players on this map, they would definitely head there too. In the desert, daytime temperatures soared to 50 degrees Celsius, making it a terrible time to travel. But Suisui didn't have much time, so she had to grit her teeth and keep going. She didn't know if there were any tricks to finding oases in the desert, but at least she knew that to avoid getting lost, she had to keep heading in one direction if she wanted to find what she was looking for. And Suisui's wings had appeared after activating her little demon bloodline. Strictly speaking, they weren't part of her body, but after the bloodline was activated, they were truly connected to her. When the sun shone on her exposed wings, Suisui wished she could stop immediately and slather 100 bottles of sunscreen on them in the shade. It was just too hot, hotter than she'd expected. In the end, Suisui couldn't stand the scorching sun and had to find a shady spot to rest for a while. Fortunately, she was well prepared, so she'd be able to set out again soon. Besides the basic water and food, her backpack also contained sun protection gear, ice blocks to cool down, and even a roller coaster that could substitute for walking. Unfortunately, that last item was useless in the sand. After resting enough, Suisui set out again. This time, she hadn't gone far before she encountered a desert native, a camel. A wild camel was slowly making its way across the sand, and Suisui quietly snuck up and landed a backstab. Taming the camel wasn't difficult, and Suisui finally freed her wings and gained her first desert mode of transportation. The camel was much more purposeful than Suisui. She didn't even need to guide it, as it steadily and determinedly moved in one direction. Gradually, more and more creatures appeared around her, and even the cacti grew denser, a sure sign that there was a water source nearby. When she spotted some familiar yellowish blocks, Suisui quickly slid off the camel and used the sand as cover, crawling slowly toward the nearby rock people. These two rock people weren't special, just the same ordinary yellowish kind she'd encountered before. They were much smaller than granite, and their color made them easy to hide. If you didn't look closely, you'd hardly notice them. Reynard quietly raised his upper body, his eye-like area staring straight at the oasis hidden by the dense forest ahead. His companion, Lon, quickly pressed down on the back of his neck, pushing him back into the sand. "Hide, Reynard. Do you want to die?" Lon's tone was clearly tinged with anger and worry. Reynard wasn't much better off. He shook off his companion's hand irritably on the verge of a breakdown. "Lon, stop holding me back. Just look at us now. If we can't get into the oasis today, our outer layer will crack from the sun. Can't you feel how fragile your skin is? We're dead either way. What's wrong with taking a risk before we die? Do you really want to die so pathetically to the elements? We've already found the oasis." Lon fell silent, dejectedly lowering his head onto the scorching sand, unable to say a word in rebuttal, and Suisui listened in and more or less understood their predicament. She frowned and looked toward the oasis ahead. There was an oasis, but they didn't dare enter. What kind of terrifying monster was inside? Could there be a merchant living there, like the white-furred one in the snowy lands? And Suisui's restless heart calmed down. Since those two were planning to risk it all, she could just follow behind and let them take the lead. With Reynard's persuasion, Lon soon mustered his courage and entered the oasis. The temperature inside the oasis was much more comfortable than out on the sand, and after a day of sun, Reynard almost didn't want to leave. Fortunately, Lon snapped him out of it in time. The two otherworldly players followed a route they'd scouted many times before, quietly heading deeper into the oasis. Their goal, of course, was the water source. Don't be fooled by the rock people's hard exteriors. They still needed some water to survive, just not as much as humans. Reynard crouched down, limbs splayed on the ground, as still as a real rock. After a few dozen seconds, Reynard got the answer he wanted, stood up, and told his companion what he'd learned. "There are only 3 guards at the water source today. It's a good opportunity. I'll go distract them and you get as much water as you can, fast. Don't wait for more natives to surround us or we'll never escape." Lon nodded seriously, clearly aware of how dangerous the natives were. And Suisui followed them, finally reaching the heart of the oasis. No introduction was needed. She could see from a distance a sparkling lake and a primitive village built around it. This must be the village Reynard had mentioned. It looked pretty big. And Suisui's eyes were full of suspicion, and she hid herself even more carefully. The village was quiet, with no unusual sounds. 3 bare-chested natives, their private parts covered with simple animal skins, paced the lakeshore with spears in hand. They looked like village guards, protecting their source of life. Reynard gritted his teeth, summoned his courage, and charged out from his hiding spot. He shouted, "I'm here! Come catch me if you can!" His voice startled the 3 guards. Their eyes flashed red with danger as they raised their spears and advanced on Reynard. Reynard pounded the ground hard, causing a tremor that nearly shook Suisui out of her tree. After that, Reynard turned and ran, not daring to look back. 2 of the natives steadied themselves and quickly gave chase, leaving the last one to guard the lake. Lon sized up his chances and, gritting his teeth, rushed out as well. While the 2 sides were locked in a desperate struggle for water and survival, Suisui had already quietly slipped past them and infiltrated the village. The native village had a wild style, built from rough red and black stones, with all sorts of rare ores embedded in the walls like casual decorations. This was a village of the rich. Maybe because of the heat, there weren't many people out and about at this hour. As Suisui wandered around, she only saw a few 7- or 8-year-old kids playing in the mud. She didn't interact with the villagers. After carefully scouting the terrain, she headed toward the temple at the village center. The temple was clearly ancient. Though the villagers had done their best to maintain it, time had still left its mark. The black and red stones were mottled and worn, full of the traces of years gone by. The temple was much more heavily guarded than the rest of the village. Under the blazing sun, 2 guards stood ramrod straight at the entrance, sweat streaming down their faces, but they didn't seek shade or slack off. Inside, there were plenty of patrolling guards. Just the number stationed at the temple was over 20. With defenses this tight, there must be treasure here, Suisui thought, her wings trembling with excitement. Her sharp little tiger teeth peeked out and her big eyes practically turned into laser beams, wishing she could blast through the walls and take all the treasure home. Fortunately, she had some self-awareness. These villagers could go toe-to-toe with 2 otherworld players and not lose, which meant they were no pushovers. There weren't many people in the temple, but if a fight broke out and they called for backup, things could get ugly. A frontal assault was out of the question. She'd have to use her wits. Without hesitating, Suisui used her time freeze skill, slipping into the temple during the 5 seconds when everything was frozen. When time resumed, the villagers continued on as if nothing had happened, completely unaware. And Suisui hid behind a stone pillar, secretly observing the temple's interior. She hadn't been able to see much from outside, but now she realized that the massive statue at the center of the temple was actually the evil dragon from the scroll. Oh, wow. This was a village that worshipped the evil dragon? That meant there had to be clues about the dragon here. Her gaze landed on the altar in the center, where a huge red chest with golden trim sat. Found you, treasure. The patrols inside the temple followed a set pattern. There were 4 squads of 5 guards each. 3 squads patrolled the courtyard, while 1 squad stood firm in front of the statue, guarding the chest and the dragon statue. And Suisui noticed that all the NPCs followed fixed patrol routes. They couldn't just wander at will. The temple was large, so even with 3 squads, each had a lot of ground to cover. It took 5 minutes to complete a full patrol circuit. Only 1 squad patrolled the front, and for about 2.5 minutes, they were out of Suisui's line of sight. That was the perfect window to snatch the treasure. As for the guards standing still, it was inevitable they'd get distracted. She could tell from their wandering eyes. And Suisui was confident she could grab the treasure before anyone reacted. When the patrol squad rounded the back and entered a blind spot, she knew her chance had come. A small stone rolled into the center of the hall, the faint sound instantly drawing the attention of the 5 guards. As all 5 looked down at the stone, Suisui's wings snapped open, and she shot out from her hiding place, grabbing the red chest from the altar before the guards could react. The guard closest to the chest felt a sudden gust of wind by his ear, paused in confusion and scratched his head, not realizing anything had happened. When he finally looked at the altar, he couldn't look away. What happened? If his memory was right, there should have been a red and gold chest on the altar. But where was it? How could such a big chest just vanish? He stared blankly at the altar for a long time, his mind slowly catching up. Where's the chest? The guard clutched his face in horror and shouted, "The chest is gone!" Now, whether they were patrolling or guarding the door, all the villagers rushed in, gathering in front of the altar in confusion. Where's the chest? How should I know? It was just here. Could a player have stolen it? Didn't the patrols see anyone come in? Didn't see a thing. No one? How is that possible? What? Did a ghost take it? They argued for a while, until the first guard's roar silenced everyone. What are you all yelling for? At a time like this, you're still arguing? Go after it. Everyone looked at each other. But where do we chase? Just chase anywhere. Go through the motions. The villagers replied helplessly. They didn't even know how the chest had disappeared. How were they supposed to chase after it? And Suisui was so fast that no one had seen her at all. But as NPCs, the villagers couldn't just do nothing. Once they realized the chest was missing, they immediately organized a village-wide search, spreading out in all directions. The village was huge, with over 100 houses and plenty of residents. A carpet search could dig up even earthworms. As the crowd spread out, Suisui had already reached the edge of the oasis. There she saw the 2 rockmen, who had finished collecting water and were now fighting the village guards. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, not noticing the mischievous kid approaching. As she passed overhead, inspiration struck Suisui. She quickly emptied the chest, then tossed the now empty box down. The rockmen and villagers were evenly matched. If the fight kept going, it would be a long stalemate. Leonard was just about to look for a chance to escape when a gold and red chest suddenly fell from the sky, landing right in the middle of the group. The chest glowed with a dazzling light, clearly no ordinary item. Rockmen. Eh? Villagers. The rockmen didn't recognize the chest, but they could tell it was valuable. Their plans to retreat vanished, and they even pulled out their rare item cards, ready to fight the villagers to the end. The villagers' eyes nearly popped out. They looked again and again, convinced that this chest was the very same evil dragon chest from the temple.